very good morning to you and welcome to the Touch Football New South Wales State Cup for 2023. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action here. This first match between East Roosters and Northern Beaches. And it is a very good morning indeed to the legend himself of the sport, Jason Stanton. Hello, my friend.
Hi, James. Very excited to be here, and it's a scorcher. I think I'm sunburned and sweaty already, mate. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, it certainly is a bit of a hot box in here and also plenty of hot action on the field. These two sides will leave nothing in the tank. It will be the Northern Beaches outfit with the first use of the ball here. Some big names as well in this one, Jason Stanton, such as, of course, Matty Studden, who's really carved out a glorious path in the NRLW, but hopping back to her roots here in touch footy today.
Yeah, there's some big names right through. Great to have Maddie out there and watch her do her stuff today. There's, just reading through, there's Amanda Squarco. There's sort of, even on the Northern Beaches side, we've got Duff on that side. Lots of players here, playing rugby union, rugby league and touch. So great to have so much talent out there to start the tournament.
And this field does look in beautiful conditions. I'll tell you what, we've been up here for a few years now, but I think this is the best it's ever looked. Our referees going through their final paces as well. A massive contingency as well of referees throughout this tournament. I believe it's several hundred.
Yeah, I'll have to get the exact amount of teams, but I think there's 300-400 teams. So it's the referee contingent definitely have their work cut out for them, and similar to the players, they've got to be really sort of diligent with their recovery and rehydration after the games, because I think sometimes they've got to do 4, 5, 6 games. So, the referees will be looking forward to a really good weekend as well.
30 seconds.
So 30 seconds away from commencing here. This, of course, is the Women's Open Division, Women's A. East Roosters taking on Northern Beaches. Biggest tournament of the year so far, and terrific to see the rain has held off. There's typically the age-old adage, whenever there is a touch footy tournament, rain isn't too far behind. Fortunately, it's already come and gone, so hopefully it stays this way. Here we go. We're ready to get underway. Final checks from our admin staff and the referees, Northern Beaches, to get first use of the ball. There is the siren, and welcome to the New South Wales State Cup for 2023 for touch footy. The Beaches with the first use of the ball. This is Kimmerosti, and now they'll hop back to the middle here. Just trying to set up for an attack. Randall waiting here at acting half. She'll pop out to this right-hand side. Nice floating cutout ball. Well tracked in defence, though, away from the first attempted touch there of Bonich. But they've managed to close her off there. Nice little cover from guess who? Matty Studden.
Yeah, really good read there from Bonich. She had the link covered, and then as the pass went in the air, she just sort of peeled off and took both players. So great start to the game for Bonich.
So Studden now plays it as they head towards that sideline, immediately looking to get the fresh reinforcements on the field. It's a nice subset so far. They'll keep the momentum rolling up over halfway. Touch comes in here from Kimmerosti, and now another little touch there. They were just looking to open up a gap. I think they might have even lost track of the count there. They were still looking to build.
Yeah, I think they had one more there. I think they had one more up their sleeve there, James. You'll see the players coming off. These games are a little bit different to the Sydney Championships, where normally you'd play 20 minutes each way for touch. These games are 30 minutes, like continuous, so to do those changes is important.
Nice little pop pass here, and still looking to open up some sort of a passage. Touch is made. That will be the changeover now. So both sides just feeling one another out nice and early here, and a good little marking too as well. Typically we just see the dotted lines there, but we've got the nice big 7 on the field as well today. So that's exciting for me. First time I've seen that. They'll roll it off here now. Continue to roll towards that subs box. Bit of a slow progression on this occasion, though. Good up and in defence from the Northern Beaches girls. Last play now, and they finally get a bit of a roll on. Options out wide. They'll link up further wide here with Leo. Leo has nowhere to go, though. Well marked up from McDougall.
Yeah, pretty good start to the game from Northern Beaches. Both teams seem to be full of energy and meeting each other. So they're still feeling their way into it, but Northern Beaches seem to have a good sort of rhythm already.
So now Randall rolls it back and fresh onto the field. That's Pia Hooker Duff. Certainly one of those names to watch. She recycles it back through the middle. Now hopping in at acting half, must release the ball eventually, of course. If she's caught, it won't be good for her. She'll throw the pass deep there, but no support arriving. But again, we're just seeing that danger that Pia Hooker Duff does possess. Her first real chance.
Yeah, it was a really good scoot there to the short side. Normally, if you can imagine the players, 3 and 3, if you can split them in half in the defence, and then they generally, if you make the touch, you try and cover your side, and the other 3 come in to help out. So that was a good case of Northern Beaches exploiting that. They didn't really cover their short well then.
So an indiscretion in the play of the ball there. It was bobbling after it was rolled onto the ground. So that's why the turnover has been called now. So Duff once again now turning it to that left-hand side. They'll try and put the foot down and get away through Bosland, who receives it back once again. Bosland up through the middle. Duff to Bosland once more. Attacking this right-hand side, then stepping off the right foot. Last play now here for the Northern Beaches. From a static start, Duff, however, managed to get through. Bosland's there. They just get the touch in time. Well done. In the end, it was made from Bella Slattery.
Yeah, really good touch there from Slattery. Normally, when the dummy half or the person scooping the ball gets in the in goal, often it results into a try, James, when they get in behind the defensive line. So really good read there from Slattery. Saved the day for the Roosters there.
So both just holding on at the moment here, but the early running with the Northern Beaches Roosters have been very much camped in their own half. This will certainly help, though. Forceful touch is the call.
Yeah, first penalty for the game. We've heard the whistle.
I know you certainly like it when they leave it in the pockets. They might not do that all day, though. Here come the Chooks now into enemy territory. Nice draw and pass, and now straightening up. Good meters there as well from Kewen. They'll go back on the mark once more here.
Yeah, interesting one there, James. So what the referee's done there is, if he rather than be off the mark, if it's a faint touch or he feels like they wouldn't have felt it, then sometimes the referee's got that option to say go back and play it rather than penalise the Roosters on that occasion.
So still with the Roosters here, and they'll opt for a little crash play here directly at the line. No real variation in the movement. Around about 5 minutes gone here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Ground looking terrific. They've set both sides quite nicely. They'll head out to this left-hand side initially. Bowrey drops it down. Last play now. Studden showing it once. Nice cutout pass. Just a little behind the run, though. And as a result, they were unable to capitalise there.
Yeah, really good defence there by Northern Beaches. They seem to handle that quite well, but a bit of an error here going down. So Roosters get another crack at them.
Perhaps the tide just starting to turn here against the Northern Beaches side. Had the early first 3 or so minutes of all the running, and the last 2 being picked up here from the Roosters. I'll try and get some of those fresh players back onto the field. They eventually arrive now, about a couple of plays into this set. Nice draw and pass for Studden, who then recycles back through the middle. Now, you might not be able to see it on the screen. There is a bit of dew covering the surface, so that is making it quite difficult for both sides with their handling so far.
Yeah, it's just a light cover in there, James. That'll evaporate pretty quickly, and so it'll really dry up and be great conditions throughout the rest of the day.
So touch once again there made from Tyler Leo, who's been quite nicely sought after here on that left-hand defensive edge. He's made some good reads, as has Bonich, and there's another error here though from the Chooks. So prime real estate now for the Northern Beaches. Here they go, working it towards both the sideline and the try line. 2-in-1 as Duff now joins the action. Also into the fray comes Nathan. She waits now at acting half and picks it up straight to Duff here. Full complement on deck now.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge here for the Roosters because Northern Beaches are been sniffing around for a little bit, and they're sort of starting to get a read for the way the Roosters are defending. So this will be a big one for Roosters to hold them out.
So Duff simply offers it off here for Ryan. Ryan now rolling it on the last here. They've done well so far. The Chooks, nice little pop pass back through the middle again, but they mark up well. Good touch made from Squarko.
Yeah, Squarko got there. I thought for a moment there was going to be a try there, but Squarko picked up some ground very late there and a really great touch.
Good run here as well from Studden, who picks up a good 10 or so metres, but the ball, are they going to say it's been incorrectly played? Yes, there is the changeover called now. And nearly a referee stumble. We almost had one in the first game here, Stanto.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there. I thought it was going to be Northern Beaches penalty, but there might have been maybe a push or some contact in the ruck there, James. I'm not sure what that one was for.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. It almost looked like he was going to rule in favour of the Beaches there before deciding against it for the Chooks, and here they come now into enemy territory. So Leo throws it to the middle here now for Bresnahan. Good run right up the guts. Now slow it down on this occasion. Bresnahan joining the action once more. Last play now for East. Wrap around comes. Decent pass over the top. Just falling shy of the winger though, who was diving. Hand stretched there for Angel Barber, but no saving grace for the Angel. And there is pressure coming on the Northern Beaches. There is the changeover now for the Chooks.
You're starting to see a few little errors creeping into the game, and maybe that is from the dew, James.
I can't explain it otherwise. Someone bring out the super glue. The girls need it right now. But here come the Northern Beaches, working away from their own end. No change to the score after 8 minutes here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. They caught about 10 shy. Nice up and in pressure here from the Chooks, though. So they head up towards halfway and over it now through Bailey Nix, who plays it with plenty of meterage there and again following up. Good work here from Nix. And they have once more lost track of the count here, I think, Stanto.
Yeah, they lost track. I think they thought they had one more. But this sort of start's quite common, and you might see this through the early games today where, the team, the players are so excited to be up here at Port Macquarie, and generally it takes, 10, 15 minutes to sort of settle down and play your game. So it's often to see these sorts of errors and, seeing no score in the first 10 minutes. That's actually quite common. Hopefully all the players settle down for the last 20.
So the Beaches now through Nix once more. Both sides still yet to cross that line, looking for that first blow here. As they head up over halfway, reinforcements arrive as well. And they keep the momentum flowing here through Holy Raff. That's certainly a name we've called quite a few times. Nearly losing possession there was Stubbs, but play on is the call. Last one now for the Beaches. Nice cutout pass there. Well read in defence, though, putting on the pressure. It was Angel Barber again. And I think she had to make that play, otherwise the tip-on was in effect.
Yeah, both of the teams, it does appear like they almost run out of touches, like they're sort of one touch short to be able to run a play. They're in trouble here.
Yeah, here's a real opportunity now as they step back off the right foot. It was Ruff once more looking to scythe them up through the middle. This is still just play number one here. And about 8 metres away. They'll track to the right-hand side. Still have troops on that short edge. Nathan decides to settle things back through the middle once more. And as they didn't step up to the required distance there, the Chooks, they are penalised. Of course, you must hit that 7 metre mark and keep pressing forward until the touch is made. Now roll it back now. Stubbs with a new set. Receives it back to the middle again. Raff. Now they'll dive from distance. That one looks good. I think she might have got all the way through. No, the touch is there just in time.
Yeah, the Roosters, I feel like they've saved maybe 4 or 5 tries. Just really great, desperate defence. So they're on the rack now, I think, James. Northern Beach is really looking to get the first try.
And the Chooks on the rotisserie, that's for sure. They'll play it about 8 metres away. They come to this right-hand side, and unfortunately there might be the first commentator's curse of the day, Jason Stanton. You've done them in.
Don't worry, there'll be plenty more coming, mate. Don't worry. It's the first of many.
Geez, you don't have much confidence about not doing that again.
No, I've got a track record, mate. I've got history on my side.
That's why we let you in the booth.
Yeah.
You know exactly how it works. Now here come the Roosters. They'll turn it back underneath now for a nice little run here from Bowery. And Bowery, unfortunately, leaves it behind too. Well, I don't think we've had a completed set in about 3 minutes here.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a combination of that excitement I was talking about, but also the dew on the ball. And that's why I sort of thought after that first 10, they'll be starting to see, just get a feel for the conditions, settle down a bit. This is where Northern Beaches look their best, James, when they're rolling into the line. A lot more better than their static plays.
Well, Duff has the chance to capitalise on that, but can't do so on this occasion. Bowery stepped up and made the touch. Now here she is picking up some good metres too. Nice footwork at the line. Sloppy play the ball, but they'll get the penalty here instead, the Roosters.
Yeah, starting to see, like, the drop balls are still there. We're starting to see some penalties come in as, a little bit of fatigue sort of comes into the game. I think that's starting there. Really good to see her. She always carries the ball in 2 hands. She's always in a position to dummy or dump or pass. So really good tip for the youngsters watching out there. If you watch Maddie starting with the ball in 2 hands.
And of course, brother Clay coaching her today as well. Cast your mind back a couple of years ago to State of Origin series, and Clay really making his own name for himself whilst Maddie's star was rising in the NRLW. Taking a mighty fine intercept to ultimately claim the shield for New South Wales. As the Chooks go on the attack here, geez, thought they might have been up a little bit quickly on that occasion there through Ryan. No penalty forthcoming. Now played on the 7. Slattery crapping across field. And again, this time penalty is called. Not stepping all the way up to meet the offensive side. So another full set to work with here. Around about 13 minutes gone at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Slattery with a nice floating cutout ball. Well tracked though in defence. They'll step up and make the touch. Back to the 7 they go. So it's a real stalemate so far with both sides. Slattery again, bouncing around. Now they'll go on the front foot. Oh, Studden, beautiful work. Dummies a couple of times. Throws the ball. She's been touched before the pass was released, though. Touch pass is called. Another no try. So both sides have come within inches of scoring.
Yeah, it's interesting those 2 consecutive penalties, because the third penalty results in a player having to step off, and it becomes 6 on 5. So Roosters really had a good opportunity there for a try, or to have one of the Northern Beaches players in the bin, and 6 on 5 situation.
Well, the forced sub here as well for the Roosters after heavy contact, but back to the full complement now. So there is the 6 on the field as the Northern Beaches head up into enemy half. They'll scoop it and go now with Nicole Saldern. She'll roll it back. Nice little wraparound play coming here, but stepping up to shut down any opportunity there. It was a nice little read there from Jazz Fountas. And this will be another penalty here for the Northern Beaches. So nearly halfway through this match. Still no change to the scoreboard. Dummy comes in from Saldern. She crabs across field. Touch is made. Saldern once more. Now floats it to the middle here with Simorosti. Simorosti plays it nice and quick. Didn't take full advantage of that, though. It wasn't a bad little play, the ball.
Yeah, you can see the referee there trying to get the players up.
Now an opportunity floating over the top. This might be the first one. It certainly is. Lovely floating cutout pass. They just drew in the winger beautifully. I think it was Angel Barber caught in no man's land. And finally, we have an opening here on the scoreboard. Here it is again on the replay. Lovely pass over the top. I think it might have actually been from Saldern. And right into the waiting arms. First try here for the Northern Beaches, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, it was a really good start there for the Northern Beaches. Really good long ball. And I think the winger's finish probably was even more impressive given the amount of drop ball we've had. And that ball would have been really hard to track down, and really good finish there from the winger.
It's the first try to the Northern Beaches, and of course, with no half-time breaks, each time a try is scored, the two sides simply change ends and carry on with things. Studden tries to replicate what the Northern Beaches did, but they stepped up well and took it. However, still a penalty forthcoming.
Yeah, I think that's Hinwood was a try scorer, and even on that occasion, really good defence and really good read. So you'll see here again, James, that the referee is going to be waving her arms there, trying to get the defence up. You need to have active touch in our game. You need to be always moving forward, and it's supposed to be the whole line, not just one player. That's why often you might think, oh, they were moving forward, but they all need to move forward, not just one player.
Well, they've called it once again here, so another fresh set now as Studden pops a little pass here. I thought they might have been offside on that occasion. Nearly another penalty coming. Studden showed great set of hands there, though, to make sure that one didn't hit the deck. Studden now rolls it on the 7. Studden having a little look. Oh, the step and the flick in the one motion. Nearly opened things up there for Bowrey. But midway through the count, they'll come back to that 7-metre mark. Studden marshalling the troops. Turns Kewen underneath. Now Bowrey with nowhere to go. Simply floats a pass out wide. Leo runs out of real estate. The Beaches really saw that off quite nicely.
Yeah, they handled it quite well. Roosters, I like their variation. They really throw in a lot at the Northern Beaches with like the long ball, then the dives and that inside pop from Maddie Studden. Really good to see. They just probably need to get a bit more control through this midfield, which this helps. What's that, 2 out of 2 for my curse?
I think it is 2 out of 2 from you so far. Now I just need to say, James, you're having a terrible time, and then all of a sudden my fortune will be through the roof. I should go buy a lottery ticket after you do that.
Yeah. So this midfield battle, you'll see that throughout the day because it's 30 minutes continuous. There is a bit of fatigue in each game, and generally the team that sort of controls this midfield, they drive through, complete their sets. They're in a really good position to win the game.
It's an interesting choice too. I mean, this is, I believe, the first one I've been involved in since 2020 here at Port Macquarie for the New South Wales State Cup, where we've opted to play that full complement of 30 straight minutes as opposed to half-time breaks. Have you had much in the way of discussions with the powers that be about changing things around for 2023?
It's just the amount of teams that there are, like the events getting bigger every year. New South Wales touched on a great job, with the promotion of it, and it's really hard to fit everyone into that traditional 3-day tournament.
So touch is made there, and the ball spewing out off the boot there, of all things there from Kennard, but fortunately she was on the spot. When you are in trouble, hire Kennard, so to speak. Now roll to this right-hand side. Yeah, I know that's a shocker, Stanto, but I've got to have one myself.
Yeah, one per game, please. We're just going to limit it at one per game.
Got to make sure Tommy Taylor's happy. Now roll it out from left to right. There's another one for the puns compilation. And a full set to roll around with once again here, as back into the action comes Nathan. She's floating there in the number 10. Oh, good take in the end. It wasn't a great pass from Simorosti. Simorosti now floating the ball here for Duff. Duff turns it to the open side. Well read in defence, though, from the Roosters. They continued to press up. And now the penalty comes. I think there's a bit of confusion about why that is, though. But as you mentioned, Jason Sten, they've all got to come up at once.
Yeah, it's really challenging for the referees because you need to be sort of, making that defence active by saying go up, go up. Then after the touch, you've got to be really switched on to get them back to the line. So it's quite intense and it all happens pretty quick.
Long-range effort here, diving, and the ball is down. It's confirmed. A second try here for the Northern Beaches. There wasn't a great deal doing. They just saw them on the back foot and went for it.
Yeah, it's just weight of possession, and now Roosters are really going to be up against it. We're sort of coming into that last 10 minutes, and you don't really want to be chasing the scoreboard. They're down by 2, and Northern Beaches really got a real stranglehold on this game with that second try.
I think it might have been Nicole Saldern who's dived in there. Ponytail obscuring the number, but quite sure that was who's got across for them. So now the Chooks with a bit of work to do as we come inside the final third of this match. They're down by 2. Attacking the line now. Studden, lovely cut-out pass. Well read, though, from both attacker and defender on that occasion. In the first place for Angel Barber to get down low enough to take it. An awkward pass out of acting half this time. Studden back against the grain, but just not finding their mark. And that kind of sums things up here for the Roosters. It's just been a little off.
Yeah, they've just been a fraction off. I think there's some really good signs for Roosters for this weekend because the attack's been so varied. Again, as I mentioned earlier, you've seen the dive, the pop back. Maddie Studden's had some really, really sharp long balls. Probably unlucky not to have a try so far. So, yeah, some good signs for Roosters, but they're probably a fraction off. Northern Beaches a little bit sharper and a little bit more run in the Northern Beaches outfit.
It's another penalty, and Maddie Studden, who's been a little bit frustrated, having a little chat to here from the referee. And I think she's either been forced subbed or completely sent to the bin. Yeah, she's gone all the way down the other end of the field. So Jason Stander, for those new to touch football, just explain what that means here.
Yeah, so generally it's actually a period of time rather than a forced sub. So it'll be 6 on 5 now, and generally it's 2 complete sets each. So she'll be off for a little while now, and Northern Beach is looking for the final blow here.
That's just frustration from Maddie Studden, but it could be a costly indiscretion here as the Northern Beaches keep charging forward. Good pressure in defence, though. In fact, great pressure there. Stepping up right in the face and forcing the turnover. I think it might have actually been Bella Slattery. In fact, no, it was Adelaide Sylvester who stepped up there nicely and forced the turnover.
Yeah, so how it works now with that sin bin is that it isn't a period of time. It's different from other sports. It's actually sets of 6, so you can sort of keep a bit of a mental count. Northern Beaches have had the ball once, and now Roosters will have the ball, there once, and then that's how it'll flow. It works off possessions, not off time. So this would be again, keep that mental count. This is the second set, or like the second possession for Northern Beaches with Maddie Studden still at the end of the field.
Now, if they can hold out here, won't have amounted to anything for the Northern Beaches, that extra player advantage. And in fact, they'll turn it over once again here. So Studden getting very close to joining in on the action. And there we go. She's back in. So she's managed to last things off, and they'll change it off here in terms of fresh player coming straight onto the field. So Studden back to the bench itself, not directly back into the action. So the Roosters now 10 metres into enemy territory. They head across here. Touch made from the link there in defence. That's Randall. They head back towards the middle once again. Nice quick roll ball. Little wraparound play coming too. Well, nicely worked. Floating the pass over the top. Now, has that been placed down with force on the ground? I think they are going to award that. It was touch and go for a moment, but they're on the board here, the Chooks.
Yeah, really good try for the Roosters there, and it's It's a little bit unfortunate, if you don't mind me saying, because Roosters should have only had 5 players there. It's 2 possessions each. The referee called back on the player one set too early, unfortunately. He might have lost count. And then now Roosters have got the try, so Northern Beaches coach Martin and Packy, they might be a little bit frustrated with the way that rolled out, but Roosters took advantage of it.
So 2-1 now. The Chooks back in this one with about 7 minutes to go. Great ball here at the line from Randall, hitting it really hard too, and they thought for all money they'd gone through, but a last-ditch effort to make the touch. They hang on for the meanwhile, the Chooks. They'll turn it back on the inside. Lovely quick release of the ball. Not quick enough though. Touch pass is called, and the Roosters live to fight another day here.
Yeah, and taking the opportunities, that's going to be very common throughout the whole tournament. You're not going to get, every 50-50 call. Things aren't going to always go your way with the ball down or the touch, those close calls. You just got to really try and stay calm and stay in your rhythm. So really got to take your opportunities when they come.
So turnover here from the Roosters inside the final 6 minutes at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. New South Wales State Cup for 2023. Game number 1. There's a whole heap to come your way. We'll be here until the early hours of the evening, around about 7 p.m. I think we wrap things up. Now play a little short side opportunity here. Now the Northern Beaches through Nathan, sending it wide. They'll finally get the full complement of players onto the field as Duff joins in on the action here on this left link position. Duff still an option. Eventually receives it now, very close to being a touch pass. They get the strike dump too. Here comes Duff. This is where she's dangerous. Turning it against the grain. Well read in defence and just a little bobble there. That was all the Chooks needed to shut it down.
Yeah, really good defence there, and you'll see a lot of that play. You mentioned, against the grain. So what that is, you're in that situation is they appeared as though they were going to go to the left or, the bottom of screen, sweeping around, and then they've gone back the opposite way, which often will say, you could say against the run of play or against the grain. So you'll see a lot of that throughout the course of the next 3 days.
So Iron stepping up now as Northern Beaches are caught right on halfway here. Now floated across, that one nearly behind the run there of Nathan, who gets a nice quick play the ball though. Now Hinwood, one of the try scorers so far for the Northern Beaches, popping in at acting half, supplies the ball here for Raff. Randall, Raff once more. Off that right foot, last play now for the Northern Beaches. Randall crabbing across. Raff promoting the football over the top, basketball style, but they converged on it very quickly and shut it down again. I must say, the Roosters' scramble defence has been excellent in this match, Stanto.
Yeah, their scramble's been really good. That's going to put them in good stead for the next 3 days. I think both teams through this, you can see them now substituting. It's not that smooth, and there's been a lot of drop ball around the midfield. Both these teams will have to really improve on that if they want to. If they want to test the teams like Manly and West on Sunday, they need to get a lot better through this midfield.
So Barber an option out wide here. The dummy instead comes in from Slattery, who tries to put the foot down, nearly burnt them on the outside. Good touch in the end from Hinwood. It had to be made, otherwise she was off for the prize, but that is the changeover now. So under 4 minutes to go. Roosters still needing a try and tie things up here.
See, and that's another error there off the mark, and these are those little things, the 1%ers we often refer to them as. You've got to get better at that. So I think that'll be the main takeaway for both these teams. We have to substitute better. We've got to control the ball better and really flow up and down the field.
So Squarko now plays it 8 metres away. Slattery with the world's biggest dummy fools absolutely nobody. Now Slattery again through Squarko here. Studden out there as well, so the big guns on deck for the Roosters. Oh, Studden just tried to find her link, but stepping up into the passing lane was Kate Ryan, and I think she had to make that play then.
Yeah, really good play there from Studden. I think at on that play she was trying to hit the link, which again's another variation. She's hit short ball, she's hit long, now she's going to the link. She's really asking lots of questions.
Let's see if she has a few more questions up her sleeves, and if the Northern Beaches have any answers. They do on this occasion. They make the touch. It's probably the one spot on the field where we're seeing a little bit of dirt pop up already. So they'll float it out here through Bresnahan. Bresnahan again. Floating cutout pass, but not too much in the way of rapidness about it. It was easy work there for the Northern Beaches, but another set to work with now for the Chooks. 2.5 to go. Roosters trail by 1. Studden through the middle. The architect potentially of the Beach's demise. They'll dive from distance. Touches made. No, they never got back behind the line, according to the referee. We're all squared up, Jason Stanton, with 2 minutes to go.
And that's the experience you're seeing from the Roosters. They haven't really been in this game, James, at all for 28 minutes. But as soon as they had that opportunity, and they stole that first try, they had 2 penalties there back-to-back. And when you give experienced players the ball, they're going to make you pay. And Northern Beaches now, they've got just under 2 minutes here to try and get the result they probably deserve, but it's 2-2.
Sylvester there with the try, Adelaide Sylvester. The Northern Beaches now with just over a minute and a half won't be able to launch a raid here. Instead, they'll turn over possession quite meekly to the Roosters. So this will probably be the Chooks' last chance. They've got to throw everything, including the kitchen sink. Maybe a couple of butcher's knives as well at this Beaches defensive line. Into enemy territory they come now. The little dummy pops out. Nice quick play the ball. They've wrapped around nicely. There's a bit of momentum about the play here, but Kennard throws it straight on the ground. Well, that is not what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, a bit of a lost opportunity there, because you saw Amanda Squarco and Maddie Studden substitute on, and they would have loved to have a crack at Northern Beaches to try and steal the game with that in this last minute.
They might still get one chance here. I reckon they'll get 3, maybe 4 plays. They're working pretty quickly through their set here, the Northern Beaches, but at the moment, they're in prime real estate themselves. Last play now, cut-out pass, well read in the end, though, from Angel Barber, who has made some terrific reads in this match.
Yeah, it definitely been a real good feature of this first game. The defence, the scramble, you mentioned it earlier. I think both coaches will be really happy with the effort and the scramble from both teams.
They nearly left that one behind, but with 30 seconds to go, this is the Chooks' last chance at the Northern Beaches line. They stepped up pretty quickly there. Now, I'm pretty sure she might have actually been offside on that occasion there, Saldern, but play on is the call. Here come the Roosters now. Lovely pass over the top. That was the right play, just a little too far out in front, so 10 seconds here. They've just got to throw caution to the wind now, the Northern Beaches. Still looking for that subset, though. Do they know how much time is remaining? They'll get one opportunity now. It's been a turnover-a-thon at times in this match. Here come the Roosters over the top. They put the foot down, running out of room. 2-2 at full time. It's an interesting one to start with. No particular result. It will finish as a draw, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, ended up probably being a fair result. Look, I thought Northern Beaches had the better of the game, but ultimately both teams were very scrappy, particularly around that midfield. And while the defence was really impressive, I think overall, like the drive and that attack coming through the midfield would need to be a lot better for both teams.
So an interesting opening here. First match of the 2023 New South Wales State Cup in beautiful Port Macquarie. We'll take a very short break, but up next at 8:35, it's Canterbury taking on Wallsend in the Women's Open Division.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends. We go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callum Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team and maybe one day going to a State Cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done and look forward to it one day.
Paul?
Welcome back here to beautiful Port Macquarie Regional Stadium, the New South Wales State Cup for Touch Football 2023. Game 1 is run and done. A 2-2 draw between the Northern Beaches and the Eastern Suburbs Roosters. If you're just joining us, James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action here for game number 2. Still in the Women's Open Division, Canterbury taking on Wallsend. Some great players across both sides. One that immediately stands out to me, Jason Stanton, Logan Flanagan, who's been in fine form for 2 or 3 seasons now.
Yeah, so there's class right across the board for both these teams, and it'll be interesting with this Wallsend team. The Central Coast is really becoming a powerhouse in touch, with the team like Newcastle, Central Coast, Wallsend, Beresfield. There's lots of class there, Dawson. So it'll be interesting to see how this Wallsend matches up against a very strong Canterbury outfit.
And, of course, another player to watch here in terms of the Wallsend outfit is Harley Chippendale, who just continues to dominate at every level she plays. Has this graceful, long-striding glide about her. And another up-and-comer who is certainly one to watch for Canterbury, number 22, Sailor Perrott. Very, very quick customer. If there's one thing we can't substitute, Jason Stanton, what is it?
Speed.
That's the one. Full marks for you. You get the gold star.
Yeah, I always say that, especially when I'm not fast. You can't go into the shop and buy a packet of speed or experience as well. I like to roll both out, James.
James Roberts would disagree on that last statement, but here we go. Ready to get underway with about 30 minutes on the clock. Of course, no half-time breaks. The two sides simply changing ends when a try is scored. Tap off, ready to get underway here. Wallsend with first use of the ball up against Canterbury. There is the siren. And Wallsend are off and running. Flat pass here as they step up to make the touch. Good speed about things so far here from the Wallsend outfit.
Yeah, Canterbury quite active, really jumping up. That'll be the way they'll play this whole 30 minutes. Really active in defence, really trying to meet Wallsend.
Chippendale, you can just see there, skipping across field so easily with those long striding legs. No opportunity to link up on that occasion, but really does stand out with that running style. But no early pressure here really against Canterbury. They didn't ask too many questions, and now the Dogs themselves can work it away from their own end up towards halfway. Nice little cutout ball here. Bissett joining in on the action. Couple of dummies supplied. Touch comes in. Nice roll-on effect here from Canterbury. They'll play it nice and quickly. This is a really good set so far. They've got them backpedaling. Out comes the cutout pass. Had they hit link there with Bissett, I think she goes through untouched. But good signs early on here for Canterbury.
Yeah, really good start there. One of the things that's super interesting that I love to see there from the Canterbury outfit is you'll notice that they didn't substitute. Is that they just marched right down the middle of the field, and that's a good change-up. A lot of the teams will be substituting every set of 6 due to the heat and the length of the tournament. And Canterbury on that occasion didn't substitute, caught Wallsend off guard, and it almost resulted in a try. Really.
Well, we talk so much about playing eyes-up footy and heads-up footy, and I think that's a great example of it. Too often we fall back into the routines, the set plays, if you will, which, when it comes to touch footy, is largely the subset itself. So good to see a little variation here as Wallsend go on the attack. And once again, we've seen a little bit so far across the first match, now this one, just losing track of the touch count here.
Yeah, I think that's. I think we mentioned it in the previous game. Little bit of nerves, a lot of excitement up here at Port Macquarie, and often in the early stages of the game, you get the odd error like you've seen there, and it takes a little bit of time to get into the rhythm.
So a change over there, the error from Sailor Perrott. So they head to this right-hand side of the field looking to get those fresh players on, and they'll bounce up and down off those feet just to slow the play the ball down a little bit. Now the full complement is out there, so they'll look to work closer and closer towards this try line, slowing things down. Hopping in now to receive it, and that number 17 is Stevens. Stevens having a crack at them, found some support back through the middle there. Stevens once more. Setting it here for Dawson. Stevens again. Shifting now for Baxter. Baxter putting the foot down. Oh, just trying to link up, but Botham didn't quite read that one. She kind of ran out of room, actually.
Yeah, it was a good set from Wallsend. They don't seem too overawed, James, but, sort of coming up against the might of the Bulldogs here. So, yeah, that's some really good signs there for Wallsend. They're not too worried. They're going to take it to Canterbury here.
So up towards halfway they come. Nearly overstepping the mark, but they'll play it now. So Emerson Beck, she's out there now for Canterbury. As the run comes in here from Phillips. Good meters from Phillips. Last play now, still there in support. They'll try and put the foot down. Well read, though, from Stevens. Makes the touch. She's had a nice little start here, Stevens.
Yeah, really good start there. Canterbury, for those that were following it, Canterbury a little bit unlucky in the Sydney Championships in their semi-final against West. And but they did have a strong season, so they'll be looking to build off that, and they really want to be in that, again, want to be there in the last game on Sunday.
So up over halfway they come now. Chippendale receives it. This is where the danger can happen. Chippendale puts the foot down. Oh, chip off the old block. Terrific from Zali Chippendale. I mentioned she's got those long striding legs. She just glides across the surface way too quick. She only needed half an opportunity. They sat on their heels and off she went.
I didn't think there was much of a gap there for Chippendale. You mentioned her earlier. It just came out of nothing. Just almost like a half step from the Canterbury defender, and Chippendale said, "Thank you very much. That's all I need." 1-0 Wallsend.
Well, we've got the official after party back after many years at Panthers on Sunday night. If she can move on the dance floor like she can on the footy field, we're in for quite a treat from Zali Chippendale. It's a nice step now from Canterbury. Quick strike up as well. Flanagan at the line. Flanagan draw pass, and they get there through to Lula Kirk. We're all locked up. It didn't last very long at all. One try apiece.
Yeah, really good sign there from Canterbury not to get flustered when Wallsend got the first try. They were nice and calm. They rolled down, executed their play, scored the try, 1-1. I'm sure Coach Pete Forrester there and Louise Winchester down in the box, they'll be really happy with the hit back, because that's a really good sort of sign for a team not to get too worried when they let the first try in.
So it took us a good near 20 minutes to get this much action in game number one, but after 5, it's one try apiece. So Wallsend now on the attack again. Stevens is out there, certainly one to watch. Now it comes through Heidi Richards. Richards linking up again here, trying to step back against the grain. Well watched in defence though, and they turn it away. It's good stuff so far from both sides here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, it's a higher standard game, I suppose, than what we saw earlier, but that could be a result of the dew drying up a little bit. Canterbury's got an error there. Tandek's not too happy about the whole thing, but Wallsend will have the ball and really good field position here.
So Wallsend around about 15 metres away. Good pressure stepping up there. Strong charge from Stephanie Cummins. And she has ultimately produced a turnover here for her side. So that's nice work from Cummins.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many turnovers. Both teams have had really good ball control. And that's why we're seeing quite a speedy game here.
So Cummins up over halfway now. Wonderful roll on here that Canterbury have established. Plenty of momentum about this set. Perrott now, one of those speedsters. She joins the action. Now come back to that 7 metre mark and even deeper still, continuing to crab across field. Now comes the play the ball. Last one here for Perrott. Perrott fires it over the top. They nearly caught them out, and they've just managed to spill the ball directly on where I can now confirm a rabbit has dug a giant hole in the field. So that's only happened in the last 2 days. If you look at the surface, it's immaculate otherwise. So I can tell you now, the rifle is out. It's hunting season, Stanto.
Rabbit stew for everyone tonight, mate.
Mate, with the cost of living crisis, I am all about it. Cook up some rabbit.
What's your favourite, rabbit stew or you want to go rabbit pie?
I've never had rabbit, so I don't know how much I'm actually keen on it. So yeah, Cummins leaves that one behind, and possession very much like the rabbit, probably at the end of its days.
Yeah, it was a little bit of lost opportunity there for Canterbury, because they had the full set of 6 after the penalty, but they weren't able to execute on that occasion.
Speaking of a lack of execution, they thought there was an extra person out wide there, but no supporting player. It went straight to ground. So after a bit of a frenetic 5 or so minutes, Now the two sides have to reset themselves and recalibrate. So touch comes in here. Flicked on from Tallulah Kirk, the only try scorer so far for Canterbury. Now back for Logan Flanagan once more. Touch is made. Flanagan again operating through the middle, trying to find an offside marker. None forthcoming. Back to that 7 metre mark she'll go. Last play, and they don't have a strike dump to work with here. So they'll potentially go to that left-hand side. Instead, operating down the short side. Fooled a few defenders initially, but they recovered very quickly there, the Wallsend side.
Yeah, really good defence there from Wallsend. Canterbury, I know the score's only 1-1, but I really like the way Canterbury are driving down the middle, not substituting as much, and I think that's it's almost like a bit of a retro style of touch, but I think that's going to serve them well if they can continue with that.
Good run there from Matilda Jones, really allows them to get a bit of a move on here, and they just can't capitalise off the play immediately following that runs from Jones. So instead, ball hits the deck. About 9 minutes gone, we're still tied at 1 try apiece. It's very even across both sides of the ball. Two sides really marking up well in defence, but also asking a few questions of one another.
Yeah, Wallsend particularly impressive. I think it's Natalie Little's the coach, and it's clear they've done a lot of hard work to be able to come here and, without playing, that Sydney champs, like roll in and really ask some questions of these city teams.
So for a moment there, I thought they were going to say play through, and they will, because there's no advantage, so they'll get an extra set to work with here, Canterbury. Certainly music to the ears here, so full 6 touches to come. Wallsend under pressure here. They'll charge them once again, trying to squeeze all the way through, but well watched from the inside. A diving touch made there from Estelle Nicholas. Back to the 7 metre mark they go. First receiver here for the Dogs is Thorne. Thorne plays it 8 away now. Cummins, late release there, nearly too late. They keep promoting the footy. Beautiful tip on play. And there is Mia Enright Bullock, who bullocks over the try line. A second one here for Canterbury.
Yeah, outstanding play from the Dogs. Sometimes those little subtle things might be not obvious, but what Canterbury did there, which was really impressive, was after they ran the play to the bottom of the screen, they rolled straight into the next play, to the left side of the attack or to the top of the screen. So Wallsend didn't really have a chance to set, and Canterbury didn't slow it down with that static play. They rolled straight into it, and really good signs there for Canterbury.
So Canterbury 2-1, but now Wallsend on the attack again. Chippendale once more. Put the foot down and the dummy. She's such a clever operator. You might even call her a smooth operator. It's a second try here for Zali Chippendale.
Wow. What speed. What a player. I'm actually surprised Canterbury aren't just shutting her down and making her pass the ball, because her speed is next level. And I'm glad I wasn't out there. I don't know if I'd touch her if I had a long stick with me to reach out. She's fast. She's lightning. Chippendale, one to watch.
Love to see a foot race between her and Perrott, maybe even this one right now. Logan Flanagan, of course, scored that famous intercept try at State of Origin a couple of years ago. A touch is made on this occasion here from Botham. So they'll turn them back to that 7 metre mark. Floating once more to the middle. Through Tandek. Tandek again, stepping off the right foot. Tandek floating wide. What a ball from Claire Tandek. Did they get there in time? I don't think so. That's going to be a Canterbury try. A wonderful ball from Claire Tandek. They've called it 4 though, Stanto. You're on it. Yeah, it was line ball for me. I think you're probably right, but very close.
Yeah, that could have gone either way, and it's a really good play from Tandek. She's really impressive. We mentioned the last game about holding the ball in 2 hands and giving yourself options short and long, and she's definitely a player that's able to do that. But just back to Chippendale with their speed, it's not an easy thing to do, to run top speed, holding the ball out in front the way she does. That's a really difficult skill.
Well, I was going to say, Stano, it's not just the speed, it's the cleverness about the way she utilises it. Just asking questions of the defensive line every time she's got the ball allows her the opportunity to either pass or just put the foot down.
Yeah, generally what the defender will do is if they see the ball tucked under your arm, they'll generally come in because they know you're not in a position to pass it. But what Chippendale did well is that she's able to run, holding the ball out in front, throwing dummies, but still running that speed. And that's, for our young players watching out there, that's a really good thing to work on. Is, when you're doing your sprints, maybe hold the ball when you're at training doing your sprints, because it serves you well when you get into these big games.
So turnover here because Canterbury had 7 players on the field just as they were coming up into enemy territory, which now means easy possession here for Wallsend. They floated on pretty quickly through Matilda Jones, and now Chippendale again. Well, she's tried it 3 times, scored twice, and was nearly off for the prize once again. Such a dangerous customer, Zali Chippendale, who just grows with every single tournament she plays. She's becoming a real weapon at every level. Chippendale, an option once again through the middle. Here she is. It's a hat-trick for Zali Chippendale. Goodness me. She's in a class of her own.
Yeah, showing a complete set of skills there. Not only is she good with the ball in hand, but on that occasion she put herself in a great position. She supported the ball carrier and showing that she's got the full repertoire, James. The full repertoire there, Chippendale again.
Yeah, wonderful support play from Zali Chippendale. Well discovered as well from the work there of the Wallsend side, and now they hit the front. So looking quite good at this stage, midway through the contest. Tandek is out there though, as is Flanagan. So they've got some of their big guns out there at the moment. Flanagan taking a crack at them. Touch is made though from Wallsend.
Yeah, solid scramble there from Wallsend, and Tandek again, you know, being the maestro here for this Canterbury attack. She's been really strong in this first game, Tandek.
So Law unable to find Tandek back on the inside. Wasn't one that was really on the cards though. Tandek very much holding the width instead. So changeover here for Wallsend. Halfway through this match, it's been a good contest so far. 3-2 in favour of Wallsend. All 3 tries coming through the number 11, Zali Chippendale. It's been absolutely on fire. That, however, was like a wet blanket was thrown over that play. And there is the changeover now for Canterbury. But I must say, we have started to see, as you mentioned, Jason Stanton, some of those errors disappearing largely from proceedings as this match has gone on.
Yeah, it's really interesting, you know, regardless of this result, what this means for the whole women's division, because Wallsend have stepped up.
Tandek finding support, and then they promote the ball very quickly here through the arms of Phillips. And they've scored this one here. So try confirmed, 3 apiece at Port Macquarie Regional Sports Stadium.
Yeah, Canterbury aren't going to go away because they've got class right across the board. And I mentioned, you know, like Wallsend, you know, sort of coming up here to Port Macquarie, you'd be thinking, you know, Canterbury and Manly and West, and, you know, these are going to be the strong teams. But Wallsend stepping up here really throws a spanner in the works in this whole women's competition, and I think they're really putting a lot of teams on notice by this performance.
And it's a really good start to proceedings here from Wallsend as Stevens is out there. So is Chippendale, the hop, the skip away. Again she goes. They're claiming the touches there. I think that was indeed made, but such a close run thing. It's the little hop and the skip. Just puts them off. She's got literally all the tricks in the book. Chippendale again. Looking both ways. This time can't conjure up a miracle. Thorne steps out to meet her. Makes the touch. It's 3 tries apiece. This one on a knife's edge, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, the attack of both teams has been really strong, James. You don't always see that in some of these early games, but this is really entertaining. We're only 15, 16 minutes in and 6 tries. It's a really, really entertaining match here in the women's division.
So Cummins picks it up now on the last. Cummins at the line, floating a ball over the top. Was it touched in flight? I think it was. They'll get another set here. No try for Andy Law, but another 6 touches to work with. And Tandek running back out there now for them. So she, of course, one of their key playmakers, and the other one is about to join her. That's Logan Flanagan also into the action now. Tandek supplies a pass. Now hops in and acting half. They'll dive from distance. They just got there in time, but they were offside overall. So another set to come. Trying to burrow through that rabbit hole on that occasion. Law out now for Tandek. Flanagan there in support. Last one now, it looks like, for Flanagan. Flanagan pops a little pass here. No passage opening up. They'll get another set to work with.
Yeah, the Flanagan and Tandek, I can't speak highly enough for how quickly they're setting up their plays. You can see here again, no delay, straight into it, asking questions, wing a try.
And Tandek finds it right on the money. Canterbury are back in front, 4-3. So that's been a rapid change of fortunes there. 2 straight tries. Otherwise, they've been trading try for try throughout proceedings. And they just put a little bit of pressure on here with about 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, really good play there from Canterbury. And I can't speak highly enough for that class, because a lot of teams will slow it down and they talk about what move they're going to run when they're on the line. But Canterbury are just straight into it. And it's really hard to defend when a team does that to you. You know, like, you don't get time to set. You don't get time to say, oh, can you take her? And, you know, I'm going to shut down, I'm going to stay out. Canterbury just straight into it there. Very difficult for the defence.
So they'll make this touch now, and Foster rolls it right on that 7-metre mark. Foster back through the middle. It's a try gone begging. Well, Foster did all the hard work. It wasn't the most difficult of passes to take, but perhaps just caught Dawson off guard.
Yeah, they actually had the Canterbury defence beat everywhere there. If she hit the winger, it would have been a try. The trail was a try. Canterbury were all over the shop. They didn't read that play at all. So great work there by Wallsend. They've got another 10, 11 minutes, so they need to stay patient as well here, James. They're still in this game.
Absolutely still in this one. As Canterbury come into enemy territory now. Maddie Mitchell, Sailor Perrott now. Perrott puts the foot down. Was that a touch pass? It won't matter. It's hit the deck, but as I mentioned, Jason Stanton, there's the speed on display this time from Sailor Perrott. Another one that can certainly motor.
Yeah, there's speed right across the board, and the standard of this game is next level. This is really going to put the whole competition on notice. Canterbury are looking sharp. Wallsend are looking sharp. Manly and West might have their work cut out for them this weekend.
Not on this occasion, though. One left behind, so just under 11 minutes to go here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. And Canterbury with field position here, about 30 away from the try line. Touches made. Just losing footing there for a moment was Cummins, but she's back on deck now. Little dummy comes in. Caught midway through the set and middle of the field. Emerson Beck. Cummins now floats it across once more here for Thorne. Thorne recycling the footy, keeping alive. Now Flanagan straightens up and gets the strike dump. Here's Cummins. Flanagan, Cummins again. Well watched in defence there from Wallsend. They had to make that touch. Last one now for Flanagan. The dummy comes in. That's great defence from Wallsend.
Yeah, the scramble there is a really good skill, and again, sometimes that's hard to coach. So that's just really, a lot of that comes down to effort, communication, talk, and really being intense in defence as well as attack.
That one rolled back, and then momentum continued here from Wallsend. No one in support initially, but now they arrive late in the piece. Last play here. They won't have a strike dump to work with. They'll continue to try and promote it out to that left-hand side, and the recycling comes about. But good up and in pressure here from Canterbury. They see off the threat. About 9.5 remaining. They're still in pole position here. They just have to complete their sets and go about their policies.
Yeah, it's really good to see the attack being so expansive from both teams. Here we go, Tandek again. She's really hard to contain.
So Tandek out there, hopping out of acting half now on the last play. Tandek, beautiful work from Tandek. Good touch made, though, in the end there from Botham. And it had to be made. It was a 2-on-1 situation, and she read it beautifully.
Yeah, Botham's been a real thorn in the side of Canterbury. She's been saving tries all game. Botham, great play out there to stop what looked to be a certain try again on the back of Tandek.
So a little dummy comes in there, and now they work it from about 10 metres shy of that halfway line. Eventually it rolled just on halfway. Now Chippendale's out there again. She'll have a little scoot on the last. Chippendale floats a pass over the top. They put the foot down. They're away here. Wallsend are in. Straight time through Alkira Johnston. They're on the board again. We're locked up once more at Port Macquarie.
Chippendale, can anyone stop her? Now we've got the pass. So we saw the speed. We saw the dummies. We saw the support play. Now we're seeing long balls. What's going on here, James? Chippendale versus the Dogs.
Well, I thought she had a chance there to just scoot herself. Knowing the pace she does possess, it opened up a little bit, and I think that's what Canterbury themselves were concerned about. They then jammed in on her, and all of a sudden there was an open passage for Alkira Johnston. So 4 tries apiece, less than 8 minutes to go, and it could be the Tandek v Chippendale show to close things out.
Yeah, wow, what a game. Here we go, Canterbury again. See, there's no setup here. They're straight into it. Good chance for Flanagan.
Good touch made back on the inside, though, from Stevens, who's been really strong as well for Wallsend. But they'll get another set to work with here as the reinforcements arrive. It's Andy Law back into the action in the number 1 jumper. Flanagan touches it. She'll roll it now. Flanagan again with the dummy. Such a versatile player too, Logan Flanagan. She's played wing, link and middle at these high levels. Not too many can say they've done that.
Yeah, she has a lot of time with the ball too. She's nice and, really, really calm and assesses her defence and executes her play.
So Cummins now brings it to the line, pops a little pass. They'll play it inside the 7. You don't see that too often. Nowhere to go on this occasion though. Now back to Cummins once more. Wants that strike done. Works it this time around. Good little release. Law to the line. Beautiful pass. Sailor Perrott is on the spot. Forget Sailor Moon. It's all about Sailor Perrott, who goes into the harbour for another try.
Andy Law, the way she straightened up late there, James, if you can catch if you can scroll back or have a look, she was sort of running on an angle, then just leaned back in to make that link defender bite in, and then the short ball, and that was just class right across the board there from Andy Law.
So now a bit of pressure here for Wallsend, and as a result they've responded with Chippendale back on deck. She's in that right link position at the moment. And they'll come this way. Chippendale gets an awkward pass out in front of her. The pressure was there too from Canterbury. So 5-4 in favour of the Bulldogs here. Tandek, nice little angled run to get away from the first attempt. Now Perrott gets involved. Tandek, they keep the momentum flowing here. Geez, they've been strong working away from their own end throughout this match, Canterbury. Perrott turns it back into the inside. And now Tandek still in support there. Hops in at acting half on the last. Tandek here, floating a cut-out pass. Well read, though, from Botham again.
Again, you saw Canterbury there not substitute and choose to stay on the field and play right down the middle and very direct. And that's in contrast to Wallsend style here, where you see them substituting off towards top of the screen. So it's a real battle of almost like two different philosophies here in this game.
And it's not a good sight here as well for Ava Foster. She's hit the deck pretty rapidly, immediately clutching at the knee. Hopefully that's not what we might initially be thinking it is. Getting back to her feet now. But our thoughts are with Ava Foster, and it doesn't look great at the moment for her, but both sides have just thrown everything at each other in this match. It's been a real good contest.
She wasn't able to stand up there, which is not a good sign. I think it could be a knee rather than an ankle, which is not ideal. Normally you would hobble off if you had an ankle injury, but she had to be carried off, so that unfortunately that looks like it could be a knee.
Yeah, hopefully it's nothing too serious as someone who themselves has had 4 ACL reconstructions. Stanto, I know all about it. So they'll float it back to this right-hand side of the field. Now the touch is made. They wrap around here, Wallsend, and start to accelerate just a little bit. Initial touch made, though. They'll go back onto the mark. Jones grabbing across field. Last play now. A little bit of a static start from them. And as a result, easy pickings for the Dogs.
Yeah, they handled that very well. How'd you have 4 ACLs? Was that 4 operations at the same time? They kept getting it wrong. Do it again.
No. So I've actually torn it 4 times. I've had 3 operations so far. I need another 2 on the left because I've run out of bone to actually put the hamstring graft on. So my playing days have been done and dusted for some time, unfortunately. I'm stupid enough to still try and make a comeback. So I'll see you here in about 2 years. But now Flanagan works it through. Well played out here from Wallsend. They knock it down.
Tandek and Flanagan really combine well, continue to ask questions.
So Tandek to play it here. Flanagan on a hip as well. Flanagan floats it out to that right-hand side. Andy Law off the right foot, opening up half a gap. And for a moment, I thought she'd beat them all. Yes, she has. Andy Law, a law unto herself. And she gets another try here. 6-4 in favour of Canterbury.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Andy Law, to be honest with you, but wow, she has some skill. I think, again, if some of those more fancy teams are watching this game, I think they'd be getting a little bit nervous. 10 tries. 10 tries. What an entertaining match here.
And we can't say the defence has been poor either. It's just been exceptional attack from both outfits. They've asked so many questions. As Wallsend now certainly looking to ask another one here. They've got a bit of room to make, should I say a bit of ground to make up as the dummy comes out here from Chloe Allen. Last play now, 7 metres away. Allen once more with ball in hand. Has the little dummy nearly fooled them all. They'll get another set to work with here. I don't think Tandek was onside, and she's the one who came through just at the death.
Yeah, Wallsend perhaps a bit unlucky. Sometimes the referee will give that as a playthrough try, but on that occasion, he went with the penalty.
Stevens has also hit the deck hard here too. Just having a little look as well on the sideline at Ava Foster. Still not looking 100% here. The boots have come off too, and she doesn't seem to be tracking too well, so hopefully she's all right. Stevens floats it out now. Good touch made from Cummins. Stevens back to that right-hand side. They'll slow things down here and now look to build. Stevens again at pace, trying to turn it back against the grain, but far too much distance there. When you do those kind of plays, you've got to be in pretty close proximity for it to come off. Speaking of coming off, they've lost a player midway through this count. They're all backtracking, and there is the changeover. That's probably their poorest set so far.
Yeah, there's a bit of an anomaly there, and we spoke about Coach Natalie Little and how strong Wallsend are looking, but a bit of a shout out as well to the Canterbury coaches, Peter Forrester, Louise Winchester. I really like the style of play they've got here, and I'd be happy if I was a coach for either of these teams, because I think this has been a really strong start to the tournament for both of them. It's a real semi-final feel about this game, James.
Yeah, both sides certainly up to the task as Perrott has the little stutter step and now takes off. All good ball back on the inside. They opened up a bit of play there for Emerson Beck. That will be the changeover. So 1 minute remaining. It's pretty much unfathomable that Canterbury can lose out on the points here. 2 tries to make up with ultimately not enough time. I doubt we'll see too much more from the likes of Zali Chippendale. She is still out there in that left wing position, so maybe one final hurrah for her. They drive up through the middle here, 35 seconds on the clock. Last play now here, and there is the turnover. So Canterbury will claim victory here in Game 2 of Day 1 at the New South Wales State Cup for 2023, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, they've really had to work for it. Wallsend have really asked a lot of questions of Canterbury, and I don't think they would have been expecting to use so much of their juice or their gas in this first game, but Wallsend have made them earn it. And as I mentioned, I think Canterbury coaching staff there, Peter and Louise, they'll be really happy with the performance here, because Wallsend could have grabbed it.
Well, there is the full-time siren all wrapped up here. Game 2, Day 1, the Women's Open Division. Zali Chippendale Masterclass, still not enough for Wallsend to claim victory at full time. It's 6-4 in favour of the Dogs. Certainly one of the contenders for this tournament. Up next, we are still in the Women's Open Division. It'll be the Hills outfit taking on the Central Coast. All the action to come your way at 9:10.
Fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved them. Turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Feen, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies, and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure. But let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me a
give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here. Obviously not just men either. The girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pat Kane are very good friends and go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team. And they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well. And the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressive with it. How professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callan Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and also gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, well, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had...
Welcome back here to beautiful Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Game on here between the Hills Hornets and Central Coast. It is Hills with first use of the ball as they go on the attack here. This should be an absolute cracking fixture through the middle of the field. Now they'll change the angles a few times, and now a nice little wraparound opportunity here. Lots of variation in this first set. The cutout pass comes. Central Coast already being asked plenty of questions here by the Hornets, who are looking to sting. They're about 10 metres away now. They'll play the ball. 8 away. They continue inside that 7-metre mark. Great effort there in defence, but it won't be enough to get the touch in. Maggie O'Reilly goes in, and what a frenetic opening to this one. Carly Banks is on the spot. A very good morning to you. It's all happening within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is always going to be a cracking contest between these two evenly matched sides, and great start from Hills Hornets off their tap play, and then they came back with an outball, and Sophie Williams dotted down to give them the early ascendancy here, James.
Yeah, great finish there from Williams. Lovely lead-up play there from Maggie O'Reilly, and there's already work to do here for the Central Coast outfit, so lots of pressure on that scoreboard from the opening whistle here. Lovely little release, and that was working nicely for them. If Corbett could have linked up with her wing, they would have been in themselves.
Yeah, the Central Coast have fortified this lineup that they've got. Maddie Drew is a welcoming inclusion. She's based out at Dubbo these days, but got down to sort of Central Coast to qualify, and New South Wales mixed open representative and Australian women's open player. So keep your eye on number 1 for the Central Coast, Maddie Drew. She's an excellent addition to this side for Central Coast.
So last play here for the Hornets turned away. Change over to come. So Central Coast now 10 shy of that halfway line. Rapid start here from the Hornets, but Central Coast, we certainly know, are no mugs when it comes to touch footy. They're strong across the park, no matter what division it is. So into the fold now comes Trisley. And now Langbridge. Langbridge again receiving it back. Stopping on a dime. Looking for that strike dump. Trisley for Langbridge, and then big contact too, incidental, and it's winded her.
Yeah, Taryn Love just copping one there. Hopefully she's all right. Gets up. It was no malice intended, obviously, James. Just coming in a decent shutdown there, but Might have some of these NRLW scouts out there after a hit like that. So, but she's great to see her on her feet. And, nice set there from Central Coast, but handled well defensively from Hills.
Yeah, well, no love lost for Taryn Love there. Still looking to get the breath back, but Hills Hornets now working away from their own end. It's been a real rapid start about their play so far. Everybody switched on. The early morning dew has gone off the field too, so should make for great handling and a lot of expansive play from both sides as the Hornets come up over halfway now. Nice momentum about this set again. They managed to promote the footy here just in time, but they couldn't get away there through Bloomfield. Central Coast also just warming up to the task now after a bit of a cagey opening from them.
Yeah, no, it's going to be this real war of attrition in this midfield, and both teams seem very up for this, James, which means we're going to have a pretty enthralling contest.
So here's Hughes and now Mooney. Hughes once more through the middle, playing it nice and quickly. Mooney on the last now, short ball and then wrapping around. Hughes doing a beautiful piece of work here. They just get the touch in time. Geez, that was very close though.
Yeah, nice sharp ball movement there from Central Coast. Nice little wrap-around plays. Really stretched the Hills defence, but they were up to the task on that occasion. Forcing the error.
So Central Coast will get another good opportunity in prime real estate here against the Hills Hornets. It's Hughes who floats it once more to the middle. Mooney on that right-hand side. She'll instead head back toward the middle here through the run of Stoddard. Hughes receives it once again. Stoddard playing it. Hughes flat pass. Mooney has a crack at them. Goes all the way through. Gets the ball down. It's a full moon, baby. Mooney is in. One try apiece.
Yeah, excellent piece of work there. Nice little sweeper play. Ainsley Hughes recently married. It's obviously agree with her. Heavily involved there in that try, and nice start there. Nice hit back from the Central Coast.
This is why we bring you in, Carly Banks. You know all the goss. We don't need to rely on Cleo magazine.
I'm all
it's
over it.
Carly magazine. So here come the Hornets now with level peggings, one try apiece. About 8 metres away. On the attack once more here through Waiaria Ellis. She's turned away. Ellis once again here. Interesting little fashion selection there between the orange and green boots. Ellis now rolls it back. Lovely cut-out pass. What a ball that is for the Hornets, who certainly sting here. It's high fives all round. A ripping pass, and they're back in front.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play there from the Hills Hornets. The Central Coast spacings were a little off on that 4-on-3 platform, and it was a really nice left to right long ball. She winds up and just goes crack, and that's a fantastic effort from the Hills, and this seesawing contest continues, James. 2-1 to the Hills.
Yeah, try time there for Jade Pond. Swimmingly good effort. And they're about 5 metres into enemy territory now. They'll roll it once again here. Central Coast. Been behind the 8 ball from the get-go. Managed to get themselves back onto level peggings last time they were down this way. Good ball again, and it was building nicely for them. Yeah, just left behind at the death, though.
Yeah, nice little connection there between Amy Regal and Maddie Drew. They've honed that over many years at the Central Coast, and it's good to see Amy Regal back in this Premier League sort of company, because she's going to be one player who's super experienced and will really steady the ship for the Central Coast.
So the Hornets now up over halfway, turned back towards that right-hand side and finding good metres too, and now they can really take off. Well tracked in defence though in the end there from Regal.
Yeah, fantastic decision there from the referee. Never made the 7, and this will be an interesting repeat set here for the Hills. It's their first repeat set, so let's see how judicious they can be with the use of the footy.
So once again having a crack at them, the long floating cut-out pass. I think they just got hands in time yet. Good diving effort in the end there from Bauer. Back to the 7 they come now, the Hornets. They've floated here through Donkin. Donkin promoting the footy. They're straighten up now with O'Reilly. O'Reilly again diving from distance. Another crucial try-saving touch coming from the Central Coast.
Yeah, but Maggie O'Reilly, what a weapon she is. She's capable of turning the game in a blink of an eye, and she's a mainstay for this Hills attack.
Well, here she is again as an option. This time they cut her out, and it nearly fooled them all. Fingertips, the difference between potentially a third try and what we've just seen there, which is the changeover.
Yeah, not much wrong there from Grace Carpenter with that option. Just a few too many wheat bix this morning with the strength of that pass. But she'll go back to that well later on, and that was quite impressive, but well handled again from the Central Coast. This is a very absorbing contest, James.
How many do you do, Banksy?
Oh, mate, about 4 or 5. Now I'm training back every day, doing my thing.
Look at you go, and look at the Central Coast go here as well. Nearly all the way through. Little touch in the air, though, and they're going to call that touch pass. That was eagle-eyed work here from the officials. So there is the changeover. Already about 8 minutes gone. This one has gone along very quickly. We talked about the quality of the previous contest. Well, this one is also living up to the hype.
Yeah. Opening game, of the tournament is a massive one for everyone. Obviously, it goes without saying, but you get off to a flyer, you sort of set the tone for the rest of your tournament. So it's a really important one for all the teams.
Well, here comes Ellis working nicely, opening up a passage. They just couldn't find that final pass, though. Little astray of the winger.
Yeah, we've had 2 cheap turnovers there, James, from either team. So it's really, really important that they get to the other end, not necessarily score, but just make sure they get their completion. And that little piggyback will definitely help the Central Coast advance their cause down the field and give themselves a chance to, if they can't score, just leave the ball down the other end and build a little bit of pressure on this very talented Hills side that's been one of the big improvers, in women's touch over the last couple of years in New South Wales.
Well, Taryn Lover's got a target on her today. She's already been hammered once and winded, and on that occasion there was contact there, and she's now clutching at the mouth. I think there's a bit of blood there from an incidental head knock.
She's a tough girl, Taryn. She'll be right.
She's going to need to be, based on how things have started here. Nice little touch made there from Ellis. Turning away the Central Coast. Back to that 7-metre mark they come. Little ball released here for Stoddard. Stoddard now back to Grant. Grant can't find a way through. There's the changeover. So they're asking a few questions here, the Central Coast.
Yeah, that could be a very costly error there from the Hills, turning it over on their, coming off their own line. And we'll see what Central Coast can do with this use of the football.
So Stoddard now flipping a pass here for Hughes, and then an option there for Mooney as well.
And this
now
is
into the fray, Regal.
Coaching to bring Drew and Regal on the repeat set.
There is Regal popping a little pass out of acting half, and then Madison Drew, those 2 names combining immediately. Won't result in a try, but it does, however, give them an extra set to work with here. So around about 10 minutes gone in this match. Of course, if you're just joining us, 30-minute games, 2 sides changing sides when a try is scored, no half-time period. Central Coast once more on the attack here. First try of the match went the way of Hills, and they've traded them since. Again, crabbing across field here from Regal. No options on this occasion. They managed to create something out of absolutely nothing. Now, they're just conferring here, the 2 referees. I think there was a touch made, though.
Yeah, definitely.
So now out for Ainsley Hughes. Hughes again, an option. They'll come wider still with Drew. Drew turning it back on the inside. Mooney under pressure there. Good read as well from Costello. In the end, didn't need to make the touch, but just supplying that pressure put them off a little bit.
Yeah, great defence from the Hills. Like over in that coaching box, we have 2 very, very good coaches in Mel Mitchell and Dave Nolan. They handled the spacings there perfectly, for their Hills Hornets girls, and they didn't look under much pressure there. Central Coast are trying to drag them off centre and open up the spacings between the middles, but fantastic work from Hills Hornets.
So quick release here from the Hornets. Last play now, still operating through that central passage. Williams unable to open up a gap on that occasion. Turned away with about 12 minutes gone. This one's still very evenly poised. That one has been played at as well from the Hornets. So another set to come here. Central Coast will be loving that.
Yeah, they've had a lot of possession, and they just need to be patient here because they haven't been able to convert that into scoreboard sort of pressure, but it's okay. Like, they need to just stay composed and stay in this contest because Hills are a really fit team, so they're going to still be running really strongly at the end of this game. So it's important that a Central Coast, keep getting these opportunities. They just be patient, and then hopefully they can get through here.
Trisley looking likely so far in this set. She's had her hands all over it to date. Couple of dummies, and now it comes back for Trisley here. Gets the strike done. Again, an option there. Oh, Trisley, had she taken it, she was either over herself or setting up a try out wide. But it's gone begging there for the Central Coast.
Yeah, it certainly has, and by the same token, when you create opportunities like that, you have to take them, don't you, James? Because, eventually the other team sort of become a bit more galvanised if they get through situations like that and they realise they've had a slice of fortune, and then all of a sudden it doesn't surprise you if they go the other end and score.
Well, I call it the M&M principle. Only got one chance. Do not miss your chance to blow or score a try for that matter. Change over here for the Hornets. And now Central Coast have use of the ball. So they'll work it away from their own end here. Bit of a stalemate starting to develop the last 5 or so minutes. Neither side able to crack one another. And that just could be enough to give a good glimpse here of the line for the Hornets.
And that's what I was saying. The Central Coast girls would have been quite frustrated that they haven't been able to convert those opportunities, and sometimes mentally it sort of gets away from you a little bit. And this Hornets side have played, have been very impressive during Vorden Cup, and now they get a penalty here. Like I said, they're very fit, so they'll come home really, really strongly. So Central Coast have to do a really good job here defensively and just hang in and keep throwing options at them and see what they come up with.
O'Reilly turning it back toward the middle there. Donkin was the option pushing through late. They watched it well. Nice touch made from Mannion. So, that's a player you've had a little bit to do with in your time, Morgan Mannion.
Yes, yeah. Great player, Hunter Hornets Junior, and someone that we're extremely proud of. And, she's a fantastic young player who has the world at her feet.
So making the touch there, and she'll have a little bit more work to do on this occasion because another turnover coming against the Central Coast now. O'Reilly's still out there. So too Tatum Bird now. And they'll roll it just inside the 7. O'Reilly doesn't like it. Instead decides to head back to set up once more. Very sloppy play the ball, but there was a hand in there. In fact, more than that, there was a knee. So 16 minutes to go here. Still tight, but Hills looking to get that nice little buffer. O'Reilly stepping off the right foot. Couldn't open them up on this occasion, but real patience about their play so far, the Hornets. So Bird, also an option out there, but now they'll work it through Donkin. And it comes wider still to Harborn. O'Reilly, Harborn with a little dummy. And yes, you are exactly on the money, Carly Banks. That's why we pay you the big bucks. Change over here in favour of the Central Coast.
That's fantastic refereeing, James. They've been really sharp this first game. I don't think they've missed anything at all, these guys, and they're all over it. So we're very, very fortunate to have the quality of officials that we do in New South Wales. And, really, really great way for them to open their account in this tournament as well.
Certainly is, as Mooney gets involved once more. She hops in at acting half this time around. Great pick-up at pace too. And once more, continues that momentum. Mooney floating it wide, somewhere in between link and wing, though, ultimately hitting the deck. But the idea was right. Yeah,
it's the second time that Mooney's thrown that pass into no man's land, and it's just a little bit about players needing to back their first instinct. If she'd thrown it to begin with, she would have been right, but she second-guessed herself on a couple of occasions. So I'd love to see her just, take the opportunity and just, go with it and just back herself in, and we'd probably see that ball going to hand.
So now they'll do a nice little wrap around. Ellis with room to move and a bit of pace too. Put the foot down, linked up out wide, but Pond just leaves it behind on this occasion. But she looks dangerous, Ellis.
Yeah, they've got some great athletes in this Hills Hornets team, some young girls who just keep running all day, and that's a great piece of play there by Tiana Langbridge, sister of Daniel and Alex Langbridge, two of the stars for the Dorlo Dragons, and Tiana can also play. She's had a few difficult injuries over the last few years, so it's great to see her back firing and doing what she does best.
Trusley finding a pass and then big contact too. And speaking of the Langbridge boys, had the great pleasure of calling them in the President's Cup final itself. So big win there once more for the Maitland Pickers. Last play here for Central Coast. And their court turned away. Trusley unable to conjure up anything on this occasion. So about 13 and a half gone here. Still very tight. At multiple times it's looked to be a bit of a runaway potential for the Hornets. They've, I would say, probably looked the more likely of the two sides, Carly.
Yeah, they do, but Central Coast just keep digging in, and the experience of people like Amy Regal, Madison Drew, Ainsley Hughes, they're all really, really accomplished players who've played at an elite level for a lot of years. They haven't been playing Premier League, much of late, but them coming back into this side has fortified this Central Coast side, and this is the reason why they're still in this contest, because they're just patient and they're experienced, and they'll use that to really hang tough in these big moments. So it'll be interesting to see how this game pans out now.
That leadership is invaluable, of course, and now just 10 shy of the halfway line on that previous play, and then good metres on the follow-up too. Now Laura Knight coming into the frame, taking a long time to get those reinforcements onto the field, though. That'll slow things just a little bit, but nice cycling of the footy. They'll pop it over the top and now run directly at an offside marker, who just gets back in time. It was touch and go for a moment.
Yeah, they have to get Morgan Mannion more strike dumps. If I'm in that Central Coast box and I'm Brooke Playford and Nathan Cook down there, I'd be trying to look to get a couple of direct middle sets and unleash Morgan Mannion, because we know she's got a wonderful set of wheels, and if she gets in the in goal, they won't catch her.
And we saw the pace, for example, of Zali Chippendale in the previous match. Once you've got that extra few metres, it can cause all sorts of havoc for opposition defensive lines, and they'll try and do exactly that here. The Central Coast, Mannion's still out there now. She has the ball. Turns it back towards the middle here for Regal. Mannion on that right-hand side. Drew slowing things down.
Yeah, good play.
Here comes Mannion now, wrapping around. Mannion putting the foot down. There is that pace we're talking about. Mannion, however, just caught before she could put it down. I'm with you, Kelly Banks. I thought she might have cleared them all, but we'll stick with the referee's call.
100%.
11:40 to go in this match. It's tight, and Mannion thought she'd squared it up. Once more an option out wide. Now they give it to Mannion. Once more takes off. Can't get around them. And, this is a concerning
serious
little problem. I think it's happened right where the rabbit warren is.
Yeah, you go down that rabbit hole. You don't want to go down there, do you, mate? Because you're not coming back.
No, this is not Alice in Wonderland. This is, unfortunately, Morgan in pain.
Oh, dear.
And hopefully it's nothing too serious. I think it looks to be an ankle, and it's just... I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think we've at least got to get a bit of sand or something out there to cover that up. It's not the first issue we've had with it.
Yeah, no, hopefully it's just ankle and it's not knee. It looked quite innocuous to begin with, James, and so hopefully Morgan, is okay, but,
Great sportsmanship here too from the Hills girls. They're all in support there, and, hopefully it's nothing too serious for Morgan Mannion. She's primed for a massive tournament. Yeah, and you are right, it was very innocuous. I mean, we saw Ava Foster in the previous match have a very, very blatant issue with what appeared to be a knee, but that one was kind of just crumpling to a heap after the touch had been completed. So, interesting. We'll keep across that if we can throughout the day as Ellis goes on the charge now here for the Hornets, and they try and spread it from right to left, but the pressure is good coming through from Paris Mooney. And they'll get another chance here now, the Central Coast. They've had a fair bit of possession in the last 10 or so minutes down this end of the field. They'll turn it here for Stoddard. Stoddard slowing it down now, wrapping around as an option once again is Mooney. Crabbing across field, Mooney has a crack herself. The touch just came in time once more from Ellis, who has been everywhere in this match.
Yeah, and that sweeper play's been pretty good for Central Coast. They haven't got the result yet from some calls from the referee on that, but it's definitely been a very effective play. They've been looking for that offside call on the 7. I'd probably like to see him run a sweeper quarterback, just bouncing back against the grain now, because Hills are quite, able to handle that sweeper, and I think if that strike dump's not on the 7, then it's not really an effective play for him. So it'd be interesting to see, any coaching adjustment that Brooke Playford makes down there in the box.
So Stoddard makes the touch as they come up over halfway. Now the Hornets' last play, quick play the ball as well. Henriksen is off for the prize initially. Just put enough pressure on them and a little bit of doubt in the mind. And as a result, they made a play at it. And so they'll get another set to work with here, the Hornets. Good stuff there from Henriksen. Still an option now. She hops in an acting half. They'll work it to this left-hand side of the field. The intercept was there to be taken. And it's almost as if she pulled her hands away at the last moment, not sure if she wanted the ball.
Yeah, she's a really good winger, Laura Knight. Normally she eats those for breakfast, so so she should have just backed herself in there. But great getting up, and making a good read and being in the right place. So you're pretty happy with that from your winger when they're in the right position.
Lovely cut-out ball. Knight this time makes a wonderful read, fully outstretched, gets the touch. No advantage though. They'll come back for another set here. So they've been hammered a little bit in the last few times they've been defending on this end here, the Central Coast.
Yeah, he's saying that the middle wasn't moving forward there, so it's really, really important that whatever speed the referee wants you to, go out at, get yourself out there, because you can ill afford to be a player down with a forced substitution.
So Tatum Bird out there as well. Henriksen now rolls it back. Bird off the left foot. Henriksen off the right, nearly squeezing through. Good touch made in the end. Kimberly Grant was on the spot.
Yeah, an Australian seniors representative, Kimberly Grant, one of the best seniors players in our sport, and she just showed why with that fantastic defensive save.
Oh, beautiful footwork here, looking to link up. They'll head all the way out wide and getting to ground very quickly. Jade Pond somehow leaves it behind.
Oh, fortuitous call there for the Central Coast, and lucks of fortune, James, and here they go trying to get out of their own end. Very, very good call there from the referee on the spot to make that one.
Well, she perhaps panicked a little bit. She knew she had to get to ground quickly. The defence was coming again, that pressure from Knight that we've been talking about, but first things first, you've got to take possession of the footy. So 7 to go here. The Central Coast still looking to get themselves back on level peggings. They've just been given a blessing with that drop from Pond. Now they work it forward. Out it comes here for Langbridge. Langbridge straightening, now hopping in and acting half. They hit it at pace. Good touch made though in the end. Just squeezing out there. Any potential opportunity was Henriksen with the diving touch. Now through Mooney, and also the option out there with Regal. Regal it's shown to. They'll play it here on the last. Regal. Lovely little ball. They nearly open them up again. Mortel hasn't seen too much of the footy, but she nearly found herself a try there.
Yeah, nice piece of play there from Amy Regal, asking all the right questions there. And, mate, this game is going to be an absolute cracker in terms of its conclusion. Like, both teams are just throwing the kitchen sink at each other now. And, State Cup is well and truly alive here, isn't it?
Certainly is. The kitchen sink has already been lifted out. Let's see if we can get the dishwasher to follow in a second. They'll head up over halfway, playing it nice and quickly. Trisley is out there again. She's looked likely for them. She's caught, plays it, and then heads off to the subs box. Touch comes in now. Quick roll ball here from Corbett. A little bit of a mix-up as they head back toward the middle once again. Corbett plays it. Now Drew is out there. Now send it wider still. Hughes rolling it down. 8 away. Drew, Hughes under pressure. Good read from the Hornets.
Yeah, fantastic defence there because they were being asked a few questions there. So it was really, really well handled. There by the Hills Hornets. And I talked about their fitness and how good these girls are. They're coming home really, really well, and it's really, really important here that Central Coast, step up here and be pretty staunch, with about 5.5 left on the clock, James.
So Ellis now comes forward, stepping off that left foot, sets up a little pass here for Regan. Ellis picks it up awkwardly. What about that for a step, Kalen Ponga style? Beautiful pass to Ellis. Well, that should certainly do a little bit of a nice viral sensation on the reels. That's going to look very fancy, and it nearly created something for them too.
Yeah, really great feat, but a really good read from Liz Bauer, the winger on the far side there for Central Coast. Came in and just handled that threatening situation with aplomb.
Well, heavy contact as well on Harborn. She was certainly baying for a penalty. Not forthcoming from the officials, though. They're about 8 metres away. They turn it back to the middle, stepping off that left foot. Taryn Love, nearly all the way through them, found that support very late in the piece. And again, a big collision here. Are we playing touch or are we playing league?
Geez, at either end, both teams have dropped their lollies at the last second, James, and it could have been a decisive try. Either way, it was a difficult pass to get back on the inside there for Paris Mooney, but really lots to like about the way both teams are attacking.
So 4.5 to go, and nearly caught there out of dummy half. Ellis now promotes the footy. They're about 6 or 7 metres away from that halfway line. Up they go now. Touch made from Stoddard. Continuing forward with this momentum here, the Hornets. A nice set so far. They are building towards the end of it as they get inside that 7 metre mark. They put the foot down now through Tatum Bird, looking to link up. But again, the scramble defence from the Central Coast has been excellent in this match.
Yeah, Rachel Mortel did a great job there for the Hills Hornets. Picked up, raced them short side, and Nelly paid pay dirt there for her team. But it's end to end, and you'd be a brave person to pick the winner here, mate. She's a pretty close one.
I'm a poor bettor at the best of times, Carly Banks, so you won't get a wager from me, that's for sure. This is way too close to call. 3.5 to go. 2-1 in favour of Hills. Another set to work with as well.
You don't part with your money much, mate. You wouldn't shout if a shark bit you, would you? So
what do you know, Banksy? When have you ever asked me for a beer? You want one, you'll get one. I'll see you on Sunday at Panthers.
Night.
That's right.
See you on the dance floor, mate.
I've got some moves. Let me tell you now. You think Ellis can step? You wait until you see Presto having a crack at him. The moonwalk comes out. Here is Ellis. Do the moonwalk now. She's caught about 7 metres away. Ellis back towards the middle. Good touch made just at the death. Geez, they're falling like flies at the moment. They'll go back on that 7 metre mark. Inside the final 3 minutes here. This one with plenty of tension about it. Ellis dancing around once more, crabbing across field for just a moment. Now the last play, Ellis, the stutter step, gets all the way through. What a pass! I think they've dropped it again. Oh, it's bomb central here. They've lost another opportunity.
Oh, very disappointing there for Hills. They've created a lot of opportunities, and here's the experience of Amy Regal trucking the ball downfield. Didn't dwell on that moment, just got a team going forward, and Central Coast are smelling blood in the water here. They're really starting to run, and that's a nice little fly play. They tried to bounce out and were close to a penalty.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't call it, actually. Kimberly Grant, very smart play, though, ran directly at the opposition who had already caused that initial potential infraction. Yeah,
I think the referee was playing advantage, which was good for him, and then he brought it back because there was none. So, again, fantastic refereeing by our three people out there in the game.
So both sides at their battle stations here. They need a result. Trisley comes for Grant. Really wanted to promote that footy quickly, but a terrific read out wide there. No opportunity this time. They shut it down. Desperation is the word, Carly Banks. Just over a minute and a half left. They'll probably get one full set after this one.
Yeah, that was a fantastic piece of defence there from Sophie Williams. She opened our game with a try, and then she's saved a team in the very important clutch moment there with a desperation touch to get the ball back, and that looked forward.
That looked about 3 metres forward. Mitchell Moses has joined to support Macquarie. They'll play it about 12 metres away from the halfway line. I don't know how that one's been let go. The referees have been excellent so far, but that one, I bet they'd want that again if they could see the replay, but they can't. Here come the Hornets. Now from right to left. Little bit of opportunity here. They promote the footy wider still. Off the left foot is Donkin. Eventually caught here. Trisley gets the changeover. We've got 1 minute for them to try and come up with something miraculous here. 10 shy of the halfway line. Touch is made. Now into the action is Stoddard. Up over halfway. What a pass down the sideline. Here comes Taryn Love. Oh, baby. Loves a game. What a play. She gets involved, and you can shake it off.
Yeah, that was a fantastic piece of play. That was a set play. Nathan Cook's down in that sub-books. He's been a welcome addition to this Central Coast coaching staff. He's a winger, and one of his plays, one of his pet plays, is that little sneaky down the sideline. He's from Queensland, and the Redlands Crushers have run that play for a number of years, and his coaches back home would be cheering that the young coach has made a very good call there for his team. So that was a fantastic piece of play, and Love, she gets a little bit of love for a change, mate, after all the knocks she's copped in this game. So 2-2, what a finish we're in for here. One more play.
They say love is a battlefield, and that's certainly been the case in this match. Last one here for the Hornets. Ellis with a cutout pass. It's way too long. It's too far in front. It'll finish on level peggings. What a war it's been. Back and forth the entire match. Another woman has hit the deck. But at full time, 2 tries apiece. What a game, Carly Banks.
Yeah, fantastic. And this is what State Cup is all about. Every game you bring your A game. You fight and you fight and you fight to try and get the win. And both these teams, contributed to what was a fantastic game for us here in the early stages of the State Cup. Can't wait for the next few days, James, if that's any indication of where we're heading.
And certainly can't wait for the next fixture either. This is an absolute smashing contest coming up for you in the Mixed Opens division. Newcastle taking on Manly. Tap off at 9:45.
The game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week, I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team, and maybe one day going to the State Cup would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
Cronulla Sharks. How did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends. We go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kalen and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callan Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team, and maybe one day going to a State Cup. It would be pretty cool, something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
Welcome back to Hibbard Sports Stadium, and let me tell you this, viewer, the local district of Port Macquarie, Carly Banks, has put on a cracking afternoon, hasn't it?
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic couple of days here, Joel, and it's Christmas for Touchheads, the State Cup, so we're really looking forward to it, and already have had two cracking games, and really looking forward to this one between Manly and Newcastle in the mixed.
You were saying off camera that you thought that this would be a pearler of a game. Why so? What sort of piqued your interest here? You think both these teams may be able to compete come Sunday?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Two of the best credentialed sides in a very hot mixed field. We've got this Manly Sea Eagles side. You've got number 7's the standout for me, Sarah Peaty, Australian Women's Open player, New South Wales Women's Open captain for many years. I'm really looking forward to seeing Sarah play mixed in this side and, really lead them around the park. And this Newcastle Knights side's been together for a number of years. They pride themselves on their brand of mixed touch, so really looking forward to see the likes of, Reeve Howard, do his thing. So, it should be a very intriguing contest, Joel.
As a coach, first game of the tournament for both, Manly taking on Newcastle City Knights. Do you treat the game differently when it's the first of a tournament?
Oh, you want to get off to a good start, Joel. That's the ruthless nature of State Cup. Like with pools, you're sort of going through, and like finishing first means all the difference, or second means all the difference in terms of what sort of match-up you get towards the quarterfinals. So you're trying as hard as you can to win every game. Right from the get-go, it's 30 minutes of helter-skelter play, isn't it?
Here's a play they've probably been practicing for a long time here, the Knights. They've got the ball 15 out. Not a bad defensive set for Manly as Joe Gaynor looking to set something up here. They go short. This is the last. They fling it out. Massive chance and touched. Great scramble, Manly.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play. Nick Bale, he's been a very accomplished mixed player for a lot of years, and he's known for that right to left long ball. And the winger's line was probably just a little bit off, but a fantastic effort from the Manly winger to save their bacon when it mattered most. Yeah,
but they did finish in the corner, so it's going to take Manly. That's play 4 already at the halfway line. That's one of my favourite things, is getting to what I call the beach. And this is the last play, and unless they can get somewhere here, well, they've done quite well here, Manly. Here's a chance, sliding across. Oh, I think he's going to get there. Hurdling and skipping over the defence goes Tommy Souters. And Manly, which started off to be a little bit of a shabby set, Tommy Souters just polished a you-know-what and scores the first of the game.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play. They kept the ball alive. A nice little wraparound play with Jarvis, Zockling, and Souters. And, they've got Manly off to a fly here, 1-0.
1-0. And as we have for the State Cup, it's always been 30 minutes, Carly.
Yeah.
When you're coaching, it feels like about 3 days, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
So now it is Manly under the pump, and great chase to the line by Reece French. Setting up on the 7. Again, they plonk it down there, and they set up the old Rooster play, and the no-looker! The no-looker didn't work out, and here's the race. Over the halfway line they go. There's a big old chase. I tell you what, he's taking it easy, because he knows his limits, and away he goes all the way. Scoring the try was Jarvis Zockling, and that makes it 2-0.
Yeah, he's been prominent early for him, hasn't he, Joel? And, gets the intercept, and he goes coast to coast, and 2-0 for Manly, and what a flying start for them.
Certainly is. And in cricket parlance, I suppose, Carly, they were a little bit halfway down the pitch. They tried the Rooster, they got stuck down the middle of the pitch, they threw the Hail Mary, and off for the races they went. And the brother of Sabrina Zockling, Jarvis Zockling, goes the distance, 2-0 Manly at this point. At the 7.
Yeah, Jamie McSpadden, the number 4 with the ball, he's prominent. He's played mixed for a lot of years and is the heartbeat of this Newcastle mixed team. So he's the architect a lot of the time. So little sweeper play there from orchestrated by Jamie. So we'll see what happens as the game unfolds.
And they're going to give you touch. So that for me is a bit of a no play there. You sort of haven't gone to the sideline. Manly should get here now in 2 or 3, and they've let Manly off the hook. In my opinion, Carly, I'm not sure what you think.
Yeah, no, that wasn't great. They probably need to finish it, decide where they were going. But it's not really too much damage here because we're on touch 4 and they're just at halfway. So that's something that they can definitely handle.
Yeah, they certainly can. Here comes Manly. Well, they had some numbers on the right-hand side. It was 3-on-2, but they chose to go back in field. It may be a premeditated play, which can get you in that robotic mood, but they won't cash in. But it is the last play, 6 to go, rather.
Yeah, I feel really sorry for Jamie McSpadden there. He's indicated to the referee that he copped that one around the melon, and they've given him 6 to go. So, unfortunate call there, but, referee's in a much better position than we are.
Okay, they survived that raid. Newcastle score remains 2-0 at this point, but as Carly said, expecting both these teams to participate on Sunday, at least a little bit deep into the Sunday afternoon. No rain, I don't think, forecast, Carly, at this stage of the game. And for the listeners and the viewers watching for the first time, in fact, we'll hold that thought until Newcastle have a crack here. Play short. Ooh, that long ball was on, but they just couldn't free the pass, and now Manly more than content to take their time and walk back to the 7. Carly, you've got the might of Dawson again?
Yes, yeah. We're really looking forward. We open up this afternoon at 3 o'clock, so we've got a bye to begin with, which is a nice way to start, and then we'll run into Singapore, so that'll be interesting with that international flavour with both England and Singapore here this weekend. It'll be, very, very interesting.
Fantastic, isn't it? England are out here, the Philippines are out here, Singapore, Japan. It's just a tournament that's getting bigger and bigger. 2-0, Manly lead the Knights. Yeah,
this is continuing to be a pretty absorbing contest. I think Newcastle will get themselves into the game here. Their first couple of sets haven't been what they would have wanted, but they'll lift themselves and they'll get better as this game wears on.
Okay, here's the number 1 gun. Reece French got it out to Ellie Spain, but the defence was in a hurry, Manly. But they've got them just on their own line. I also don't mind finishing them right on their side either, but I think Newcastle have got to be more aggressive and hunt them towards their own line.
Yeah, definitely. But he's one player who Newcastle will need to get involved. Number 1, the Reece French. Reece French is a Hunter Western Hornets mixed open representative for the last 2 or 3 years when they've made the final at NTL. So, expect him to, have an impact as this game wears on, Joel.
Okay, Carly, for the viewers here, Manly have lost possession. What's that? Was it last play, was it?
Yeah.
Great defence. Great defence from Newcastle. And these are always hard. When you got the ball in prime time position, do you want a box, which they are doing? You can burn your set sometimes, can't you?
Yeah, I think these were just doing it so that they could get their key playmakers on. So that's the other thing it is. It's not about conserving energy. It's when you're down this end of the field, you want your chief primary ball players on. Yep. So that's a really smart tactical move from Newcastle to get, their key people on, and a little dive at the line on one. Nothing too bad about that from Jamie McSpadden. It's just a nice little process to try to really compress the defence. So, nice play so far in this opening couple of plays in the set.
Okay, so Nate Simpson explores the short side, and he got it back to McSpadden.
Unfortunately, forward pass there. And this is it. Oh, no, late pass, sorry. down in this sort of 7 metre area when you're going to run those static plays, Joel, isn't it? It's about sort of making sure that those passes are as good as they can, because you just don't want fundamental errors when you're just trying to build a process. So, yeah, hopefully Newcastle will learn from that and, come back a bit better.
I reckon they've defended the box pretty well so far. Yeah. Very few times Manly have actually got to the line. They've done quite well, but when they have, it's been a bit of a problem as we thought about that. I think you'll find that was...
Tommy Souters, great bit of play. I had the privilege of coaching him a few years ago, back in the old Elite Eights tournament at NTL, and he's a really, really good player, and I coached him at the uni games as well for the ACU. So yeah, we've got a bit of history, Tommy and I. He's a good young player, and good to see him back playing at this level.
ACU, I see you too, Jerry. They come here, the Newcastle Knights, onto the field, and sweeping upon things goes Geordie Harris. And he's got Joey Gaynor there. Harris goes again. Nick Bale over the top. Oh!
And that's that long ball we talked about from Nick Bale. He's one of the prominent players here for Newcastle, so they need to keep giving him his platform. I would like to see Reece French, like I said, involve himself a little bit more, but he hasn't sort of been on when they've had the repeat sets. But he's a very good static player, so hopefully he'll get himself into the game as well.
Nice little touch there too from Nicky Bale. He knocked over Tommy Souters and hung around to help him back up. So well done. No,
he's a real gentleman. He's a bit of a journeyman. He was at Wallsend back in 2012-13. I was lucky enough to coach him as well. He's a nice young man. Him and his brother Matty played, are very good players in this sort of mixed format of the game.
Still only 2-0, Carly. We've got... it's a big ask. We're coaching, myself and Elise Anderson coaching the women's Sharks 20s.
Awesome.
And this is kind of new to them, because in the Junior State Cup, I think you play 25.
Yep.
And now the girls are asked to play a hot team like Wagga for 30 minutes. It's a big ask, but here's a big ask from Newcastle over the top.
Fantastic.
Yes. That is brilliant play, and they score in the corner. The Newcastle Knights. It was all clear, said the referee, and the Knights get one back to make it 2 touchdowns to 1.
Yeah.
And who scored in the corner there, Carly? The number 6.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play there. Erin Clark, good to see her back, a Nelson Bay product. Back playing touch. And but that man, Reece French, call for him to get himself involved, and he did. And more of those sorts of touches from him will be pivotal if Newcastle are going to, keep pace with this Manly outfit.
So, Carly, who's the team to beat for you guys in the Men's Open?
Oh, look, it's anybody's tournament. As far as I'm concerned, Joel, there's no easy games. You're trying to work your way through. Obviously, Parramatta winning the Vorden Cup puts them in, in sort of primary position, and they're seeded number 1 here and well deserved. And any of the teams could win it, and that's not a glib statement or a process thing. It's just, mate, it's such a competitive tournament that if you don't bring your A game every game, then you're out the back door. So we're just looking forward to trying to make sure that we can do what we need to do.
Yeah, this can happen with the box set, can't it, Carly, where people have worked so hard, they're tired, they can see they're about to get a rest, and then they're just not switched on, and now Manly have the opportunity.
Yeah, as we said, over the years, Joel, there's pros and cons, with the sort of box set or for a direct set. It's just about, knowing what your process is. I think there really wasn't an organisation there with their thing. There's numbers here.
Oh, had to be forward, caught in goal, and the referee's all over it.
Great call. Yeah, fantastic call there from the refs. So far, the opening 3 games, the referees have been, on the money with most of the calls they're making, Joel. And, it's such a tough thing. A lot of people sit back and go, the refs got that wrong, or they've done whatever. But, there are 17 things that can go wrong at a play the ball, and these guys are doing a fantastic job. And I tend to think you don't bellyache and sort of carry on too much about a referee's decision, because over the course of the game, it tends to even itself out. So I think that's the right attitude, particularly when you're playing for 30 minutes, mate. You can't get too upset about a call, because it's just going to, stop you from doing what needs to be done in the next set.
Oh, that's a real chance. That's a real chance. And all of a sudden, well, I'll tell you what, Carly, after 12 minutes, it was 2-0 Manly. And now we find ourselves with, 12 minutes gone now. After about 6 minutes, it was 2-0 Manly, now 2-2.
Yeah, and that's that man, Reece French. I said that he was very good on the static game in the area he is with his dive at the line off the quickie. So it's good to see him settle down and now start, imposing himself on this game, because, as I said, he's one of the guys that Newcastle really, really need to step up.
3-2 Manly, 3-2. My apologies, as Manly on the attack now. And just a bit of field position here for Manly. And a bit of a sweep formation, but they're going to come back, and quite often that's the most potent way to go, shifting them hard, but they knock off Charlie Souters. Brothers Souters here, Tom and Charlie.
Both gentlemen, and really good players, and they'll be really important to this Manly team.
So in between the Souters sandwich at the moment is the number 8, Jarvis Zockling, who's already got an intercept try. Zockling down for Souters, and Souters looks for his brother. No, goes the cutout. Oh, just a little bit high, and Newcastle off the hook, 3-2.
Yeah, too much Weet-Bix there from Chuck Souters, looking for that left to right, but he has got a very good left to right, Joel. So if a Manly, you'd be trying to park him over here on this side of the field and give him a shot at a 4-on-3.
Carly Banks in the commentary box here. Carly, 3-2. Is that a fair reflection to this point?
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, Newcastle are just starting to work their way in the game, and that's a classic mixed try that we've seen. Early up ball, and young Nate Simpson, he's a young fella at Hunter Sports High, the number 24. He's just probably a little bit inexperienced. There is a little bit tighter, than he needed to be, and that meant that his winger had to step up and strike that, but she was a little bit disconnected in that set, and that's a classic play that we'll see in a lot of mixed teams, and Manly have done that one very, very well.
This next try is absolutely critical. So just explaining for the listeners here, Carly, obviously in the round games, draws are draws. In the finals, is there a drop-off, or is there...
Yes, there's extra time from the quarter-final stages on.
So extra time being drop-off, or...?
Well, the extra time is 2 minutes of extra time, so we don't... It is a drop-off in the sense, but it's 2 minutes of extra time, so it's not the old school drop-off stuff, like so for the last few years since the 8th edition, and there's a try there, and that's a nice hit back from Newcastle. Yeah, so we're 4-on-4 for 2 minutes, and winner takes all after that.
Reece French, the man, he went close before, and he's got the side back, which was absolutely critical because they could ill afford to be down by 3, and all of a sudden it's back to 4-3 in favour of Manly, and we're almost at the halfway point.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job here of being able to score, and this is where mixed touch is, Joel. It's sort of tit for tat. It's a bit like basketball, at either end. If you don't score and I score, then you can get that little thing, and a nice little pop out play there for Manly. I'm liking the variation in their attack here, Joel.
Long ball, big question to ask. A great catch. That is a terrific catch, and Manly just get that 2-point buffer back again. It was a bullet thrown out to the right-hand side, the fist pump, because they know how important that was. And I think that's Jess Fowler, is it? Is it young? It is Jess Fowler who scores the try.
Yeah, nice try. But again, that's what I was saying about getting Chuck Souters on that left to right, and they did park him out on this side of the field, and then he took his time and he just wound up and he went whack. And that was like, very, very judicious play there from Chuck Souters. And, Manly skip out now by 2.
Fun fact about Jess Fowler, her dad, Chucky, and myself, carrying a bit of weight at the moment, Carly, so we were heavily bullied and peer pressured by Jess Fowler to get a gym membership, and we're yet to quite do it together yet, but Jess, promise, Chucky and I'll get there, don't worry, as Newcastle trail by 1. See, Manly have been so dominant, Carly, but they're far from home. Long ball.
Oh, accumulated back on the inside, and that's nice.
Oh, great footwork. Oh, bad luck. Great work from Danielle Nicol.
Yeah, they're claiming a 6 to go here, Newcastle, and the referees are just conferring. No, but they're saying ball to ground, and that's unfortunate for Newcastle, but luck's of fortune there for Manly. But mate, this game's got a lot of footy left in it, I think we're a long way from being able to pick a winner.
Smart play towards the box, and that was via. I think you'll find that was it Tommy Souters again, perhaps. Here they come. Chitty goes down to the right-hand side. Billy Leonard away. Ooh.
No, late pass. Really nice piece of play there defensively by Nate Simpson. As I said, he's a 16-year-old schoolboy from Hunter Sports High School, and had the pleasure of coaching him for a number of years. So nice to see him stepping up here and playing in the mixed open division.
Some talented kids, that's for sure, up here. There's touch 2. So they've made this hard work. The Knights, that's going to be 3. And it's going to be 4 or 5 near the halfway line. That's 4. This is a great... In fact, they've lost this. They're under the pump. aggressive defence for Manly has caused Newcastle to err, and all of a sudden, Carly, you just get a real sense with 13 minutes to go, 4-3 Manly. This set defensively for Newcastle is paramount.
Yeah, no, it is. But mixed is quite an intriguing game, Joel. Even if they were to score here, I still wouldn't be happy to, put my house on sort of Manly, winning this game. Mixed is just too unpredictable, and you can score in the blink of an eye. So, yeah, it is a critical set, but, I think all of them are. And there we go. It's a loose pass, and Newcastle are off the hook. And let's see how they go getting out of their end. Really important for them, even if they don't score, just to get a set completion, Joel. And
great start.
Down the other end.
That's how you do it. Look at that. They're there in two at the halfway line.
That's a good box set. They've done really, really well there, but they need their latcher to be coming on with a little bit of speed and keep the momentum going.
Geez, they've let them off the hook, haven't they? They were 2 to the halfway line. This is going to be 4, and they get an error.
Yeah, and unfortunate. So it's not the first 3 that are killing Newcastle. Their first 3 are beautiful. It's their back-end sets. So when you're analysing, like the effectiveness, of your subset, break it down into those first 3 and those back 3 touches. And their first 3 are fine, so you really need to address the guys coming onto the field with some intensity, which means the guys coming off the field are doing it really well. The ones coming on have to focus and concentrate and really want it.
Charlie Souters is out there. Jess Fowler back on the field, and parked on this side, Christy Leonard looking for a meat pie. There goes Fowler. Now it comes to Zockling. Short Zockling, but great defence. Picking him off was Reeve Howard, and they survived that. And as you say, here's their first 3. They buddy, they get straight into it. That's so important, Carly, isn't it, to pounce on it and to remove that opportunity for the opposition to really dominate you.
Now, there you go. They're at 3 on halfway. This latch has to be a bit better, and it is now from them, and they need to come on with intensity. They should be running harder than that. They've got to run.
Okay, this is 4. They'll have a couple of shots. This is the last, rather. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Carly. The second half of their set really hurting them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So hopefully they're able to address it. And this is the difficult thing about State Cup, Joel, because there's no half-time. Coaches aren't as effective as they normally would be, because half-time you've got a chance to compose everybody and get them where they need to be. So your messaging has to be really clear, and you've got to make sure that, you're getting, action, with that sort of feedback that you're able to sort of give your players. So it's a different style of coaching required at State Cup.
Billy Leonard goes for the scoop and goes for the scoop again, and short
good
pass.
Hands.
Just a little bit hard from Tommy Suter. It was the right idea, but under pressure it's hard to get that soft pass away. Otherwise, I think that Manly crossover for a try via Sarah Peaty, who was hitting a wonderful hole.
Yeah, like Saz would be sort of a little bit filthy on herself there, because even if it was a hard pass, she would have backed herself to sort of catch that. But, she'll have an involvement here soon, Joel, that I think is going to be, pivotal for sort of Manly's chances in this game.
Here they come, Newcastle. Ooh, so this is a bit better. They've got them on the back foot here. 12 metres out. Here come the Knights looking to square the ledger, but can't do so.
Yeah, resolute defence there from Manly. They've done really well, and let's see how they can exit with this set. So let's see what their first 3 are like. That's not bad. They're at 2, they're nearly at halfway, and this is good, and a nice punching play there from Sarah. And here's the latch play.
Okay, Manly now just keeping them working in the middle here. Last play, how do they handle this one? And great defence, Newcastle.
Yeah, they're both sort of mirror imaging each other with their attack, at the moment. And like I said, something's got to give. So, Newcastle have to address the last 3 touches, and so do Manly.
Any idea, Carly, who would be the number 1 ranked mixed team?
Oh, look, there are so many good sides. Like, you don't want to sort of,
Great footy. Great footy. Terrific pass.
Oh, it's forward.
Oh, it's forward. Gee, that was good footy though, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was, and that's a classic mixed setup. They came around on the sweep, stepped back, look and played with the numbers, and it's the spacings that you're looking to manipulate, on that sweep. So that was a really, really nice piece of play there from Newcastle. They just didn't get the result, but they will go back to that well, Joel, because it was just the execution, wasn't it?
Carly, if you had to plot tries from a sweep play, would you say the majority have been back against the play?
Yeah, the sweeper cues are always a really good play to come back against, but it just depends on the context, of the situation. If you're down on the 7 and it's an early count, you've got a sweeper, got a great strike dump and momentum. Diving at the line's a good play, and then, once they adjust to that, you can maybe look at your quarterbacks and sort of, coming back against the grain. But
good footy. Fowler gets it on now. Oh, just couldn't get it to Sabrina Zockling, and Manly just can't shake off Newcastle. who are prominent at the moment in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, Jess Fowler, you've mentioned her a few times in dispatches there, Joel, and she's been, really prominent for Manly, and it's great to see the female players getting their hands on the footy. Back in my day when I played mixed at a decent level, like the girls had a really prominent, sort of part in the game. They were ball players and they were able to do it. It's nice to see this coming back because we really need, our preeminent women's players, getting involved in footy in hand. And a loose pass from young Nate Simpson, the intent was right. It just went forward, out of their hands. But that was a nice setup again from Newcastle. They're there and thereabouts. It's just their final plays are really letting them down in the crunch moments at the moment.
Still 4-3.
Yeah. Plenty of time.
Plenty of time. Sep, I tell you, the viewers at home, if you think, 7 minutes is not long.
It's an age.
If you've got a treadmill at home, crank it up to full ball and go on that for 7 minutes, and it's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, look, a set of 6 can be completed in 30 seconds, Joel. It's, it's all about sort of being patient and continuing to know you still got a chance. And, just behind the back of Sarah Beattie. And they're looking threatening every time they have the footy in their hand. Like, this is better from Manly. There's a little bobble there, but the referees have said play on. So this is a bit of a sideways set here from Newcastle. They haven't got the punch. They're looking a little bit tired here. So this back end's got to be a lot better because the first 3 weren't clean. Okay. And this is better intensity.
So this is probably the opposite this set where they're
their back end's good. They've got them. They're in all sorts. 14's in all sorts. Oops.
Injury here.
Oh, hold on.
There's an injury here.
Shoulder.
I didn't see the fall. And I can't yet see the player number. But he's in a fair bit of bother.
Yeah, he's smashing the ground there, the poor guy. Hopefully, boy. You never like seeing this, Joel, especially early in a tournament, let alone any time.
So just trying to ascertain, they're helping him up here.
Yeah, let's have a look at that replay, Joel.
Yeah, so it's Joey Gaynor, Carly. Joey Gaynor, who I think it's a knee. I think it's a right knee.
Sorry, yeah.
The problem is, I don't know if they're doing the right thing taking him over there because he's going to have to come all the way back.
He's hopping. Geez, he must have done his fitness very well because he's still got the energy to hop over on the one good leg. So let's hope that it's not serious for him.
Okay, Joey Gaynor, hopefully that's okay for you, mate. In the meantime, it's 4-3 with your team desperate to try and find something. 5.5 to go. And he tried to just sort of squeeze through the maze, which was Manly.
Yeah, and he's a very good player, Reeve Howard, again, a veteran of the Hunter Western Hornets mixed team. And, he's one of the players, again, who needs to get involved.
Reece French, great diver. He's a great diver, and I think he may have made Manly pay again.
He's got him again.
Yep.
Yeah, that's his forte. Had him in the Hunter Western Hornets men's open a few years ago, and we've just got so many talented players that he had to go back to the mixed division, but he's found a home there, and he's been really prominent, for a number of years for Hornets at NTL level. And, he's showing what a potent weapon he is out here for Newcastle, and he's got him back to 4-all.
4-all, Carl. For the first time, Newcastle, aside from 0-all, obviously, they've loomed up towards the Manly side. So that's with 4.5 to go. A little show and go from Billy Leonard. Manly now looking to get that lead straight back, and here's a chance, and yes, they will. Good. Matty Riley's the one to get them back, so any time that Newcastle have loomed up, Manly have answered immediately. 5-4. Yeah,
Daniel Chitty featuring prominently there as well, and nice little work. That's a great team touchdown. Emma Williams is a very, very good mixed player too for Manly. She's a member of the New South Wales mixed open squad for the last Origin series. Didn't end up making the team, but she's a very, very good mixed player, and it's nice to see her throw a nice pass and get involved there.
3.5 or 3.50 actually as Newcastle just position himself towards the northern end of Rod Laver Arena here at Port Macquarie. Short side. And here is a big chance. Has Fowler done enough to get there?
Yeah, they're saying it's all clear.
It's all clear. So Newcastle, Carly, 5-all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's a really nice finish from the Newcastle winger. It's a really good battle over there on that far wing, isn't it? Both in attack and defence. And, as I said, this game's going to... I think the scoreboard attendants are going to be a little bit busier right up until full time, Joel.
Absolutely. So great try in the corner. And it is a touchdown for that matter. I know the rugby league people call it a try as I do, but it is a touchdown officially in touch. And we're down to 3 minutes after the number 3, Ellie Spain, got Newcastle back into this. 5-all. Here they come, the Manly side. Cut out ball, can't be caught, still 5-all. 2 minutes 50 to go, Carly.
Yeah, they were trying to set there for Chuck Souters because that left to right's really potent for him, and as we saw earlier in the game. So expect the big players to step up now in these what we call the championship minutes normally, Joel. It's just the first round game, but you know these games are all critical, as we pointed out early on. You want to get off to a flyer and you want to make your life a little bit easier. 5
sets to go. If Carly's right, 30 seconds. Oh, Newcastle to take the lead for the first time of the afternoon, and they do so. Erin Clark, oh no, it's been taken off them.
Oh, that was a touch and go decision. But Nick Bale again, without luck, that was the right play from Nick Bale. That right to left, he wound up. He's had a great connection with Erin Clark there. So, yep, I think we'll still see that again.
Okay, Carly, 5-all, 2 minutes to go. Based on what you've seen in the past, does this end in a draw, or does somebody break the lock open?
Oh, it just depends, mate. Like it's just like, you know, you get a call, you need a bit of luck to win games at State Cup, and you know anything can always happen. And mixed is one of those unpredictable, crazy games that, it's just end to end, and I couldn't pick a winner, mate. I'm gambling responsibly, as you would say.
Perfect.
So we're all good.
3 and a bit sets left to go. 5-all, Newcastle Manly. Newcastle, it has been, as expected by Carly Banks, an absolute thriller. Here come the Knights, charging towards the southern end. They haven't had the lead at any stage of this match. Can they get it in the final 90 seconds? Pouncing to dummy half, Nate Simpson. Yeah. He's there. Oh, Reece that can't French. Be the diver again, can it?
It is. It's Reece French. It's that combination. It's Nate Simpson, Reeve Howard, and Reece French.
So here's French.
Last touch.
The diver. Oh, Howard gets shut down.
Oh, yeah.
1 minute to go.
Great decision from the referee. He flicked that in. He was looking for the 6 to go, but definitely thrown into him, and now a penalty to give Manly an opportunity.
Okay, if they can defend this Newcastle, they will have some time with the ball, or will Manly manage it to a point where they can't get it?
Yeah, Manly should manage the clock. They should get the ball down this other end, and they'll hold the ball for an entire set of 6 touches. You see, they're not, you know, busting a gut to get out here on the field. They're just, you know, playing it down the park and just taking their time, trying to chew up the clock as much as they can. And be getting down here and trying to get a dive at the line.
Here they come, Billy Leonard, Sarah Peaty.
Still time.
Jarvis Zockling, 27 seconds to go.
They keep moving it. I'd be diving at the line, so then you have to come back and play it. But yeah, loose passing it gives Newcastle a chance with about 15 seconds. Penalty. This will be it. I think Manly will play it out, and that'll be the end of it. So really important here. There'll be 2 plays possibly here, and so Newcastle have to make touches, have to try not to make touches. Yep, and that's good. And they'll be just holding here. Last play of the game.
Last play, jumping around, and that's going to be it. That's going to cap off a magnificent game. 3 times Newcastle found themselves behind, but when it mattered most, they loom up to have a 5-all draw with Manly, and I think Carly Banks, they'll be most happy with that.
Yeah, look, I think that's a fair result for both teams. At different stages, you know, they threatened to run away with the game. Either team, they'd get back level and they'd go again. And I think that's a pretty fair result and a great opening fixture, you know, in this mixed competition. And really looking forward to seeing how that division unfolds over the next few days, Joel.
Well, there you go, viewers. Hope you're very happy with how your family member or mate participated in that particular match. It was a cracker. Plenty more still to come. Coming up next, we have the Northern Beaches taking on Newcastle City in the Women's Open right after this in a few minutes.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the Touch Football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the Touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about Touch is working together, and that's everything we try to assist in our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent 2 months of the year playing on the ground this way. They cancelled, never seen them cancel the venue, which happens every week, which is crazy. and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy ground, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. Turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good, so a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice, and so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try, because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisations ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games, so I know that they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden, obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callan Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Ben.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage here in Port Macquarie for the New South Wales State Cup, where we are well represented across the globe. The Philippines, Singapore, Japan, England are here, and of course plenty of great New South Wales teams. We have here the Northern Beaches preparing for Newcastle City. Carly Banks is in the commentary box, coming off a fresh, fascinating game, which was Manly and Newcastle. Carly, a 5-5 draw in the mixed open.
Yeah, it was a fantastic contest, and expecting a very, very similar one here between these two teams. Yeah, fantastic piece of play from the Newcastle Knights to open their account. They were grand finalists in last year's State Cup, and they've shown why with that fantastic piece of play early, with Chelsea Hindmarsh featuring very prominently, for the Knights and getting them off to a flyer.
Lucy Spain scored the touchdown. Her sister scored in the game beforehand, Ellie Spain. So the Spain girls for Newcastle off to a great start here at the State Cup. So the Beaches get a chance to answer, and only 40 seconds gone, and it is a 1-0 lead to Newcastle. Or it could be a high-scoring affair. Great scramble for Newcastle.
Yeah, look, there are two evenly matched teams here, and this will be another crackerjack contest. So we've been treated to an absolute smorgasbord of games here, and then there's the long ball, and as we said, the referees haven't got an issue with that, and let the girls play. It's fine.
Yeah, I like the 1-1, but the pass was caught about a metre into the in-goal, Carly, so I have some suspicions about it, but nonetheless, it was that was passed about a metre before the goal line and caught a metre into the try lines. Anyway, there you go. They don't draw pictures on the ladder. The score's 1-1, the Northern Beaches in Newcastle.
Yeah, look, Mate, this is going to be, as I said, an absolute entertaining clash. I mean, there are some great young players on either side of the halfway line in both these teams. So, if you're at home, sit back and enjoy this one.
Okay, the Newcastle girls look for the phase play and they rocket it out, but they can't quite get the ball there, and it is the Beaches who pounce upon it. 2 minutes gone, a try apiece, the Beaches and Newcastle. When's your next game, Carly? What time?
We don't kick off until 3 o'clock this afternoon, so the boys are at home relaxing, I suppose, I'd like to hope, or having a surf, staying away from sharks, hopefully. So we'll be ready, for this afternoon. We've got 3 games today, so we'll play Singapore sort of first up, and we'll see how that goes. Then Northern Beaches will be a really good game. Young Tylan Berryman is in great form for the Northern Beaches, so we'll have to look for him. And then a big clash, Manly tonight on the stadium at 7:05. So looking forward to that one. On
the big stage, here come the Beaches as they have it, looking for the 7, and they'll drop it about 8 metres out. Short side they go, and zigging and zagging up the field goes Duff.
Yeah, she's a pivotal player. Fantastic young player. Who will be very, very important to the Northern Beaches chances, in this event.
Okay, the Beaches looking to strike back. Here they go, Duff the dummy half, and over the top she goes, and caught well. Snappy play from Jessie James. Duff to James, Carly.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play, and as you said, P will be a very, very important player. She's a very good eyes up footy player. She's one of the most talented young players in New South Wales. So, as we said, she will be very, very important, to this team.
3.5 gone, 3 touchdowns already. So a busy scoreline at the moment, where it is the Beaches who lead 2-1.
Yeah, out here we've got a number of representative players. We've got Chelsea Hymarsh got the ball. Rachel Jeffs, Australian Women's Open player. New South Wales Mixed Open player, and an absolute gun. So she will be very, very important here for this Newcastle Knights team.
So Chelsea Hymarsh with it. And they're going to have a shot on the last here. Taking off, they go.
Rachel
Long ball. Jeffs got the pass away, and it's down. So he's just like that, 2-all, Carly.
Yeah, it's like anything you can do, I can do better. So Duff and Rachel trading shots there with their long ball repertoire. So, this is what this game's going to be like. There are so many great players out here on this field, Joel. And, I expect the scoreboards to be extremely busy during this clash.
Yeah, well, just on 5 minutes, not even. 4.5 gone, and we've got 4 touchdowns already. This is...
And it's not because the defence isn't good enough. What we're seeing here are, some of the best women's players in New South Wales just throwing shot after shot at each other.
Okay, here they come. Here's another shot. And diffused out there. Oh, play on. Oh, just saw the line open, as they say. A bit of a bo peep. But this is a big challenge now for Newcastle, because another set coming up for the Beaches. So Raff is there with Randall. Randall and Raff just trying to sort a few things out. Raff goes for the dive, but...
Forward pass at the ruck, and that was well spotted by the referees. I was wondering if they were going to get that one, but they have. That's fantastic, and that heartens me, Joel. I don't like these off these static plays, these forward passes at the ruck. We've seen so many of them over the last few years, and it seems like the referees are really wising up and making sure that they're cleaning up that area, which is fantastic for the game.
All codes, Carly, seem to have a bit of a, like a flavour of the month, so to speak. Is there a pet play or pet thing you're seeing happening in the game of touch at the moment?
Yeah, that's a great question, Joel, and yes, it is those forward passes, and as we speak, just Newcastle on the charge here, nearly through there. Definitely those forward passes at the ruck. They were a little bit obsessed with the sub-box interchanges for a while, but we seem to have calmed that down, because I sort of was feeling like the referees were probably missing a lot of on-field action, worrying about, if someone was, 1 centimetre short of the interchange box. So we're seeing, some more sensible application of the rulings in those areas. So I, for one, am pretty happy to see that.
Scoreboard has just slowed temporarily, but Beaches might have something to say about it right now. Duff, dummy halves, jumps upon it. Great defence. Newcastle phase play. Duff short side. They had him either way. They had the 2-on-1, or they had the try, and they've chosen to take the try. The touchdown, rather, and that's a lovely touchdown scored by the number 9, Taylor Foster.
Yeah, we've given... Duff a lot of wraps early on, but the phase play from Brooke Wallsend in her, the number 1, being able to get that down quickly, enabled P to be able to get that ball away and for the Northern Beaches to skip out here.
3-2. Just so big for the town, this, isn't it? There are many teams that come up or down or into Port Macquarie, fly into Port Macquarie, whatever the case may be. How many of these have you won, Carla?
We've been lucky enough to win 2 with the Dragons over the years, and played in 3 finals. So yeah. Here
they go, and over the top.
Oh, that is fantastic play.
And they're happy with that. They're happy with that. That was the 12 who came from nowhere, Sarah Stewart.
Yeah, that is a brilliant piece of play. Getting through from half, slicing through, trying to find support. Everyone running their cut lines, trying to find someone to link up with, and it was very judicious acting half play. Shopped around. Winger got herself free, got away from him, and we had a late comer there, and there's a nice try there from Stewart. And as we said, it's just tit for tat here, and it will continue to be for the duration of this one, Joel.
Golden rule for those watching: you just got to, if you're the person beaten, you got to stay on them, don't you, Carly? And they could have been a little bit more aggressive chasing. Gave her too much time to think about that pass.
Yeah, they sort of did, and it's tough on that short side. Yeah, very important to sort of post up on your man and do the right job, or on your woman in this case.
Yeah, 3-all. They juggle it. I like the exchange of direction, but they just couldn't execute. That pass back inside's going to be really soft. Just a little bit hard on that occasion as Newcastle get off the hook towards the box. Oh, they're lucky there.
There's a penalty there. Yeah, there was all the little push in that touch, and that was well spotted by the referees. The physicalities of a very interesting area. Like some things, those things can go 50-50 either way, can't they, Joel? So
absolutely.
On that occasion, it was in Newcastle's favour.
Okay, here come Newcastle. And just a bit of on the back foot here. The Beaches 3-all, 9 gone in the match. So the Knights, you sense there's a big opportunity here forward, I thought, but...
Oh, unlucky, yeah. Nice play there, though, from the Newcastle Knights. Really good play from Maddie Mitchell, getting out of half and then throwing a nice long ball and linking up and just couldn't handle it on the end. But, she's end-to-end all right, Joel.
Yeah, 3-all. So we had 4 touchdowns scored in the first 5 minutes, but only 2 in the last 5 minutes. So it has slowed down a little bit as Duff shows and goes. Great defence, Newcastle, and they'll start the ball in prime time field position.
Yes, Samantha Atkins, she's been a stalwart and a veteran of this Newcastle women's team for many, many years, and she just showed why her defence rock solid and coming up with a big play on Duff to snuff out that attacking foray.
So 2 plays up their sleeve here, Newcastle. How do they handle this? They'll have a shot on the last. Here they go. This is the shot. Coming up now. Newcastle back to the short side. Great take. And they jump upon Alex Kennedy. And it is the Beaches who have the ball a long way from their box.
Yeah, nice play from Sarah Stewart again. She's been prominent, in the early stages of this game and a real good addition to this Newcastle side.
Geez, you've got to be careful with that. That's a bit of a sneaky play these days, letting that winger down the short side, isn't it, Carly?
Yeah, definitely. And when you spot that, Lynx want to make touches on those latch plays, it's definitely sort of one of those things that the coaching boxes keep their eye out for.
So 10.5 gone now, and nice breezy afternoon. Good hands, Carly.
I know. Caught the paper and I'm good. Still got it, Joel.
What position do you like playing?
Middle. No.
Middle.
I was a middle. I wasn't fast enough for anything else.
No. You play pods? Do you have? How do you roll your team around?
Now, how do we do it?
Yeah, like do you play pods or do you play?
Yes.
So your wingers are out there for most of the time.
Yes, they are. Yep.
Just to get the combinations going as Newcastle drive it. About 15 out from the line. Here they come, looking to take the lead. That's a wonderful pass. That is a wonderful, wonderful pass.
Yeah.
Who got that away,
Yeah,
Carly?
Jessica Potts, Australian Mixed Open player this year. Represent Australia for the first time this year in the mixed open, former Australian under-18 mixed captain, New South Wales mixed open representative. She is a class act. She's a quiet achiever. She goes about her work, and she's just an absolute gun of a player, both in attack and defence, and got a really, really good creative vein about her as well, as we saw with that pass.
Jessica Potts with the touchdown assist, but it was Maddie McManus who she had to get down there in a hurry, and she did. And with that, Newcastle lead 4-3. But the Beaches, 18 minutes remaining, a long time. Long time to go here. 4-3. And a penalty. This will help.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how they can be thoughtful with this sort of, set of six with this repeat set. Like, we just got to, play their processes and sort of take their time. It's only touch one, and that's a nice little out ball, and nice little question being asked, and it's really important that they stick to a process here, Joel, and they don't try and push passes until, they're ready to go with the money play.
Okay, penalty here. So this is the third set in a row. Pressure really building for Newcastle, and in this situation, you've had 3 sets, Carly. You probably want to be cashing in here.
Yeah, 100%.
The Beaches.
Yeah, first play, a bit of a strange one on touch one because the defence weren't moving at all. So you'd like to see that type of little boy play that they run when there's a little bit of momentum.
Okay, just setting it up, giving you a chance to get some players onto the field. Here come the Beaches. They're going to have a crack right now. So it is the number 10 diving in the dummy half. And Atkins, over the top they go. In fact, that's Bremer-Nathan. And they can't. So you've got to take your hat off to Newcastle. That defence, 3 sets in a row they had to endure. And 16 minutes to go, 16 and a half that is. 4-3. The Knights still maintain a 1 touchdown lead. Yeah,
not a bad question asked by Brianna Nathan, and she is a very, very good young player as well, and somebody who the Northern Beaches will be looking for to get a little bit more involved as the game unfolds. This is nice flow created by Newcastle. They've probably been better with the rucking, through that middle third. And very unlucky. I would have asked the question too if I'm Chelsea Hindmarsh there, picking up and going. Maddie Mitchell. There, I would have asked the question as well. It didn't look like that was a very big 7 metres, but all good. Game goes on.
So the Beaches. Who are the teams you think we've got to keep an eye on for the Women's Open, Carly?
Definitely the juggernaut that is Manly. They have been absolutely hands down, the most dominant team for over a decade, and they just keep putting in the work and setting standards of sort of excellence that everybody else has to chase. Newcastle, off the back of last year's, State Cup grand final appearance, they're a really, really good side, and they will give a lot of cheek towards the back end of the tournament as well. Like I expect them to go far and go deep in this event. Canterbury, you can never write off. No matter who's out there for them, they are the dogs of war, and they always put in at State Cup time. So many good sides out there that you can't discount, and this young Northern Beaches side is building, and there are a lot of teams. Like if Hills get their game together, we saw in the opening clash today with, Canterbury, and even young Wallsend, gave some cheek as well. So, it's just an open competition, and this is what State Cup's all about. I don't think, I think Manly will definitely be there in the grand final, but I think whoever their opponent is, I think that's just, down to what happens over the next couple of days.
Oh, great work. Georgette Randell and Holly Raff.
Nice footy, really, really good footy, and that's a reward for that work through that midfield. They've sort of been being beaten up in the last couple of sets by Newcastle. Great response from the Northern Beaches, got themselves great position, and on the back of flow, managed to level us up here at 4-4.
So terrific work, 4-4. We've had some good quality games here so far on the main field.
It's day one, Joel.
Yeah.
Gee, can't wait for finals, right?
Geez, it's an absolute marathon, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is. And, first game, we were talking before, James asked me, the significance of game one. It's massively important. You want to get off to a good start. And here we go, nice little play there from Newcastle. Really good vision. Oh, boy, I reckon that's down. Yeah, it is.
Okay, all clear. Okay, Newcastle take the lead back. 5-4. We had a cracking match beforehand in the mixed opens. which was Manly and Newcastle,
Yep.
a draw, 5-5, and to think that it's already at 5-4 with Newcastle, just they keep edging ahead with Northern Beaches not getting too far behind.
Yeah, this is a really young Northern Beaches team that are big on playing, eyes up footy. Their coach over there, Roha Paki, is one of the best, women's coaches, in the game, and she's ably assisted by Jason Martin over there, Australian Mixed Open assistant coach. So that's a great coaching box down there. And down here we've got Jay Miller working with the Newcastle team, for a lot of years. He's done a great job with the girls again, and it's just a great battle between the coaches and a great battle between the players out here. There's not too much separating them.
Carly, you're still involved with the Titans NRLW side?
I sort of helped out with, some consultancy stuff with those guys, and that, so hopefully I'll get a little bit more involved again with the season. Yes, they've done really well. I was more involved with their youth academy there, but talk to Karen Murphy most weeks, and we talked through a lot of tactical things. So I really enjoyed, playing my little part there. So it was good fun. Yeah.
There was a situation if they won the grand final, which Tamika Upton wins the Karen Murphy medal, but it would have been quite interesting if Karen Murphy was there to give it to one of our own players for a medal.
I actually said that to her in a very understated way. She sort of just chuckled about it and sort of very, very self-effacing.
Yes.
and modest Karen Murphy, and one of the real icons of sort of a rugby league, and a former touch player as well.
Yeah.
Played Queensland Schoolgirls with Murph back in the day, and she always plays Queensland State Cup whenever she can and stuff. Still plays for the Swannies in the women's 40s. So she always makes an effort, to still get around her touch friends and appreciates her involvement in the game of touch and sort of how it played a pivotal role for her with her footy development.
For all, and just hits the deck. Yeah, a lot of NRLW players and NRL players play. I think Matty Studden's up here playing. Emma Tonagato usually gets up here as well. In the men's, you've got Paul Gallen making his State Cup debut. The big story, Carly, is Stephen the Beaver Menzies, a Manly icon, has defected to play for Parramatta under Bus. Yes,
I did hear about that. It is the Buzz, so bit of pressure on the Beav, but we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, Shane Elford, who's been involved with a three-peat for Penrith, he's playing up here, and Daniel Fitzhenry normally gets a jersey. Bengali, I think Luke Dawn's having a crack. Young Michael Sullivan, I think he might be playing for Wingham. He's a Wingham boy, Mick Sullivan, and there's plenty of people up here, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and it's great to see the way that rugby league players who have earned their who have built their trade sort of playing touch as kids sort of really give a great rap to our game in terms of the what it's done for their development as players.
Nice work from Potts and DeFore setting things up here. Potts, they just got there now. I thought there might have been a hand. I agree with the winger there. They thought the ball may have been touched, but they've got away with it. It was great defence out the wing there from the Northern Beaches as well. They had to shut that down. It was a certain try on its way 2-1, but they do hold out 5-4, that is. 10 remaining, Carly.
Yeah, this is like a really absorbing contest now. Both teams haven't sort of set the world on fire the last couple of sets. They've been, content to get into the grind of the game, and it's really, really important now that they just work their way down, look at their set completions if they can't score, and, try and sort of get down as far down the field as we can, because both teams are now really muscling up in that midfield battle.
Well, this is the longest period of the match we've gone without a touchdown, so that's nearly 4 minutes now, which we haven't had a touchdown, which in this game is quite the drought. It was free-flowing at the start, 5-4, but here come Newcastle. This next try they desperately want, and what about the wheel shown by Callie Atkins? But she just gets touched on the heel, though.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. Kelly's a great player, and really good to see her, back out here for the Newcastle Knights.
Trouble. Here's trouble. Ball goes wayward, though.
5-4. A bit of a late knock there for the player once she released the footy. So, hopefully Maddie Mitchell's okay. She's just on the ground as she released it. Just an accidental sort of clash there, and, hopefully she's fine.
And play doesn't get stopped in this situation.
No, there's no time off. There's no time off for injuries, unfortunately, in touch. And so, you want to make sure that the safety of the player is paramount. And then, and that's good to see her out the back. She's in the hands of her manager. And, Maddie looks like she's going to be okay. That's good to see.
5-4 Newcastle, 8.5 remaining. Strike play here and trying to go down. Amongst them was Potts again, having a good game, Jessica Potts.
Yeah, she's just probing her and Rachel Jess. Ever since under-10s, these two have been a combination for Newcastle. They've been giving teams headaches for many, many years. And, you normally like to see those two girls sort of combine. And, they are the heartbeat of this Newcastle team. And unfortunately, that last pass went astray. But this is really important now, Joel, for the Beaches to get themselves as far down the field as they can. They're on touch 4 here, and that's a good latch, but they have to come on with that intensity at the back end, and that's nice play.
Here they come, the Beaches.
Now, nice little fly play.
Oh, that's a lucky play, isn't it? 6 to go.
Yeah, but that was by design. They were looking at a little fly play. They were a little bit late coming onto the field, but they would be encouraged by the promise in that play.
So Bailey Nix is out there. Nicole Selden gets the pass away, and Kate Ryan. So Kate Ryan. Here comes Simorosti.
Oh, there's some phase play there, and they're awake to it.
Chance.
They've got to release that.
Chance, big chance. Bailey Nix scores.
Yeah, and you can see that unfolding, Joel. Just the phase play with there. Newcastle were a bit hesitant about whether to press out, whether to stay there, and they recycled the footy nicely, the Beaches, and then got into phase, and then were able to execute. And it's an intriguing contest now.
So that was 6 minutes without a touchdown, and that's been broken, the drought, by Bailey Nix, the 12 for the Northern Beaches. 5 all, Carly, which ironically was the score in the last game. I don't think it's going to be the score in this game, however.
No, there's a ton of time left, Joel. There'll be a heap more tries.
So here they come. Oh, yes, there will be heaps more, and just like that, Lucy Spain gets a second.
Yeah, fantastic work from Luce, and she is a real class act. Originally from Taree, she moved to Newcastle to study, and she's been a real beacon for the Hornets Women's Open earlier this year, made the NTL final, and Luce is one of the best young players in the game, whether it's women's or it's mixed. She's a player with great promise.
Amy DeFore with a nice little setup there as well. Here come the Beaches, as they have had the lead twice so far, the Beaches, but they'll want to have it back. So they trail currently 6-5, 6 minutes remaining, and maybe this player here, Duff, is central to the comeback for the Beaches.
Both the Duffs, Brianna Nathan, the cousin of Duff. I mean, they are an amazing, talented family. The Berryman, the Duffs, they are, they just seem to produce fantastic athletes, males, females across the board. Oh, nice little inside ball.
Yeah, she was lucky she ran out there.
Yeah, I did see that foot on the line, but I'll let the girls play, Joel.
Let them play. Ava Simpson, I don't mind that either. Let them play. In the AFL, they don't get too pedantic about those sort of little outs, I suppose, or penalty. 6-5. This is a big. I think this is a massive set. I think if Newcastle cash in here, Carly, they might have enough to hold on for the last 5 minutes.
The referees are sort of getting the Beaches to try to go up. They're looking to drop early, and the referees are all over that, which is great play. And
that's a great take.
Unlucky, just that pass floated forward from Rachel Jeffs, but it was the right play. Newcastle won't be discouraged by that, Joel. I'll go to that well. I honestly think there's still a lot of footy to play. Like, that wasn't a do-or-die play or a pivotal set right now. It'll come down. It'll be those last couple of minutes. But it's important that, Newcastle do tighten up in this midfield and they don't let Northern Beaches get a strike dump, and this is good coming a long way out. They'll have to be good to score from here.
Bailey Nix.
Passive play out the
Selden.
back.
You love the passive. You love the passive, don't you, hey?
And it was a good line. Often in women's touch, we see them being a little bit lateral and sideways, but they were tucked in nicely there, and that would be the influence of Jason Martin. He's a very good tactical coach, and they would have been working on that play a fair bit at training. So, on here we go. Cheap turnover.
Oh, here they come, the Beaches. They square it up. Great scramble. That is really, really good defence out there on the flanks from Newcastle.
What an effort. Chelsea Hindmarsh, she is an absolute fantastic player, and she works hard all the time, and she comes up with a big play defensively there for the Knights when they needed it most.
Nicole Salden and Bailey Nix, they get the pass away now, and here's a chance. It goes Kate Ryan, but they are really busy here in defence of the Newcastle Knights. Jassie James, Kate Ryan, now Solden. Solden's going to go to dummy half. Bailey Nix back to Solden. Solden takes on the line. The defence is just perfect from Newcastle.
Who's there? Chelsea Hindmarsh yet again.
Get the girl off, hasn't she? Worked hard the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, she is. I'm sure her
here she
partner,
comes.
Daniel Langbridge from the Dawson Dragons, will be home watching on very proudly, and very happy that the best player in that relationship is showing his skills.
Chelsea Hindmarsh, take a bow. That was a magnificent 2 minutes from you, which may have saved the game for Newcastle. We'll soon see. Here they come. The Newcastle Knights really looking to hammer this one home. They're at the 7 and jumping upon this, screaming through. Pass comes over the top, ball goes lost. So still a little hope. Door ajar remains for the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, it's just here we go. Yeah, the Knights have got the ball here again on this set. So they can ice the game now, I'm thinking, Joel.
Here they come, the dive, and two people make the claim for the touch, that being Simorosti and Bailey Nix.
Yeah, it's a nice process so far. A little dive at the line, trying to compress the defence. Not bad from the Knights.
They get two up there, but they handle it well, the Beaches. They've got to find a way to survive this because, Carly, I know you love a comeback, but I think you'll agree if they score here, they're done.
Yep.
Newcastle, last play. Can they dig in deep here?
Sarah
The Beaches.
Stewart.
The pass goes high.
Defence?
Great defence.
Oh, fantastic effort from the Beaches. Never say die, and they're giving themselves every chance here. They've just got to get down the other end. So really important. You see there's an urgency on them to try to move the ball towards the box. I'd like to see them be a little bit more direct on touch 1 and touch 2. It'd make a big difference in terms of where this strike dump ends up.
Carly, 8 of the first 11 tries came in the first 15 minutes, and maybe it's a concentration thing, but we've only had 3 in the last 15.
Yeah, it is. Everybody tends to sort of tighten up a little bit too. Like the fatigue factor plays its part as well, Joel, and just it's really important to try and keep your focus and have an even effort throughout the whole contest. And you'll often find the teams that have done their work in terms of their fitness and got themselves where they need to be, because it's a very different demand at State Cup that's required of you. So you'll see those teams tend to finish over the top towards the back end of the game. And Jess Potts with a long ball again.
Touchdown in the corner. That'll be enough. 7-5 Newcastle, but credit to Northern Beaches, this young Northern Beaches side. They've made them run the whole way. But in the end, class prevails, 7-5. The Knights are going to pick up their first win. And the pass, if we see the replay here, was brilliant stuff by Jessica Potts.
No, they've sent it for time. I'm thinking what the Northern Beaches player probably said was she thought that pass was forward from Jess Potts, and it was quite marginal out of their hands, and she must have said something because they've sent her for time. That's disappointing. So the Beaches will be down to 5 players for the last 30 seconds of the game.
So just in this scenario, typically, Carly, when are they allowed for the viewer back home, allowed to come back on?
Yeah, normally it's 4 completed sets.
Yep.
So unfortunately they won't get to that because there's only 15 seconds left, but that'll be the end of it for her involvement in the game.
Makes it really hard here when you've got 6 defenders on 5 attackers.
Yeah. But stranger things have happened.
Dreams are free, and great defence from Newcastle. 3 seconds to go. A draw beforehand for Newcastle in the mixed game. That was 5-5, and here Northern Beaches have got home. Newcastle have got home over the Northern Beaches 7-5. Carly Banks, thank you very much. James is going to be back on the other side of this with the next game coming up, but it's been a wonderful privilege to be calling with your great self once again. Good luck this afternoon and on the weekend, Carly.
Thank you very much, Joel. Great to be here with you.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the Touch Football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. Turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Feen, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies, and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure. But let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden. Obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends, go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callan Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and yeah, without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot.
Welcome back to the coverage here at Rod Laver Arena, so to speak. New South Wales touch, just close to the Hibbard Sports Club, where it is the Hornsby Lions taking on Bankstown. And we're really looking forward to this particular match as there's the siren. Bankstown taking on Hornsby. Hornsby, a decorated side. Bankstown keep asking questions as well. Dean Russell, the General Manager of New South Wales touch, to co-call this. Dean, have you got a score prediction for me here?
Yeah, I've got Kieran Hughes going around there very close, Joel. I reckon this will be a high-scoring affair. So I'm going +10, so I'm going to say 6-5 Bankstown.
6-5 Bankstown. It was 7-5 in the last game when Newcastle in the Women's Open. Great chance, and they cash in immediately. It'll be Bankstown, who they've just asked some big questions. Kieran Hughes was prominent there, and it's a great start for them, Dean.
Yeah, look, he'll be really dominant as they look to get to the red zone and in those attacking plays. They'll bring him on switches, they'll bring him on sweeps. He's lightning fast. There's nothing of him, but geez, he's quick.
So 1-0. Now the return of serve goes to Hornsby. As just charging up the middle of the field they go through Dylan Wells. In fact, it's not Dylan Wells. There's no 21 on here, Dean.
I'll tell you who that is, Joel. That's Josh Rosario, who has played all year for Vorden Cup for the Bankstown boys and swapped now and playing for Hornsby.
Wow, there we go. Chance over the top, and that's slick work from John Kennedy. He got the pass back, and just like that, Dean, they are on the board, Hornsby.
Yeah, look, a pet play of Josh Rosario is that dump and split. Dylan Hennessy, the smartest man in the game, throws the dummy, throws the flat ball to John Kennedy, and he just popped it back over the top of the defenders to a trailing Kieran Toner, and all of a sudden it's 1-1.
So Toner with the touchdown, 1-1. As they move it upfield here, and Rohit Prasad, they come back away again. Oh, they had to be knocked down. I know they'll get an extra set here, Dean, but by gee, it was touchdown time otherwise.
Yeah, Simon Lang getting in the passing channel that time, using those long Inspector Gadget arms of his to get that ball to the ground.
Daniel Stone, the decorated Daniel Stone is there. So too is Prasad. So here they come, looking to really get into him again here, and it is Kieran Hughes. And they called him off, so they're going to give this one. They were offside, so the referee said, keep going, gentlemen, and that's exactly what they did. And you're right, Dean, it's going to be a high-scoring affair. 2-1 with Daniel Stone. I think you'll find cashing in on this occasion.
I'm not sure it was Daniel. It was on the far side of the field. It might have been Mark Kennedy from the Jets there. We'll just try and get a number. He's walking away from us. But again, Kieran Hughes really dominant there at the roll ball.
So 2-1 the way of Bankstown. 2-1 Bankstown. I think the scoreboard's got this.
Yeah, but it's 2-1 Bankstown. Ignore the scoreboard, Joel.
Okay, long ball and, great defence. That was good scrambling defence out on the wing there by Bankstown, rushing up, pressure. That was just won by just brutal defence, team.
Yeah, very good wing defence there. The Bankstown team, they looked to shut that play down. They got in the passing channel. As soon as the ball went long, they immediately reacted and gave no room on that wing to get into the corners.
So Bankstown lead by 1, and Matthew Wagstaff is there, Matty Wagstaff, and they're skipping towards the 7 here. As there's Daniel Stone, he's about to run the Rooster line, and he goes for the cutout, goes for the dive, and collects one for Bankstown, 3-1, just like that.
Yeah, again, as you called it, Joel, they ran the Rooster play. He throws the big dummy as if he was going long and sneaks under the defence, and I'm liking my 10-plus scoreline here.
Yeah, so far so good. I will say, though, we did rock it out like this in the past game, and then it dried up. I don't know whether it's been a trend in the last couple of games, whether they get tired towards the end of the game. But here come the flashy Hornsby Lions with a few trumps out there now, let me tell you. And one of those trumps happens to be Johnny Kennedy, and he gets back away now to young Rosario, who's there. So here's a chance now. Hennessy. Good defence from Bankstown.
Yeah, they'll be looking to shut Dylan down and give him hardly any time with the ball in his hands. So
here's Hennessy. Went for the dive, but they're claiming it. But the referee says a little bit late there, champion. And they get Bowen back. 3 points to 2, 3 touchdowns to 2. Bankstown with the lead after 5 minutes.
Yeah, those 36-year-old legs of Dylan Hennessy here. You'll see him. He just pumps the dummy, and look at the way he turns his body to get away from the diving defender and get that ball down.
5 minutes, 5 touchdowns. 3 of those belong to Bankstown. 3-2.
Maybe I should have gone plus 25 on that rate.
That's right. What'd you say, over 10?
Over 10.
Prasad's out there, Stone's out there. And we just haven't got a 16 who scored that last try as they fire the pass away. He's going to get 2. So we don't know. That's why it's important for these teams to cross off who they've got. The 16's got their second, and now it's 4-2 for Bankstown over Hornsby.
A bit of luck in this one. They throw the long ball. It ricochets off his head, the old Falcon, and there it goes off his head. He's smart enough to regather and get it down just inside the dead ball line. But a little bit of luck in that one.
So here's Rosario now to Morris Kennedy. Maury Kennedy drives it up towards the line, and they lay it off for Hennessy, and this is his domain up here, isn't it? He'll be a dummy half. Rosario right on the 7. Hennessy, he plays it along. They had the 3-on-2, but it wouldn't quite stick for Maury Kennedy. But they earn a penalty, Dean.
Yeah, they did, and smart play again there from Hennessy. That's the second time he's used Rosario on the dummy. He threw the dummy, all the defence bit, and he went back the other way against the grain.
Here's Hornsby firing it to Hennessy. Great aggressive defence, a touch made there from Bankstown. Hennessy again. There goes to Kennedy, and threatened to go long, goes short, but defence. Tell you what, these green shirts are everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, climbing all over the top. Like I said, they want to shut time down. Don't give Dylan too much time with the ball.
There it is. Rosario just walks through, packs his picnic, picks it up, and just like that, it is 4-3. Bankstown leading Hornsby.
Yeah, look, a passive play there. Dylan Hennessy again. He's got the best pass in the game. Goes behind the behind the attacker. Picks up Rosario, and he just strolls through and gets one against his old team.
So 4-3 now. It is Bankstown who lead Hornsby. They just got it around the wrong way on the scoreboard for the moment. Here comes Bankstown. They charge up the middle of the field, and a little sweeping play. They rush up towards the 7. And Prasad's going to just fish the pass off away now to Kieran Hughes. Here they go. Hughes with the strike run. Goes out the back away. Prasad wasn't expecting it. Gets it, though, and plays on. But referee says that went forward, and it'll be a ball possession goes to Hornsby. 4-3 Bankstown lead. 8 gone in the match.
Yeah, Tony Calabria, the referee, they're right on that. Noticed the pass go forward. Picked it up straight away.
So here comes Hennessy. Now coming onto the field is Hiku. Charging onto the ball. We like that. There goes Toner. So this is good play from Hornsby. They can't execute, though, and once again the green jumpers survive. Bankstown towards the halfway line, easily getting there on 3. 4-2 to go. They sweep on. And they're going to have a shot here on the last. Here it comes now. Last play right on the 7 at speed, 6 to go.
Toner getting his hand in there. Lucky he did, because they were going to be scoring under the post that time. Josh Backhouse there on the inside was waiting for that ball.
So here come they just brought on a bit of strike here. So coming back onto the contest, I think you'll find it is Kieran Hughes. He's a primary player for them, and he just can't get through.
Yeah, there's nothing of him, is there, Joel? But geez, he's got some great agility and just speed to burn.
What's his background, Dean? Has he been at Bankstown for a while?
Yeah, he's come up through the ranks at Bankstown. Had a year off, but came back to play for him. So this year has been very successful.
So they get that. That was beautiful play in the end, and he had to do really well there, the winger for Bankstown. He has pushed the ball down, and with that, it's now Bankstown 5, leading Hornsby 3.
Yeah, very good footwork there. Got on the inside of the winger, who was scrambling to try and get across and cover him there. And so Bankstown really in control of the game at the moment.
They lead by 2. But this young Rosario looks sharp, Dean, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's built so low to the ground that his low centre of gravity makes him dynamite around these ruck positions.
Johnny Kennedy to Rosario, just gets him, just got him. It was good defence in the end there. A desperate touch made by Dylan Wells. Now they fire it out to Hennessy and flicks the ball. They just instinctively know each other. They couldn't execute it on that occasion, but there was something up the sleeve there for Kennedy and Hennessy, and well done again to those in green.
Yeah, they've probably been, the Kennedy twins and Dylan have probably been playing together for nearly 20 years now. So as you said, instinctively know what each are thinking and what each are doing. Likewise, the Bankstown boys have played with Josh Rosario all his career, so from juniors all the way through. So they'll know what he's up to as well.
And that means you're talking about Rosario makes a touch. 5-3 score remains here as they've just coughed it up. Chance here now for Hornsby and a penalty, so they can add another 10 onto that.
Yeah, Backoff's not giving the ball back there.
So Rosario just charges into the teeth of the defence, and Kennedy finds the sideline, and he's coming onto the field was Palau, and here's Hennessy. Just basketballs it across. Dropping the ball down was Toner. Toner just slides across. Here's Maury Kennedy at the 7 again. Chance. Maury Kennedy dived. Got the pass from Nichols. But the green shirts, once again, all over it.
Yeah, their defence has been really strong here.
Here they come again. They drop it down. Toner, nice play. No, they can't. All play on. No, the referee said they had got a touch there, and it will be back in the hands of Bankstown. Score remains 18 minutes remaining. 5-3 Bankstown leading Hornsby.
Yeah, well, might just have to ignore the scoreboard at the moment. At Bankstown, I've been really impressed with their attack's been a good job, but their defence on the line has been sensational.
So here they come, Bankstown quickly up towards the line they go. Oh, the no-look pass was about as good as you'll see. The pass went back inside, and just coming onto the field, I feel it's Hughes. That was magnificent, Dean.
Yeah, really well set up there between the Bankstown boys. Kieran Hughes, the recipient of the play, but here you'll see it here. They come out of half, a couple of quick steps. They give it in the hands of Stanfield. He's just no look back inside, and a great touchdown to really trying to make a statement here, Bankstown.
Yeah, the mystery man, this 16's having a blinder. We don't have a name for him. But he's having an absolute blinder, and all of a sudden now it is 6-3 Bankstown leading the Hornsby side, as Hennessy wants to have something to do about that. 13 minutes gone. You thought there'd be more than 10. There's already 9. Hennessy, flat pass, magic for Saviva, and the pass came from Hennessy, and they are back in it at 6-4.
Yeah, again, he's just got so much time when you get the ball. And his vision is unbelievable. He'll always pick up the open man. Where's Saviva that time? Another ex-Bankstown boy over playing with Hornsby.
So 6-4 now. 6-4 Bankstown leading Hornsby in this one. And we've had a vicious 13 minutes to start the game. It's a big ask. People have got no idea, Dean, how athletic these guys have got to be.
Oh, yeah, and added with the heat that we've got here today, they're going 30 minutes straight here with no half-time break. They do get substitutions. They constantly rotate their subs. But you'll notice that they won't be on the field more than a minute 30 on each rotation.
Prasad is there, Stone is there, Hughes is there. So a few of the guns out there at the moment for Bankstown, where they lead by 2, 6-4. Here they come. Prasad at dummy half. Looks for Hughes. Goes back to Prasad. Quick dump phase play. Now it goes to Hughes. He bailed out of that, which he thought, no, nothing Pepe Le Pewing here, so let's just take the touch. And they're going to set it up again. This time they go back to Prasad. Now Hughes. Hughes goes low, but they were up to the challenge, or down to the challenge, if you know what I'm saying. Rosario was the one who cleaned it up. 6-4 still. Prasad. Hughes using his speed, but terrific decision-making there from Hornsby. They survived that. 15 and a half remaining. 6-4. Bankstown in command over Hornsby.
Yeah, and you could see Hughes wanted his support players to come back on the inside there. A little wave of the arm down low, but they kept going for the outside hole, but really well defended by the Hornsby Lions.
Here we go through Maury Kennedy, tipped on Hennessy, and the footwork from Palau, who just come onto the field. But up to the challenge was Bankstown, 6-4, Bankstown 6, Hornsby 4 at the midpoint of the match.
Give a bit of a nod here to Nicole West, the female referee out there in Men's Premier League at the moment. She's all the way over from WA and is one of Australia's leading female referees.
Gee, wow, well done. And a lot of travelling, Dean. We've got Japan, the Philippines, Singapore, England.
Yeah, very international flavour.
Okay, here they come, Bankstown. This is alarm bells. Did he get onside? No, said the referee. So there was the young lady's name again, Dean?
Nicole West.
Nicole West was all over that. Well done on that, Nicole. But Bankstown will not let Hornsby off the hook just yet. So they've got 2 middles up, so here's a big chance here, Bankstown, but they scramble in a major way. 14 and a half remain, 6-4, Bankstown lead Hornsby. You get the sense this set here could be just critical to the end scoreline. Bankstown, the Rooster play, dummying, but they managed to knock off George Azzi there, just short of the line. Azzi dumps the ball for Stanfield. Back it goes to Azzi. He'll go down to Stanfield again. Back to Azzi. Azzi faked long and in the end just takes the medicine, takes the touch, and Hornsby will trot back out to their 7.
Yeah, Andre Bacchus just ran into his hole there, so they jammed each other up, and that's why he couldn't get the pass away.
So our man Dean Russell here, General Manager of New South Wales Touch, he suggested more than 10 touchdowns. Well, you've got about 14 minutes to get your last one, Dean, at 6-4. You're already there. Hennessy, the little casual one-handed pass. He goes away now to John Kennedy. Hennessy swoops upon it. Flat pass. Hennessy, pop over the top. Magical stuff. And Hornsby score a terrific try. And it is Hiku, the man to cash in. And just like that, 6-5.
Again, the combination between Kennedy and Hennessy sets this up. And then Hennessy's just got these magic hands. He gets that ball away. 9 players out of 10 won't be able to get that ball away. They'll throw it into the defence. It was well defended. You can't criticise the defence. It was just too good from the master.
I would have loved to have seen him let loose in rugby league, Dean.
It would have been interesting. Would have been very interesting.
Yeah, I think with the right coaches he could have got there as Daniel Stone. He knows his team lead by 1, and he knows the potency in the Hornsby team as Rosario went for the intercept. And with that, he's going to give Bankstown a big set of 6 right on their line.
Yeah, the first infringement there. Both teams knocked it down, but it was the first infringement against Hornsby.
Okay, there's Hughes. We know how good he's been, and the mystery man is there as well. Prasad. So he's rocking the longer garment underneath. I don't know how long he's going to use that over the tournament. It's going to be quite balmy, about 27, 28 degrees. Here goes Hughes, back to Prasad. He's looked like one of the most likely, hasn't he? This pair here, the 15 and the 16. Hughes, no touch, sir. No, that's okay. No, my apologies. So they've still got the ball here. Just on the 7. And the ball goes away and they're knocked off. So great defence, and they're willing in a major way. They've got to hold out here, the Hornsby side. Hughes fires a bullet to Prasad, and Prasad to Stone, and Stone's at dummy half. He jumps upon that, Stone, and Rosario up to the challenge, and all of a sudden, that's the end of the set. Back to the 7 they go. Hornsby, Dean, you just get the sense the first 15 was owned by Bankstown, but Hornsby starting to creep back into it.
Yeah, a bit of momentum shift the last probably 3 or 4 minutes, and now penalties being given away, and there's a forced sub there to the mystery man, and allowing Hornsby to piggyback down the field. And when you've got the 2 Kennedys, you've got Dylan Hennessy, you don't want to be giving them too much time in the red zone.
So this is what you're talking about right now. They're right up there here through Hennessy, and Hennessy goes back to Toner. Hennessy working with Toner, but they knock him off about 5 out from the goal line. They're forced to go back. Hennessy, Toner, and just got all the tricks in. Oh, dear. Gee, I tell you what, if you're a young touchy watching a bit of this Hennessy action, you're enjoying this, Dean, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Mate, he's got, like you were saying, all the tricks of the trade. But it's not just his ball skills, it's the vision and the way he reads the game, which complements everything he can do with the ball in hand.
Is he a basketballer, Dean, you know?
He plays a lot of basketball with his young bloke. His young bloke is a budding basketball star.
Okay, here they come, and goes back to Prasad, and once again Hornsby, who, as I mentioned a couple of times in the coverage here, they haven't really looked the winner up until about now. They're really just creeping up into the rearview mirror in a major, major way. They're well pronounced, though. They still trail by 1. 10 minutes remain, 20 gone. Bankstown 6, Hornsby 5.
Yeah, and you're going to give another chance here. There's John Kennedy on the field now with Hennessy.
So here they come. And it has been the trend, Dean, we have seen in the games here on the main field as we see Maury Kennedy, Hennessy. We have seen a rush of touchdowns in the first half of the game. And for whatever reason, whether it's fatigue and being able to execute, it's certainly dried up in the last 15, 10 minutes of each game.
Well, that's okay because I've got my bet on.
Yeah, you're home.
I'm home.
Yeah. They don't draw pictures, do they? You just see it in the statement you've got to collect. What are you feeling, Dean, at this juncture of the game? At 6-5, Bankstown lead.
Look, the advantage is with Bankstown, but as you're saying, Hornsby they've stayed close enough, and you can never be comfortable. Like, you can be 2 or 3 in front of Hornsby with 3 to go, you're still not comfortable because they just promote the ball. They'll just attack. They have that mentality, well, we're just going to score 1 more than you.
So here they go up the field, and Hennessy to Rosario. Geez, he's a fit kid, this Rosario. He hasn't stopped all match so far. Can he find something here? Hennessy pounces upon it. Rosario goes back to Hennessy, and they bail out of it. Nothing doing there, says Dylan. Calling Rosario behind him. They've got a set play here. Look out here, Bankstown. Hennessy from dummy half. Flat pass. And yes, it was a foil. They were sort of feigning as if to say Rosario was going to be the man they'd go for. But in the end, Dean, they play short. And guess what? Level pegging, 6 apiece.
Yeah, again, just everything coming off Hennessy. He'll set himself up there. He goes to half, comes out, pumps long, then goes short, and Hassan just dives over there for the touchdown.
8 minutes 20 remaining. 8 minutes 20 in this match. 6 apiece. 6 apiece. I should say this, Dean. After 13 minutes, Bankstown led 6-3. 13 minutes, it was 6-3. And now, after 22, it's 6-all. Bankstown, can they get one back? 3 consecutive tries for Hornsby just got broken. So they do get one back. It was Daniel Stone with the long ball and Bankstown back in the front. So that little tied-up ledger has quickly evaporated for Hornsby.
Yeah, and if you're going to show a highlights package of Daniel Stone, you'll see this all the time. He comes out of half, goes off his left foot, and then just throws that long ball perfectly positioned into the winger's hand. Made it so easy for the winger to score. And but you're right, Joel, like momentum is a really important thing in the game of touch football, and Hornsby had it, and now Bankstown are trying to wrest it back.
7-6. Bankstown have the lead, but Hornsby are on serve here, and it's Hennessy and Rosario, and out there as well as Maury Kennedy. So can they get back to level all? Quick tap.
Yeah, so the referee ruling there, they weren't moving forward, so when the ball's outside the 7, the defence has to move forward.
So here they are. They've got 3 players up. This is a big chance here, but they couldn't cash in. Great scramble from Bankstown. They went fishing, and they had them up, and, oh, dear, 6 to go. This is a huge set of the game, isn't it, Dean?
Yeah, it is a big set in the... Like, there's still 7 minutes to go, but this could really set the tone for the last 7 minutes of this game.
So he was offside. He actually touched the ball. He was offside a mile. I don't think you can keep Hennessy out of the trial line here with 3 consecutive sets. I don't think. Here comes the Pied Piper Hennessy stepping away, but Bankstown have been so resilient at this part of the field. Hennessy, Rosario. Rosario to Maury Kennedy. Goes back to Hennessy. Great defence again from the men in green.
Yeah, pass went behind Hennessy that time. Slowed him down.
Maury Kennedy. Little Rooster set up here now for Hennessy. Flat pass. Yes, Rosario tips it on. Terrific football in any code, and Palau, he scores 7-all. What a cracking match we're watching here.
And you just watch here when the replay comes up how Hennessy delays the pass and makes it so much easier for his support players. He'll come out of here, he gets around, just delayed it long enough. Toner then with a really well-timed pass. Rosario with a really well-timed pass to Palau. A great team touchdown.
7-all. The further this game goes, the further Hornsby are looking like they could just pinch this. Bankstown, though, have been the better team. Racing around was Hughes. Brutal acceleration. Was the player onside? And Nicole West says yes. 7-all, Bankstown and Hornsby. I like the look of this Hughes. Prasad doing good things in the middle as well. He goes down now, and they swoop upon it. Hughes
had the opportunity to give the...
Hughes gets underneath them, 8-17.
Yeah, she's ruled that they were offside there, and that's why they've awarded that touchdown. So they didn't get back to the try line. And again, Hughes just using that pace of his. I thought he might have missed an opportunity to release the pass. You'll see here as he gets the ball off the outline, you can see that they weren't necessarily back onside. They only got 1 foot down. He slides through there. The touch was made, but they only had 1 foot onside, so it was play on.
Tell you what, Dean, I reckon a lot of NRL players could watch that replay of Hughes planting the ball before the try line and using momentum to get there. How often do you see a player in the NRL try and score deep into the goal line and bomb a try? You don't get more points for going deeper. 8-7, it is Bankstown leading Hornsby.
As you know, I was a Mad Sharks supporter.
David was.
Well, I am, but David Peachy was the deepest the scorer.
Oh, yeah. He'd go right to the dead ball, wouldn't he? Hennessy, Rosario, phase play, goes back to Hennessy. Chance, Palau. Can't get the ball down with the juggle.
Yeah, really well defence there. Well, by Daniel Russell from Bankstown, getting across and shutting Palau down.
Rosario. They trail by 1 here, Hornsby, Hennessy. Again, they loop it out. Goes back inside over the top. Clever play. And Rosario can't get there. He was free, but the referees have ruled against it. So Bankstown maintain the one point lead.
Yeah, and Singh had done a really good job there to look to shut down the play out there on John Kennedy, but there was no support on the inside. So lucky the pass went forward for Bankstown. Otherwise, it would have been a touchdown.
So here we go. Bankstown up towards midfield here, towards the try line. The Magic Man's back out there. The Mystery Man's there as well. And they lead by 1. They lead 8-7. 1 more might just be enough. And they can't get there. So Hornsby refused to go away. 3 minutes to go, Dean. 8-7.
Yeah, Josh Rosero reading that play really well defensively, knew what was coming. Like I said, he's played with these guys for 15, 20 years now, all the way through juniors.
But what about the intent there? That'll be a penalty. That'll be a penalty, and that was all because of great intent on the drive.
Yeah, Kieran Toner really driving the ball forward. Daniel Russell just shouldering up to him. Just sneaky George Palau there trying to get away with one. But Tony Calabria, the referee, having nothing of that. He wants to have a chat first.
We've had some crackers here. We had a draw a couple of games ago in the mixed. Newcastle finally got there in the Women's Open to the Beaches 7-5 in a thriller. And this one here, the stage is set for Hornsby to loom large against Bankstown, who lead by 1 currently. But there's some big-name players out there. There's 2 Kennedys. There's a Hennessy as well. Maury Kennedy to Johnny. Johnny pops it up to Hennessy. Now he looks for John Kennedy. JK goes back. And they'll reset things a little bit here. Weeby's out there as well. Hennessy stepping chance. Hennessy goes through and plants the ball, and just like that, we are the Olsen twins. You can't tell them apart. 8-all. Bankstown and Hornsby.
You can't buy experience at Coles, Joel, and that was just great experience from Hennessy. He gets in tight. He picks the offside player up in the air, bounces back, gets him all tangled up. And just too easy. Just again, you can see the way he manoeuvres his body to get away from the defence. He's just too smart.
3 sets probably to go, Dean. For all the touch you've watched, is it most likely to keep the scoreline here, or is it most likely somebody gets 1 more try?
Oh, I think the way the game's gone, one of them's going to get 1 more try. You would think that Bankstown's probably going to have maybe 1.5 sets. Hornsby 1 set, so maybe Bankstown the advantage.
Prasad goes through, but the touch is made, and it had to be made by Alex Nichols. Great touch.
They're taking their time here, Bankstown, so now I think the advantage now goes to Hornsby if they don't score on this last touchdown.
Hughes throws it out the back here. Prasad and Stone there, righto. Hornsby, you've got 42 seconds to go. Do you manage the clock here as well, Dean, to not give Bankstown another chance?
Well, they don't have to now. They've just got a penalty. It's a piggyback, and they've just smart coaching. They've sent the big guns out.
Here they come. The big guns are there. This is the biggest of the guns. Hennessy away now to Maury Kennedy. What have we got? 22 seconds remain. We're tied up at 8-all. They have not been in front at any stage, really, Hornsby. Can they pinch it with 16 seconds to go? Hennessy, Rosario. Rosario drops it down to Toner. Toner to Hennessy. Where's Toner? Back it goes Rosario. Flicks it out the back. Palau play on, said the referee. And Palau caps off a stunning victory for Hornsby right on full time. And that is as good as it gets.
A fantastic play. And again, when they were on halfway, a lot of people would have missed it, but Dylan Hennessy quickly looked back to the scoreboard to see how much time he had. He sent them down the left-hand side of the field, then shifted the ball back to the right, had Toner back on the inside, threw the pass over. Great pass from Rosario out to Georgie Palau, who does the big dive in the corner, and that was a cracker of a game.
Dean Russell, for 29 minutes... For 29 minutes and 58 seconds, Hornsby did not have the lead at any stage. And in the last 2 seconds, they take the lead where it counts the most. The checkered flag was there. They did not have the lead for 29 minutes and 58 seconds.
You only have to be in front when the hooter goes.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you get there, you only have to be in front when the hooter goes. But a great game.
They don't draw pictures, but on this occasion, Hornsby have won 9-8 in an absolute thriller.
Fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure. But let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisations ran fantastic. I really wish I had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know that they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends. We go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team. And they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well. And the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it. How professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a State Cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did.
Welcome back here to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium, the New South Wales State Cup for 2023 touch footy action. James Preston and former Australian International New South Wales Hall of Famer Gab Rose to bring you this one between the Hills Hornets and Canterbury Bulldogs. Hornets with first use of the ball, 30 minutes on the clock, and of course, no half times. The two sides will change ends when a try is scored. This is the Hornets with it. O'Reilly coming forward now, a little sweep play here. Ellis is cut out. O'Reilly, good hand, stretching out to take that one in. Last play now, 7 away. They'll come all the way to the line. The Dogs were caught a little flat-footed there, but fortunately they escape with it. It's a very good morning to you, Gab Rose.
Morning, James. Really looking forward to this match today. Both have had we've had a win by the Bulldogs first game, so let's see how they back it up.
And the Hornets also a bit of sting to start competition so far as they really hit the ground hard there as well through Jade Pond, who has been in the wars a little bit so far today. Also coming off second best there was Shannon Bissett.
Yeah, she doesn't look good. She's down in the box. Looks like she might have rolled an ankle. Coaching staff are with her now. Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately we have seen quite a few injuries so far this morning. Some of them potentially looking a little bit severe, but we'll stick with the action here with the Hornets. On the attack as they swing it from left to right. Now Ellis just slowing things down for a moment as the reinforcements arrive. Not too many of them, though, so they're really forced to just stop the momentum for a brief period here. Now pick it up once again, head towards the middle. Touch is made. Last one now here for the Hornets. Flat pass just out in front there. Not the best ball on that occasion from Tatum Bird, but they are asking a few questions.
Yeah, they've started okay. Hills have got a really good coach in Mel Mitchell, the Hills, so they'll be coached and drilled very well.
Flanagan perhaps lucky to get away with that one there. They'll say play on. It was bouncing about. In fact, even better, she'll get a penalty. I thought that might have been one of those ones where they're a little bit in the grey and they just say play on.
Yeah, I think Logan was lucky to get away with that one. But you take what you can get. Now they march down the field.
So Cummins runs out of real estate, turns it back towards the middle. Tough pass to take, but they did a good job on that occasion to reel it in. It was Alex Chung.
I don't think we've had a complete set yet. There's a little bit of nerves maybe on the main stadium. Let's hope they can both settle down and we see some good attacking play.
They'll also be wary of one another. These two sides should be there come final day, you'd expect.
Yeah, the Bulldogs have had a really good campaign. They've been doing some fitness training with one of the absolute legends of the game, and Bulldogs player, Louise Winchester. So they've been running up Tempe Hill over the past few weeks, so they're bound to be fit. She's in the box down there with the coaching staff as well.
Let's see if that does indeed come to the fore as this game ploughs on. It's a long stretch, 30 minutes straight with no break as Ellis plays it, receives it back once again, threatens to link up through the middle again.
Yeah, she's definitely one to watch, Ellis. She's extremely light on her feet, only young, but very talented.
Ellis once more with ball in hand, turns it back towards the middle and getting to ground. Try time here for Annabelle Regan.
Yeah, it was well set up there by Hills.
Well, Ellis, the danger woman, just attacking them with a bit of pace. Here it is on the replay again. Just one off the little ruck, stepping and straightening just a touch there to open up the space there for Regan. First try in this match for the Hills Hornets.
They've got their experience back on now, the Bulldogs. They've got Claire Tandek and Logan Flanagan. Looks like Andy Law as well. So they've got some of their strike players on now.
And a bit of speed there too with Sailor Perrott, but they'll go back onto the mark here, I fancy. There's a bit of questions from the Dogs' side, and yes, they will get the answer that they were looking for there, which was the extra set.
Yeah, Tandek's unhappy there because if they played the advantage, would have been a try in the corner here, but suffice to say, ref had already blown the penalty and they get another set of 6.
They've certainly got their big guns out there, so Tandek, Flanagan, Perrott, also Andy Law. Tandek going right through the middle here. The touch is made. So 4 minutes gone. Hills still leading. 1-0 over Canterbury. Flanagan waits at acting half. Tandek. They step up to make the touch there. Flanagan offering it quickly out to Law. Promotes the footy on. Beautiful pass. And Silver is in. Well, that's better than silver. That's platinum experience right there.
That was a great outball there by Logan Flanagan. They gave Andy Law space, and very reliable. A good friend of mine, Keely Silver, who I know has been training hard, she'll be happy with that try.
Is there much complaining when they're forced to go up Tempe Hill again and again and again?
Well, there might be at the time, but they know come Port Macquarie Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon, it's definitely going to help.
It's better than running up the sandhills, I suppose. You don't get stuck in the mud, so to speak.
We've done those a few times out Cronulla way.
So the Hornets here looking to strike back. Level peggings once more. Little dummy comes in. And right below, oh, geez, that looked more than forward for a moment there. That was almost NFL style for a second. O'Reilly then flings a pass, which is well and truly forward and off the mark. So Canterbury survive.
Yeah, they'll be looking to complete their set at the other. We haven't seen it at the other end of the field yet, so they'll be looking to get a good solid set. They might go straight up, no sub-box, and just drive it up the middle of the field.
Yeah, we have seen that a little bit so far from Canterbury. Of all the sides that have taken the main stadium field here today, Canterbury are the most likely to just simply drive it up through the middle from deep in their own end. And I don't mind it. A little bit of variation. Last play now here for the Dogs. Perrott back against the grain, firing a pass here. Now, there could have potentially been some hands in there. But instead, I think they're going to rule touch pass.
Yeah, I like when they go up the field as well. I mean, you have to be fit to do it over the course of a whole tournament, but it definitely mixes it up, and you can have your 6 players on the field and get a couple of strike dumps at the end.
So as it stands, level peggings here after 6 minutes. 1 try apiece. The Hornets now working from left to right. They'll play it quickly through O'Reilly. Continuing out towards that subs box. They'll play it about 5 metres shy of the halfway line. Rolling over into enemy territory now. Little delay on that play. No strike dump to work with. It's a static start here for Mitchell, and as a result, they can't really conjure too much up. Just lost their way a little bit towards the end of that set.
Yeah, it was good defence by Dogs, but yeah, they're maybe a little bit slow in the transition at the moment. Hills, they'll be looking to speed up, so they've got players, fresh players on the field ready to strike.
So they'll start this set 10 shy of the halfway line. Canterbury with ball in hand. Reinforcements out there now. Bissett, good to see she's recovered from that injury. She's back there in the number 5 at left link. Tandek now also joining the action, and the ball arrives her way now. Quick play the ball from Bissett too. Law now stepping up. Tandek straightens. Law has another crack at them. Bissett, Flanagan building nicely here for the Dogs. Oh, just left behind at the death. Lovely momentum about that set though.
Yeah, the best part about that set was that they actually did some phase play. So they half had them, but they dumped and went again. Interesting to note, James, they've had Sharks halfback Nico Hines doing some attacking work with them the last few weeks. That's the intel. So we should see some nice attacking flair from the Bulldogs over the next few days.
Well, I'm sure there were no complaints when Nico decided to rock up. I know he's a fan favourite of many a lady here in Australia. Also in Spain, I've been told. That's where he's quite popular.
Okay.
Worldwide. He's the new Rafael Nadal. So up towards that halfway line they come. Well, they thought they were able to get around potentially an offside marker there for a moment, but that was ruled to be legitimate. So back onto the mark they'll go. Around about 8 minutes gone here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The little dummy, and the touch is made. Ellis back out there now, stepping off the left foot, cutting grass in the process as well. Such a sharp mover. Here she is once more at first receiver. Ellis with the cutout pass. All the way out now to Harborne. Harborne then pops a pass back on the inside for Pond. Harborne gets it back and then sets sail for the line. Tandek, the outstretched hand, just making the touch in time.
Yeah, she had a good side of speed there, didn't she, Harborne? Nearly through, but it took all the experience of Claire Tandek to touch her.
Speaking of experience, there is Flanagan driving up through the middle. Now Tandek onto Law. Once again, they make great metres coming away from their own end here, the Dogs. And into the action now. Nice run coming in the form of Mitchell. They'll wrap it around here. Option still live for Cummins. Cummins, though, the pass misdirected. And that has gone begging for the Dogs. It was, again, building quite nicely.
Yeah, they can't quite get down onto the line. They're kind of stuck in this midfield rut at the minute. They can't get down to get some few attacking plays happening.
And very easy to work it away from their own end. But you're right, Gab Rose. It's just that final third of the field where it's coming a little bit unstuck for them. They'll get another chance to launch a raid, this time from really good field position to begin the set, up near halfway.
Yeah, they should get at least 3 opportunities, you'd imagine, at the line. Let's see what they have planned.
So Cummins still an option out there. They'll head out to that left-hand side instead. Now on the third play here with Cummins.
Alex Chung will be the one to look for. Oh, and again, commentator's curse there. Wasn't the best play of the ball, but they looked like they had a sweeper play planned on that occasion.
We've lasted all of 9 minutes, Gab Rose, but there's your first one. Cab
That's not
off
bad
the
for
rank.
me.
Not bad
9
for you.
minutes.
Usually by now we've had 9 already. Now floated here
Settle
for
down,
O'Reilly.
James.
I can never settle down. I'm also standing, just for anyone that's wondering at home. Now they'll stop on this run for just a moment. Little dummy there coming in from Donkin. Now it's really opened up for them like Sydney heads. The touch comes in, though. Good touch made there from Chung. And that will be the changeover. And it had to be made too.
Yeah, she went straight through. I think that was Sophie Williams for the Hornets. They might have had to be a little bit more patient, but here we get an error from Bulldogs, so they get another 6 chances here. The water bottle's gone flying in the Bulldogs coaching box just then. Not happy.
Now onto the field too. They've now picked it up, fortunately. As the Hornets back inside that 7 metre mark, and they're happy to slow things down here whilst they get the full complement on the field. Now they're ready to rock and roll. O'Reilly. And now for Tatum Bird. O'Reilly again, straightening, diving from a long distance. The outstretched arm gets the ball to ground. O'Reilly, oh wow.
She was the vice captain for the Australian team earlier in the year, the under-20s, and fast and smart, and we saw both skills on that occasion.
It's from a good distance too, 5 or so metres.
Yeah, it's a great dive. 2-1.
So first third of this match done and dusted. A slender lead here for the Hills Hornets.
I'm sure in the coaching box, Bulldogs have got extremely experienced coaches in Pete Forrester, Graham Fleming, and then obviously Louise Winchester, and they'll be telling them to keep calm and stick to their processes, and the tries will come.
Law plays it quickly. Tandek now an option, but they'll head wider still. Good covering in defence, though, and they get across in time.
Ball down.
Well, they're having a little conference here, and there we go. So the Hornets did enough in time. It was Jade Pond who made the touch.
And Jade's a really good winger. So that was an excellent touch on that occasion, but there's big raps on Jade Pond as well. She definitely got her assignment on that in that time.
Sailor Perrott back out there now for the Dogs, replacing Flanagan. Tandek and first receiver back to Law. Law bring it right to the line. Then supplying just a little pass there, trying to squeeze through a gap for Kate Phillips. Back to that 7 metre mark.
And here's where they've got to be patient. They've still got a few touches up their sleeve. Look for that phase play again. Here's that out ball they scored off earlier.
Perrott stopping on the run, though, trying to turn it back on the inside there for Law, who wasn't quite ready for it. And that occasion probably just had to take the touch and start again.
Yeah, as I said, they've just got to not rush. They've just got to be patient, and, they've got the skill.
So up towards halfway now come the Hornets. Ellis off the left foot. Bang, she goes again.
She's through.
The dummy, here comes Ellis, threatening as always. Phillips made a good touch in the end. But Ellis, so dangerous. She pops a little pass here. Now hops in at acting half on the last. Ellis brings it right to the line. You could see what she was trying to do there, but Perrott jammed in well and teamed up nicely with Tandek.
Yeah, she just couldn't quite thread the needle. But the thing about Ellis is she's so light on her feet, but she's got a really good pass as well. So it's she's dangerous.
So Phillips now up towards halfway. Jamming in nicely there was Pond to shut things down. Perrott on the run. Mitchell back out there once more here for the Dogs. Cummins drops it off. Now they'll straighten here once again. Last play now here for Canterbury, and they're just asking a few questions. Well read in defence, though, jamming in from out wide. Alani Pond, so the two Pond girls all over it at the moment.
Yeah, that must have been practicing in the backyard, those two, because they've done that perfectly. Assuming they're sisters.
So here come the Hornets now, about 5 shy of the halfway line. Nice drive about this set so far, and they're very direct with their play too. O'Reilly joining the action now as well. Here she is on the last, stepping off the right foot, and then back through the middle. O'Reilly just offering an opportunity there for Carpenter, but they couldn't quite find the gap.
No, it was a good touch there by the link. I think it was Emerson Beck. Came in, another experienced campaigner.
Well, here is Beck now, crabbing across field. Getting ever so closer towards that sub-box once more. A little bit slow on this transition, though. They'll try and pick up the pace once again here, as Perrott is certainly the perfect person to do that. Once she puts the foot down, not too many quicker than Sailor. Sailor Perrott again. Turning it back towards that right-hand side. It's the way they want to stick for now. Last play here for the Dogs. Chung Perrott at pace, trying to get around them using the speed. Good dive in the end from O'Reilly. Makes the touch. There is the changeover. We're still at a 2-1 scoreline, around about halfway through this match.
Yeah, you nearly called that perfectly there, James. We could see what she wanted to do, but again, another good touch from O'Reilly to save the day there.
It's a nice little battle forming in the middle between the likes of Tandek, O'Reilly, Flanagan, Perrott also chiming in. So good battle between these two sides. It's neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, no one's asserted their dominance yet. It kind of is. It's definitely an even game. Anyone's for the taking.
Chung does a good job there. Makes the touch. Touch pass then called. Last play anyway. So directly at that halfway point. 15 minutes gone here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The Women's Open Division. Hills Hornets with a slender lead here over the Canterbury Bulldogs. 2-1 as the Dogs come up towards halfway. Flanagan. Now Tandek joining the action. Plays it nice and quick. Andy Law. I think they might even get another set here, will they? Or they're just simply just saying go back
Players
onto the mark.
asking the question, but it's going to be a roll ball, which kind of stifles their play now. They've only got a couple of touches up their sleeve. Referee's explaining the rule.
Couldn't have been more than about a centimetre off the mark, but don't mind seeing that as long as it's consistent. Andy Law now takes off. Law with a bit of speed. Good pass too, but well read again from another Pond girl.
Unbelievable. Their coach, Mel Mitchell, will be extremely happy with their wingers' defence, coming in, shutting down like that. But even off the line, as Bulldogs are coming off their line, they're shutting in and making those touches, making it easier for their inside players.
So Hornets nice and straight here for the first couple of plays. That player called offside, still running at them. Eventually they've retreated the required distance, but smart play here from the Hornets. They'll get a whole set to work with as a result. And they'll start this one just shy of that halfway line. So good real estate here for the Hills District outfit. They'll step off the right foot. Tandek up to make the touch. Now Harborn in that white cap. O'Reilly playing it quickly, about 8 metres away. Receives it back, and it wasn't square the play of the ball. That's a real coach killer.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there because they're going to get a couple of chances at the line. But again, they've also got Dave Nolan in their coaching box as well. So there's so much experience over there to keep they're a young team. Be about keeping them calm and just trying to play field position for this next 13 minutes.
So Phillips just shy of the halfway line. Now Beck gets involved as well. Tallulah Kirk out there now too. She receives it from Cummins. Kirk straightening the action. Cummins now picks it up and has a crack herself. Kirk, they worked a short side raid beautifully there. Very well read though in the end from Costello, who had to get involved.
Should be 6 to go. It was a nice play by the Bulldogs. Stephanie Cummins on that occasion, married to one of the Winchester boys, part of their family.
Here's Flanagan opening it up once again. That pass is ruled to be A-OK, and Tallulah Kirk goes in for Canterbury. We're all locked up at 2 tries apiece.
That was just the experience of Logan Flanagan we saw there, and a nice cut-out ball or an out ball, and the winger did well, got the ball down quickly.
Lovely play there from Canterbury. Just exposing an opportunity down that short side. And we're set up nicely here. Approaching the final third, all locked up. Hasn't been too much between these sides, actually, either, Gab.
No, it's a really enjoyable game, actually. You've got, as we said, we've got some really young players on the up and up for Hills. And then, obviously, the Bulldogs got a lot of experience and had a lot of success over recent times.
Ellis now driving forward and then stepping off that left foot. Always such a danger. Ellis ball out in front. Did well to take it. They'll roll it quickly inside the 7. No one really there to take full advantage of it, though. So Ellis will slow things down here. Trying to work for that strike dump. Last play now. Ellis, lovely pass into that link position. Fooled them all. They thought she was going long. She went short instead, and it opened up nicely. The Hornets back in front.
That was a beautiful pass because there wasn't really a lot on, but again, it's just that footwork and speed. Gets outside her player, looks long, and then just Link snatched it out of the air.
And Pond out wide, she was applauding big time. It was a lovely disguise on the pass. Sophie Williams going in. Something has been in the scorers list a little bit so far throughout day one here. Terrific 3-day tournament. Great to see. Perfect weather as well in Port Macquarie. Of course, a couple of years ago, the whole tournament washed out, unfortunately.
I know. Perfect in the commentary box. It might be a bit hot out on that main stadium, but we'll definitely take it over the range. Looks like the Bulldogs have evened things up again.
Yeah, Flanagan with a lovely pass there. Long floating, right on the money. 3 tries apiece now here between Canterbury and the Hills Hornets. Here it is on the replay again. Flanagan just hopping out of acting half. Long pass.
I think that's Silver in for a second, is it? Yep.
Keely Silver.
Well done, Keely.
Getting another one on the board. So they've managed to get all of their try-scoring action, the Dogs, out wide so far. Haven't seen too much success through that middle and link passage. The Hornets a little bit more variation in how they're getting across the line.
Yeah, they're trying to play a wide game, Bulldogs. They're playing those out balls, and then obviously they've got the ability of people like Logan Flanagan that can throw a cutout, and we've seen both ways in this game this morning.
So Riley now, that pass just a little behind Harborne. Play on for now. Back to O'Reilly, who backtracks herself outside of that 7-metre mark. Harborne, left, right, now with O'Reilly. They've worked it nicely, but good pressure, stepping up and shutting it down. Silver, who is scoring tries and saving them.
Yeah, and as we say, it's just as important to save one as it is to score one.
I don't think anyone told Bankstown and Hornsby in that previous match about that particular rule. 9-8 at full time.
That was a cracker of a game, though.
Certainly was. And we've seen quite a few good ones so far today, and it's just day one. Keep that in mind. No finals until Sunday itself.
No, and you'll see some of the teams, they'll take a few games to warm up into it and get their combinations right, as we see Cummins going through.
That's play on for now. It's a fortuitous little tap on. I don't think it was intentional. It won't matter, though. The result is the same. Try time here for Canterbury, and back in front again.
That's a hat-trick for Keely Silver. I'll hear about that next week at training, Keely, I'm sure, but excellent effort. It was fortuitous, but you got to take those chances.
Yeah, from the fingertips of Chung. And then just working with what was in front of them. Quick release of the ball, and as you mentioned, Silver with a hat-trick now.
And again, another try right out on the wing. So 4-3, Doggies in front with bit over 8 minutes to go.
So Ellis now here for the Hornets, stepping off that left foot. Such a sharp step to Fittler style.
Watch the long.
Ellis again looking long. Harborne is out there, doesn't quite arrive in the right spot. In fact, that might have been, yes, it was Grace Carpenter who's now put on the white hat. So it is building that heat too. It's getting very, very hot here at Port Macquarie. We're forecast to be in excess of 30 degrees today.
Yeah, which is where your recovery and obviously your fitness, but your water intake and your sleep and all those other factors come into play.
That's the second time you've mentioned sleep to me today. Did you not have a good rest last night, Gav?
Well, I was up at 4:30. I had to do a couple hours work before I flew up. So, yeah, probably by about 7 p.m. I'll be ready to go back to sleep.
Well, here is Flanagan now, driving all the way through the middle. You know how I can tell
Play
that
on.
your very, very rational response here from Flanagan. She played the whistle. They'll have to have a little conference here, the referees. Flanagan is sure that she was more than allowed to continue. And, yes, it has been confirmed. So, Logan Flanagan, heads up play, drove through. And that's what we talk about when we say play to the whistle.
Yeah. As we've seen in probably about the last 10 minutes, Logan's come into her own, setting up. This is the third try she's set up. They must have caught her off, which...
Oh, geez, I'm not sure about Ellis.
No, it looked like Ellis might have made the required distance back, but you've got to play to the ref's whistle.
Well, that's what the conference would have been about, because the first attempt to touch certainly was from an offside position, but Ellis may be a little bit hard done by there, but we'll stick with the referees, and there's still work to do here for the Hornets. 5-3 in favour of Canterbury. A run of tries now. And just get the touch in time here. So time also becoming a factor at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Just under 7 minutes to go.
We saw this in Bulldogs' first game where they played, I think it was Wallsend, who had an early lead, with Zali Chippendale having a blinder in that game. But the last 7 or 8 minutes, we saw the Bulldogs claw their way back into it, and they've done that again today. I actually spoke to Pete Forrester, and he said, you know, they're talking about playing the whole 30 and getting on top of these teams in the back end of the game.
So Chung comes forward, and now a good run here off the back of it from Emerson Beck, who was wanting an extra set. In the end, overstepped the mark. Phillips now up towards the sideline and towards halfway, for that matter. Quick release of the ball. Nice play here from the Dogs. Cummins gets a quick roll ball too. Mitchell out there as well. Cummins straightening it. Now Flanagan on the last. One of the danger women for them. Mitchell slinking up here. Perrott with a nice little tap on. I think it may have gone forward anyway, but the knock-on is called.
Yeah, Bulldogs will be wanting just to complete their sets, which they did there. That was the last touch there, so that was no problem. But Hills are going to have to start playing a little bit of catch-up with the clock becoming a factor now with just under 6 minutes to go.
Well, here are the Hills Hornets now, up over halfway. It's a good real estate here, and just for a moment, there's my commentator's curse. It's taken a little bit longer, but I've got one out for you.
Yes, no comment.
Got a career in mind as a politician based on that, Gab Rose.
I have been told that before.
That's not a good thing.
No, I know.
Here comes Cummins now, back towards Tandek. Flanagan and Tandek out there. This is danger signs now for the Hornets. Flanagan, short ball, easy meterage too. Flanagan plays it quickly. Perrott again, wanted that tap on. Just couldn't get around the corner.
Yeah,
up
they
and in
tried
pressure.
hard there. Yeah, it was well done by Hills because Canterbury were looking for the phase play, but Steph Cummins unfortunately got right to the line. She probably needed that dump a couple of metres out. But, yeah, good defence there by the Hills. They need to drive up the field, give themselves some chances.
So Silva makes the touch there on O'Reilly. And not quite on the mark. So I believe that might be another set here, actually, potentially, for the Hornets. They'll keep driving up towards halfway. Touch is made here from Phillips as they wrap around and try and get an extra few metres as a result. Ellis there on that left-hand side. They still haven't quite come to it. Now she hops in at acting half. Ellis scoops it up. Again, straight drive. That ball comes free. No contact for mine. Referees agree. There's the changeover. And they can ill afford that inside the final 5 minutes here.
Yeah, I think that was a correct call by the referee. Just dropped it when they were trying to play the ball. You should see the experience of the Bulldogs come to the surface here over the next 3 or 4 minutes.
Now Andy Law, who's been very strong in this game, plays it nice and quickly. Thorne in there at acting half and then linking up with Perrott, who's got oodles of speed. She showcases it just a little bit there without using the full gamut. And then Law just trying to reel it in. Couple of juggles. Ball goes to ground. And that still keeps the door ajar here for the Hills Hornets.
Yeah, they're playing a really flat game in terms of with their outside runners, Bulldogs, which has worked because they're getting the ball outside, but sometimes if you can't quite get the pass right, it's difficult to catch.
I think they've been done here potentially for 7 on the field. No, in fact, that's just an incorrect play the ball. So even more of a coach killer, you'd have to say.
Yeah, that's a hard one to take, particularly when you need to catch up 2 tries in about 3 minutes.
So now Law here for the Dogs. Popping a little pass. Cummins also joins the action now, crabbing across field. Eventually the touch is made.
Yeah, they'll try and play smart here, chew up the clock a little bit. As you said, it's a 3-day tournament. You need to still be running hard come Sunday.
Perrott out for Law once again. That one just escaping her grasp, but advantage here.
Yeah, that's the exact same play we saw about a minute ago. Unfortunately, the same result for Bulldogs, but they've got another set of 6 here. Hills have to defend hard here. They have to get a stop.
Here's Law bouncing off the left foot, then the right. No one falling for it on this occasion, though. Good touch made from Tatum Bird. Perrott back here to Law once more. Slowing things down, looking for that strike dump. They get it here. Perrott drawing past Flanagan. Just looking to get that ball away to Tallulah Kirk. This time they do exactly that. Kirk goes in for a second. And very clever play from the Dogs.
Yeah, again, you'll see it's that phase plays, James. They get a half opportunity, but they dump and then go again, so the defence just has no time to recover. You watch here, Logan dumps, splits out wide, and they've pretty much got 2 on 0.
Yeah, terrific play. And you mentioned the experience of Logan Flanagan, but such versatility too, able to play on the wing, link, and also operating as a middle in this match.
Yeah, she's had a really good game this morning.
So now Harborne hopping out of acting half. They need a result here if they have any chance of trying to at least snag a draw. The Hornets must score from this set. Chung makes the touch. Last play now for them. O'Reilly under pressure, and that should do it. So they see off the threat there through Bissett. And the Dogs too strong here.
Yeah, they won't be rushing to the ball there. Tandek's on the field, and she'll just be the conductor for these last couple of minutes.
There she is. Traversing that 10-metre mark, just shy of the halfway line. Good metres here too from Chung. And then Phillips and Tandek crashing into one another. I'm not sure if that was the architect design.
No.
They caught about 15 metres away here. A couple of players still at the sleeves, and they'll simply drive it forward here through Thorne. Inside the 7, turned away. And that will be the changeover now. So we come inside the final minute. And the Hornets, this one beyond them, but I'd love to finish with a try here just to build for the next match.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with their performance, Hills. I think they've probably just been a little bit slow in their transition, but The Bulldogs have played well. They've got better as the match has gone on. And then just a couple of their key players dominating when it was needed.
I'll straighten things up here. Ellis hopping in at acting half. Last play now here for the Hornets. Lovely ball. Flanagan, we've seen it so many times. Steps up in the line, takes the intercept. The chase is on. Ellis is coming. Flanagan swerving, trying to get an extra few metres, and she'll make it all the way to the in goal. Logan Flanagan, the intercept queen herself, lives up to the moniker, gets another try, and finishes in style here for the Bulldogs.
That's a Logan Flanagan special. She might be regretting she took that, actually, because it would have taken a fair bit of gas out of the legs, but that try line couldn't come quick enough for her as the youthful players from Hills kept chasing.
There's a lot of pace there from Ellis. Flanagan.
She did well.
It's this unusual stride that she's got. It's deceptively quick. I mean, we saw it in State of Origin, of course, the length of the field intercept, running away from both women's and men's players, and she certainly can move, but sometimes it doesn't seem like she is. It's a very deceptive running style. But at full time here, Canterbury victorious over the Hills Hornets, 7 tries to 3. Don't you go too far. More action in just a moment right here on New South Wales Touch Football.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the Touch Football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the Touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about Touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where I've it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know that they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Yes, beautiful Port Macquarie, the venue for New South Wales State Cup action for 2023. We move to the Mixed Opens division. The Beresfield Bandits in the all-black strip taking on the Penrith Panthers with the black, red, yellow and green stripes. James Preston here with you alongside touch footy legend Mitch Walkerton. Mitch, welcome to the booth. Great to have you here again. What a terrific tournament we're seeing unfold so far.
Yeah, thanks very much, James. Absolutely. Love State Cup. Nice and hot day. The action's been great. Really looking forward to this game too.
Now, this is an interesting matchup here. We haven't seen too much of these sides on the stadium field across many tournaments for a while now in this mixed division.
No, we haven't. But there are a number of players that have played men's and women's that are, combined into this mixed side now. I know a little bit about some of the kids from, I shouldn't call them kids, but from Beresfield. And so, really looking forward to seeing how they combine.
So who are some of the key players we should be keeping an eye on across these two sides?
Well, I think Jack Smith, number 8, he looks like he's going to get to dummy half for this tap-off. Aidan Story, I think those two will work very closely together for the Bandits.
So Beresfield will get first use of possession here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. 30 minutes on the clock, no half-time breaks, and when a try is scored, the two sides will change ends. There is the siren. Beresfield underway here in the mixed opens division. Nice first run here from Story. I'll go right up through the middle. Story again here, heavily involved. Popping a little pass now for Jack Smith. Those are the two to watch so far, according to Mitch Walkerton. Story back as an option through the middle, finding a lovely little passage there. Jack Smith set it up. So there you go, Mitch Walkerton. You're right on the money.
It was, but it was a really nice play from the guys. Open side quickie and then a little trail, and Story scores the first touchdown.
So 1-0 here. A good start from Beresfield, their first possession. And immediately onto the scoreboard. Penrith now getting their first use of the ball. Can they hit back immediately? The run here from De Goid. And De Goid coming forward, delaying the pass there. Mason on the charge there in the 65. Watson now hopping in at acting half. De Goid once more. Mason. De Goid goes long. Dummy coming in there from Donlan.
Great touch from Sam Graham there at the link. Had to be made.
So Donlan now back and plays it. De Goid cut out on this occasion. And really not too many questions asked except for that one play in that set there for the Panthers.
Yeah, they'll probably just get into the game. Help them get a few of those nerves a nice early touch.
A strong run there from Beresfield, and they keep promoting that footy up the field. Smith with a good little follow-up as well. Now Lucy Lowe gets involved. Ellis out of acting half, and then Moody. Involved through the middle, he'll pick it up and have a scoot himself off the left foot.
Yeah,
they were offside. Moody all the way through. Finds a pass, and they just managed to keep the tiptoes inside. Do they? No, they've stepped over the dead ball line.
Yeah, they have stepped over the dead ball line. The referee said play through, which was the right call. And unfortunately... Oh, look at that. It's very close.
It's a cliche, but it is a game of inches. I'll tell you what, had he also had a bit of training as a ballerina, maybe he gets it down, but unfortunately, it's a bit more of a moonwalk on that occasion.
Yeah, unfortunately it was.
So up towards halfway, and then the hop and the skip comes in. It's play on here for the Panthers too. Support pushing through. He can't score himself out of acting half. Now, why didn't he just release it? Goodness me. That's a try gone begging for mine, Mitch.
That is a try gone begging. I think the Panthers could have pushed up a little bit harder in support too. He didn't have a lot of options, but they've got a fresh set of 6, and let's see what they put on here.
Oh, that was an odd one. The support was certainly coming in the form of Donlan and just not utilised in the end. So they'll roll it back here from Antonelli. Antonelli crabbing across field. Now with Jimenez. Jimenez again, caught about 8 metres away. Now he puts on the foot himself. Jimenez stepping off the left, then the right. Linking up once more with Antonelli. Jimenez drops it down about 8 metres shy of that line. Once more at them. Oh, beautiful dummy, and then collapsing straight to the turf. That was sharp work from Jimenez.
Yeah, nice try. A good no touch from the Beresfield player who missed the touch. And we've got a 1-1 scoreline.
Geez, I'll tell you what. If he brings those moves for the after party at Panthers on Sunday, we'll know who it is on the dance floor.
Did you pack your dancing shoes, James?
I actually did pack dancing shoes. I'll have you know, Mitch Walker, and I take weekly dance classes. Brazilian, so it's not going to help me here. But, I'm a man of culture.
Absolutely.
Smith takes it from right to left, opening up the play just a little bit, directly on that 7-metre mark. The dummy comes in, good speed shown as well. Lovely play there in the end from Mitchell Layton, who lays on another try here for the Beresfield Bandits.
Yeah, that's a well-constructed try. It's the Cindy play, and they ran the open side. Early release. It was a 3-on-3 foot race, and I think the ref got the right call. It was ball down.
Yeah, just beating De Goid on the outside. A little bit of ground to make up, and when you're moving at full pace like that, makes it a very difficult situation for the defensive line. So 2-1 Beresfield leading Penrith. Around about 4 minutes gone. It's flown by very quickly so far. We've had a lot of action already. As Reid comes forward, stepping off that left foot. Now Jimenez, sole try scorer so far for Penrith. A chance to reply here though. Donlan receives it once more. Donlan diving from distance. They just got the touch mid-air though. That's a great effort.
That's an excellent touch. Really, really, really good touch.
So now Jimenez just crabbing across field a little bit here. He'll throw it back to Donlan. Jimenez receives it once more.
No half. Oh, they've got a penalty here.
An extra set to work with.
Very fortuitous.
So Jimenez restarting things. Bouncing off that right foot. Grabbing out to the left. Donlan. Caught just shy of that 7 metre mark. A lot of patience in their play so far here from Penrith. Reid. Donlan. Jimenez. Oh, bouncing once again off the right, the left, and then half finding an opening. He's a dangerous customer, Jimenez.
Yeah, very, very good on his feet, it looks like. Nice out ball.
Here he is again now, working towards the middle, finding Donlan. Donlan there with Reid. Reid now caught from Smith. He'll roll it about 10 metres away from the line. Donlan building up nicely, receives it back once more. The dummy dive from distance. Smith is there again on the spot. It was very close, but I think Smith just got him in time.
Yeah, that was 50-50, so the ref's in much better position than us, so we'll go with that.
There's Smith again getting involved. Lovely little tip on play and pick up an extra 5 metres as a result. And now De Goid also involved there. Good little run, though, coming in from Lucy Lowe. Last play now for the Bandits. They'll step off the left foot. Moody all the way through, finding the support of Story. Story time. It's another try here for the Bandits.
Yeah, it was, and a massive put down with the double-handed dunk there from Story. It all comes from their rucking. Their Beresfield are running tackles 3 and 4, or touches 3 and 4, much better than what Penrith are doing, and they've just got that flow that enables them to put their last play on.
So 3-1 here to the Beresfield Bandits with around about 7 minutes gone. They're looking quite strong in this contest. Penrith now looking to hit back. De Goid brings it to about 15 metres shy of the try line. Mason bouncing around with those orange boots.
They're not really calling any plays though, James.
It's all very static and passive at the moment, actually. They're not really taking it to Beresfield, and I thought they might have also played that without a touch occurring on that occasion, so probably lucky to get away with it. Won't matter here. And in fact, advantage played, so they will get away with it.
Yeah, I think they hopefully they get a better set this set from the kickoff. They got down there, didn't really have any intensity and didn't really run anything. It looks like there's hands pointing. And
so Mason now having a little crack at them, turned away. Back to that 7 metre mark. Yeah, it's very slow here for the Panthers, which there's a difference between patience and slowness, though. I think this is veering into the latter.
Yep. There is a little bit more urgency would be good to see. Let's see what they got here.
Antonelli dummies a couple of times. May have opened up something out of nothing. De Goid nearly all the way through. They just tracked him in time.
Great touch. Really, really good touch there. From Story, I think it was.
Story's been involved in everything so far. 2 tries for him. One set up from Smith and also the other from Moody. Now that ball comes free. I think that is the right call on this occasion. Yeah, Story is the man who's got a hand on it.
Yeah, no, that was a heavy touch. That's their second penalty.
I've got to be careful here, of course. 3 in a row. They'll have someone sat down. Mason tries to exploit a little short side raid there. They were watchful of it. De Goid now receives it through the middle. Antonelli crabbing across. Touch made there from Story. Oh, nearly back on the inside. Now, I thought there might have been fingertips involved on that occasion. Yes, There's the call. So Moody stepped up, just knocked it down. He probably had to make that touch.
Yeah, no, he did, absolutely. That was going to be a try. So this will be their 4th set here, the Panthers.
Of course, still the threat of potentially having a man sat down. That's the interesting part. They've had the 2 penalties. That one, of course, just simply a case of another set without the penalty being blown. So they'll work it away here through Reid. Jimenez. Reed again. Looking for an opening here. Grabbing across field. Donlan there too. Donlan slowing it. Dumming a couple of times.
Beresfield better be careful here. They're not really moving forward.
They finally do make the touch as Jimenez gets involved. Pops a little pass back towards the middle. Donlan gets underneath the touch. Try time here for Penrith. The weight of possession tells, and they get a second.
Yeah, no, it did. Your man Jimenez, again, set it up nicely. Inside pass, gets the ball down. Ref must have said that middle was never onside.
Yeah, Story, they targeted him quite a lot in defence throughout that set.
Yeah, they did.
A lot of fatigue starting to set in. As we mentioned, it's getting very hot here in Port Macquarie. I'll have a quick little look at the temperature. I think we'd already be up near 30 degrees, though.
Yeah, it's very, very warm. Humidity's always high too. December, so...
A little further north, so 28 degrees at the moment. And yes, high humidity too. I'm putting my weather forecaster hat here for you. So they roll back to this right-hand side. Smith and Duffield out there now. He hasn't seen too much of the ball, but he's an option on this occasion. But they'll come driving forward very quickly. Lovely ball too. Todd Harvey just put the foot down and created something out of nothing there for the Bandits.
He's very quick, Harvey. Picked up from half. Clean set of heels. Picked up, went short side. And throws a nice little Harbour Bridge pass and a good put down from the winger.
Yeah, nice try there for Abby Ellis. On the board here for the Beresfield Bandits. The margin back to 2 once more. 11 gone. 19 still remaining here. So early days in this one. But the Bandits looking pretty strong here. And Penrith still haven't quite worked into their groove at the moment. There's a lot of, I would say, hesitance about their play.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. You're not sure how much they've trained before. Some of the combinations, dumping with there's not a half.
So Jimenez again an option, or good couple of dummies here. Beautiful delay on the pass, round the corner stuff. And Jimenez on the spot collects a second. They're going to call it back though.
Oh, hang about.
Well, that's an interesting one. I thought they'd open up the passage beautifully. It's a late call here from the officials. And Jimenez can't believe it. Here it is again on the replay. Couple of dummies opening up. Well, I'm not sure what they've called there.
No, I'm not sure either. Looking at the replay, that looked like a good pass to me. So, anyway.
Well, I can only imagine it's something in the play the ball itself, but there was no call indicating as much of a thing. It's certainly not forward.
Here come the Bandits with that flow out of the box.
So up over halfway now for the Bandits. Unlucky there for the Panthers. The margin remains at 2. 4 tries to 2 here. Last play now for Beresfield. Nowhere to go. They stepped up nicely and shut it down on that occasion, Penrith.
Yeah, really good defence there from the middle. And didn't give the ball back. So the penalty.
So fortunately for the Panthers, there's still a lot of time left in this one. They just have to move on with the play. They can't rest on that no try.
No, absolutely. 30-minute games, very easy to change momentum and put 2 or 3 tries on in, a matter of minutes. So they just need to keep trying to run a bit harder with a bit more intent, I think.
Start a step and then setting something up here for De Goid. Oh, beautiful play. Stepping up in the line from Tyler Moody. Took the intercept. He's got those long arms and used them to all of his advantage on that occasion as they head right towards this subs box. A nice little
they've stepped
interchange.
Out.
Yes, in fact, you're right, Mitch Walker, and eagle eyes. They did put a foot on the sideline there. It was very close. Reminiscent of that failed try where they just went over the dead ball line.
I think it's probably one of my pet hates as a coach when any player rucks too close to the sideline.
We can certainly give it a good metre or so.
Yeah. You don't have to be centimetres away from the sideline.
Well, here is Mason now for the Panthers. What it does mean is another opportunity for the Penrith outfit here, and Jimenez once again is out there looking to capitalise. Reed, and now Coyne drops it off, and then she hops into acting half. Jimenez has a crack himself.
Yes.
Oh, this man, you can't take that one off him. Kobe goes in. Kobe Jimenez gets his second.
Oh, that's a really, really good try. Open side quickie. Nice early release, 3-on-3, bang, ball down. That's a really nice try.
We've got some great exponents of the dive in New South Wales touch football, and he'd certainly be one of the best ones I've seen for some time.
Yeah, no, very, very good at it.
So 4-3 the score, Beresfield with ball in hand and still in the ascendancy here. Smith plays it, and now Moody. Back to Smith. They'll carve it straight up through the middle. Smith turning it back towards Moody once again. Smart play too. Ran directly at an offside play, and they'll get the extra set.
Yeah. Penrith learned, that was the try they scored off the kick-off. Beresfield were looking for second phase on the back of it.
So Moody takes the touch again for Smith. It's far too easy. It was just a nice quick roll ball, and that just gave them the extra couple of metres they needed.
Yeah, that was too easy. Little quarterback. Smith dives over. Penrith need to be better there.
Here it is again on the replay. It's just a quick, simple little play the ball, and unfortunately for De Goyd, I think he was meant to track to the left. A little bit of miscommunication in defence. He held his line, and as a result, that gap opened up. So 5-3 now for the Beresfield Bandits. Every time Penrith get one back, the margin just blows out to 2 once again. They just can't quite get a roll on here at the moment, Penrith.
No, they... It's, there's only 15 minutes gone, so we're not even halfway through the game yet, so there's still a stack of time.
So they'll put in the touch here about 10 metres away from the try line. Reid crabbing across field. Little dummy comes out. That's a strong touch there. He's been completely pushed off his balance.
Yeah, that's a good penalty. That was too hard. There's only one man that Penrith can put. Oh, they're not even putting him on.
No, Jimenez still hovering on that sideline, so they'll have to conjure up something else here. He has been the go-to so far. They're trying to get to ground pretty quickly there from Antonelli.
I think it was a nice touch from the link, although the referee said wasn't onside. That might be the second penalty, I think, James.
Yeah, they'll have to be careful here, the Bandits. So 5-3 at the moment as they float it back to the middle. De Goyd floating it on. Now hopping out of acting half is Ellie Watson. Back to De Goyd. De Goyd once more, having a little crack at them. Good play there.
Yep.
Stepping up in the line. It was Mitchell Leighton who knocked it down.
Had to. Saved to try. Really good defence.
De Goyd once more. Throwing it here for Antonelli. Antonelli crabbing, slowing the play down a little bit. Antonelli drew it in nicely. Well, he had to just work with a bit more pace there. The play was on, but he never actually drew in the defender because it was still quite slow on that occasion there from Antonelli.
Yeah.
Now receives it back once more here. It's all very stop-start for Penrith. De Goyd picks it up. It's fine to slow it down, but you've got to explode at some point. Now, was she ever onside? Yes, is the call. So they'll go back to the mark once again here. But Penrith, it's so static at the moment.
It is. I'd really like to see a little bit more running.
De Goyd now, no touch called initially. They'll fire it on here once more. And the intercept has been taken. So it's a real shambles the last few plays there from Penrith.
Yeah, reminiscent of when they had the ball with the 4 sets. They give away a penalty, it looks like. So there's just not enough intent when they're attacking the line. So yeah, I'm sure the coaching staff will try and make some adjustments.
And a forced sub here as well for Harrison Reid, who exits the field. But immediately they get a replacement on there in the form of Mason. Now the Bandits up towards halfway, once again getting very close towards that sideline. I can feel Mitch Walkerton shuddering next to me. The nerves already coming out. They keep driving forward here, though, through Lucy Lowe. They'll play it nice and quick. Chelsea Ellis. And now Story. He's got a couple of tries already. Smith
another penalty.
Picks it up. And, yeah, they've been onto this nice and quick here, the referees, when it comes to those forceful touches in this match.
Yeah, I think he did drop the shoulder there. So they'll do very well to hold him out here.
Jimenez out there, though, for Penrith. The Story dummies a couple of times. Gets low. Stretches out. And then a huge celebratory flick all the way back to halfway, which is unfortunately for the Panthers where they'll be touching off from.
Yeah, that's not good defence. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. That's just too easy, James. I'm not going to call anyone out, but the middles weren't communicating. They weren't on the same page and let a really bad try in. You know, if the Panthers want to try and get back into this game, they can't let really easy tries like that.
Well, you're right. It's very similar to that one out of the dummy half where they simply picked it up. Nice quick play the ball and no one was really waiting for it.
Yeah.
This time Jimenez and Mason. Big gap appearing between those two. So it's just a little bit of communication here for Penrith. They've certainly shown they have the attacking wares to get across the line.
Absolutely,
but
they do.
Consistency, a bit of an issue for them so far in this match. So Jimenez will slow it down here. Popping a little pass here for Pedras. Pedras out of acting half. De Goid.
That's a great touch.
Well read.
No, it's not. She was offside.
She's offside, unfortunately. The read was good.
Yes.
So 8 metres away now here for Penrith. Jimenez again slowing it down. He is the man to watch for them all. Nearly went straight into the knees there of big, tall Aiden Story. Jimenez backtracking. Story comes out to meet him. De Goid plays it nice and quickly. Receives it back again. They're really trying to work for this 7-metre penalty and forcing them to come up to face them. De Goid back to Jimenez off the left foot. Those two really cycling the footy quite a bit. The dummy comes out. Story not falling for it. Makes the touch from the inside. One final play here for Penrith. Jimenez crabbing across field now, trying to put on the afterburners. Slow release, and again, just easy pickings here for the Bandits.
Good defence. They tried to run the quarterback. There was no bite from the Beresfield middles, and now looks like they'll run hard to get to the box and get some fresh legs on.
So Smith popping in an acting half, and then nice work here on the follow-up. A good, strong drive from Sam Graham. He hasn't seen a great deal of footy so far in this match, but that was a good play from him.
Look at the
shoulders
flow.
now coming into the action, and they keep pushing forward. Harvey, we know, certainly does have pace. Look at how quick this work is. They continue working to that open side and nearly expose them straight away. One final play here. Can they link up with Mooney? They won't need to. They get an extra set on the last. It's a coach killer.
Oh, that is a coach killer. That is, they have to hang tough here.
So 8.5 to play. The margin 3.
Whoopsie.
They concede another one here. I dare say that'll pretty much be it for them. So the Panthers again giving away a penalty here. That's 2 now.
Yeah.
One more and they will have someone sat down. Moody once more.
Outball trouble.
Harvey, here he goes. Long floating ball. A lovely pass. Oodles of space for Chelsea Ellis. She dives in, and now the two Ellis girls are both on the board.
Yeah, really nice constructed try. Middle link dump, outball, 3-on-3, foot speed. We know how fast Harvey is, and he throws a really nice bomb to Ellis, who a 9 out of 10 dive in the corner, James.
Yeah, terrific play across the field there from the Beresfield Bandits.
Yep.
7-3 now, so just under 8 minutes remaining. And that margin is already beginning to look like quite a mountain to climb here for Penrith. They must be next to score.
Indeed.
So Antonelli out there once more. Jimenez is also there. He's been the most dangerous player for Penrith so far. Antonelli in the middle of the field now. Smith stepping up to meet him as they promote the footy here for Coyne. Coyne again an option through the middle. They'll float it long. Beautiful pass there from Antonelli. That's from the top shelf. And the Panthers do have some answers here.
Yeah, that's a great ball. And really nice hands from the winger. 15-metre pass. Dummied from Jimenez. Oh, look at that. Really, really good pass.
And try time there for Mia Watson. Lovely ball from Jai Antonelli. 7-4 here, so it's not done with just yet. 6.5 remaining. I'd still say they probably need to be next to score. They certainly can't afford the Bandits to get another one.
They have to get a stop here. They must get a stop.
So Moody and Story, the quick little recycle through the middle of the field. Moody again stepping up. Story. This time we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown here from Beresfield, which has been very rare so far.
Referee says they're not moving forward.
You know, they pulled out of that touch very quickly and they thought they had outsmarted the Bandits there. No penalty forthcoming for them. Instead it went the other way. As Moody now crabs across and again trying to lunge from distance. Great touch there from both De Goid, and I think also out there getting it was Coyne.
Yeah, she made a nice touch from the link.
So a good bit of teamwork in defence on that occasion. So Moody slowly crabbing backwards. He provides a pass here for Graham. Moody, Story again. Story to ground so quickly. You're not going to stop him when he's got that kind of ability to get on the deck that quickly and with such a long stretching arm too. It's another try here for Beresfield. 8-4. I think that one just about does it for them.
Yeah, I do too. That's the Cindy play, and it's a boy coming around on the sweeper against a girl. Human genetics, unfortunately, he was a little bit faster in that occasion, and therefore it turns into a try.
Well, Coyne did a great job the previous play to make the touch.
Yeah,
Perhaps
absolutely.
just a little bit of fatigue setting in, mate.
It is.
They targeted it twice in a row.
Yeah, and it's very hard to make the touch on the 7 and get back on side when, and run backwards while someone's running forward. So, yeah.
Well, it's all business now from Jimenez. He's lost the hat, which means he's ready to explode. In fact, no, he's got it on there. It's a very strange-looking hat, I must say. So Jimenez still out there through the middle. Coyne, touch comes on her. Mason very slow to get into acting half there.
Not between the legs. That's a coach killer.
Well, based on the amount of coach killers we've seen here, I hope we've got some CPR on sideline. Bit of resuscitation required for the Penrith training staff.
Nice tip on play.
They keep
he's
promoting
away.
the ball upfield now. Really put on the afterburners here. Good cover defence, though, from Mason, who got there just in time. And unfortunately for the Bandits, they weren't actually expecting to get away down the sideline. No one was ready for it. Back through the middle. Smith comes forward. Last play now. Story wants a fifth. Story bouncing around. Finds it for Smith. The one-hand catch and put down. Oh, that's very classy from Story and Smith. The double S's combined. Add a third one. It's super.
Yeah, no, it was a super try, James. Middle dump. A scoop. There was people and bodies everywhere. Jinx in, jinx out. Gets around the touch. Gets around another touch. One hand put down. That's a beauty.
Well, that's definitely the best put down we've seen so far today. That's one for the Instagram highlight reels.
It will be.
So 9-4, 3.5 to go. And the Bandits going from strength to strength. Penrith now with Reid. Slowly approaching. De Goid. Get a quick play the ball here too. This is better from Penrith. De Goid, lovely pass there as well. I think they're going to call it forward. It was marginal, but that was better from Penrith. There was a bit of acceleration about the play.
Absolutely. If they got the sweeper to come around, they dummied the sweeper, picked up, went back short side, 3-on-3. They look much better doing that than what they've sort of been doing earlier in the game.
So Story now floating a pass out wide. The run comes in from shoulders. Story again involved. Smith is there. Ellis onto the pitch. Now Lucy Lowe gets good meters here too. Lowe then nice with a quick play the ball as well. Moody linking up with Harvey. Harvey, a couple of right foot steps. Harvey plays it quickly. They get involved here again. Moody, if they don't score, it will be a penalty. Back against the grain. Wonderful work across the field from the Bandits. Mitchell Layton goes in. He gets a second.
Yeah, that was really entertaining. They looked like they were going to score a couple of times. Right foot step. Picks up. Nice switch. Bang. Ball down.
And it was great play too from the Bandits because Moody easily could have been awarded a penalty there, but he wanted the try. He just kept pushing for the throw.
But it also did come back from the couple of runs that Beresfield on touches 2 and 3.
So this margin is now really blown out. At one point it was 4-3. It's now 10-4. It's been a real wave from the Beresfield Bandits. Jimenez out there again, though. Can they at least finish with a flurry? Jimenez cut out on this occasion, looking for Mason. Ball goes to ground inside the final 2 minutes. A chance now for the Beresfield Bandits to really flex their muscles.
No touch there.
They've tried that a few times here, Penrith. This time it's worked for them. Mason now has room to move, and he simply heads for that try line, trying to go all the way through. Moody did a good job to get across there in time and cover it. Make the touch. And it's that mindset here from the Bandits. Despite having a massive lead, they're not giving up on any play.
Absolutely not.
Jimenez again, popping it back through the middle. Beautiful ball. Antonelli on the spot. He's already acted as a supplier. Now he gets himself across the stripe. And a fifth try here for the Panthers.
Yeah, look, we've seen a number of tries set up this way. Open side quickie for the little inside ball. The middle was just a little bit too tight. Bit of ball watching. Nice try.
Yeah, certainly did put that Steeden down nicely, and Steeden is proud to be the official ball of New South Wales Touch and the New South Wales State Cup. To stock up on touch footballs or create your own custom footballs, contact your local sales rep or head to steeden.com.au. That's one man who certainly has had a great time with the Steeden so far today. Story, I believe that's his 6th try.
Yeah, he has been putting the Steeden down over the line continuously in this game. He went jink, jink, slam dunk.
We've got a Kobe playing. It's Kobe Jimenez, but that is a slam dunk, as you mentioned there from Story. 11-5. We've got 3 seconds on the clock. I don't think there'll be any further action.
No.
And Beresfield, that was a frighteningly good performance. You'd have to say, based on that effort, we're going to see them Sunday.
Yeah, I think so for sure. Great energy. They ran really well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them play again.
So quality performance here from both sides, but the Beresfield Bandits in particular running hot in this one. 11-5 at full time. Don't you go too far. In just a few moments, our 12:40 match once more in the Men's Opens. This should be an absolute cracker. West take on Manly.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends. We go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callum Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team, and maybe one day going to a state cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
Paul, Cronulla.
What a day of action it's been so far here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The New South Wales State Cup for 2023. We now move to the Men's Open Division 2 of the heavyweights in this competition. West Magpies taking on the Manly Seagulls. Some big names involved. The Catalano boys are here, of course. Not to mention the Masters boys for the Seagulls. There's some big names here. And we should be set for a terrific match on our main stadium. Both these sides have had a lot of success at this level. And Matalipso Masashi, of course, another player to watch for the Magpies. Such a great finisher on the wing. Plenty of pace about things. Final words here from the referees as well. If you are just joining us and you're new to touch football, 6 touch sets. No kicking, of course. 30-minute matches here for the State Cup for 2023. No half-time breaks, and the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. So some really high-quality players across both sides here. You look at the 3 Masters boys here. Alex Tripoli as well. Certainly one to watch. Liam Doyle, another one that can certainly cause a few problems. There's just quality across the park from both these sides. Now, we should have Carly Banks joining us soon as well for this one. But we hope you've been enjoying all the action. Make sure to spread this game far and wide. Share it on the socials. Get the family involved. Certainly know there is a few of the Tripoli family watching along with this one, so very good afternoon to you. 30 seconds away from touch-off here. Very warm conditions in Port Macquarie, 28 degrees, quite high humidity too. So fatigue well and truly does begin to become a factor as this one unfolds. Just a little bit of wind also starting to take place here at Port Macquarie, but it shouldn't affect things too much. So it will be Manly to get first use of the ball. This should be a cracker. Hold on to your hats. Two of the top sides getting involved in this one. So Manly drive forward. Now here through the run of Turner, playing it nice and quickly. Out it comes for Fong. Fong playing it. And now Aiden Masters gets involved, nearly losing the hat in the process. Masters floats it back to the middle, receives it once more here. Around about 8 metres away. Last play now for Manly, stepping off the right foot, trying to open up a passage. Long ball comes over the top. Right on the spot, making sure there was no potential opportunity here for Tripoli. And so the Magpies see off that first potential raid in the bird battle here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Up towards halfway, the Magpies come. Heavy contact there. No penalty called, though. They're really rolling upfield nice and quickly. Blackwood plays it now. Receives it back here for Bummelhelm. Bummelhelm can't really conjure up anything there. Both sides just asking a few questions here with their opening sets. Heading up towards halfway now. They'll keep cycling the footy. Good play here from Manly. The momentum continues with the subset. An effective one for that matter. They roll up through the middle. Still backpedaling here, the Magpies. They're coming at full pelt, stepping up into the line. Getting a touch on it was Blackwood. But the ball goes to ground. So more opportunities now for the Seagulls. Nicholas off the hip and now receives it. He'll slow things down. Taking the touch. Nicholas again, just losing his footing there when he was trying to explode. Back to that 7 metre mark he comes. Nicholas once more, slowing it down. Trying to engage the defensive line before launching a raid. Nicholas now throws it deep. Well read out wide on that occasion from James Shute, who shut it down. I think they'll get another set to work with here, though, the Seagulls. From that 7 metre mark. Nicholas once more. Wants a little bit of a supporting runner on his outside. Oh, Nicholas with a beautifully disguised pass. He dropped the knees, got low, and then just slipped it away in the nick of time. And it's Charlie providing for Sam. The Nicholas boys combine here. There's plenty of combinations. The Masters boys, the Nicholas boys as well. And that's beautiful from Charlie, setting up Sam. First try of the match coming the way here of Manly over the Western Suburbs Magpies. A chance to hit back now. JP Catalano playing it nice and quick. They'll head at pace, popping a pass, floating for eons there, but they just read it in time, the Manly outfit, and they see off the potential threat. Dummy comes in, well read though from the Seagulls, and they see off the threat. 3 minutes gone, a frenetic pace to begin the action here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Touch comes in and up over halfway now. They drive forward. About 8 metres into enemy territory. Straightening things up now through Josh Turner. Turner still with ball in hand. Turns it back to the left-hand side. Last play now, Turner running at an offside marker. Turner gets all the way to the line. And then it's played out there from Liam Doyle. A smart play because the link was free. They'll head back to this 7 metre mark. A full set to work with. Turner once more. Slowing things here. Out of acting half. They go away from Turner. A couple of dummies. Goss got down low enough to make the touch. Back onto the mark they head now. Fong sends it to the middle for Turner once more. Fong again. Now out of acting half. Turner there, an option once more. Well read from the Magpies. They turn away any potential threat on that occasion. Turner caught on the 7. Last play now. Fong trying to just squeeze a pass through. Stepping up into the passing lane and knocking it down. Another set to come here for Manly. This is good, patient build-up play. Forward they drive now. Nicholas back out there. That's Sam. I think Charlie there too with him now. Yes, it is indeed. Charlie Nicholas now having a crack at them. Collapsing quickly, getting to ground. The Magpies once more. Stern defence. Nicholas playing it. Masters wrapping around, having a little dig at them. Max Masters. Max power. Max try time. Manly have a second. It's 2-0 here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Beautiful play once more from the Nicholas boys. Popping a little pass, a quick play the ball. And Masters put the foot down. Got on the outside of Ryan Goss. Try time here. Once again for the Seagulls. Work to do for the Magpies. Battle of the heavyweights here. Blackwood again. Turning that pass out now for Bummelhelm. Bummelhelm again. Fling it on here for Lagos. Blackwood going long. That one looked to potentially be forward. It's a spectacular finish, but the pass is indeed ruled back. Score remains 2 tries to 0 here. So round about 6 minutes gone. Yet to see Matalizzo Masashi here as well for the Magpies. He's a real strike weapon with that speed and finishing prowess that he does possess. Manly head up towards the halfway line now. Good little tip on play. They'll hop out quickly out of acting half and heading out towards this left-hand side. Numbers wider still. Tripoli is out there. They don't quite come that way. They'll head back towards the middle. Fong, the dancing feet, getting through the first line. Tripoli's wide, but they just step inside the passing lane there with Nakla. No advantage, though, for Manly. They've really got them on the ropes here nice and early. Relentless pressure with ball in hand. Turner. Now Fong up towards the 7. Fong again receives it, bouncing off the left. And off the right, looking to get that ball to ground. But Bummelhelm was there on the spot and made the touch. Fong for Turner, who ushers him away before giving it back here to Fong. There's another penalty now, so the Magpies have got to be careful here. Turner once more slowing it down. Banging the defensive line to come and meet him. Turner stopping on the run, turning it back towards that middle. Sam Kelly was there waiting for it. They marked up nicely on Kelly, though. And they'll say he was never back on side. So try time here. In fact, there might be Zach Simmons who gets it. Yes, it is Simmons. So a bit of discussion from the officials. And a third try here for Manly. A strong start from the Seagulls. Magpies with a bit of ground to make up here. Here it is again on the replay. Simmons to Turner. Simmons pushing through. So they must have ruled Bummelhelm offside because he did make the touch. But of course, if you are offside, you can play through at the referee's discretion. Good ball there. And then somehow nearly intercepted. Would have been quite incredible if he got hands on it before it hit the deck. The Magpies instead still have an opportunity to put first points on the board. Again, they've read that well and tapped it away. I believe that might have been Tour Masters on this occasion. They'll touch it nice and quick here, though. JP Catalano. And those blue boots. Plays it pretty quickly. Once more, here comes JP. Pressure there from Liam Doyle. Brackett is caught. They've led with the shoulder there on making that touch. Forceful contact, the call. It's JP Catalano. Restarts things about 8 metres away from the line. They'll bounce off that right foot. Catalano once more at first receiver. Blackwood also sniffing around. This time he receives it. Blackwood back to Catalano. Catalano fires long. That pass has gone forward as well, though. So twice they've crossed the line here, the Magpies, but both times ruled as a no try. The pass going forward. This one still going along at quite a rapid pace, though. So 10 minutes into things. 20 to go here. 3 tries to nil in favour of Manly. Another penalty here for the Seagulls. Watkins out there now as well in the 35. Little chat here as well with Robert Knackler. Referee's just suggesting I don't want anything untoward. Moving that forceful contact is, of course, the priority here for him. Masters now plays it right on that 7-metre line. Watkins. That was unnecessary, the second effort there, but they're offside anyway. Will only count as one, given we've just come down to this danger end of the field. Watkins now plays it. Masters wrapping around once more. Losing his footing this time, Aiden Masters. So Max and Aiden Masters here. Aiden, beautiful pass on this occasion. Really stripped them for numbers. The winger jammed in. And there was oodles of space out wide. A 4th try here for the Manly Seagulls. Here it is again on the replay. Aiden Masters sums up the situation perfectly. Lovely pass all the way out into the waiting hands of Cuban Porter Sheen, who gets himself on the board. 4 tries to nil. It's an epic start here from Manly. Bummelham, now Blackwood. Inside the 7, plays it quickly. Now, were they onside there? That was a touch-and-go issue there for Porter Sheen. Referees were happy with it. So up they go now. Masashi finally getting on the field here for the Magpies. It's taken a little while to get him involved in the action. He's out there at that left wing position. Last play now for Manly. Nicholas turning it back against the grain. No passage opening up, so on the last that will be the changeover. Forward they drive once more. Ryan Goss involved. Blackwood grabbing across field. Now Catalano. Into the action is Brackett. Lagos playing it quickly. Catalano once more, the man to watch. Catalano firing it deep. Well read once more. Barakat with nowhere to go. And that is the changeover now. So 17 and a half to go. Manly with a strong lead so far, and they promote the footy further there, and now up over halfway. Last play here for Manly. Masters leaves it behind. And you fancy already the Magpies need to be next to score. Catalano now with a short ball here for Brackett. Now Tahia Riki. Bummelham. Back to Doyle. Just slowing things down here, the Magpies. Doyle bouncing off the left, bouncing off the right. Bummelham, last play now. Doyle, lovely ball. Masashi, how about that for an effort to finish? Head over apex. Well, that is sensational from Matalizzo Masashi. This is going to look mighty good on the replay. Doyle finds a cracking ball, and he twists himself inside and out like a contortionist. And I mentioned his speed and finishing prowess. Well, there it is on display. So 4-1, the Magpies on the board. Fong now with ball in hand. The Seagulls looking to hit straight back. A good ball here. That's another cracking attempted finish, but the ball has gone forward. So Sam Kelly certainly did get it down in time. pass, of course, infraction on that occasion as the Magpies still looking to get themselves back into this contest. That try will certainly help the equation as Masashi hops in out of acting half. A couple of dummies here from Doyle, and now Bummelham. Doyle can't go forward with that one. That's a roll ball. Incorrect. And a change over here before they get one final raid at the Manly defence. However, an early error in the set from the Seagulls means the Magpies can launch an attack straight away. JP Catalano now for Bummelham. Bummelham again. Catalano plays it on the 7. Wrapping around is Doyle. Couple of dummies. Ran directly at Nicholas, realising he wasn't onside. And they get the extra set there. 6 touches to play with now. Bummelham again. Bouncing off the left, off the right, then opening up the play. Doyle waiting in the league position. Evades the touch. Gets a second try here for the Magpies. And it is game on at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Just couldn't recover in time there. Diving effort coming through. I believe that might have been Porter Sheen. And 4-2 with about 14 minutes to go. This one well and truly now back to a contest. Masters dummies. And now finds Aiden Masters. Here's Max once more. Max Masters going long. Sam Kelly has nowhere to go. Nackler shut him down very quickly. Masters popping it off here. Masters again throwing long. Beautiful ball. The pressure came in from the Magpies defence. They were looking to get the quick bat back towards the middle. Kelly jams in. Really trying to milk that, and a few laughs and groans come out from the grandstand as a result. Referees also weren't falling for that one from Nackler. And now heads straight up through the guts. Catalano back into the thick of things. Catalano once more. Driving forward, Masters offside at the moment. They'll run directly at him. Catalano wanted the penalty, not forthcoming. So Aiden Masters will roll it back, and now Manly can work it away from their own end. 13 minutes remaining here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The margin 2, Manly off to a flyer. They led 4-0. The comeback trail is on though here for the Magpies. Fong plays it quickly, receives it back. Now to the middle, once more it comes. Turner and Fong, those two have combined nicely throughout this match. Fong bouncing off the left foot. Last play now. Turner off the left. Turning it here for Fong. Great tracking in defence. Tohariki is the man who makes the touch. And it was an important one too, just to keep them in this one. They would still love to be next to score. Catalano pops a pass back to the middle here for Bummelham. Now Doyle. Blackwood sweeping in and acting half. Doyle gives it back to him. Quick play the ball. They've got a strike dump here on the last. Doyle popping a little pass. I think they'll get an extra set though. They wanted the play through, but instead they'll get the penalty. Made contact with the supporting player before he arrived on the scene. Doyle opening up the play once more. They'll head for the corner. The diving effort. Now, was there enough done from the defender? He is adamant he's made the touch. And I think he might well have. Yeah, great save there from Porter Sheen. Doyle now for Blackwood. Doyle wrapping around. Blackwood opens up the play. They just can't maintain possession though. A little bit of pressure coming from Manly. And with 11 and a half to go, this could have been all important. Here's the attempted touch. Just must have got fingertips. Hard to see from that angle. But Porter Sheen, he was adamant that he had made contact in flight. Referees agreed. Margin still at 2 tries here. 11 minutes to go now. Manly can really put on the pressure with another try here. Nicholas rolling it quickly. Now Masters running out of real estate. The touch comes in, and that is the changeover once more. So the Magpies to work it away from their own end now. Masashi gets involved out of acting half. Quick cycling of the footy, and now Masashi straightens things up. Couple of runs so far in this set for Masashi. Up over halfway. Still a couple of plays left in this set as Bummelhem comes on the attack now. Catalano, the dancing feet come out, but really just trying to create something out of nothing. With just over 10 minutes remaining. Scoreboard pressure begins to become more of a factor. Masters. Turning it inside and outside, and now up over halfway they come. Max Masters back out there as well for them. Another set to work with here for Manly. Watkins involved. Hayden Masters. Watkins once more. Touch comes up from Catalano. Then a very awkward pass back toward the middle, thrown directly into the waiting arms of a Magpie. And the Masters probably lucky as well not to be penalised for dropping the shoulder in making that touch on the follow-up. A little bit of frustration for Aiden. Into enemy territory now come the Magpies. Lagos working through the middle. Blackwood, Lagos again. Running out of room here on the last, and the changeover occurs. 9 minutes remaining. Manly still in control here. Masters fires it on. Receives it once again here, Max Masters. Touch is made there from Knackler. Up towards halfway. Good ball here. Now they get the roll on working. Nice momentum about this set. Fong drops it down nice and quick. Turner puts on the afterburners and links up as well with Tua Masters, but I think the touch had already been supplied, and then the pass coming late. So 4-2, score remains 8.5 to go. And a bit of back chat too here from Manly. They're marched. So Lagos heads towards the sideline. Fresh troops onto the pitch. Masashi picking up an extra 10 or so metres. And getting a penalty for their troubles here as well, the Magpies. This is their best field position for a few minutes now. Doyle is out there. Now Blackwood also joining the action. Bommelhem as well. Blackwood. A little dummy. Stepping off the left. Resetting things here, back outside that 7 metre mark. Doyle wrapping around. Still no touch coming here against Blackwood. And cleverly earns another penalty for his side. Again, a concerted approach here from Blackwood. Now Doyle sweeping around the outside in that link position. They covered it quickly enough. Zach Simmons and Miknovic were involved. Blackwood once more holding things up through the middle. Bommelhem, Doyle. Doyle simply running into Turner, who swats him away like a fly. I'll come back to the 7 once again here. Magpies looking for any kind of opening. Masashi nearly created something with a nice little one-handed take. But that's a credit to the Manly defensive line there. They were asking questions, the Magpies, but Manly just great scramble, good communication, and they see off the threat. Now Tua Masters rolls it very quickly here. Blackwood stepping up to make the touch on the follow-up. Fong plays it about 10 shy of the halfway line. Now good momentum here as well. Watkins involved. The wraparound play comes with Nicholas. Very well read, though, in the end. From I think that might have been Narkla. As Tripoli makes the touch. Goss back onto the field here for the Magpies. And again with ball in hand. Goss linking up here with Tohariki. JP Catalano now out of acting half. Last play, must release. Beautiful ball there. That opened up the passage. Just couldn't reel it back in. Brackett in the process has had a little bit of a roll of the ankle there. So he'll hobble to the sideline. Lagos back into the action now. And here come Manly down the sideline. Half an opportunity to continue proceedings here. It'll take a while to catch up, though, all the supporting players. To a Masters now. Caught as well. 5 minutes to go here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Aiden Masters with ball in hand. Stopping on a run. Watkins hops into acting half. Now Max Masters. No touch initially. Back to Aiden. And there is the penalty they were working towards Manly. They didn't step up enough for the referee's liking. Masters. Floating it out now for Aiden Masters. Max Masters again for brother Aiden. Turned away from Lagos. Watkins drops it down. Aiden Masters now on the wraparound, trying to step back on the inside. Lagos tracked well, made the touch. Just over 4 minutes remaining. Bit of game management here from Manly. Rolling down the seconds. Max Masters cut out. Watkins tried to promote the footy. Incidental contact there from the Magpies, so that will be the changeover. Just under 4 to go. Tua Masters stepping up big time, but he was offside. Left way too early there. Now JP Catalano up over halfway. Need to be next to score here, the Magpies. Can they do so with this set? Barakat plays it nice and quickly. Bommelhem. And in fact, they're going to come back for an indiscretion all the way towards halfway. It might even be for 7 on the field, I fancy. And it is indeed. That is the call. 7 on the field. A real coach killer with time quickly running out. Just over 3 minutes. Not what the doctor called for. Simmons. For Kelly here, who then crabs across before he's caught from Masashi. Kelly again. Nicholas dropping it off for brother Charlie. Charlie Nicholas now for Sam. Rolling it quickly. Sam again on the attack. Charlie back through the middle. And Doyle just gets there in time to make the touch. 2:35 on the clock. They must hold out here, the Magpies. Last one now for the Seagulls. Nicholas looking for an opening. Well read in defence here for Manly. But they pretty much need a try off this set here, the Magpies. They'll roll forward. Do they know how desperate the situation is? Masashi, little dummy, and then picks up an extra 10 metres. Good work there from Masashi. Again, he receives it. JP Catalano. Back to the middle. Last one now. Catalano. Quick hands. Bommelhem. Oh, just out in front there of the waiting arms of James Shute. And that might just do it here for Manly. They got out to a flyer. The Magpies have been coming for them for the last 15 or so minutes. And it's been a real battle of attrition. A stalemate for some time now. JP Catalano makes the touch. They drive forward. Last one now here for Manly. Fong at pace. Fong puts the foot down. They've opened up half a gap. Fong back on the inside. Oh, JP Catalano just stepped into the frame of the pass. And now Blackwood plays it quickly. They're all offside. They've got to get on with it quickly here, the Magpies, but I think the clock will beat them. Inside the final minute, the margin still 2. Blackwood, Catalano, and now Doyle. Blackwood plays it, Doyle hopping in and acting half once more. Fong eventually makes the touch on that 7. Doyle trying to open up a passage there for Manos Lagos. And it's battered down. Final 30 seconds here for the Magpies. Manly have done enough to claim victory. Blackwood, JP Catalano, finally the possession and the pressure mounts. The Magpies get themselves a consolation try. Matalizzo Musashi goes in for it. 5 seconds on the clock. 4-3, Manly will run out winners. Neither side looking to get back into the thick of the action. Quality match from two heavyweight competitors in this division, but at full time here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium between the Western Suburbs Magpies and Manly Seagulls, it is Manly running out victors to the tune of 4-3. Don't you go too far in just a moment. We move to the Women's Open division. Manly taking on East.
The after-tournament function this year at Port Panthers is back. You can purchase your tickets from Port Panthers.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed, I think. When we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try, because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here.
Regional Stadium here at Port Macquarie and Tuffins Lane. Joined in commentary by Ricky Hetherington from the very strong Parramatta Club. Also not former, but incumbent, I suppose, State of Origin coach in the men's 35s division. And looking forward to State of Origin back again on the agenda come 2025. So this is the Women's Open game between the heavyweights Manly, who probably didn't have their best Vorden Cup season, although they did win the championship. They've welcomed a couple of stars back, in particular Laura Peaty making a comeback after the birth of her lovely young child, and also Jess Rosario, who's come over from the Eastern Suburbs Club, mixed player, New South Wales mixed open player, playing for them. So, Rick, what do you make of this game?
I think it'll be a really close game. I think there's some stars in the East team as well. You look at Maddie Studden and Amanda Squarko, they're quality players that will keep East in this contest, but I think Manly may have too much in the end, but it will take them a long time to get that lead and dominate that game, I think.
Okay, and all-female referee trio out there, led by Amanda Sheikey. She'll probably start them off. She's come over from South Australia to referee at this year's State Cup, and there's also the number 1 rated female referee in the world. So we've got some fairly good officials out there for this particular game as well. So we're just waiting. We're in the starters' hands, as they would say, if we were at the races. Manly will be tapping off. They're playing in the maroon and white hoops, and the Eastern Suburbs in the traditional tricolours. And already you can see they've set a formation here defensively, Rick.
Yeah, East have got 2 players sitting back behind the line. The first 4 will pop up on the first touch, and then the next 2 will try to get up and take some metres off in that second touch. Very common trait, and especially women's touch a lot.
Right, we're away now, and that's Dieball with taking the ball up. She'll get it back again from half. Goes down Davis out of half. She switches it back to the left. They got Dieball around on the sweep. She gets down in front of Petey. Petey will go long. She does go long, but the ball's gone forward and well intercepted out there by Bonnick. And it'll be a turnover on the Eastern Suburbs 7.
Yeah, nice setup there from Manly. A bit clunky, but they've eventually got the Laura Petey out of half from left to right, and they'll look to do that a few more times, I reckon, throughout the game.
That's Swarko, and she's passed the ball on there to Silvestre. They'll take it to their sub-box. Bella Slattery with a lot of strapping on that leg, one of their stars. As they drive in well here, the Eastern Suburbs, the Roosters. And that's Kuhn with the ball, and she's giving it off now to Bowery. And Bowery caught, but that was a really good drive for their first set. Manly now coming out of their half. They'll shift the ball wide. They're looking to get to their box. Dieball comes around the sweep. Gets the ball down in front of Rosario. She's now at half. She gets it back from Davis. On comes Clifford, and then in the hands now of Carruthers. A penalty there, so it was for offside. So Clifford with the ball. That'll be Brittany Clifford with the ball. She'll just take the first one down. Rosario at half. Off to Carruthers. Carruthers just takes it deep into the red zone. Now in the hands of McDonald. Player of the final in the Vorden Cup, and there's been a mistake out there with the referees have ruled ball down. That was Durdick, I think, who put the ball down, and now East. Again, looking to get to their box to get fresh troops on. They bring the ball back in field now. Well, the ball might have been down early, but the referees have called play on. But there's a penalty for in the ruck.
Yeah, probably got away with one there, the Eastern Suburbs girls, but they were good on the drive and they've created a penalty, so let's see what they've got when they get to the 7 metre line and have a bit of an attack on Manly.
That was Fountas in the hands of Brezhnev. She gets it down. Oh, another penalty there, so that's 2 penalties in a row now. Brezhnev takes the tap, gets it off to Fountas. She slides the ball across his face. He gets it back. It's in the hands of Brezhnev. She gets it down. Fountas gives it back to Brezhnev. She steps off her right, goes back to Fountas in the middle of the field, but the touch was made. Clifford coming in there.
Nice play there from the Eastern Suburbs. They're trying to get the links up to attack that flat line of the Manly team, but the Manly not letting them have it so easy. Be a link quickie here.
Yeah, with Irons and Fountas there, but the referee, they have run the quickie. Well called, Ricky, and it's a quickie called by Ricky. And they're 1-0 down, and unexpectedly the Roosters take the lead.
Yeah, good try there from the East girls. They got the link up, they got Durdovic up there to make a touch, and they went straight at her. Referee's caught her off, and straight at the line, try time.
So 27 minutes to go, and the Roosters lead 1 touchdown to 0. They'll swap ends, and it'll be Sam Brisby. I'll have to get used to calling that name. Recently married, Sammy Rogers. Playing, in my view, I know she's a very good player, but out of position. They've got her in the middle of the field. She's probably she is the best winger playing the game, female winger anywhere in the world. But they get the ball out there through the hands, through Nicholas, over the top there to Rosario, and she scores the corner, but with the referees, no.
I think the last pass might have been forward there, Dean, so they've gone back to the penalty for the offside.
Yep, good pick up there, Rick. So it's in the hands now. They come around and then back inside to Brisby, but she gets touched there, diving over, and that was worked between Brisby and Petey. Petey at half. Gives it to Brisby. She'll get down in front. They send the sweep around. It's Nicholas. She gets it back to coming back against the grain. Back to Brisby. She dives for the line. The referee, referee Sheeky says the ball is down before the touch was made. And straight away, the Sea Eagles are back.
Yeah, great try there by the men. The girls looked to run a little quickie. Got East in a bit of trouble. And the little bat back from Jess Rosario into the hands of Sam Brisby. That is a bit hard to fathom that one, Dean, sometimes with changing names.
Yeah, it was very close there looking on the replay too, but the ball was down, so a good call. So now with the Roosters with the ball, that's Barbara at half. She's given it off there to Kennard. Barbara at half again. She dishes off there to Bowery. Dancing around, she'll play the ball in front of Kuhn. She gets it down there, Kuhn at half again. They go the long ball out. If they had been able to take that pass, they were in for an easy touchdown, but the ball's just gone to ground. It was Studden out there, showing her skills and experience. She's still out there, the 33. Keep an eye on her during this game. She gives the ball off there to Bowery. Studden with it now, dragging the defence forward. Back inside to Bowery. She dummies, but gets touched. Play slowing down. Studden doesn't mind it when it slows down. She'll go to half here. He gives it back on, but she's got the penalty, so they'll rework their plays here.
Yeah, a bit of a physical touch there from the Manly girls. They have done a few ones there and they've got away with it, but I think that's the right call there. That you can be physical, but you can't interrupt the ruck. You've got to let the ruck be played clean.
So that's Irons with the ball. Nothing really happening. A good press defence there, but they trapped two in there, being Dieball and Clifford, but couldn't take advantage, the Roosters. Studden at half. She's got the ball again, trying to bring the defence forward. Davis comes forward, makes the touch on Studden. Studden goes off her right, goes long to the wing to Barber. Barber dives over, but the touch was made there by Rosario. Ball's in the Studden's hands again. Shifts it off there to Bowery. She gets on the outside of her defence, goes long to the wing, but the cover comes across. Good scrambling defence by the Sea Eagles, and that last play, I think they might have been better coming the open side, Rick.
Yeah, I think they had the numbers coming to the open side. They just couldn't quite execute that last pass. They had Manly under a bit of pressure there, and just a couple of phases of play, and Manly were in trouble. So now Manly looking to ruck to their blocks. They've done a bit of work here in defence, these four.
Yeah, McGrath taking the ball forward there now in the hands of Rosario. And that's a sloppy play of the ball. Dieball was there ready for it, but just a bit lazy in there getting the play down. So Barber will bring it back into play. In the hands there of Kuhn. They shift it wide. Bowery goes to half. She finds Bresnan. Bring the plays back inside. Haven't seen Swarko for a little while. I'm wondering if there's a bit of an injury there. And that's Fountas. She takes off going back to the right. They pitch the ball to the wing. She tries to drop it back inside, but there's a penalty for a late pass.
Been a bit of a sloppy start from the Manly girls. Their rucking's not as clean as it has been in previous years. But East are really pushing up, putting them under pressure though.
Yeah, and that's symptomatic of the way they played through Vorden Cup. Like we said, they did win the game, but there was a very close match between them and Western Suburbs to win the Vorden Cup. But I wouldn't say it was their cleanest season. Here's McDonald. She's been good for them all year. A little heavy touch there on Carruthers. Knocks it to the ground and they receive the penalty. So it's Clifford now with the ball. Rosario back to Clifford.
Yeah, so Manly be looking to set up something for Laura Petey, sitting at left link. She's going to get the ball in the second at half, and I'm sure they'll look to get her involved heavily in this set of six.
Yep. Marlowe gets it down in front of Brisby. She gives it off to Petey. Petey back inside to Brisby. Just too much momentum falling forward and can't control the ruck.
It's a nice setup there, though, from the Manly girls. If they can just clean that up, there is a try coming there for them.
So the Roosters now looking to get to their box, get fresh troops on, and here they come. Studden's the first of them. She's got the ball in hand now. Bit of a skip step and drives into the line. All good hands, picked up there well. Now it's in the hands of Swarko. She gets down in front of Slattery. She hasn't been on for a while either. Heavily strapped left thigh. So Slattery gets the ball out there, and it was well wrapped up there by the Roosters. And Tomasuyu was caught there, but now it's the Sea Eagles coming forward through Maali. Brisby now. Bit scrappy here again. Nicholas. That's a better drive. Oh, the referee's down. Well, play it on here anyway. And there's Davis. She skips on the outside. And die ball out of half. Comes to the right back. Jumps back to the left. That might have been a late pass. And yes, the referees have picked that up.
There's a lot better set there, though, from the men and the girls. They had a bit more direct play about themselves and really put East under pressure, though. But just, again, the last little bit, they're just not clean at the moment.
Yeah, it took the drive of Zara Nicholas to really spark them up. And there's a heavy touch. Put Swarko into the box. So it's a penalty there to the Roosters.
Both teams very physical when the opposition's coming to the box. They're really trying to disrupt that rucking and stop that flow and that momentum you can get on the back of the box set.
Yeah, no, this referee Sheiky there talking to the Sea Eagle girls, and obviously that was the exact point she was making. They cut the ball out here, Bresnan. She's got players on the outside, dummies, and goes through, but no, the touch was claimed. And that was Durdovic making that touch. She probably had the opportunity to release the ball earlier to a flying Leo. The Roosters now back in the hands there of Kuhn. She gets it. No, she's going to get it down. Davis comes out the metre. This time Kuhn gets a penalty. Sheiky not happy with the way the Manly have moved forward. I can tell Shelley from experience, you're not going to win that argument with referee Sheiky.
No, definitely not. She'll just keep telling them to move forward. And if they keep arguing, she'll penalise them more. There's another penalty, I think, coming here.
Yep, she's pulled up play. I'm not sure what it was. I think she must have got a signal from the sideline. The referees are mic'd up, so they can talk to each other. Good drive there from Davis. Nicholas again. She's getting them going forward. This time, die ball. She'll be smart and just tucks it under her wing. Clifford now. That's 3 or 4 good driving sets. Carruthers sweeps on the field. She gets in front of McDonald. McDonald tries to come out of half. Goes back to the left and right, but penalty for offside there. That was Kuhn caught there in the ruck, but very good driving attack there from the Manly girls.
Yeah, there's a lot better set there from the Manly girls at the back end. They really went nice and direct with Macy Carruthers out and got Melissa McDonald out of half, and just, again, execution that back set, just not quite what they needed to be right now.
Good defence there from Irons this time from the Roosters, coming out to meet McDonald, and there was a penalty there for not being square on, so that's a bit of a coach killer. They've done a lot of hard work to get down in the attacking zone, and so that's a penalty here.
Yeah, Coach Christian Brown wouldn't be very happy currently. They're creating momentum but not taking their chances, and when they get repeat sets, they're losing the ball quite early in the set. So I'm sure Christian will be pulling them together to really just trying to get that polish right now.
Bonnick at half. She finds Fountas. She drops the ball back inside to Bresnan. Fountas has got it again. They get around on the wrap. This time it's Studden. Studden looks on the inside, tries to get release there back to Kennard, but she's put the ball down. So the referee wants Manly to take it back and start again. So Carruthers will start the set with the roll ball.
Yeah, Manly are doing well in defence. They're giving Maddie Studden her opportunities, but they are 15-20 out where she's not the most deadly player. If you can get to the 7, that's when she's going to really hurt this Manly team.
Oh, there was forward pass and well picked up by the referees. And Coach Christian Brown rubbing his brown hair that might be a little bit shade of grey by the end of this game.
Yeah, definitely. Christian does not look happy at the moment. Manly have only got 7 in the box, so they're missing a player, obviously, for today. But it could hurt in this game. If you play a woman down, you can be in trouble early doors in this tournament.
Fountas, gets it off to Studden. She rolls the ball, but didn't go through her legs. Tried to get away with one there, Maddie, using that guile and experience that she has. But now, that was Mayoli driving the ball forward. They come again. And here come the Seagulls. Good dish off there in the hands of Durdovic. Davis driving it forward. Now in the ball. Hannah die ball. Great long searching ball out wide. They shift it back on the inside. From die ball and Davis between them. Die ball goes off the right. Finds Petey. There's trouble here for the Roosters. Petey goes back to die ball. Nothing happening there, but very good defence in the end from the Roosters. And there's a message coming in from the sideline referees here that they weren't onside, and I would agree with that. So it's a penalty to Manly, and the Roosters really need to hang on here. We've got 16 and a half to go. Davis with the ball, centre field. They release now. Petey, she's going for the line. I'm not sure they were onside there, but they've ruled the penalty.
Yeah, they might have got away with one there, East. I thought she never made the line, and Laura got down nice and low and got the ball to the ground. I thought a bit unlucky not to be given that try there, Manly.
I'll probably try and sequence this here again. Petey out of half, finds Davis. They slow it down. They're bringing out the Roosters' defence. Brisbane makes the touch. They give it back to Petey off the deck. She goes long against the grain, back to Jess Rosario. She releases to Shelley Davis, who's put the dancing feet on and steps inside Studden and gets the ball down with no cover from the eastern suburbs Roosters.
Yeah, lovely play there from Millie. They're dragging both the middles up and then looking to kick to the side and drag that middle and making that open side as big as they possibly can. And a lovely little bat back there from Jess Rosario back to Shelley Davis, and a lovely try, and Manly take the lead 2-1 with just over 15 minutes to go.
So Shelley Davis in 66, clickety-click. And they go here now, and there's Bella Slattery taking the ball forward for the Roosters. Now in the hands over the stalwart there. That was Squarko. Squarko with the ball again. Dummies the sweeper of Bella Slattery. Finds her now. Slattery trying to bring the defence forward. They're dropping. She gets the ball back off the deck. There's a chance here for Squarko. She's got it down. That's a good, well set up play between Squarko and Bella Slattery.
Lovely try there from the East girls. They got both middles up and in the touch area. Bella got the ball back on the quickie play and just Manly a bit late on the shutdown. Nice little pop pass to the East club captain, Amanda Squarko.
So 14:40 to play. We're at 2-2 here. You would think most pundits would have thought that Manly might be a little bit further in front by this stage, so the Roosters really hanging in as Mayalo takes the ball forward. Petey at half. She's been doing a mountain of work out there, as with Dieball. She throws it back to Petey. No one at half. Mayalo gets in there. She releases to Dieball. Dieball gives it back to her. They drive into the ruck now. Here goes Petey. She'll be looking for the long ball. There it is, out to Jess Rosario. She dives to the line. The referees are happy with it. And she's in for a second. And once again, the Sea Eagles move forward here.
Yeah, lovely try there from the Manly girls. They really just dragged the ball, and Laura Petey out of half, left to right again. But that definitely will not be the last time we see that this weekend. And a beautiful finish from Jess Rosario. That's what she's known for in touch football. She's a great finisher.
So away we go again now. It's the Roosters with the ball. Fountas. Probably need to drive a bit deeper into them. This is better. Drives into them this time. Studden out here on the right, looking for her to get involved in the play.
They're trying to set up a bit of an ML play, I think, for Maddie Studden just to be able to throw right to left here. But Manly just disrupting and being a bit up, trying to upset the rhythm of the East girls on the set, trying to set up for Maddie.
So Bresnan gets it out to Thomas Hugh. Thomas Hugh with the ball. She goes for the line. She gets it out wide to the wing. I think that was Bonnick out there, maybe. I'll wait to see the number. Anyway, it's in the hands of Bresnan. Bresnan releases to Fountas. Fountas gets it out to Studden. Studden's down. Fountas at half. Gives it back to Studden. Back inside to Fountas. She should have been expecting it. Well, they've got a bonus here. A penalty for offside.
Yeah, now East just aren't being as clean as they need to be. Maddie Studden just will try to dictate the tempo, but you've got to give her clean platforms to do so.
Coach Clay Studden, he sent one of his superstars out, Bella Slattery. They'll be looking for her shortly. Oh, heavy touch there by Jess Rosario on Studden.
Yeah, the winger sniped her there, so it's not a bad setup from Manly if they can execute the defensive policy there.
So Studden and Slattery will work together. Slattery gets it back from Studden. She's looking to get through the line. The referee's going to say they're offside here. No, they're going to have a bit of a discussion. Yeah, no, the ball was down, so a little quickie there, and they've tied it up again.
Yeah, lovely little try there from Bella Slattery. They got Millie Dirdovic to link nice and high and dumped on her and went the short side on her again. And you've only got to get the borderline. That's what Bella did. She stretched out nice and long and got the ball just to the line. And a beautiful try for East, 3-3.
So a tight game here in the Women's A Championship of the State Cup. Being played in beautiful sunny conditions. Maybe a little bit too hot for the players out there. Nice breeze to be up. There's Clifford driving in. They've slowed it up with McDonald. She's going to work with McGrath. McGrath with the ball now. Gets it down in front of McDonald. She takes off to the left. She's taking on Squarko, but well read defensively by Slattery. And she came in and shut Carruthers down, who was coming back on the switch.
Yeah, nice defence there from the East girls. Amanda Squarko said, you're not beating me to the short side, and knew the teammates had it covered on the open side. So it's a very good setup, very good defence there from East, but now they have to get out of trouble. They've got to finish this set down the other end.
Yep, they drive to their box. They bring their fresh troops on. They're driving hard. Good defence there from McDonald, getting up and putting the pressure on. They go out wide with the cutout ball to Barber. She does a little 360 and dummies and throws it back inside. The ball's still in their hands. Here's an opportunity there from Kennard. She gets a touch there. Barber's not dropped that ball, so a let off there for the Sea Eagles.
Yeah, big let off there. East done something a bit different. They came out of the box and decided to shift the ball very quickly across the field, and there was space there to have. And I don't think it's the last time you'll see East come out of the box and shift the ball if Manly are going to be that tight at their box.
We're 3-3 here with 10.5 to play. The Battle of the Birds, Manly Sea Eagles and the Eastern Suburbs Roosters. It's Manly on the attack, but an incorrect roll ball about Brisbane. You'll see a changeover. So the Roosters deep in their own half. I'll be looking to drive forward, but good pressing defence here from Manly. They get it to their box now. They'll bring the fresh troops on. There's Fountas. She's been good for them. Studden will go to half. She'll take off. It's on the last. She comes back to the left, throws it to Fountas, hitting a really good hole, but very good defence there. Just see the number there. I'm pretty sure.
Derdovic.
Yep, Derdovic. Really well read. Got in there. But well-worked play between Studden and Fountas. Manly now into the Roosters half. Davis releases the Dieball. Dieball's got Clifford there, but she's not going to need it. She puts the afterburners on, gets the pass out to Nicholas. She releases out there to Clifford. Oh, sorry, not Clifford, McGrath. And that just, there was nothing on there, and it was just the smarts of Hannah Dieball. Australian and New South Wales representatives saw a gap, put the afterburners on, and created the opportunity.
Yeah, she came on from the box with a lot of energy and effort and wanted to get her team going forward, and then good hands here by the end by Nicholas on to McGrath, and a lovely try there from the Manly girls.
So Manly 4, Eastern Suburbs 3, 9 minutes to go. Squarko at half, gives it off to Slattery. She's down again, back off the deck to Slattery, looking to try and get on the outside of Dieball, but if you're going to take someone onto the Manly line, I'd suggest it's not Hannah Dieball. Squarko with the ball, dishes off to Studden. She gets the ball down, gets it back from Squarko from the half, goes long to the link and dives through the line. I reckon that was down, Ricky. So does the referees.
Yeah, lovely try there from the East girls. Maddie Studden with a handle. She got a little county play on the out and just really nice little flat ball, hit the link, and a beautiful finish there by the number 17 for East. Sylvester. Adelaide Sylvester. A beautiful finish. And that's Manly just sat on the line there, didn't press up to try and cut that short ball off, and Maddie Studden picked it beautifully.
So pressing forward now, the Roosters. 4-4, 8 minutes to play. Carruthers with the ball. They bring her around. They dummy it back. McDonald goes the other way. Throws the dummy. She's through the line. She's looking for out wide. Gets the ball away. Great play. Everyone in the field, including myself, was looking at Laura Petey coming around to the right on the sweep. McDonald dummies and goes back to the left and finds a winger. They score out there.
Yeah, the number 3 there for East, Kuhn, she just overread the play a little bit and tried to cover the sweeper play, and Lucy McDonald dummied, took the ball short side, and a beautiful finish by Jess Nagy. So Manly retake the lead 5-4 with just over 7 minutes left on the clock.
They look comfortable, the Sea Eagles, but they won't want to relax because every time they've done so, the Roosters, the Chooks, they've struck back straight away. There's Bresnan at half, gives it off to Fountas, looking to bring the Manly girls forward. Fountas dummy, dumps and gets it off to Studden. She gets a good long ball out there, but that was very good defence by Jess Rosario. Studden dummy steps. Stutter step from the Studden.
The defence there from Manly, now they're looking to ruck it here. They'll look to get to the blocks, get fresh legs on, and really try to finish the ball down the other end. If they know if they can put the ball down the other end, they will limit the opportunities East have to get back in this game.
Yeah, Coach Brown would really like to see another touchdown here and just get that 2 touchdown buffer, that 2 try buffer. Davis again, and she's picked up a penalty. That's just smart play, running at the offside defender, and it's sometimes hard when you're offside just not to reach out like that and make the touch. So smart play from Davis.
Yeah, I think it was the only thing going for them in the Manly team. They only had the 5 on the field. The last one was late to get there, so they had no numbers. Now, Emma Bleasdale's picked them up for not being square and let off the hook there, these girls.
Yeah, very much so, because they had three of their guns out there with Dieball, Davis and Clifford. So a scoring opportunity gone. As here comes the Roosters. A good drive there by Sylvester. Now in the hands of Squarko. She gets it down in front of Slattery. Held up a little bit by Davis in the ruck, which was smart play. Squarko gets it out to Sylvester and the ball goes to ground. But enterprising stuff from the Roosters.
Yeah, good play there from the Roosters, and they'll be looking to get Bella Slattery and Maddie Studden-Town on the ball a lot more in these last 5.5 minutes and create a lot more opportunities for them. Big shift there with the ball from Hannah Dieball out to Rosario to get to the box quickly. Oh, she's been cleaned up by one of her own players coming into the box. I think it was young Carruthers took out Hannah Dieball, but she's put the afterburners on there, Carruthers, and well, I'm not sure how that will go down in the post-meeting brief. No, I'm surprised it doesn't happen a lot more. You got bodies coming in, bodies going out, and there's bodies everywhere sometimes, especially when you don't quite make the sub-box like Manly did then to make their changes. And the play the ball was a bit before the ruck, so a bit before the line, so it made life hard. Bowery with the ball, she gives it back to Kuhn. Bowery at half, back to Kuhn again. She's in centre field, looking to bring the defence forward. She dishes off to Bowery. Bowery gets the ball down, a bit slow there from half, but anyway, she's got the ball back again. Bowery with the ball. Bresnan calling directions. Gives it off to Kuhn. Bresnan comes around on the sweep, looking to go wide. She has got it wide to Barber. Barber dives to the corner. They're in again, and we're all tied up with 4:30 to play. A lovely try there from the East girls. They just ran the sweeper play, number 32. Irons ran the sweep, found Barber in the corner, and Manly just, again, a bit passive on that short side and not stepping up to take space off the ball carrier. And now, 5-4, 4 to go. They're not going away, the Roosters. They're in for the fight. Mayola takes the ball forward. Brisby at half. Back to Mayola. She goes forward again. Brisby will do the same. Back to Brisby this time. They bring McGrath round on the sweep. She'll get it down in front of Clifford. Look for the long ball here, but no, caught short. She's called play on. Offside there was Bresnan. The referee's called play on, which allowed Maoli to get through the line and score the touchdown. Yeah, nice simple try there from me and the girls. Referee Rachel Whiteside called them offside, so when Clifford picked up, the players that were trying to make a touch were all offside and found Steph Mayola. And Christian Brown realised this is a very important moment, and he sent Dieball, Davis and Petey all out there with Nicholas to defend this set. This is the big set of the game, I believe. If they can stop East here, they probably go a long way to win this game. Yeah, there's probably about 7 possessions left. 3.5 to go. Swarko gets caught in the hands there. That's a good drive this time. And now Sylvester with the ball. She's driving forward. Swarko will be half. Gives it to Studden. It looked like that play broke down there. Studden was looking to go right through the middle. So Studden with the ball, working with Swarko, gets it back from Swarko. Studden throws the long pass out to the wing, but very good positioning play there from Nagy. Made the take of the ball impossible. Yeah, Manly sort of let Maddie run there a bit more, let her run a bit more, not try to jam her and not let that pass become an option, and just chased her, and they were all man on, and good defence there from Manly. And now they get forward, complete set here, the big opportunity here for Manly to close this game out. If they can put one on the board here now, it'll wrap the game up. So we've got it at 6-5. The scoreboard's saying 5-all. And here goes McDonald. She's been good for Manly again. Carruthers at half. Steps off her right. Looking to release outside. Brittany Clifford's got the ball away and steps inside. Then pops it over the top to Rosario. And that is a touchdown. And that might be all that she wrote. Yeah, it's a great defence there from Manly. Christian Brown realised it was a critical threat. He put his 4 big defensive guns out there. And a beautiful finish there by Jess Rosario. Just nice hands and nice and flow at the back, and just wanted to run hard there, Manly, in the last couple of minutes. Yep, so there's 1:46 to play. 7-5 the Sea Eagles lead. Slattery with the ball. They'll need to put one on straight away here. Fountas now. Gets the ball down.
They bring the ball back inside through Thomas Hugh. Slattery with the ball. She swept around to the left. She trails back over to the right. Bringing the middle defence forward. They give it to Slattery. She's going for the line. She reckons she's got it down. The referee said the touch was made.
Good defence there by Sam Brisby. She was in nice and tight, making Bella go at the line.
And the Founders just again switched back in there and probably would have been better off staying out here to hit the hole. They've created the numbers off Slattery stepping back to the left-hand side of the field. Experience now, Manly. Brisby and Pooty. They'll just make sure they tuck it under their wing, and there's another experienced player, Zara Nicholas. And they'll just give it to another couple of experienced players. Davis, they just drive the ball forward. And let's see what the referee, I believe that I think that's a really good decision. I thought she put the ball behind the defender's feet.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dean, there. Normally, most referees would go, that's a penalty for kicking the ball in the ruck, but if you put the ball behind the opposition's foot, you deserve a 50. You don't deserve the call all the time. And good decision there by Emma Bleedsdale, and now East trying to get one late one.
Well, they need a miracle here, the Roosters. There's 20 seconds to play. They're 2 down. The ball's gone to the ground. And that's all she wrote for mine. I can't see any other result now than the Seagulls tucking it with 10 seconds to play. Under the arms, just drive it forward, no mistakes. Brisby hands the ball off there. In the Durdovic, get it on to Carruthers. Carruthers to McDonald. She's still hungry for another one. They bring it back on the inside and pass it, but that's all that she wrote.
No, they've got a penalty here.
Well, sorry, they've got a penalty. That's not all that she wrote. But the Roosters realise it is, and they just run the ball forward. I wouldn't say it was the most impressive result by the Seagulls, but they got the points.
Yeah, sometimes on a Friday at State Cup, Dean, as you well know, you just got to get the results. Get the wins in the bank, and build as you go through. And that's what Manly look at trying to do. They'll just build on game, and by the time the whips are cracking Sunday afternoon, I'm sure they'll be there or thereabouts ready to go.
So that concludes the game, Manly versus East in the Women's A. We'll be back shortly with the Men's Seniors Division. We've got Wollongong versus Mudgee.
Obviously not just men either, I think. The girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy ground, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good, so a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice, and so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try, because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games, so I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So
Any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
heaps of talent.
Welcome back to the regional stadium here, beautifully bathed in sunshine at Port Macquarie. We're from men's seniors fixture now. It's a replay of the Country Championships final. Wollongong Devils versus the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Joined in commentary this time by local hero, ex-New South Wales staff member, but more importantly, coach of the New South Wales men's 20s team, David Stone. David, welcome.
Thanks, Dean. Yeah, looking forward to it. The old replay of the country champs here. We'll see if the Wollongong can get one back on their counterparts from Mudgee. Mudgee did come out winners in a local. I'm sure they had the crowd buzzing out there at the grand final out at Mudgee for the country champs.
Yeah, there was a couple of reports. Some of them weren't seen for 3 days after picking up the championship on home turf. So it'll be interesting. Hard numbers to tell on the Wollongong uniform. White on white, that's always difficult.
Yeah.
And black on purple, not the best combination for Mudgee, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, we need to have a talk to the designers on these ones. The old Wollongong, they will be hard. It's hard to see from... they're not even running around, it's still hard to see.
Well, we'll see how we go, and hopefully the referees get to see the numbers. Resplendent in the yellow, the referees. So they won't clash with the Devils. And it'll be the Devils to tap off. They'll be running to the left of the screen. And they'll just drive forward down the middle of the field. They bring it across in front of the link. He releases back on the inside. And they're just slowing the play up here, trying to bring forward the defence. They go around on the sweep. There's a chance there to dive through underneath. The ball is down. Good decision. And I think that was Tamati Ulakiti who gets the first touchdown, and it's 1-0 to the Devils.
Yeah, the old sweeper play with the outer half was Boniface. He just ripped the ball to Ulakiti, and a nice quick sweeper play there, and dives over the line. Good early start here by the Wollongong Devils.
Yeah, if memory serves me correctly, I think they scored the first in Mudgee as well, but the Mud Crabs, they took a piece of the Devils home with them. So here they go now with the ball, and that was, well, number 3 there. We don't have number 3 on our sheet, so there's another club that unfortunately is not helping us out. So in the hands now of George. He's slowing it up as well. And back pop there for George.
We could just see the difference there. They made the touch on the wrong middle, so the sweeper wasn't effective, but Rooster play here.
Booth drove down. They get the long ball out there into the corner to Parslow. What are the referees going to say?
I think ball down here. Yeah, they got to play on.
Yeah, they've called the ball down. So Parslow off the long ball. It's 1 touchdown all.
It was a good long Rooster play there to the 33 and Bryant from the Mud Crabs. He ran the early release Rooster and he just ripped the ball to the winger and found Parslow on the out. And he done well to get the ball down here before the touch was made. That's not a bad call.
Good decision by the referees. So we're 1-1 here. We've got 28 to play. Again, we play straight 30-minute turnaround. Change hands each time you score. Bit of dancing feet there from the Devils. That looked like it was De Bono or maybe Griffiths. It's a 9 or the 8. So that's Griffith there with the ball. He gets it back in the hands of De Bono. He brings the ball into the hands of Wallace. Wallace gets it down. De Bono gives it back to him. Wallace rips it long to the wing. Well taken, but well defended too.
Yeah, they just set up for a 4-on-3 play there, but it was from the 50% of the field, so and easy defended there by the Mud Crabs. They need to open the field up more if they're going for the 4-on-3 platforms, Wollongong.
Oh, the Mud Crabs working it out of their own half. Oh, there's a mistake. They were looking to get fresh troops on too, so this will be a test. Fatigued players on the field. It'll be Wallace at half. Well, they shifted out wide, trying to get on the outside. 6 more there, knocked down by the Mud Crabs.
Some fresh legs coming on here. So Wallace De Bono on there, but they've just sent some fresh legs on. So here's a player straight out of, I believe he's played men's opens, only more mixed opens a couple of years ago, Dean. So he'd be one to watch here.
So that's Holtham slowing it down. He wants Griffith in tight. He gets it back from Griffith. Holdham's going for the line. Dives over. The referee says the touch was made.
I didn't know whether he was pointing at his shoelace or what he was pointing at there. A bit of blade of grass on the field.
Yeah. Holdham, again, slowing it up, trying to bring the Mud Crabs forward. Wallace gets it down, gets it back from Holdham. He'll go dive. Oh, I thought he was going to go long through the dummy, but the touch was made.
Oh, I think the 6 missed him, so recovered well there by the defender.
Holdham just drifts across the field, looking for some deception, doesn't find it, and it's a turnover now to Mudgee. And they'll try and get fresh troops on this time. Drive to their box. Looking to get them through there. So Bryant's come on. Here they go with the ball in hand now, Mudgee. That's Parslow and George is out there in the 8. He's got the ball now, George. Gets it down in front. They take off the right to go back to the left. Throw the long ball out to the wing. Caught Deegan infield, but I think the referee's going to rule it forward.
Oh, that's a 33 again in Bryant. He has a good right to left pass, and the defence just collapsed, and it was an easy ball over the top, but the referees have picked up a forward pass. But Bryant there, definitely one to watch from the right to left platforms.
Okay, so the Devils now. They're doing this a little bit better than they did in Mudgee. I remember being very critical of the lack of drive in their play. So they have changed that up and at least going a bit forward, and Deegan at half there, but the roll ball was over the mark according to the referees. Didn't seem to please too many of the Devils, that call. Boniface is out there in defence now.
It's good field position here for the Mud Crabs. They really need to take advantage of this play.
Getting troops back on. It looks like they all want to go off here. Unusual when I played. When you got in the attacking zone, you couldn't get anyone off.
Definitely you, Dean. I reckon you would have stayed all game.
Oh, yeah. I used to get around me. If you can't get around me, get off. Anyway, so the ball's in the hands now of Williamson. He gets it down, but the referee said sloppy roll ball. And so it's a change of possession. And it'll be the Wollongong Devils off their own 7-metre line.
This is a big set for the Devils. They need to complete this one. It's been a little bit scrappy the last couple of sets, so big set here to complete.
24 minutes to go. One touchdown all between the Mudgee Mud Crabs and the Wollongong Devils. Again, there's a little bit more energy consumption or energy conservation here from the Devils. So it's Holton. He gets it down in front of Wallace. He's got good turn of speed. Tried to get through there, but the touch was made. Although it looks like they picked up an injury, possibly in making
dislocated finger or something.
Yeah, I'd say the way he's holding it, he's dislocated his finger. It is at right angles, so he will need to get that seen too. He's gone straight to see somebody.
Straight to medical. He doesn't know where to go.
Yep, and he didn't look in too much pain, but it was a set square.
He's right now. He's shaking it off, so now he's clapping. I'm sure they'll do the finger well, but they've turned the ball over, Mudgee, so here is Wollongong's chance.
So the Devils now. That was DeBono out there. He's got the ball back. Holds him in half. Gives it to DeBono. Got Williamson out there to his left. He dummies that way and goes back to Wallace on the right. Wallace with the ball now. DeBono. They'll look to bring Holdham around on the sweep. DeBono hits the ground looking for a penalty. The referee's got to be sucked in a bit better than that, my friend. So Holton with the ball. Trying to bring the defence out. He wants DeBono to hit that hole. He gets there now. Holden from half. He goes back to the right. He's got Wallace on the outside. Wallace using his speed to get through. He gets through the line, but the referees have called touch.
It's interesting how Wollongong's dragging them out so far in the men's opens and especially all the 20s and that. We want to get out and make a touch that far out. There's no threat, but in this game they want to draw them a long way out. I'd rather see the Wollongong side hold the ball on the 7 and try and make them get back the whole 7 metres in defence.
It might have something to do with age, mate.
Could be. Could be.
The younger legs can recover a lot quicker. Anyway, here go the Mud Crabs. That was George driving the ball forward. It's in the hands of Doherty, who's just had his dislocated finger put back in. It doesn't seem to be bothering him.
Pardon the pun with the hold hands joke.
Yep. So Anyway, the ball, the referee's ruled a change over here. I didn't see the signal, so we're still tied at 1-1, 21 and a half to play. Beautiful conditions here in Port Macquarie. You've certainly turned it on, David.
Yeah, it's a little bit different to old Thursday afternoon. A big storm come through, but it was very muggy this morning, but a nice breeze has come in. We can't call it the Fremantle Doctor, we might call it the Port Doctors come in and blowing a nice gentle breeze to cool everything down for the players, but it's been a cracker of a day so far.
Mud Crabs now with the ball, just inside their own half. They make halfway now, right on the sideline. Parslow's out there, he's at the half. He gives it off there to 13, who we don't have on our team sheets. Thank you. They've given it to George. He's out there in the 8. The 3 we don't have either. So we've got a couple of Phantoms over there, and the long ball there out to the Phantom, Mr. Walker. I think that was the name of the Phantom in the old Australian comics. So he wore purple too, so probably appropriate. But it does make it difficult when the clubs don't supply the right numbers. So that's another touchdown, this time to the 13 of Mudgee.
But that's the 33 again, Dean. He's the passing threat to Wollongong. I'd rather see them make him actually try and run through the line and give him his least preferred option. He wants to pass before the line every time. So maybe a little change up that the Wollongong coaching staff. We can see, I think, as Brad Lugg over there has made his way into the box. He's probably one to give a few instructions. He may have played for Wollongong Country Champs, did he?
I think he played this morning. He might have done an injury. So calling the shots over there on the sideline. That's Wollongong now in the attacking zone. They sweep around, they go on the inside, drop it back in.
Definitely a threat. Ilakiti off them sweeper plays. He's got some good leg speed. I'd like to see him try and dive at the line.
Good defence there from the Mudgee Mud Crabs. He throws the big dummy. I'm going to spread the play early. That might be George there with the ball. Takes it forward, the big knee guard. We'll have to remember that if it is George. 16 comes on the field now. That's actually Brendan George. Oh, there's a couple. There's a Jonathan George and a Brendan George. So Jonathan's in the 8, Brendan's in the 16. Doherty looking to get through there, but the referee said no, they were onside this time. And so Wollongong bring it back in, hold them from half. He shifts the ball out there to Ulakita.
Not too sure what happens here.
So it's a roll ball, the referee says, but Wollongong a bit 6s and 7s right now.
There's a good chance here for Mudgee, but they've gone back into a roll ball. That's not a bad play there. I'm not sure who the purple boots is, but he went back to the players that made the touch to make the ground.
It's Doherty there in the pink boots. Anyway, Wollongong Wallace out of half. He's got the good leg speed here. He's through in the in-goal area. They get it off there to Bono, and Bono gets the touchdown. We're all tied up again. 2 touchdowns apiece.
There we go, Wallace. He's got some wheels, so a bit different to the 33 and Bryant. You want to make Wallace pass the ball, where they're just releasing on him in defence, and he can use his leg speed to get in behind the line and then throw a short ball. So I'd rather see the Mudgee Mud Crabs shut down on him, whereas opposite with the Wollongong Devils on Bryant, they need to let him run.
Another hand injury over there in the Wollongong box this time. The Bono shaking his hands all around. Mudgee, there's the younger of the George. I'm calling him younger because he's shorter. So that is Jonathan George.
He's got all the knee guards though, so he might be the older one.
It could be too. They give it back there to the 20 to 33. He's got the ball down, but the referee said the touch was made. That was Bryant. That's the one that David Stone wants us to keep an eye on.
That's good there by the Wollongong Devils. Just no half. They went away from their box, which I like. Instead of everybody just going towards their box, go away from the box every now and then. And yeah, that's good play by the Wollongong Devils there.
Yep, driving down the middle of the field. Needs a half there quicker. That's Ulakita on the field now. There's Holton. He's going to work with Griffith here. Griffith will go to half, but Holden with a bit fancy shoulder movement there. Missed the touch. He gets the ball down now. Gets it back from Griffith. He gets the ball short. And I reckon that's a touchdown.
Yep.
And so does the referee. And 3-2 to the Devils.
There's a little bit different there, though. They got the roll ball on the 7, which was much better Holton just held the ball up, and the referee, he's got to always make the defenders make the line there. So that's a good setup there by Holton, and nice little quickie play. He's got a little few tricks up his sleeve. I think might be a bit of a dancer.
He goes all right. It's 3-2 in favour of the Devils. Mudgee now. That's Bryant with the ball. Oh, sorry, Doherty. Not Bryant, it's Doherty. They get the ball out there. Just a simple sweep play, and that was Medlin who scores there. Tyson Medlin gets the touchdown, and we're all wrapped up again at 3-3 with 16 to play.
That's just a simple sweep play. There's nothing fancy about that. He just burned him on the out, and the link come in to make the touch, and it's just a nice hole run there by Medlin. Just a simple sweep play.
Yeah, I don't think Miller needed to come in there. I thought his defender had the play on the inside.
He was caught a little bit on his line too. I'd like to see him try and step up in that passing lane to shut that pass off. Would have been better as well.
So Holton on the field now, working with Boniface. Boniface will get it back here off Holton. He's holding it up now. He's in the hands of Boniface. They've got Wallace out there as well. There goes Wallace around on the sweep. Oh, another great pass. Oh, I tell you what, he's not happy about that.
There's 16,
a bit
George.
of push and shove. And, I thought he came in and he did drop the shoulder there a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what the referees, they've ruled the penalty here.
I thought I was watching George Tafour come in off from the centres there for 1 second. He only had eyes for the sweeper, and that was it.
Well, you see here they go around and he just comes in and he takes him, Paul and all as well. Wallace wasn't real happy about that and says, "What are you doing?"
Got him easy there. Just another quickie play with Hotham. Just straight through the middle, early speed, and Mudgee got caught out with leg speed on that one.
So 4 touchdowns to 3. It's been a bit of a back and forth here. So now the Mudgee...
They look a bit flat, Mudgee, at the moment. I don't know what they're going to come up with. They've got the man in 33 and Brian again back out there in the far link. And also the younger of the Georges, according to Dean.
George the younger. Anyway, they come around on the sweep here. There's Brian with the ball. He steps on the inside. What's the referee going to rule? He's going to rule ball down. Penalty, no. It's late pass. So Wollongong, they come out. This time through Griffith. Throws the dummy. Could have released there. In the hands of Ulakita.
Not a lot of defensive pressure in the older ages. You can see in the opens and the 20s there's a lot of press defending where the defender's actually pushing forward, where you can see here they're just rolling, absorbing the touches.
They go again there. Wallace goes the long ball. Oh, there's another heavy collision.
That one's a little bit more accidental, but Wallace, he is a threat out of half. He's got some leg speed, but he looks like he's got a bit of a pass on him as well.
It was well read there by George the younger. Anyway, Bryant drops it back inside. A little bit of feeling coming into the game. Late on, there's still 12 to play. The referees might have to take a bit of control here. There's another little bit of push and shove. You might find that someone's going to get 4 sub here shortly.
They still class testosterone at this age, Dean?
Yes, it's probably a little bit more so. If the fuse, the wick gets shorter, I reckon. Anyway, Doherty, he's running to his own player there. He's stepping left and right, and finally puts the ball down on the sideline, but ran into Parslow out there. So.
Oh, good play. Oh, look for it. The winger wasn't ready for that.
The winger wasn't ready. You were right. Boniface really stepped up to the plate there and had the opportunity. Deegan at half. He pops the ball out there to De Bono. He drives it forward. Deegan now driving forward. But look here, it's going to take an age for an acting half to get there, finally. Here we go with Holton. Holton's will work here with Griffith. They come out to the right-hand side. They release the pass, not really looking. Got it from the ground to Holton. There's bodies everywhere. It's a bit like the 10-pin bowling alley. There's pins falling everywhere so far. But good defence, like really scrambling hard. Want to take pride in their line there.
Yeah, it's good efforts. Good second efforts, we call it, in Oh, he's straight through
He's
the middle.
through. That's Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker's gone straight through. Sorry, we're calling him Mr. Walker because we don't have 13 on our team sheets. And he scored his second touchdown for the afternoon. So tie it all up, 4-4.
It just opened up through the middle. That was a bit how you going. Defensively from Wollongong, I think Hotham there, he shot around in behind his middle, which created that space for the next touch.
You can see some of the fatigue starting to creep into both teams here. Like it's pretty hot and sticky conditions here today. They've played a couple of games already. So fatigue will start to set in the seniors. And just little things like that. The little 1%ers, the coach killers. There's Bryant. Oh, no, sorry, not Bryant. That's George. George the younger. Here he goes again. He's going to work here with Booth. Booth goes to half. Gives it off to Doherty. Doherty's caught again. He gets the ball back from Booth. He's in the hands of Miles now. Miles gets across. They give it back to Doherty. He's been very busy. Goes to the line. I would have liked to see him pass that there. I thought Solomon was around and an opportunity goes begging.
Yeah, that was one where the defence was just shutting down no matter what on that play, and that was one he could have gave to the rapper, but he decided to dive. I think it was all premeditated. He was diving no matter what on that play.
So 10 minutes to go in this men's seniors clash between Mudgee and Wollongong Devils, and there's another coach killer. Just losing the ball when you're getting into that attacking position. So Mudgee now, they've shifted the ball wide to try and get to their box. They drive around there through Miles, and they've picked up a bonus here, the penalty. So they brought your man on, Paul Bryant, the 33.
Yeah, he's got to come from a left to right this play by the looks of it. So it'll be interesting to see what they construct, or they might send him on a sweeper again.
So the hands now, well, 25, we don't have number. We don't have a number 3. And we don't have a number 13. They're all on the field this time. But we do have a number there. There's Bryant. He'll go to half. He'll get it back here. He goes back on his right-hand foot. Back to the 3, who dives over. And that's another touchdown for the Mudgee Mud Crabs. So now they go to a 5-4 lead.
He's definitely the man for the Mud Crabs, Bryant. All the ball skills under the sun, but nice little play. And just the defence a little bit loose there from Wollongong on the open side. Caught the link napping, didn't close the space early enough, and nice easy try for Mudgee to put themselves in front. 5-4, 8 minutes to go.
So what have Wollongong got now? Boniface is out there. Wallace is out there.
I'd like to see Kita, on a sweep play again here.
Oh, that'll be a penalty. Yes, they've knocked the ball deliberately out of the hands. So Boniface with the ball. Griffiths telling him he wants him back on the inside. He throws long to Ulikite. Ulikite gets it down in front, comes back on the inside. He steps up. Oh, the dancing feet. You said he was a dancer earlier, and that's going to look pretty good on the replay.
There's one for the highlight reels. I reckon we'll be seeing that later on today. Ulikite with the feet, the legs, and away he goes. He just stood his man up, a late switch, stands his man up and goes whack. And there's some broken ankles there from what the young fellas say these days.
We'll be looking forward to seeing him on the dance floor on Sunday night at the after party, which is at Port Panthers. Tickets available at Port Panthers. We'd like to thank them for their support of this particular event. The ball in the hand of Mike. That's Bryant out there, slowing the play down. Gets it down in front of the 3. He passes it back to Bryant. Bryant looks to go short again, and good defence there. Mr. Walker, the Phantom, was looking to go to number 3. We don't have a name, that's why we've called him Mr. Walker. Bryant gets the ball around, but no, didn't release that time to Jonathan George, or George the younger.
Just something for the spectators off a tap-off out there. You really want to try and get at least 2 attacking plays at the try line there. So Mudgee only got that 1 attacking set, so they need to try and get to the try line a little bit quicker if they can to have that 2 strike plays at the line.
So here he goes. George with the ball. Just trots it into the middle of the field. Bryant with the ball in his hands now. He just dumps it back on the inside. He wants the ball to get out in front of George. There it is. George gives it to Bryant. Bryant looks long. He goes underneath. And just lost his feet there. He was trying to step on the inside. With no luck, so he gets back up. He plays it. George with the ball. He gives it back to Bryant. Bryant says, no, you have it, Jonathan. Jonathan gets it down. It's in the hands of Bryant now. He goes short again. Keeps going to that well, and why not if you keep scoring?
He's persistent with that Rooster play. He's just setting him up, but I like it. As soon as he gets the ball, he's scanning the defence. And that comes with experience.
He's got through the line. He's got through the line with the big back step, off step, in I'm going to go through this hole.
That was a little bit too easy there by Brian. The defensive link just relaxed and thought it was a late switch and a little skip, hop and a jump. And as you can see there, the link was a little bit wide, just relaxed a little bit too much. And he went straight through the middle. I believe that could be 6-all, or is it 6-5 to Mudgee?
Yeah, it's Mudgee are in front.
6-5 with 5 to go. Here we have Wollongong with the ball, and here's Hotham directing again, pointing at the grass play. There's a penalty.
Now not moving forward. That's what the penalty was for. Trying to take quick advantage.
Hotham here, he's definitely directing the plays. It'll be interesting to see what they come up with.
Him and Griffith working together. Griffith will go to half, gives it back to Hotham. Hotham will go trying to dive underneath. He drives sideways. But the referees are happy with the touch.
Good defence there by Solomon.
Griffith and Griffith with the ball. Hotham at half. Goes dummies. He gives it to Wallace. The pass went behind him.
That play's definitely on out there for the leg speed of the Wollongong Devils. They had the right people in the right position, just not executed properly.
So it's 6-5 in favour of Mudgee. 4 minutes 15 to go. Probably about 8 sets of play remaining in this game. Mudgee with the ball just inside the Wollongong half. They shift it out to the link. They get it down in front again. This time in the hands of the 25, who we don't have. He throws the long ball out there. And so Wollongong now, through the intercept, take possession with Griffith. Hotham at half, he gets it out to Wallace. Wallace goes, still a bit of argy-bargy.
Wollongong got to send on here because they just had all their strike weapons on that for that very last set. So
it looks like it's going to be De Bono out of half. He steps off his right. He gets into the hole. He's in the in-goal area looking to get the pass. Oh, this could be interesting. This could be interesting. There was the player was held back for mine. The referee's going to have a chat about it.
Just watch how good De Bono, he done such a good job here. He knew he was going out of play and he just threw his legs up in the air.
They brought the touchdown. I actually did. Well, they're closer than I didn't think he scored. I was looking for the penalty for the tug on the jersey to hold him back here. So let's have a look on the replay as it comes up, and I'll let Stoney take you through it.
Yeah, De Bono, he got through the line and it was man on defence, but watch him throw his legs up. He knew he was going out. Oh, it's a hard one to call. I don't know whether he had control of the ball before it was down, but referees are the man on the field.
Well, either that or it should have been a sin.
At least a penalty, yeah. At least a penalty, no matter what.
So we're 6-all here, and here goes the Mudgee Mud Crabs again, trying to get around Wallace. And that time it was Miles with no real objective there. It's 6-all. We've got 2.5 to play. Doherty trying to get through the line, gives the pass out. The ball goes to ground, and now it's going to be Wollongong's ball. These two teams fairly evenly matched. They were evenly matched in Mudgee, and they're evenly matched here today at Port Macquarie. They have slowed down as the game's gone on, but this bloke hasn't. That's Hotham. He gets off the field now. They bring their players back in. They drive. This is a better drive. We're trying to release here. That looks like De Bono coming out of half. He switches the ball back inside to Miller. Miller gets it off but the referee's found the penalty.
Yeah, late pass.
Late pass.
That plays on there. Just a late switch where The Mudgee Mud Crabs, they're trying to go more a man on defence, and a late switch will work there for the Wollongong Devils. Be interested to see if they come back to it late in this game.
Here they go, Mudgee. There's 1:30 to play. All scores are tied up at 6 apiece.
Here's
Bryant with the ball. With George. Bryant goes back to the left-hand side. A flick pass back to George. And George wanted to play on, but the referee said the touch was made. A little sneaky little, will you or won't you, sir? Now Wollongong deep in their own half. Deegan with the ball. They release. They're trying to get to their sub-box. That's the one who, surprisingly enough, we don't have on our team sheets.
He's a big set. Here's Hotham. He's the man.
Him and Wallace.
Wallace
out
out of
half.
he's through. I thought Wallace was the man
there's
then.
A chance here. Wallace goes out of half. He's in the in-goal area. Gets it back. They've put the ball down. He's taken the wrong option. So had the free player on his outside, and he's thrown the hard pass back on the inside.
He just needed to go straight to the corner then and find the open player, but he panicked a little bit when he got through from half. But Bryant's coming off, so who's Mudgee got to send on?
Well, they've sent Brendan George on. That's him with the ball now. Doherty, he's had a strong game. They've got Miles out there as well. So Doherty and Miles working together. That's Miles, gives the ball to Doherty.
They've got one play here. There's 10 seconds to go.
Here they go. Doherty going to go for the line. Oh, he should have popped the pass.
It's another one. He should have popped
pass
around the back.
It's going to end up 6-all. There's 2 seconds to play. Unless there's some type of miracle, but there goes the... Oh, Wallace, he steps up, he's gone. Oh, he stepped off his left and nearly got all the way through. 6 touchdowns all. Another entertaining game here at Port Macquarie and the men's seniors. We'll be back shortly with a men's Open A and with an international flavour because we've got the Hornsby Legends in men's Open A and they're going to take on the English men's Open team.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy ground, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what? What could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies, and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure. But let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, are just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football.
Welcome back here to beautiful Port Macquarie, the regional stadium hosting what is said to be an international fixture here of epic proportions. It is England taking on the Hornsby Lions for the New South Wales Touch Football State Cup for 2023. James Preston and the main man himself, the head honcho, Dean Russell, joining me in the commentary booth. Dean, this should be a cracking fixture.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the English go. They're coming up a team that doesn't really play a traditional style of touch. Hornsby's all around promoting the ball, and we're just going to score one touchdown more than you type philosophy. It'll be interesting to see how the English cope with that. Some interesting players there. Like for the English, we've got Will Scarlett, I think, on this wing. Now, apparently he's the team barista, so he would be very popular amongst his compatriots, but we'll see how we go.
Let's see if he does indeed run hot, much like the coffee that he must make. Here comes England on the charge straight away, about 10 metres shy of the line. They'll push it back towards the middle here with Lupton. Lupton still an option. Henderson holds it up for a moment. Lupton bouncing off the feet there. Around about 7 metres away. Lupton having a long dive here. Good stretch as well. And I think they might even be calling for the penalty here. So initially it looked like he may have actually awarded the play through, but they'll go back to that 7 metre mark. So Lupton to play it once more here. Fresh set to work with. Rosero steps up to make the touch. And now it comes out to Shabdeen. Shabdeen, and they nearly get through again. Lupton looking dangerous so far. So back to the 7 they come. Slowing it down just a little bit here for Will Lupton. Lupton once more, having a little look at them. Lovely face ball just behind the run there of Charlie Thompson. So some promising signs early on here for England, but no result as of yet.
Yeah, no, there was a good start from the English. To get down onto their line, have a few shots, test the defence out. But unfortunately couldn't come away with the touchdown. There's now Hornsby driving down the field, and trouble now. There's they brought Hennessy out.
Yeah, Dylan Hennessy in that number 6, regarded as the world's best touch footy player. And so far, we've already seen pretty good explanation as to why that is the case. He's been all over it so far this morning. Great footwork, a couple of ripping passes as well as England step up and make the touch. Throw it away here from Kennedy. Now comes out for Toner. Here is Hennessy now, stepping off the right foot for just a moment. Back out to Kennedy, slowing it down. Hennessy once more threatening. This time passes a lovely ball out to the link position, but they scrambled pretty well there, England, and shut it down. Hennessy drops it off once more. Showing it a couple of times. Last play now. Here comes Dylan Hennessy once more. Threatening to go long. England stepped up into the passing lane, took the intercept, and now it's a real turn of fortunes. Good defence there from the English side.
Yeah, really well read there. They were up in the passing channels, forcing Dylan to probably go to his third option as he was working through. He plays like a quarterback, Dylan. Like you hear about them say about the quarterbacks, they look at all their different options, they work through them. That's exactly how he plays.
Always ticking over in the mind for Dylan Hennessy, such a smart customer on the touch footy field. Pops a little pass here, very close to stepping across that sideline, but the roll-on continues here for Hornsby. Up over halfway now with Safiva, and now they continue marching for good metres here from the Hornsby outfit. The Lions bringing it to the English Lions themselves. They get the touch in across. Good touch too from Dom Tripp, the Euros final most valuable player. We're seeing exactly why there. Good scramble.
Yeah, and Dom spent some time out here in Australia a number of years ago, and came out here for, I believe, some university studies, but also took the opportunity to play up here at the State Cup with his club. I think at the time might have been West.
Now Triers having a little look at them, throwing it long. They wanted the pop back on the inside, and just arriving in support a little bit too late was Josh Henderson there. So England once again asking a few questions. It's been a pretty good start from them here. 3.5 gone, still no change to the scoreboard, and great field position now too. They can set up camp.
Yeah, they've been impressive. It's my first real look at the English men's team, and I like what I see so far.
So they'll pop the little pass here. Now back to Lawton Davis. Lawton Davis waiting and acting half. Pops out now. Now, I was going to say potentially there was a little bit too much of an infraction there from Mark Roberts, who had a little push after the play of the ball. And he went to pass it back to him and he was still on the ground. So I think they're lucky to get away with that one there, Hornsby.
Yeah, they are, but the game is probably a little bit more... the referees have a little bit more physicality at the men's Premier League level. And the English might take a little bit of time to get used to that style of play.
So Rosero receives it once more through the middle. Quick play the ball to Rosero. Gets away from them initially. Good tracking defence. However, they are ultimately going to be pinged for offside here. Thought he may have just retreated the 7 in time, but Triers was caught out. And now Dylan Hennessy back into the fold along with Kieran Toner. So there's a little bit of danger now for England. Can we see the first try off this set? Rosero works it beautifully, and they've stripped them for numbers, and Hornsby do go in. It's 1-0.
Yeah, and look, it just got caught out on the wing that time. The good quick hands through Hornsby. And just it looked like a bit of miscommunication between the link. You'll see here, Kennedy gets the ball away to Rosario. The winger not trusting his link to get across there, comes in, so it's an easy then release out to the hands of Heath Cooper, and he's got the safest hands. I'll put the ball down, and they're on the board.
So Lupton now slowing things down here for England, around about 7 metres away from the Hornsby line. Lupton again, beautiful draw and pass. They open up a passage, no touch. They're all the way through. It's Sarah Cold who is running hot.
Yeah, and that's a very good touchdown there to the English team. They've hit straight back. And again, you just watch it here. They little quickie out of half. Great line running through the line there. Gets the ball down. And that's our man, the barista.
He's certainly whipping up a little treat there for English fans. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage, whether you are watching in the wee of the night. It must be at the moment over in Great Britain right now. As Rosero has a little crack at them and draws the penalty. So another set to come here. He'll touch it down. Play on now for Hornsby. We're all locked up at one try piece. Rosero off the left foot, then floating along. Beautiful pass. Rosero, diminutive in stature, massive with the pass, and sets up another try.
Yeah, once again, he just uses that very clever footwork of his when he comes around on the sweep. You'll see it here as the replay comes up. Sorry, there he is. He looks like he's going back inside, then just bounces on the outside. He drags the defence in. A good long ball out there, and really left the English winger that time, Watts, with no real opportunity to get back out there.
Well, he was asking what's happened. Heath Cooper collects a second now. Little pass back through the middle here for Lupton. He is the architect for the English side. Lupton again trying to isolate an offside marker for a moment. Now, surely I would have thought that's at least another set to work with. I don't think he ever hit the line, but they'll say play on. So dummy a couple of times here for Lupton. Now the last. Off the left foot for Lupton again, stopping on a dime. Turned away. This time gets the penalty he was looking for.
Yeah, the referee saying while he got back on side, he did alter his running line, so he interfered with the attacking line of the English players, and that's why the penalty's been given.
So Lupton once more slowing things down. They step up to meet him. Lupton diving from distance. Decent effort from a good 3 or 4 metres away. He'll come back to the 7 now. So still plenty of plays up their sleeves here. Shahabdeen also out there in the middle at the moment. They'll bounce away off that left foot here through Henderson. Henderson trying to get around them. Well marked up in that link position there for Hornsby. 7.5 gone. Lupton floats it here for Henderson, and the hand is stretched out there from Kennedy, who just knocks it down. It's John Kennedy on this occasion, not Maurice.
Yeah, they do like to go to intercept the Kennedy boys.
So Lupton shows it once, Scotty Prince style. And then drops it off here for another attempt right through the middle, floating a pass, well worked. They continue to promote the footy. It's champagne touch football here from the English side. Will Tyrrell goes in, and he absolutely loves finishing him off, and he's done so brilliantly there. It's all square.
Yeah, again, this is really good play, and if you watch it here, they come back to the right, they go a long ball across the grain, well taken by the link there, and good hands through to his winger, and really congratulate Charlie Thompson there, whose younger sister actually plays for Wales. So that's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's a very talented family. Spread a little bit across Europe, though, not all in the motherland itself for us Aussies. Head of the Commonwealth. And that'll be a change over here, indiscretion in the play of the ball. So still 2 tries apiece. We're all locked up. It's interesting coming into this one to see how England would fare. We know Hornsby have got so many lethal attacking weapons, such as Dylan Hennessy in there. Kennedy boys as well. As England come up over halfway. 10 metres now into enemy territory. Really nice drives in this set too. They play it nice and quick, just shy of that 7. They've gone for a little bit too much on that pass, but good signs again, building through the middle of the field.
Yeah, that was a really impressive set as they came down the field. Really good drive. They took plenty of yardage out of the Hornsby defensive line, and just unlucky not to put the final nail in there for that coffin to get their winger across the line, but just passed too high, too long, and was fielded by somebody in the stands, I think.
All the way into row number 3 as Hennessy gets up over halfway now. Still the man to watch, of course, as Kieran Toner steps off the left, opens up the play and now takes the touch himself through the middle of the field. A little bit of a warning here for the English side, saying they've got to start moving up. And also off the mark, though, for Hornsby. So now we're good to go once more. Toner pops it back through the middle here for Weeb. And Weeb has left that one behind. So England just rattling the cage a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, the Hornsby boys they don't look like they've really clicked into gear yet. And that can be dangerous. Like, that's 2-2 here. The English team, they're here to play. They're not going to try and take any shortcuts. They want to take as many scalps as possible.
So Sharp-Dean now hopping in and acting half and then simply pops it here for Will Lupton. Lupton drops it down now. Henderson bouncing off the left, looking for an opening. Hennessy nearly took it. They'll get another set instead, though. They're just asking a few questions, turning the screws a little bit here.
Yeah, Hennessy, it's good to get his hand on the ball there, because if he hadn't been able to knock that down, there was going to be a touchdown to England.
So Lupton plays it. Sharp-Dean again here for Lupton. Great footwork. Setting it for Henderson, who wanted to go through the tunnel ball approach. They play it very quickly. They'll leap towards the corner. Haywood may have got this down. They'll have a last little check, and it's confirmed. England lead 3-2.
Well, it was a little bit scrappy there from the English, but they managed to get the ball out wide to the wing. And we're just interesting to see as the replay comes up now. They just stepped there. Toner had lost his footing. They get it on the outside. A quick roll ball. George Palau might have thought it was the last. And, yeah, a really good extension on the dive there from Ed Haywood. And you know what? He's actually won a State Cup before, Ed, when he was over here with Sydney University.
He knows exactly what this stage represents. He knows how to step up in the big games and showing it right here. So now Hennessy, as a man who certainly knows how to do exactly that, tries to set up Rosero. Last play now here for Hornsby. Around about 12 minutes gone. It's flown along so far. Kennedy bouncing off that foot. Now links up with brother Maurice. The little flick pass comes out from Rosero. Popped over the top. Hennessy waits for it. That is from the top shelf here for the Hornsby Lions, who are now well and truly roaring.
Yeah, they do like to put on the showtime, the Lions. And that's exactly what happens here. But it's really good skills as well. You see Kennedy gets the ball, a nice little flick pass from Rosero. Kennedy, the no-look pop over the top. Hennessy's just waiting there, and that's probably going to be an easy touchdown for him to score, but the skills on the inside were exceptional.
Well, how casual as well from Dylan Hennessy and Dean Russell. I know you love a good flick pass when it comes off. They often don't, but that was a real specialty there from Rosero.
Yeah, that was one of the better ones we've seen, and you might see a few more to come just yet.
So Lupton plays it now. Sharp-Dean quickly offers it here for Lupton. Now they were trying to exploit a man they thought might have been offside, but his feet were well and truly on that try line itself. So back to the 7 they go. Lupton just asking the question there. Sharp-Dean now for Lupton once more. Last play here for England. Lupton floats it to the link. For a moment there, he was potentially thinking about going all the way to the wing. Just pulled back on the pass, though.
Yeah, they're probably, with those type of static plays, the English team probably need to try and work the middles around a bit more and move them across the field rather than just leave them settled in the centre, because the links and the wingers can just set their defensive platform.
We talked about the unorthodox style of Hornsby. We're seeing it in this set. They're throwing it around all over the place. There's another change of angle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Hornsby. Mark Roberts puts that down. I thought he was going to stroll over under the posts.
So approaching that midway point in the game here, 16-15 on the clock still. So just under 14 minutes have transpired so far. We're all locked up between Hornsby and England. And the English giving a great account of themselves here. They're really putting it to Hornsby, one of the top teams in this competition. That pass just out in front there of the waiting wing.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but they'd set a really good platform from their attack. They're here to play. They want a result from this game.
Nearly a fumble there in the play the ball. Eventually arrives here for John Kennedy. Now Hennessy back out there. Crabbing across field, threatening to go long. Finds a little pass here for Rosero. Again, stepping forward. Nice quick work there from Rosero. Great strike dump. Hennessy, the one-handed pickup. He goes all the way through. Looks to link up. There's Rosero on the spot. Those two combining superbly. And a wonderful try here for Hornsby.
Just watch the class of Hennessy here. When he scoops up, he takes off, and he just looks like he's going to go to the outside shoulder, and then he'll just stray and then back on the inside shoulder, pick the offside player. He's through the line, throws a couple of dummies, and finds the easy mark, being Josh Rosero, for the touchdown. So Hornsby now take the lead, 4 touchdowns to 3.
This one a really entertaining fixture for the neutral as well. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage. Let us know where you are watching from on the stream. As England back with ball in hand here. Treyers. Again, Treyers looking to pop a little pass on the inside. They had identified a slow-moving marker there in defence and nearly exploited it. They'll still get possession here with another set, though.
Yeah, Mark Roberts not real happy. Oh, sorry, not Mark Roberts. Mark Nichols out there not real happy about that. And Alex Nichols had a discussion with the refs. Don't usually win any discussions with referees.
And they're not taking any of it in this match either, as a changeover occurs here from England. And they keep driving forward now. Eventually they've been called to be back on side, you'd have to think. Everybody else has stopped, including his own teammates, so nobody expecting that one to be allowed to be played through. Back to the mark they'll come. Gives them the chance to put fresh players on the field anyway, though. Hennessy at first receiver. Threatens that long dummy once again. Nearly a mix-up there with Kennedy. Now Hennessy running directly at them, a nice straight drive. Kennedy pops it. They change the angle once more. Last play now. Hennessy scheming again. Lovely pace on the pass. Toner in the right spot and sets it up as simple as you like. And it's just that swift, cannon-like delivery from Hennessy that creates so much space.
Yeah, and it's also his vision. He reads the what the defence is doing so well. Always finds the man who's running into the hole. Really good ball there from Toner. Timed his pass perfectly out there to Cooper on the wing for another touchdown.
So Hornsby really hitting their strides now. They extend the margin 5 tries to 3. England started this one well. They'd like to be next to score here. Just to apply a little bit more pressure on the Hornsby outfit. They keep marching forward here. Now they're trying to suggest they played all the way through, but instead they'll get the penalty. So they won't mind that too much. Nonetheless, it's the second best result here for England. So just under 13 to go here. Plenty of time still. The margin just 2. Dummy comes in from Weston Stanley. Big touch made there as well. Just veering on that potential forceful contact from Alex Nichols. As the dummy comes in. Rolled quickly in again. Weston Stanley pops it back through the middle. The touch is made again, though, from Nichols. Watchful this set in defence. Back to the 7 now. Weston Stanley once more receives it. He'll slow things down. They're looking for that penalty. Hornsby need to step up to that 7-metre mark. Weston Stanley trying to get involved there, and they haven't played it correctly on the mark.
And so Hornsby just there, just slowly coming forward, delaying getting their engagement, and then they shut the space down and they force the turnover.
Russell now fires wide. Nichols there waiting for it in the link position. And before they drive through Palau, once more finding some happiness down the short side here. Picking up a good 10 metres without much pressure in defence from England. Now Hennessy picks it up and scoots again. This is where he's really dangerous. Tried to link up with Rosero once more, but he just tucked in a little bit. There was no width about it.
Yeah, they probably would be a little bit disappointed, Hornsby, with the end of that set there. And players not really hitting the right holes for Dylan's long ball.
It's a nice quick play the ball there as well for England. They keep marching forward. Reinforcements arriving now, including Lupton. They cut him out on this time. Shahabdeen having a little crack at them. Last play now. Lupton nearly runs into Shahabdeen. What a ball that is, though, from Lupton. Absolutely superb. Disguised it brilliantly. It takes a very special magic trick to fool Dylan Hennessy, but he's pulled an absolute rabbit out of the hat there.
Yeah, and you see here, Dylan misreads this one. They come out, they just throw the long ball. Dylan's looking into the channel, but the attacking player had snuck in behind him. The ball goes behind him. But I'll back him to get one back on that.
So Henderson, the try scorer there. And now back to just a one-try margin. Hornsby still in the ascendancy, though, as John Kennedy comes forward. Switch of emphasis. England read it well, though. Rosero tries to sneak underneath the touch there. It's Maurice Kennedy now slows it down. Touch made here from Lawton Davis. Again threatening Rosero. Draw and pass. Beautiful stuff. Palau unmarked. A sixth try here for Hornsby.
Yeah, it's just the skill sets that the players have. The Kennedy boys, Rosero, Toner, and Palau on the end of the line. And you'll see here, just a simple play. Kennedy gets around, Toner comes around, they throw the long ball. Rosero gives the ball off straight to Palau, and just an easy touchdown in the corner.
Strip them for numbers there. We come inside the final third of this match. Of course, 30-minute matches, no half-time breaks, and the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. England have 4 themselves so far. Hornsby with that one. Extend the margin once more to 2. 6-4 with Lupton on the attack again, threatening once more. Turns it back on the inside. Lupton has this ball absolutely on a string. Well, he says to Dylan Hennessy, whatever you can do, I can match it.
Yeah, once again, the English, they're not going away. They continue to ask questions. Again, there's Lupton, he rolls the ball. They go back to the left. They switch late to the right. The shutdown comes in late from Wes Savura, and the touchdown scored.
So Henderson collecting the last 2 here for England. Those two combining nicely. Lupton and Henderson, a really good understanding about their play. Rosero now. Dummy a couple of times. He's caught from Lawton Davis. Now Hennessy pops it here for Rosero once more. Hennessy again. Oh, simply sliding to ground. Soccer style as if he's a sweeper. And places it on the deck. That's class from Hennessy.
Yeah, a set play this time. You'll see that Hennessy looks initially like he's going to get around here. So he goes to half, gives it. Looks like he's going around. Then he splits back to the way he came from. Catches the English napping, and he just slides through the line, puts the ball down. Really well executed play.
Well, it almost looked like he was feigning for a little grubber kick, and that England fell for it. It was just brilliant from Hennessy as Lupton now looks to serve back once again. Henderson diving from distance. I think they're going to be called here for offside. Yes, another penalty to come now for England, so around about 8 minutes to go. And they're suggesting that should be a play through. It is. So Henderson has now got a hat-trick. The last 3, in fact, and it's good sportsmanship there too from Hornsby. They asked the question, and he was good enough to be honest about the answer.
Yeah, Kieran Toner that time, he said, no, I didn't make the touch. The referees were calling the penalty here. They probably believe both players made the touch, so they're actually penalising Kennedy for being offside. And that's why they believe Toner made the touch, but Toner's got up and said, no, I didn't make it, and that's why they've awarded it.
Honesty, of course, a pillar of this sport. Without the contact itself and putting a player to ground, very much important that the players are being responsible as to whether they have touched the opposition or not. But 7-6 here, Hornsby still in front. England, though, with good field position now. Marching forward and a chance to put on the pressure once again. Treyers stepping to the left, slowing things down. Rosero comes up to meet him. He'll play it now on the 7-metre mark. Treyers Changing the emphasis once again. Hennessy read it well, though. Back out to the 7 they go. 7 minutes on the clock as well. The margin 1. They'll throw very long. It nearly worked as well. He came hitting that gap flat out, and it was just to the side of his hands there.
Yeah, the referees have ruled that pass forward, so that's why they brought it back into the centre of the field.
So now, quick promotion to the footy. They'll dummy, head towards the sideline. Fresh players onto the pitch. Palau hopping in and acting half. Now they work it away here for Roberts. Then onto the run here for Hassan. Hassan again, stepping off the left. Kennedy picks it up. Last play now here for Hornsby. Oh, and they nearly had an opportunity just to go exactly where Charlie Thompson had slipped for a moment, but he recovered pretty well.
Yeah, trying to put the ball out in front there, and just a little bit too much for in front for Roberts to get to.
So they'll play this 10 shy of the halfway line. A nice bit of momentum about this set. They're all driving strongly forward. Quick play the balls too. Good set so far from England. One final crack at them here. Good footwork as well, coming out just for a moment, nearly splitting them. Good touch in the end though from Hassan.
Yep, so Hornsby just absorbing that pressure that England was trying to mount then. Really good driving set, but Hornsby just rolling with it and absorbing.
It's Kennedy now for Hassan as they head up along the sideline here, approaching the final 5 minutes now. Long striding run here from Jonathan Weeb. Somehow takes it in just for a moment. Then England wanting to get on with things quickly. Well, that's unnecessary. And it will, in fact, gift the ball straight back to Hornsby.
Yeah, just over-enthusiastic there from England. The ball had gone to the ground. They wanted to get on it quickly, but they've given the infringement. So they've just invited Hornsby back into the red zone.
And if they score from this too, it'll be insult to injury as Hennessy now goes to the quick little wrap-around play. Couple of dummies as well, nearly all the way through there. Nichols, he's put back onto that 7-metre mark now, though. Palau, Hennessy, slowing it down. They make the touch eventually there. Two of them to make sure that it's done. Quick play the ball inside the 7. Hennessy takes full advantage of it. Very clever play. He rifled it out, and it's another try here for Hornsby. That might just do it. That puts the margin out to 2.
Yeah, and I think you said earlier about the cannon-like pass of Hennessy. You watch this, how flat and how quick this ball is released. Gets the ball short. He's already setting up for the next play. He's read it. There it goes. Gives the defence no chance to shut that play down.
So terrific play from Dylan Hennessy, really putting the pressure on England now. They pretty much need a result from this attacking raid. 8-6 with just over 4 minutes remaining. They will still have a few more opportunities, but I just don't want it to get too far away for them with time quickly running out. Last play now here. Henderson was looking for a 4th try. Back to that 7-metre mark he comes. Henderson showing it. Nobody there as an option. Hornsby shut it down. 3:55 on the clock.
But a pretty tall team, the English, out there at the moment, so they're trying to use that length to get those dive overs and slide dives, try and get underneath the defence.
So now Palau coming in off his wing for a little run there. Nice quick play the ball too. Rosero with a difficult pass to take. Roberts doesn't receive it here. Kennedy shows and goes. Again now Morris Kennedy picking it up. Rosero turning it back on the inside. That will be a touch pass though. There's still some life here for England.
Yeah, there's still a chance. There's 3:20 to play. They're only 2 behind, so a touchdown this actual set will be really important for the English.
They're going the right way about it. Nice strong drives right up through the guts of the defence, and they work all the way now to the 7. And they'll even be able to set up here for a strike dump. Here they go now on the last. They'll take it off themselves into the in-goal, looking for support. Good ball back on the inside. Now, did he get it to ground? I think he's maintained control of the ball. For mine, this is a try here for England. And I think they will award it. There's still a little bit of confirmation. There it is. No touch, 8-7, game on once more.
Yep, and the referees had a conversation there about Heath Cooper, whether he got the touch made before the ball was down. I'm pretty sure he made the touch, but the ball was well and truly down. You see they slice through the line here, back on the inside. He gets the ball down. Well, maybe he made the touch first, so and that's what he might have been discussing with the referees. But the referees are closest, so we'll go with them.
So Ellis Watts, the try scorer, set up beautifully there from Lawton Davis. Now another chance, though, for Hornsby to put on the pressure. Just over 2 minutes remaining. They need to see off this threat here. and then get one more themselves. Oh, here comes the footwork again though from Hennessy, and the flick pass pops out. All the tricks in the bag. Now making an appearance in the final stages. Another flick pass in the same motion here from Hennessy. For mine, that's gone forward though, and they will come back on the mark. So Hennessy toying with them there, but no results.
Yeah, just that last pass went forward. He's probably fooled a few of his own players with how he's keeping the ball alive and repositioning defence and putting people into holes. But it's been an impressive display from England. I've been really impressed with the way that they've really taken this game on and tried to drive the ball down the field and take it to Hornsby.
So Lupton here once more with just over a minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Last play now here, needing a result. Lupton caught flat-footed. Shabdeen, he's under pressure as well. They'll turn it over. One final set here for Hornsby. They might get 2, maybe 3 plays, England.
Yeah, well, Hornsby will probably have one set. They might get about 30 seconds on the board here, depending on what happens in this set.
So if they're smart here, Hornsby, they'll just be dwindling down the clock as much as they possibly can. Here comes the dummy, and all of a sudden Nichols is away. Good effort in the chase. Now he's claiming he's got the touch. Yes, just by the ankle.
Yep, Will Tyrrell there makes that touch. Showed really good speed to run that play down.
So Hennessy now still looking for an option. He wants to put the nail in the coffin here with 30 seconds to go. Smartly also winding down the clock. Toner back to Hennessy. Still no touch here. They've got to step up and make it. He's a hard customer to deal with. But each and every second that dwindles down, they'll be in trouble. And they've worked for the set of 6. Very clever play from Dylan Hennessy.
Yeah, just experience there. Trying to create the opportunity, get the penalty, get the clock. But they tell you what, they've put the ball on the ground here. So 10 seconds to play.
And they'll get one final play here, so 4 seconds on the clock. They just have to keep it alive. Don't head towards the subset. Here it goes now. You should hear the siren. I think they've played that just in time. Must keep it alive now. It just goes behind the supporting run on that occasion of Western Stanley. But a quality showing from both sides and a really good match for the neutral fan. 8-7 Hornsby run-out winners over England.
Yeah, really impressive game. I think Hornsby have still got a couple of gears left to go through, but you can't take anything away from the English. They turned up here this afternoon to really take on this powerhouse State Cup team who always peak for the State Cup, the Hornsby. So congratulations to England. They'd be really impressed with that result.
Yeah, quality performance from both sides and a very, very well done effort there from England. Up next, we move to our men's open division once more. It'll be West taking on Central Coast.
Apparel down there available for you here at the tournament.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a State Cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team. And they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well. And the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it. How professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a State Cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kalen and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Cal and Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower. But I did say to one of the boys this week, I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team and maybe one day going to a state cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
Welcome back here to beautiful Port Macquarie Regional Sports Stadium. Terrific action that we've just witnessed between the Hornsby Lions and England. The touring squad over here. And now once more in the Men's Open division. Another high-quality contest. Two sides that are always thereabouts come finals time. West Magpies taking on the Central Coast Dolphins. James Preston here with you for commentary. Joining me is legend of the sport, Australia representative, New South Wales as well, Jason Stanton. A very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, James. Thanks for having me here. This is a really exciting matchup here. Both these teams are jam-packed with talent and high representative players, and I think West, having gone down earlier this morning to Manly, they're going to be really hungry to get back on track in this one.
Yeah, it was a match that we probably expected to be a little bit closer, but Manly did it reasonably easily. Central Coast Dolphins, we haven't seen too much of them on our main field as of yet, but there's some big names in there. Chris Lennon rapidly making a name for himself. The Moffat boys as well, ones to watch. And for the Magpies, it's the old firm, Catalano brothers, and also Matalizzo Masashi. Such a great finisher and scored a real cracker in that game against Manly as well.
Yeah, I think in this one, the number 6 for West Junior, Catalano, I think he's out at the moment for this one. He's not joining the squad till tomorrow, I don't think. So I wonder whether that unsettles him or whether that was part of the reason they struggled earlier today.
Well, JP is still certainly there. He's got those blue boots on in the number 7, just to the left of where we're about to touch off here. But 30-minute matches here for the New South Wales State Cup for 2023. No half-time breaks. And the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. Magpies to get us underway with Bommelhem here, who drives forward. Simply offers a little pass here. Now Bommelhem again, popping in at acting half. Doyle plays it nice and quickly. Blackwood here in the middle, just slowing things down. JP Catalano now plays it inside the 7. Blackwood, they just tried to confuse them on an angle there with Shoot popping in late. And ultimately it has produced somewhat of a result. They'll get another set to work with here. The Dolphins offside on that occasion. Catalano flings it to the middle. Picks it up once more. Blackwood stepping off the left. Catalano again backtracking, looking to open up a little bit of space. Good work in defence, though, from the Dolphins. They continue pressing here. Catalano coming forward, and that's great pressure from the Central Coast.
Yeah, they were very active there, James, which is a really good start, really good sign for Central Coast early. They were moving quite well laterally off the line. They were also getting forward, putting pressure on West, so good start.
Well, it's quite a young side, too, the Central Coast outfit, so full of energy, bouncing around as well as they head to this right-hand side of the field through the hands of Ollie Jones, and now opening up the play once more. Last one now for the Dolphins. Jones is free once more, gets the ball, finishes with style. The forward roll comes out, and it's 1-0 for the Dolphins.
What a finish out there. I don't think many wingers would have actually been able to scoop that and dive over in the corner. So really good start by Central Coast, and they've hit the ground running here, James.
And great ball from Luke Kane, firing from left to right. Ollie Jones keeping his width nicely. So after around about 90 seconds, 1-0 here for the Central Coast Dolphins. Magpies can ill afford to get into another scenario where they're trying to make up ground. That's what happened against Manly. They trailed 4-0 before having a little bit of a comeback there, finishing 4-2. But it was just a bridge too far, so they'll be looking to try and avoid that where they can. Here's Goss now firing it wide. Jones stepped up into the path, just put on the pressure, and they were unable to collect the footy and then try and find Masashi out wide.
Yeah, West were trying to play. They've had a couple of those plays out the back door, but Jones was up to the task. And interesting with this Coast team, they were sort of a bit unlucky in the Sydney Champs to be knocked out to Parramatta, the eventual winners, but they're in some pretty good form.
Long ball again, looking for Jones. It's a foot race between he and Masashi, and once more Jones goes for the acrobatic finish. On this occasion, no try. Masashi just did enough.
Yeah, Masashi, very good save there. He's a quality player, James. Really hard to score on his side of the field. He ends up taking the link and the winger on many occasions for the Magpies.
Good to see as well they've opted to start him in this particular match. It was a good 10 minutes before he got on against Manly. By then the game was pretty much done. So they somehow keep it alive here, the Magpies, but I think they're going to rule touch pass, potentially even forward pass actually here. So still the score, 1-0 in favour of the Central Coast Dolphins. Shoot back out there now for the Magpies as well. Central Coast working away from their own end. Buckley there in support, receives it now and heads towards the halfway line. Nice quick roll ball as well. The momentum continuing on here for the Central Coast Dolphins. They've got them backpedaling. Good one-handed pick up here too. They're on the attack now with Lennon. Lennon looking to link up. Jones wide again. Jones again for the acrobatic finish. This time he hasn't managed to get around Shoot, so he's been denied two ripping finishes just with this desperation defence from the likes of Masashi and now Shoot.
Yeah, the Magpies are getting outplayed in the middle here, and their wingers are keeping them in the game. They're only down 1-0. Could easily have been 2-3-0 by now, James. So the wingers are keeping them in it.
Jones, certainly the man that they're looking to release time and time again. He's got pace and he certainly can finish. So you'd imagine they'll go back to the well here. They'll roll it back now. So the Magpies with good field position and plays up their sleeve here. Catalano drops it down around about 8 metres from the try line. Beautiful draw and pass. Doyle had the right idea with the flick pass. Shoot, however, was expecting the ball to go directly to him, so he just didn't have quite the depth that was required there.
Yeah, West have got some nice plays down on the line there. I think the winner of this game is going to come from this midfield area. You'll see that Central Coast are driving quite well, and West are trying to meet them, so I think whoever wins that battle in the midfield is probably going to win this one.
So far, it certainly is the Dolphins at this point in time, as they keep driving nice and hard here. It's German. He leaves it behind, so a chance here for the Magpies to turn defence into attack. They head towards the subs box nice and early. Good metres here as Jones steps up to make the touch. Heavy touch there as well on Blackwood. Not forceful, though.
Yeah, both these teams, you'll see when they drive the ball down the field, they tend to go to their substitution box.
Blackwood again, a couple of dummies trying to creep all the way through. They just did enough to make contact with him. And so they turn away that opportunity. About 5 minutes gone. Central Coast still leading 1-0.
Yeah, West definitely matching them. This is the issue I think here. See how Central Coast are driving quite well here towards their box. And when they substitute on, West have got to make sure they meet them and not rolling back to the line. And that's probably an area that Coach Barracat for West has had a look at already.
Long ball here, nice and early. There's an option back on the inside, and it's pretty simple stuff, really. They'll put it down here through, I think that's Josh Moffat out there in the 6. That was just a ripping right to left pass. There wasn't actually too much doing. They just went early.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot going on there. They might have caught West a little bit off guard. The actual drive wasn't that good. It was almost against the run of play. It just came out of nothing, and all of a sudden Central Coast 2-0, and West might be... I'm not sure. Are they thinking about the earlier game when they gave a four-try start to Manly?
At the moment, history repeating itself. They need to correct that pretty quickly here as Bommelham crabs across field, now hopping in and acting half as Knackler. Catalano sets it to the middle. Tahai Ricky. And Tahai Ricky. I'll leave this one behind here with Doyle. So easy turnover here for the Dolphins. Just dictating terms at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting with the Dolphins too on the changeovers. They're not in a hurry to start their set, so obviously that's probably a tactic that they've come up there with Coach John Dalton, where they just want to be nice and calm and settled, drive to their box, sweep their players on, then run their play. So it's quite structured here from the coast.
It's a very smooth transition as well as the flick pass comes out. Moffat was looping around the background, just didn't quite arrive in his hands. Lennon also there in support as Doyle crabs across field now for the Magpies, and Catalano follows suit. Blackwood now up over halfway. I'll pop a little pass here through Bitter. It's seen too much of the action so far today, but he rolls it back now. Blackwood once more. The dummy comes in. Not fallen for on this occasion. Nice touch made there from Riley Burke.
Yeah, it's definitely a more of a calmer Central Coast team to what I'm normally seeing. They're not really like panicky or jittery. They're just nice and smooth. So it's a really good sign to see that.
We talk about following our policies and our protocol, and that certainly seems to be what the Dolphins are doing at the moment.
Yeah, I think Coach John Dalton's got some good structures in place. They've sort of been a little bit off the pace the last few years. We keep thinking they're going to win it and haven't been able to get there. So maybe this is their year. They look a lot more settled here, James.
Now, it's now a few years that we've had the likes of the Moffat brothers at this level. So you'd imagine they've well and truly grown into this particular division, having come up through those younger ranks. They're still, of course, some of the youngest members of this squad, along with the likes of Chris Lennon. He's featured extensively for the Hunter West Hornets. I'll restart this here about 7 metres away. And speaking of which, there is Lennon. Certainly has plenty of pace about him too. German there waiting as well. Lennon has a little crack at them. Good touch made.
Yeah, very nice defence there by Nicholas Barakat, I think it was, for West. He got down low and snuffed it out. That could have easily been a try.
So once more, worked from Luke Kane. Now Kane wrapping around, tries to get the pass away. I think that was just incidental contact. Yeah, good call there from the officials. Play on in favour of the Magpies. And they'll try and play it quickly. And yes, they have earned a penalty as well. So good work there from West.
Yeah, it's a good start. And you'll see that, the contrasting styles that we were talking about earlier, where West got on the ball very quickly and tried to play a bit of a power game. In contrast to Central Coast, that were happy to walk to the ball, nice and calm, and run their play. So West are going to really pick it up here. It'd be nice if they can get one back here and open this game up.
So around about 9 minutes gone here as Doyle touches it and heads up over halfway now. Lennon makes the touch, so they come here with Goss. Now to Lagos. Goss once more through the middle. Now roll it pretty quickly here through to Hayariki. Goss again, now accelerating on this occasion. Little pass there. They stepped up in the passing lane but turned the head. It was clever play from the Dolphins. Made sure that the referee knew he had no idea where the ball was.
Yeah, a bit of a warning shot there, I think, for the Dolphins, because West, if the ball carrier had hit short a fraction earlier, it would have been a try. And I think we've seen a few times there, West, the ball carrier's dummied coming into the line. And I think maybe that early ball short or early ball wide is probably going to give the Dolphins some problems. So let's see whether West can adjust.
So Ryan Goss now works it away from his own end. Lagos also involved. Doyle with the quick play of the ball. Goss now to shoot. Crabbing inside that sideline. Have they been pinged here for 7 on, have they? No, it's an old school obstruction. We don't see too many of those.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot in that, but referee Badger was all over it. He knew what was going on. A bit of a subtle obstruction there, James. You normally get away with them.
Yeah, certainly not his first tournament. Can't pull the wool over his eyes. Play on here for the Dolphins now. So Niebel coming forward. Good pressure, though, on this occasion from Blackwood. Read it nicely and stepped out to meet Buckley. Buckley to the left now. Once more in an acting half. Lennon floats it over the top. Well read, though, from Shoot, jamming in off the wing and closing it down.
Yeah, they're so strong out wide, aren't they, James, the Shoots? Robbie Nackler, very strong out wide. Masashi, they're really good. You've really probably got to go more through West, through the middles to open them up. They're very strong out wide.
Well, they've had plenty of success going through the middle, at least driving from their own end. I haven't seen too much in terms of pulling them apart when it comes to those try-scoring situations, though. Ollie Jones getting an early try, nice and wide. He was denied twice, too. Great work from their wings in the form of Masashi and also Shoot, as you mentioned. Lennon now, a couple of dummies, then popping it back towards the middle. Luke Moffat was there waiting for it. They'll get another set, though, on this occasion, so setting up camp down this end of the field. 12 minutes gone, 18 to go. Once more, Moffat having a crack at them. Touch is made, though. That's Luke on this occasion.
Very close, that one, and it was a really nice play. They previously had run a sweeper play, and that one was a little short side one. Very clever.
Lennon with a nice little pass and then looking to play that one really quickly. It almost caught Lennon off guard, and I don't think they were particularly happy with how it was played either. So there is the changeover in favour of the Magpies. Doyle promotes the footy back towards the middle. Doyle again with the dummy, gets away from the first attempt there of the Dolphins. They get him on the second, though. Once more, Doyle operating down a short side. Shoot picks up good metres off the back of it. Now Goss 10 metres into enemy territory. Blackwood continues that momentum, plays it nice and quickly. Good pick up here from Goss. Sends it wide, stepping back against the grain is Barakat. Barakat finding the spot of Lagos, but they just couldn't open them up once again here.
Yeah, there's some good signs there for West. If you've been following West throughout the year, it's a bit of a new look side, what you can see on the park there. There's no Catalano, there's no Justin Costello, there's no Steve Tashi. There's definitely a few names different to what we saw earlier in the Sydney Champs.
Of course, we are expecting Junior to join the ranks as of tomorrow. But another loss here for the Magpies will mean a whole lot of work to try and be there come finals time on Sunday.
Yeah, they definitely would be up against it. I think they've got the bye next, and then they're up against the Renegades tonight. So if they're not able to get the result here, tonight's essentially win or go home. Is it too early to say that if you lose the first
no, I think
three on the
it's
first
very
day?
hard to come back from 3 consecutive losses. So I think that's a fair call, Jason Stanton.
And they've still got the likes of Doyleson and Penrith tomorrow.
So Luke Kane having a little crack at them. The ball came spewing out, but he was able to get it down in time. Now there's plenty of protest here from the Magpies who can't believe it. However, that is a third try here for the Central Coast, and it once again kind of came out of nothing.
Yeah, the last 2 tries have been, I don't know. I don't want to. What's the right word? A little bit soft, maybe. Like I think West are normally, desperate and diving and saving, and I think the last 2 have almost been a bit of maybe against the run of play a little bit, and Central Coast, if anything, caught them napping.
So now JP Catalano plays it. Heads up towards that 7-metre mark. Again, recycling the footy. Catalano this time looking dangerous. Goes early out wide, but they've covered that. Such relative ease there. It was building nicely for them, but geez, the Dolphins were so alert. Catalano now at first receiver. Once more, the little hop, the skip. Sends it wide this time. Doyle off the right foot. What about that for a step? And the evasive technique. Oh, I thought he got around Riley Burke. Geez, there'd be millimetres in it. He's not happy either, Doyle. He is adamant that he was able to get through. He must have said something as well to the officials who have reprimanded him a little bit here.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of dodges. That was sharp off his feet, the left and the right. Opened up the coast. Maybe
there it is again on the replay. Just left him clutching at thin air. Here it is, the attempted touch coming. Oh, geez, I'm not sure. I'm still not sure. I think Doyle's got a case.
Yeah, well, if he was touched, he wouldn't have felt it. I think that's why there was a bit of protest in there from Doyle.
Yeah, very light, but as we have seen so far, our players here in Touch Football New South Wales, they're pretty honest. So that would have been the call from the Dolphins defender. No, sir, I did indeed get him. I'll roll this one just over halfway now. Masashi out there once again for the side. Brackett also there. Sorry, I should say. No, that is Brackett indeed. Barakat in the 11. Brackett in the 13. Here is Brackett now. Little dummy. They'll try and pop the pass. That's popped up in the air. And it is play on for the meanwhile here for the Dolphins. They continue promoting the footy. For a moment, I thought it was going to be a foot race, but he pulled up on the run. Jason Stanton, perhaps he's watched your effort from last State Cup.
I think he was a little bit quicker than what I was. But it's interesting here, West, if you're in their box now. So they've been playing. We're halfway through the game. They haven't been able to get a try yet. I'd almost be looking maybe for second phase type play, like to run the move and then dump again, because they've got to throw something a bit different at the coast now, being 3-0 down and needing some tries on the board.
So Luke Kane out now for German. Then Lennon trying to promote that footy. Was it touched in flight? I think it was. So they'll get another set here. Confirmed from the officials with 13.5 to go. So still the Central Coast leading 3-0. West's wide defence has been terrific. Just haven't been able to crack the Dolphins themselves, though, as Kane gets under them very quickly. But Bommelhem comes across, makes a very important touch right at the death. So now Jones pops it here for Kane. Kane picking up once again. Lennon with a dummy. Very delayed pass there for Kane. Lennon will have another crack at them. Nice little variation here from the Dolphins. Looking for some support. Now, there was a man taken off in the background. Then Nathan Cook went flying. I thought for a moment they might have suggested, yeah, they are in fact going to pull that up now. So that's good officiating there from the referees.
Yeah, they were all over that one, and that's the sort of second phase play we're just talking about that we thinking maybe West need to run. So, Central Coast, really good execution there.
Very well drilled outfit. There's another penalty forthcoming here, so they've got to be careful. Of course, 3 in a row inside that 7 metre zone does result in a man being sat down. Lennon, first off the tap. Now for German. German brings it to that 7 metre mark. Lennon again. German under pressure. Good work there from Blackwood. Stepped up and forced the error.
Yeah, so the Dolphins were able to create the overlap there, the extra number, but Blackwood was equally up to the task. Very good read out there.
And Masashi caught by his opposite in the form of Volley Jones. Masashi scoops it up out of acting half. This is much better from West. Nice and direct. Doyle goes on the charge now too. Oh, Catalano just had a little look. Lennon coming up out of that link position and really putting on a bit of pressure. And the ball comes spewing out.
Yeah, West have got to... I just think they've got to be a little bit cleaner. Like they've got to control the ball. They've got to complete their sets. As I said, maybe play a little bit of second phase. They've still got a lot of good footy in them, the Magpies, but the Central Coast boys have put on a bit of a clinic at the moment.
And Baina Radior provides a nice little pass here. Moffat nearly all the way through. Catalano rolls it nice and quick. And now Doyle picks up a good 15 or so. Rather easy metres, it must be said. They'll play it here now on halfway, and further forward they come. Masashi recycling it back through the middle. That's Barakat who plays it now. A little bit slow, though, this set here for the Magpies. Now they look to accelerate on the last, but nothing really doing. They'll turn it over, and that's left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, probably not their best set on that occasion, James. So one of the things I like about Central Coast, what we're seeing is they've got really good variety in attack. Sometimes they're going wide, sometimes they're going direct, and they're really mixing it up. So if they can continue that over the next 3 days, they're going to be hard to beat come Sunday.
Last play now here for the Dolphins. Good footwork, but they just managed to get enough on him right at the death there. So 3 tries to nil as we approach the final third of this match. Just over 10 minutes remaining. The Dolphins, a shutout at the moment of the Magpies. They'll head up towards halfway. Quick roll ball. Nackler sending it to the middle here for Goss. Nice charge from him. Doyle scoops it up. Passing for his link. Lovely ball here. It's play on. Masashi goes in for the corner, and finally they find a way through this very stern defensive wall of the Central Coast Dolphins. It's 3-1.
Yeah, outstanding play there from the Magpies on the back of the run, and it's almost, I think they've got enough time to get back into it, but it's almost like that's the key. That's how they need to be playing. That's their style. Knock down the front door, force the defence to shut down, and then shift it through the hands. Really classy play there from the Magpies.
Well, just having a look on the replay there as well, in attempting to make the touch an issue for Kyle German. He's still out there at the moment, but he went clutching for the elbow immediately. So hopefully he's all right. For the meanwhile, he is out there. Here he is with the ball now. As they look to try and open things up with Luke Kane. Touch is made. Back to that 7 metre mark he goes now. Still a few plays up their sleeves. Kane bouncing around, looking to work for that strike dump. No touch as of yet. Back to German it comes. Now this is the last here. Kane out for German. Masashi reads it beautifully, knocks it down, and it had to be done.
Yeah, nice play there. Sometimes we talk that, like we call that reversing the play or going against the grain. Actually swept to the right or to the bottom of the screen. West thought they were going that way as well. Through the dummy, went the other way, so good play again.
So now Burke, an option once again, but they went through the middle instead for Moffat. Comes back to that 7 metre mark and plays it. Lennon also hovering thereabouts. Pops it up here for Burke. Burke tries to throw it over the top. An odd pass there. Not quite a floating sinker either. Something in between.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. It was sort of, it was in between, wasn't it, James? It was like a half looping pass, a half direct one.
So Lennon bouncing off the left foot, getting low. He was convinced for a moment he'd scythed all the way through the defensive line, but they just got him in time. They'll roll it back here on that 7 metre mark. Once more for Lennon. Luke Moffat there waiting in support. Lennon again, crabbing back past that 7 metre mark. They'll get the touch now. Lennon picks it up, bounces off that left foot, threatens to release the flick pass, ultimately decides to die with the footy. 3-1 with 7.5 on the clock here.
Yeah, let's see whether West learnt from that first try, where they drove right down the middle, attacked at the end of the drive, or while the Central Coast defenders were really struggling to get back on side. Let's see if they can replicate that here.
Well, they've miscounted at the moment, the Magpies. They had 5 on the field for the first 2 plays. Now they've got the 6. So full complement out there. In fact, they have more now. No, they have now got the 6 officially. So Shoot out there too. Catalano now puts the foot down. Doyle, lovely pass from him. If they could promote the footy out wider still, it will be a try and it will be confirmed. That's good play from the Magpies. They drew them to the left and then opened it up on the very next one.
Yeah, classy play to the Magpies, and shout out to the coach there, Robbie Barakat, for picking up on that. That's almost a replica of the previous try, and I think they've picked up that they've got to attack on the back of their run. And you see that they didn't stop there and come back and run the move, James. They rolled straight into it, caught Central Coast napping, and 3-2, they're back in it.
And it snuck up too. Dolphins still look to be in control, but all of a sudden, game on, margin reduced to just 1 try here. So Buckley provides here for Niebel. Niebel picks it up on the 7. Again, Josh Moffat, who hasn't seen too much time so far in this match. It's a good response here from the coaching staff. John Dalton leading the crew, deciding there is a little bit of pressure coming now from the Magpies. Let's bring out our gun. Here is Moffat again. Crabbing across field. Drops it down now. Last play. They'll go very long. Masashi. Well, he didn't quite take the intercept. And I think it's gone forward anyway, but he had to get hands to that. Otherwise, it could have ended up in the arms of Ollie Jones.
Yeah, and again, we've seen a nice long ball there from the Dolphins, which against most teams is probably going to result into a try. But Masashi got right in the channel between the link and wing and was able to put pressure on the passer.
Catalano now, good metres, driving forward. Continues to promote the footy here for Doyle. They'll recycle it once again. Last play here. Doyle once more looking long. That pass is well and truly off the mark. It was the right idea, though. There was just a little bit of space for Masashi outside of Jones.
Yeah, it was the right idea. And again, we've seen the Magpies go from that when they've substituted on, run straight into it, run their play. So I think they've definitely made that adjustment. And I think just reflecting back on the coast over the last few years, this is the only chink in the armour. They have led games. They're looking really good, quality outfit. They've got to be able to kick on when there's 5 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go. So this will be a good challenge for John Dalton and the crew here to see if they can finish this one off.
Well, it is inside the final 5 now, so can they do exactly that and close things out? German comes at full steam. Now Moffat floating a nice pass here. They've worked a 2-on-1, and I think they may have just escaped the diving efforts there of Brackett. And as a result, it's try time for the Central Coast Dolphins. So you're just saying it, Jason Stanton, that they need to put the foot down and close this thing out, and they've responded immediately.
Yeah, definitely. I think they'll be really happy with that to push it out to 2 tries with 4 or 5 minutes to go. I actually think if you catch a replay, I think there might have been a bit of miscommunication there, because I think the winger, Robbie Knackler, was in a position to save it, but I think he got a call from the inside to stay out. So might have been a bit of confusion in the West defence there, and Central Coast have made them pay.
As a result, Casey Shelley on the scorers list now. 4 different try scorers for them. So they can attack you from anywhere on the field. 4 minutes remaining now. Not out of it just yet here, the Magpies. Good promotion of the footy. Well, that was probably not the call there. I think they had to just continue on their own line as opposed to linking up. I'm not convinced Shoots managed to avoid the touch. However, now they are indeed saying yes. It's a good bit of honesty there from the wing, and Shoot congratulates him. That's good sportsmanship.
Yeah, really good to see that, especially at this Premier League level. We're at the top of the game. They're all absolutely superb athletes, a lot of talent, and it's good to see the honesty and sportsmanship there as well.
So here it is on the replay again. Doyle working nicely, picks it up. Blackwood back to Doyle, quick release of the hands. Just there, I thought potentially there was the opportunity to get around them. That's wonderful evasive technique there from Shoot. Somehow avoiding the touch. Just over 3 minutes remaining. One more here for the Dolphins. Might just bury it. They go long. There's an opportunity to pop it back on the inside. Where's the cover? Has it arrived in time? Yes, it has. Bommelham with a try saver. Last one now here for the Dolphins. Lennon trying to recorrect the angle. Head back out to that right-hand side of the field. And they thought they could get away with a sneaky one there, the Dolphins, but the referee's all over it.
Yeah, Badger's he's always awake to the sneaky ones. He's not a rookie referee. He knows every trick in the book.
So up over halfway they come now. 2.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of touches still in this set. JP Catalano now drives nice and hard at the line. Last one here. Doyle shows it a couple of times. Beautiful ball from Doyle. They've called it forward, but I think it was touched in flight. Doyle can't believe it.
It wasn't actually forward. I think it was deflected. So this would be a bit unlucky if West don't get the try. You might check the replay. I think this was okay.
Oh, I'm with you. I think Tahia Riki should have been awarded this try here, but instead, well, here it is. You'll see it on the replay. Doyle coming through.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's been touched. It's been touched in flight.
Wow.
And even if it wasn't, I still don't think it went forward.
Yeah, that's a shame there. West a little bit unlucky. Really good footy from West, and it could have easily been 4-4. So Central Coast, they get a bit of fortune there.
Well, they've just got to play to the whistle. There's still enough time if they're good enough. 1.5 minutes on the clock. Certainly enough for a full set. Maybe even 1 or 2 plays thereafter. Last one now for the Dolphins. They just can't afford to concede here. They promote the footy. Still an opportunity. Back on the inside. The flick pass. Completely unnecessary. And now that just provides a little opportunity here. So 1:15 on the clock. They've got to go quickly, though. Catalano comes forward. Moffat steps up to apply the pressure. They're 5 shy of halfway, midway through the count, though. It's good defence so far from the Dolphins. They've got to straighten things up. Blackwood does exactly that. Last play now. Doyle throws it out the back. Nobody was there waiting for it. Lagos, well, it won't matter that it didn't arrive to him. They'll get a whole fresh set here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, 50 seconds. West definitely with one throw of the dice to try and steal a draw out of this. I think you'll find Central Coast won't really come up here in defence. So you might find they're going to try and work the clock, and there'll probably be a couple penalties eventuate here.
So Blackwood wanting to go a more direct route, though. Eventually backtracks. They'll try and keep it alive here for just a moment. Doyle, now JP Catalano. Oh, rushing in was Moffat, who's been winded in the process. And he's not 100% off the back of it either. He'll head straight to the sideline. They'll try and get on with it quickly here too, the Magpies. So now just 10 seconds remaining. Maybe that was a bit of gamesmanship from Moffat.
Yeah, I think he might have been winded there. Here we go, last play. Let's see what they can do.
JP Catalano now still with ball in hand. He can't take the touch now. Oh, he's completely messed up on the timing of things there. Had to keep the ball alive. And there's almost a bit of a protest out here from some of the Magpies defenders. And just having a look at Kyle German too, I think he still has a slight issue with that elbow. He's got it in a little bit of a sling, back out now. But an interesting match. They just couldn't pull it back here, Jason Stanton. 4-3 to the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah, very good win there. I think the Central Coast Dolphins will probably have to get some learnings from that. At 3-0 up, I would have liked to have seen him kick on to be one of the premier teams this weekend. So I think they'll get some learnings from that. And West Magpies are now in the desperation stakes with 2 games without a win. So I'll be expecting them to be really desperate tonight against the Renegades. It's going to be a cracking match.
Yeah, should indeed be a quality fixture. Up next is another ripping contest, though. It's Manly taking on Wollongong in the mixed opens. Tap off. Set 4-3-35.
Food supplies around the venue for all your food drink needs.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. Turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good, so a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down and had to ice. So the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try, because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Welcome back here to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium, the New South Wales State Cup for Touch Football 2023. Mixed opens action here for you. The Manly Seagulls taking on the Wollongong Devils. Once again, two heavyweight outfits here in this division. And to take you through it, myself, James Preston, and the legendary Hall of Famer for New South Wales, Gab Rose. Gab, a very good afternoon and welcome back into the booth.
Welcome, James. I'll fix you up with a bit of payment later for that nice comment.
I'm open to bribes. That extends to anybody who might be watching today. You want me to say something nice about your player? You know my bank account details. So 30 minutes on the clock here. No half-time breaks and the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. Some great talent to watch out for in this particular match. And we know when it comes to mixed opens division, usually quite high-scoring games too.
They are. And the importance of the girls in these games can never be underrated. So if you've got good girls, you've usually got a good mixed team.
Sarah Petey, certainly one to watch for the Manly Seagulls in the number 7. She's red hot, and the likes of Sergeant Jaden Sargent producing a pretty miraculous piece of play at our last State Cup, which has gone very much viral. Here he is making the touch through the middle now as Manly come on the attack midway through the count. Nice quick play the ball as well. They look to open up things wide. Well tracked in defence though from the Devils. It's Bianca Miller who got out wide and closed it down. Back towards the middle they come. Sutters dropping it off. Now an option here through the middle once more for Manly. They'll try and exploit the outside once again, but Miller's done a great job. 2 plays in a row to see off the threat.
Refs are just having a discussion here. Looks like they might be awarding a try, possibly. I was about to say great attack and equally good defence.
Well, Manly have certainly gone back to their battle stations, and they can't believe it. The Wollongong Devils have actually let out a laugh there with one of their players, but the try is confirmed. So Manly on the board nice and early, 1-0.
Yeah, they must have called the winger offside is all I can think of.
Potentially maybe even touched before she received it. Yeah, there it is. So the touch comes in, then she gathers possession. And I think by that stage the hand is off, so that's actually quite a good call.
Yep, good calls, ref. 1-0. It looks like it's going to be a good game. Nice, wide, expansive play to start us off.
So the Devils now with their first use of the ball. We know they're a pretty expansive side, how they play in this division. So they come on the attack again here. Lily promoting the footy out wide, just falling short there. The waiting arms of Miller.
And it's still quite hot out. I know it's 3:30 in the afternoon, but it's still very hot out there, so it could be a battle of fitness. Probably going into their second or third game of the day here.
Well, Gab Rose putting on my weatherman hat right now. Hottest time of the day, actually around 3:30 to 4 o'clock. Believe it or not. I was very surprised when I found that out. I always thought it was the middle of the day because you're trying to avoid the beach then.
That's right. Well, I was equally surprised you're in a long sleeve shirt as well, given it's 30 degrees.
Hey, it's got buttons. I can do whatever I like with it. Here comes a little dummy from Manly. Oh, beautifully worked. They just managed to survive here, though. The Devils getting the touch in just in time. I think they might have also called it forward as well. So still 1-0 here, just over 2 minutes gone. The Devils yet to really work into their systems as of yet. A couple of dummies coming out here. Now, what is the ruling for that? That's an interesting call there. Has it actually touched an offside player in the back?
I'm not sure. He did a couple of signals there, the referee. Looked like dummy half court, but then he did do a passing action as well.
Strange. Well,
it's a win for Manly there, yeah, and they'll get a good, pretty much a whole set attacking the line.
Well, I think that little cross-out may have actually been about the ball there, because they've changed that one out for a fresh one. And I must say, having a look at that ball on the sideline, it does look rather rolled.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that one's come from, but we've got a nice fresh one out there. Beautiful, fresh steed. And, of course, it is the official sponsor of New South Wales Touch Football in the New South Wales State Cup. If you do want to get your own, head to steeden.com.au. So Manly on the attack here once more. They'll work it through Sutters. Sutters not happy with himself there. Change over in favour of Wollongong.
Yeah, missed opportunity there. They still have a couple of touches up their sleeve. Wollongong will be looking to get down the other end of the park.
They'll roll it nice and quickly here, and a nice little roll on about the play too. They keep the momentum working. And now joining in on the action is Zaremski. Zaremski picks up good meterage. They keep driving forward. Nice little pass here for Tonegado. Quick roll ball too. They've got them backpedaling. Lovely pass, but that was beautifully watched from the Manly link there, who kept backtracking all the way to the line. Didn't need to hit that mark. She'd already retrieved the 7, but just gave herself a little bit of extra time to see off the threat.
Yeah, really good defence. They drive up the field. They'll be looking to get some fresh legs on and fast transition into a couple of strike plays.
So just shy of the halfway line, Manly, and then they step up and over it. And I think that might even be a case of 7 on for a moment there. So there is the changeover.
It's been a fast start to this game. And you'll note there's 3 Tonegados in this team, one of whom, for any NRLW fans, is Emma Tonegado. Plays for the Sharks, New South Wales, and also the Gillaroos.
It's a bit of royalty on the field here for the Wollongong Devils as Miller throws it out of acting half. Jessica Lang now firing it out towards Bart Hill. Hill once more hopping in at acting half now. Luke Tonegado. Now play it nice and quick here through Chapman. This one's been left behind on this occasion though, so just a few errors here for the Devils to begin things.
Yeah, the Manly player was smart there because he kind of got in that passing channel, but was still trying to get onside, so he didn't get penalised, and now he's drawn a penalty as well, so his coach will be happy with him. Liam Jones.
So Watkins taps it, heads up towards halfway now. Nice quick roll ball. Easy meters on display too here for Emma Williams. So they keep driving forward. Meterage pretty easy to come by here for the Seagulls. Chitty stepping off the left. He's caught 7 away. Chitty again threatening, trying to squeeze between a couple of defenders. Luke Tonegado makes the touch. Last one now here for Manly. 5 minutes gone. Sutters shows it once, nowhere to go. And ultimately, quite a strong defensive set there from Wollongong.
Yeah, defence has been good from both teams. So we've seen that.
So Wollongong heading up towards that 10-metre mark, just shy of the halfway line. They keep rolling forward. Miller.
Sorry for my pause there before. I feel like the scoreboard says 0-0, but I feel like it's 1-0.
It definitely is 1-0 at the moment. Don't worry too much about the scoreboard. We've got pen and paper right here, Gabros. We're all over it.
That's right, old school.
Everything about me is old school. That's why I got the cotton shirt today.
I was only thinking the same about myself, just as you said that.
You don't have a cotton shirt on.
The old part.
As you said in the last match we commentated, no comment.
Very
the day
wise.
over
Now
20.
you can be a politician.
Well, thank you very much. My mother is. Now head up towards halfway and up and over it now. That's actually not a joke either. She's genuinely a politician. Last play here for Manly now as they get going once more. Send it wide, and there's a nice cover play there from Matthew Tope, who sees off the threat. Still 1-0 after around about 6 minutes and 20 seconds of play here.
Yeah, Matt Tope, he'll be the conductor in this Wollongong team as well. I've known Matt about 15, 20 years, and he gives his all in every game he plays. Actually employed Matt Tope once for a few years.
What happened? What brought about the end of the stint?
No, he left. He grew up. He's a good family friend of ours, so he was one of our employees at our shop.
There we go. We've got an on-air reference for Matt Tope from none other than Gab Rose. It's all happening here
He's a good man.
at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. A very good man as well. Is he single?
No.
Well, here's the changeover now in favour of the Wollongong Devils. Sorry, ladies, he's off the market. 7 minutes gone here, still just 1-0 in favour of the Manly Seagulls. Now crab across field now, 10 shy of the halfway line. And joining in on the action is Zaremski. Zaremski now picking up good metres. So too is Emma Tonagato. As you mentioned, superstar of the NRLW. Floating across here, Zaremski. It's an all-female outfit on this right-hand side. And Emma Tonagato firing through with plenty of pace. Beautiful support play. And the NRLW star is a star here today in touch footy. It's 1 try apiece.
Great try there. 2 girls combined and a little ball back on the inside. And she just took off. She's very powerful and fast, so we saw it on that occasion.
Lovely pass as well. And Zaremski just did a great job here to hold things up. Changed the angle. Tonagato, full pelt.
Yep.
Got it down easily.
Weren't stopping her in touch or rugby league there.
No, you wouldn't want to stand in front of her.
Nope.
Be absolutely bulldozed. So charging forward now, come Manly. We're all locked up, 1 try apiece. Little dummy here from Watkins. Watkins receives it back against the grain once more. Tried to step away from the touch. Nearly did enough to beat Bart Hill. Watkins now hopping in an acting half. Last play. Gives it here for Chitty. Chitty trying to create something down that narrow passage. Just couldn't squeeze enough of a little gap there for his link, though.
Yeah, he's a real danger man, isn't he, Daniel Chitty? Light on his feet. He's one to watch when they get more line attack opportunities.
So Zaremski with a strong touch against her. The ball pops up. Smart play from the Seagulls. They just tiptoed down that little line in terms of not going too far for it to be forceful contact, but applying enough pressure to create the error. Now they have good field position here. They can set up camp. Through the middle of the field they come now. Little flat pass here from Zockling. And Zockling was more than flat. In fact, I think it might have been touch pass in the end.
They'll want to get a complete set here. Wollongong Devils have had a few lost balls coming out of their end of the park, so they'll be looking to complete here down the other end of the field.
So good metres there from Ash Stanley. So they pick up extra ground now through the middle of the field. Still locked at 1 try apiece here. Changeover in favour of Manly, so a little bit of heat coming into the equation, a little bit of fatigue, and as a result we're seeing errors. Seagulls up towards halfway now. Touch is made from Stanley.
This is a better set by Manly.
Far more direct in the first few plays. It's Matt Riley. Gets involved in the action. Chitty then sends it wide. Here's Riley once more, stepping away from the sideline. Both sides really cancelling each other out at the moment in terms of the defensive workload.
Yeah, the defence from both sides has been a highlight so far. Interesting to see who kind of steps up and takes the game.
Zaremski up over halfway. They were called out. You could potentially even hear that on the effects mic, just saying no, no, no. It was very loud calling from the referee.
Yeah.
And Zaremski crabbing across field. Luke Tonagato at acting half. Once more receives it back through the middle.
They'll be looking for Jaden Sargent here to see what he can come up with.
Here he is now out of acting half and then receives it back. Sargent straight away has set up an opportunity. It's gone begging, but you called it there, Gab Rose. This is why you're a Hall of Famer. You can understand what's happening before it even happened.
Yeah, well, he was the man to watch there, but unfortunately the ball just kind of got caught and kept going higher as it got out to Rachel Tonagato.
Well, the one they are missing from that incredible passage of play in the previous State Cup is Springfield. So it was Springfield and Sargent who were combining to set up that ridiculous try for, I believe it was Hill in the end.
And did you say 1.5 million views?
1.5 million views we're now sitting on for that particular try. So it's one that's gone across the globe.
Impressive.
Flick passes galore. Terrific piece of play, and it was a great tournament too for the Wollongong Devils. So there's a lot to live up to.
Yeah, they're a really successful team, this team. So they'll be looking to repeat that again this weekend.
So Sargent now plays at Tonagato. Dumping it off here for Isaac Lilly. Lilly once more. Sargent threatening again. Beautiful long cutout pass. And this time, no mistake. Rachel Tonagato on the spot. It's a Tonagato-a-thon out there.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. So they went back to the well where they went before, and you saw their Sargent kind of ran the out ball and this time threw a flat cutout to his winger. Beautiful try.
Tonagato keeping the width, doing a good job. So 2-1 now. The Wollongong Devils leading Manly. They scored first, but team from the South Coast has come roaring back into this one.
And what's been nice to see so far, we're nearly halfway through this game, is the involvement of the girls, and the 3 tries have all been scored by the wide players, all female.
Especially for Emma Tonegato's try, where it was an all-female setup as well. And that's another beautiful piece of play here from Manly. This time Jess Fowler going in, so the trend continues.
Yeah, 2-2. This is a really good game. High quality, good defence, but the attack's adjusted, and now we're seeing some tries.
So around about 13 minutes gone, 17 remaining. We're still all locked up, 2 tries apiece. Jess Fowler collecting that most recent try.
Yeah, the Wollongong coaching staff will be disappointed with that. After you get a try, you want to get a stop on that next set of 6. Take full advantage of when you've just scored. So they'll be looking to fix that up in future games.
So here's Matthew Tope now. Tope providing it here for Bart Hill. Tope once again going long. Rachel Tonegato on the spot here. Just coming across in time to apply a little bit of pressure. Forcing a look out of the side of the eye was Jess Fowler. That was enough to force the issue.
Yeah, she nearly had a double. They like that play, Wollongong. They're seeing some success from it.
We talk about going back to the well. You can imagine they'll certainly be doing that. They've opened up space there multiple times now.
Yeah, they sure have. They'll be going back to that. And future teams playing over the next few days, if they're watching this, I'm sure they'll be coming up with a defensive pattern.
Last play now here for Chitty. Chitty throws long. I think that's gone forward, though. Just for a moment, it was building nicely. But they'll call this one back. It's a little bit of a stalemate here. Yes, we've had a few tries, but I would say defence has been the real winner so far.
Yeah, I agree. So, again, these teams need to try and complete their sets and put the ball down right down the other end of the park and then back their defence, which both teams are clearly good at. Wait for an error.
Stanley now up over halfway. Rachel Tonegato popping in at acting half, and then Luke Tonegato getting involved. Sargent. Tonegato again, the recipient out wide. Can she crab along the sideline? Back into the middle for Stanley, who nearly fooled them all. There's a big dummy. They all thought it was going to Luke Tonegato, and it required a big stretching arm just to get the touch in time.
Yeah, she nearly slipped straight through there, Stanley. Might be a penalty.
Well, that was very cynical there from Jaden Sargent, immediately playing out the ball and popping it out. It's pinged for offside anyway, so take your pick of penalties. He was going to get done for it.
Yeah, and Manly in no rush. They've only got 4 on at the moment, so they need to get another 2 players on. I don't think they've realised. Someone's subs haven't gone on.
Well, they're still no closer to getting the full complement out there. And there's a bit of call happening from Charlie Sutters, who's saying, can we please get some more reinforcements here?
Yeah, and I think that's probably now they've made that mistake because they just were a little bit disorganised with only 4 players on. That's a missed opportunity there. They won't be happy with that.
I'll try and exploit them down a short side immediately too, the Wollongong Devils. Lily hops in, now out for Sargent.
Manly got Sarah Petey out there. She's a very experienced campaigner, so she'll be very safe out there.
We haven't seen too much of Petey so far. She certainly can play with the best of them. Popping a pass back to the middle there was Sargent. Very dangerous customer. They watched it well and saw off the threat. Back to the 7-metre mark they come now. Sargent for Lily. Just slowing things down here, asking the defence to come up and meet them. Sutters obliges. Now Sargent popping off the foot, throwing long. Tonegato under pressure. Big pass back towards the middle. A hard one to take there. And ultimately, Manly survive.
Yeah, they've readjusted well after those couple of opportunities that Wollongong had with that play. So the wing players for Manly are doing a really good job now to cover that up.
So they'll send it wider still. Touch is made from Bianca Miller. And now Fowler, one of the try scorers, getting involved. So they chime in on the attack here through Tom Watkins, but they've left this one behind. So Sargent looks to go on the counter-attack immediately. Zaremski plays it nice and quick. Tonegato now out of acting half, and then following up on the next play as well as Jessica Lang picks up an extra 5 or so metres. Out here for Bart Hill. Wider still they come now for Chapman. Chapman once again looking for an opportunity. Lang is there in support. Can they get it to her? They'll pop the pass over the top. Lang just caught flat-footed, and ultimately nobody there to collect the assist.
Yeah, he just sliced his way through there, Matt Tope, but we couldn't get the conversion for him on that occasion, but they'll be happy that he just sliced straight through.
So still at 2 tries apiece here with 13 minutes remaining. This one on a knife's edge.
That's a good drive. Emma Williams.
Manly picking up good meterage here. They'll drop it off nice and quick and then start to explode. Watkins looking for an opportunity out wide. Tough one to take. Well watched as well from Bianca Miller, who has been very strong in defence out on that right edge.
Yeah, sure has. As we said, the defence has probably been the winner so far. It's 6 to go. He didn't quite get it. Good attempt.
Well, that would have been one of the shortest range intercept tries I've ever seen.
Bit shorter than Logan Flanagan's this morning.
That's most certainly the case, and I think Logan would have much preferred it to be from that distance.
Most definitely.
So Tonagato now for Stanley. They'll play it nice and quick, and then chiming into the action is Ed Burrell. He hasn't seen too much of the ball so far, but here he is again now.
Play.
Burrell trying to get against them. He's done enough here to work for a penalty. So Liam Jones caught out there. They'll get another set of 6, 12 remaining. Still 2-2 on the score.
Yeah, and they just need to be patient. They don't have to score off the first touch. Condition the defence a little bit and then come back for whatever their pet play is.
So Emma Tonagato turns it away. And then back for Burrell, who tried to promote the footy. It was knocked down, so another set to come here. Burrell once more having a little crack at them, trying to link up a game with Emma Tonagato. They shut down the opportunity, though, Manly. They'll play it quickly. Tonagato.
Got the overlap.
Burrell with the dummy. Continues to promote the footy.
See there, they'd be better off trying to get a dump and phasing again because the defence had to collapse in. Easy from here, I know.
Burrell once more. Is that what he's thinking? Out wide, they send it here for Tonagato, who keeps it alive here for Emma Tonagato now. She'll pop it over the top. Somehow he's managed to chime in once more here. Lily, who then throws it long. A beautiful pass from Lily, and Spring has sprung.
That was literally Harlem Globetrotters. A couple of basketball passes in there.
Here it is again, Lily with an awkward-looking pass, it must be said. It was on the money, but it's floating all over the place. It was a hard one to take, actually, but they did a good job. And Wollongong back in the lead now, 3-2. So Manly with work to do. They started slowly here, the Devils, but building and building nicely.
And there was getting that, a couple of repeat sets on the line. It's so hard to defend.
So Manly now against the grain once more. Well played at in the end. Had to be made that touch in the air on the pass there from Luke Tonagato. It'll give away a whole set, but they won't mind that as we come inside the final third of this match. Just over 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he had to do that there, Luke Tonagato. Otherwise it was a try for all money. And now they've got the ball back.
So slipping underfoot there from Watkins. Ball went to ground. No defence required here from the Wollongong Devils as a result. Sargent plays it nice and quickly. Oh, Sargent very close to giving away the intercept there. Now, was that touched in flight first from Manly, or was it simultaneous? I think we're simply going to play the touch here, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
So Chapman to play it. And now he's back into the attack here. So they drive forward here through Lang. Rachel Tonagato.
And Jessica Lang's another experienced campaigner as well, and a Wollongong junior, and played the game for many years at top level.
Smart work there too as well from Lang. She knew the player was offside and threatened to pass the entire time. They never retreated the required distance and ultimately changed the line that they were able to run. That's why the penalty was blown.
Manly need to get a stop here. Last time Wollongong were down on the line, they came away with a try.
Lily going long here on this occasion, just a little too wide of his link partner, but they're offside, so penalty forthcoming here for the Wollongong Devils.
Yeah, that was a definite let-off there for Wollongong, because it was probably only second touch there where they gave away possession, but now they've got another full set with a penalty.
So Isaac Lilly, we've already seen him throw a couple of big passes so far. He'll be the man to watch. Has the ball at the moment. Now go nice and early here with the dive at the line for Bart Hill. The touch is made. And better yet,
penalty.
They'll come away with the ball here, Manly. So just over 8 minutes remaining, and the Seagulls find themselves down by 1.
Yeah, and there was Sarah Peaty again, just driving the ball upfield, getting some fresh legs on.
So Riley plays it. Peaty through the middle. Now it's Jess Fowler. They'll play it nice and quick here. Manly on the last, driving all the way into the defensive line. Nowhere to go, though, for Billy Leonard. and they simply turned him away. So in the end, they didn't really ask any questions there, the Seagulls.
No, they didn't. It was good defence again, but Manly, you're going to need to ask a few more questions if they're going to get a win in this game.
Stanley up over halfway now. Emma Tonagato chiming in as well. Here comes Burrell. Back for Tonagato once more. Out now to Sargent. Sargent plays it for Tonagato. Sargent again looking long. What a pass that is. It's a ripping ball. Rachel Tonagato on the spot. Collects her second.
Yeah, that was a cracker pass there. Set up, and that was Sargent again. Beautiful pass. Left to right. Tonagato's second try. It's a real family affair from both teams today. We've got 3 Tonagatos for the Devils, and then on the other side we've got 2 Sutters, and then we've got Daniel Chitty and Steve, Daniel and Cindy in the coaching box.
It's a Chitty-a-thon.
It sure is.
So 4-2 now the score. Wollongong Devils running hot here. Just under 7 minutes remaining. Manly, you fancy now. Probably need to be the next to score. And they're not going to do it with plays like that. An easy turnover here in favour of Wollongong.
Yeah, and Wollongong just need to play smart here now. They can just drive the ball up the field. They don't have to do anything silly. Hold the ball for 6. And tell Manly, you're going to have to come 70 metres if you want to score against us.
Tegan Long out there now as well for Manly, making her first play of the game with a touch there in defence as Lily throats it long here. Nearly found an opportunity for Zaremski.
That came
just
out
put
of
it
a
down.
rocket, didn't it?
Certainly
He
did.
has got some power behind those passes.
It was very much Dylan Hennessy style. It was flat,
was.
hard, right at the line.
Yep.
About 15 metres shy now of halfway for Manly, so they get off the hook on that occasion. Pressure coming up. And up over halfway now. That's Petey, who promotes the footy. They'll play it through the centre of the ground. Last one here for the Seagulls. The flick pass comes out. Well, you know when there's a flick pass on the last, it's typically an act of desperation.
That's right.
And that was certainly the case.
There was no way through there. It was a bit like a brick wall. Great defence. Here they go again, just driving up the field. They'll be trying to run the clock down a little bit.
It's good metres from Miller. And now Lane gets involved. Floats it on. Tope with it. Tope provides it here for Bart Hill. Hill plays it on the last. Sargent, Tope once more. Quick hands. Potentially looking for the run there of Lang. It was just behind her, though, and not quite long enough to find its way out to Rachel Tonagato, who is looking for the hat-trick.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an each-way bet there. I won't throw long, I won't throw short, and it kind of fell in between. But last touch, and they finished it down at that end of the field, so they won't be too disappointed.
No, certainly not a bad place to kill the play, that's for sure, as we come inside the final 5 minutes now here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Hope you're enjoying all the action on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV. Manly floating it wide. They'll continue to keep the play alive here, just losing their footing at the end there. I think that might be Tegan Long, who's hobbling off the back of that. It was an awkward little fall at the death too. Yeah. And that certainly looked to be forward there from Bart Hill. It is.
Yeah, open the door a little bit here. If they can get a try in this set of 6, it's game back on.
So 4.5 to go. They trail by 2. As you mentioned, Gabrose, a try would be all important here. I think if Wollongong score another, you can just about put a line through Manly.
We've got another, there's a penalty here. So they need to get their key players on and jag a try.
So Riley exits proceedings as it comes out here for Emma Williams. Sutters sends it to the middle now for Watkins. Watkins again, the little hop and the skip before sending it wide. Good cover in defence there from the Devils. Still have a few plays here though, Manly. Watkins at first receiver. Comes that way now. Sutters tells him to head back to the left. And he picks it up himself. Sutters pushing through. Watkins snatching it out of thin air. But I think they're going to say that the touch had already been effected before the pass was in there. And as a result, there is the changeover.
Yeah, that was lucky because other than that, I think it would have been a try. But I just want to note the far winger for Wollongong there. I think it might be Brittany Rudd. She's coming off now, but she's done some great defensive reads out there.
And they asked a lot of questions out on that side of the field that particular set. It was a better set, too, for Manly. And they really did try to throw a few things at them as Stanley comes up over halfway now. Tonagato Shimming with the run. Now a little wrap-around play. Stanley is wide. Even wider still is Tonegado. Good cover defence here, though, from Manly. 3 to go. Still the margin at 2. 4-2 in favour of the Devils.
Yeah, this has been a really entertaining game. That was a really good piece of attack, but equally good defence.
So Manly would love a try off this set, just to apply a little bit more pressure to Wollongong and try and snatch a result here. The draw, the most likely positive outcome for Manly. I don't think they'll be able to get a win outright from this position. With about 2:40 on the clock. They roll it. Centre of the field. Out now for Chitty. Chitty once more. Picks it up. Sends it wide. Chitty still an option there. They'll float it all the way over the top. Tonegado leaves it behind and nearly into the waiting arms of Chitty for that matter. Well, that would have been one of the weirder tries we've seen.
That would have been. They've got 6 to go. Wollongong potentially claiming the ball got passed forward first. If nothing else, he's running down the clock. Ed Burrell.
Bit of gamesmanship, and Chitty has come up with the idea now when Burrell flings it over the head and then immediately rushes out to try and put pressure on Chitty. That's very cheeky.
That was
from
cheeky.
Burrell. Here it is Chitty now, sending it from right to left. Receives it back once more. Pressure here on Leonard. Chitty to Leonard again. Crabbing to the middle. Chitty picks it up and fires immediately to the wide point. They'll switch the emphasis again. Now that was touched in flight. Not a bad idea to do, though, from the Wollongong Devils. It just means the clock gets run down even further.
Yeah, and Manly are running a play with trying this out ball, and it is working to some extent, but then the Wollongong defence is just shifting, watching for the inside ball. Great touch.
Yeah, Petey with the short pass, and then Sutter's trying to get underneath them.
That might be Burrell down injured.
It is indeed Burrell, back on his feet now, but not 100%. He'll head off out the back of the field. And then Isaac Lilly onto the pitch to replace him. Sutters picking up on the last now. Sutters again looking for an opening. Nothing happening here for them. They'll try and pop the pass here for Petey, who tried to get the tap on, but good defence once again here from the Devils. They'll see this out 4-2 with 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that was just desperation. They need to do anything to try and get a try. Wollongong Devils put them down as the winners for this game with 30 seconds to go.
Tonegado now for Zaremski, up over halfway. Chiming into the action is Luke Tonegado. And then Matthew Tope also out there. Tonegado now sets sail for the try line. Tope picks it up. Luke Tonegado again. Short pass Zaremski. I think that should be okay here potentially. I thought there might have been a grasp on Zaremski before she received possession. That's not the way they'll call, though.
No, they called Jess Fowler made the touch. She had a good game, Jess Fowler. She's a strong runner and runs direct. Been impressed with her for the Manly team.
She's also snagged a try too, and here she is again. That should pretty much be how it finishes. Fowler caught as the siren sounds. Manly unable to get the goods here over the Wollongong Devils. 4 tries to 2. An entertaining match, though. Gab Rose with defence definitely the strong point for both sides.
Yeah, great game. Good win by Wollongong Devils, but some great defence by Manly as well.
So 4-2 at full-time here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Up next with the 4:10 slot, we move to the men's seniors division. It is the Central Coast taking on Balmain. All the action in just a moment.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends. We go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Cal and Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team and maybe one day going to a State Cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done and look forward to it one day.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's been produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Feen, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where I've it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try.
We're back here at the Regional Stadium, Port Macquarie, for this men's 30s game between the Balmain Tigers and the Central Coast Dolphins. Joined here today by coaching superstar, coaching legend, the one and only Carly Banks. Hi, Carls, how are you?
Pleased to be here, Dean, but thanks for that rap. I don't think I can live up to it, but thank you.
All right, we'll see how we go. It's the Tigers who are in possession of the ball on the attack. That's Parsons with the ball. They come out of half, they throw long to the wing, and it's going to be an early touchdown to number 20, who, guess what, Carls? What was I saying 30 seconds before we came on air? Let's hope we've got all the numbers, and we don't have number 20. So I've been calling them Mr. Walker, as in, because they're a phantom.
I'm with you.
And the phantom's name was Mr. Walker. But so early touchdown there.
Yeah, we've got a number 60 who threw that right to left. So I'm assuming he's number 6. So Scott Bernicle, you're getting the rap for that one, mate. So if there's another number 60 out there, then please put your hand up.
All right, so it's the Central Coast Dolphins this time. They get the ball there in the front. Duff on the inside. Ball there to Noski for the touchdown. We're 1-1, Carl. So how do you see that one?
Yeah, nice little M2 setup and then the little trailer back on the inside. That is classic footy. It was really well played. Inside ball. A nice try.
Yep. Well, we're not even 2 minutes in and we've got 2 touchdowns on the board.
It's been an extremely warm day here today, Dean, hasn't it? But the players have handled themselves with aplomb, and so have the referees. It's been a very long day so far, and hopefully things will cool down for the evening session.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a little bit cooler tomorrow, which I think the players will enjoy. I think they've enjoyed the beautiful sunshine. Like the weather that's been travelling around the state hasn't been great, but we're pretty lucky up here at the moment. As the Tigers there on the inside ball there, that time that was looking... Stewart there got that inside ball, so they're on the 7 metre line, setting it up again. They go on the inside to play. They go, trying to get the intercept there. That was McGeever.
Yeah, nice play there by James Stewart. He seemed most likely here, hasn't he, Dean, very early here for the Balmain Tigers, and let's see what he can do.
Yep, so that's him again as Carls has identified Stewart with the ball. He steps back off his right. Nothing happening there. We've got I don't know where we're going to have trouble calling the Balmain. We've got them listed 1 to 14, and there's 51 with the ball. He passes it back to Stewart. We've got 78-20 out there, so not going to be easy. But the ball's gone to ground that time by the big 60, but a penalty for not moving forward.
And that's 2 now, Dean, in that sequence. So, Central Coast need to be very careful here, or they'll end up with a player excluded.
Yep, so that's the rules. There's 3 consecutive penalties on your line. You will have a player excluded till you get possession back. So here they go again, the Tigers. That's Parsons with dummies to the left and goes back right, throws long to the wing. It's well caught out there by Sung, but the touch was made.
Oh, how are the hands from the winger there, Dean?
Very good, Mr. Sung. Very good. Diving full length to take that. Really well controlled. Here they go again, the Tigers. They come
dropping
around.
there.
Yep. Nearly could have
lucky.
been a penalty. Could have been a penalty, Carls. They come again. They go to send the sweeper around, but didn't use him up. The ball's gone to ground. And that'll be a changeover now. So the Central Coast more than likely will try and get to their sub-box. They drive forward there. Get to the sub-box now. They'll try and get their players back on the field. In the hands there of Allen. Now in the hands of Nash Beebe.
Nice little fly.
The 8, Nash Beebe. I haven't seen him play for a long, long time. The 4 there is Tim Penny. There's another throwback. He gives big step off the right, Tim Penny. He thinks he's back in the 20s.
Oh, the tap on. They're the entertainers, the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah.
With their coach, Dean Wilbo, down there. Dean Pumper Wilbo, very well renowned for his creative ability. So, we should see some really good ball movement from the Dolphins, Dino.
Yeah, and Nash Beebe and Tim Penny are good players. They came through the junior systems, come up through the ranks, have been long-time stalwarts of the Central Coast. And having a run again. So, but here goes the Tigers. That's Ben Jones there driving in deep into the line. They throw the long ball out to the wing. The ball's gone to ground, but the referees have found a penalty.
Yeah, really, really good defence there by the winger, Samuela Ciriola. What a great defensive read. Got out and he handled that difficult situation with aplomb.
And there's a penalty given away, so I'll piggyback a free ride down the field here. The Tigers won't be happy with that. Like in these conditions, you don't want to be defending all game. You want to get the ball in the hand and try and put the pressure on the opposition to make them do the most defensive work. Out of half now, the ball's in the hands of Vincent Diamera, ex-New South Wales mixed seniors representative, mixed open representative too, I think back a few years ago. Played for Eastern Suburbs up on the Central Coast now. The referees look like they're happy with this.
Yeah, nice little sweeper play, and that's a really good decision by the referees. I think the Central Coast Dolphins are a little bit more structured at the moment for the Tigers, and it's really important that the Tigers probably muscle up a bit more in this midfield, Dean. I know it's nice and warm, but down on the line, every time the Dolphins have been down there, they've looked likely to score, haven't they?
Yeah, and good footwork there, just watching on the replay from Vincent. Anyway, the Tigers now, they'll drive into the attacking zone. It's in the hands of the 51. The half comes out. He picks up there to Stewart. Stewart swoops around there now. He's got the ball in his hands. They dump it back on the inside. They look to go down here again. They give it to... No, they dummy to Stewart and go along to the wing, but well read defensively by the Central Coast. And they'll now drive it out from their own line. So it's been a little bit unsettled, might be a good way to describe the attack of Balmain so far.
Yeah, this sub-box that the Central Coast Dolphins are running are giving them a lot of grief. They're running on with a lot of intensity and a lot of back-end flow, and here they go again.
Yeah, Beebe on the outside of his player. He's through there, and he's going to score. Just got on the outside of his players, put on the afterburners, and Central Coast now take a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and as we said, Dean, off the back of a really fluent sub-box set, had really, really great field position, and Beebe winding the clock back, slipping through the hole, and taking the Central Coast out to a handy lead.
23 minutes gone. Oh, sorry, not 23 minutes gone. 23 minutes still to play. And Balmain now, the Tigers. They've got the ball. They drive into a good little step inside there to get a few extra metres, but I'd like to see them a bit quicker around the ruck there. There's a bit of downtime on the ball when they get to the ruck. They flick it back into the middle of the field. They put it in the hands now of Parsons. They come back on the outside with the wrap around. Couldn't get the released pass.
Yeah, don't mind that little boost to play there from Balmain. They got themselves live and they asked a few questions. So that's a much better structured set from these guys. And finishing the ball on their sideline, they're giving themselves every chance here to try and mount a little bit of midfield pressure on the juggernaut that is the Central Coast at the moment. They've been at halfway on 3 nearly every single set here, Dean. So this is a better set from Balmain defensively, and they really need to work on this latch touch and try and curb this back end flow.
And here they come now, the Central Coast. It's Ashley out there. Well, but you see a lot of that this weekend so far. The players just a bit over-eager to get on the field, and there have been some horrendous ones, Carl. There was one this morning where I reckon the player was 10 metres in field when they came on and then wanted to argue the point.
Oh, goodness me.
So, but Balmain now.
Oh, you can't blame the players for trying, mate.
No, everyone's going to have a crack. So if the referee pulls you up, well, you've had a go, but maybe not this time.
Yeah, I've been really impressed, though, today. Early this morning, we had some cracker games, Dean, and the referees have been doing a fantastic job thus far. And under the conditions, it's fantastic for our game to have such high-level referees doing their job as well as they do. Yep,
and there's 300 of them here this weekend, Carl. So they'll do a lot. There's 888 games to get through, so they'll do a lot of running, the referees. I think sometimes as the players and coaches, we don't necessarily appreciate how much work they do during a weekend. We might have 6, 7, 8 games to win the event. They might do that in 2 days.
I was chatting to Tony Calabria. He was jogging to another game earlier today, and I said, how many you got today, mate? He said 5, and I said, keep that to yourself, Tony, and that's one of the best referees in the game. So, we're blessed by the level of officials that we have in the state.
Big dummy there from Dane Allen on the side, but here goes Penny out of half, working with Beebe again. He goes short to Beebe.
Stop it.
Yeah, through the big dummy. They look like going long then. Just went short to Nash Beebe. He's in for his second.
How many times do you think they've done that at the Central Coast on a Tuesday night, Dean? Just combination and good mates, and that's what State Cup's about. I love watching the 30s and all the senior teams, mate. We're seeing people, who have had a combination for years and years get back on the park together, and there's something very special about playing with your mates, that you've made all the way through your touch career.
Yeah, you can go wandering around the backfields, and we've got 28 fields running here this weekend, and there are some blasts from the past still running around in the senior divisions. It's fantastic. That's one of the beauties of the sport, that you can keep playing and just keep playing and come away to events like this. So that's all very well. Right on the spot, the referee. Stewart thought he got it down.
Yeah, he's been their best, hasn't he, Dean? He's been threatening, he's been probing, he's been asking lots of questions of the Central Coast defence, and really, even the little goose step.
Yeah, and no look pass to follow it. Oh, that's gone the wrong way, the Beebe, but there's our man Stewart. He got across to make the touch on the intercept.
He's the everywhere man, isn't he? He's doing everything for him at the moment, and he can hold his head up. He's been tireless for the Balmain Tigers.
So Beebe comes around on the sweep to get to the sub box. Allen releases back on the inside. Smart play. Wong with the ball. Sorry, not Wong. I'm on the wrong page there. That was McGeever.
Like MacGyver, but
not MacGyver. Yep. Unless he pulls out a spanner, well. Oh, that should be a penalty. Yeah, the referees have picked that up just through the ruck. Vincent DeMaria was looking to release himself there. So here they go again. That's Grant with the ball. He's got it back in his hands again. Got Duff on the outside, gives it to him now. Di Maria comes around on the sweep. He's looking wide, tried to step on the inside. The referee said Stewart was onside.
Yeah, nice question though by Vinny, just asking him there, and the defence got themselves back on side in the nick of time.
So it's Grant and Di Maria, sorry, and then they're working together. Di Maria out of half, but yeah, that was a good pick up by the referee too. Incorrect roll ball, so taking the pressure off the Tigers.
And that's a welcome change of possession there for the Tigers. Let's see how well they can truck this ball, over to their sideline and get themselves off safely and get a bit of field position here.
Yeah, well taken. And the number 2 on our list is Ben Jones. I can tell you that that's not Ben Jones. I know Benny Jones. So the 2 is not Ben Jones. So I hope that James Stewart, who we've been calling him a while ago, is actually James Stewart. And there's a long ball out into the link channel, but just goes around, just out behind rather than out in front, Carly.
Yeah, great link hold though, and it was the right idea, just the execution was off. So what I'm liking here, Dean, is that the Tigers are still firing shots. They're doing everything they can, to stay in touch with this Central Coast team that, obviously are well structured and well drilled. But the Balmain boys are digging in, and you'll love to see that in the contest.
Here come the Central Coast again, and there's BB releases Penny on the outside. Oh, I thought he could have given the ball to Tipple.
Yeah, it's the second time they've run that fly play, and it's definitely a play for them. And I think that won't be the last time we see him. And there's the old switch.
Yep,
love it.
The late switch, back of the hand, flick pass. But the referees have found it's gone late. So, a lot of the attack for the Central Coast is coming out of the Penny and BB combination.
Absolutely, and great to see, those types of skills, the switches, and this is the thing. I would have asked the question too.
Yeah, it didn't seem to reach out, but the referees were happy that the defender made the distance. Yeah,
we're seeing switch passes and flick passes and things like that, and this is the old-fashioned ball-playing stuff that sometimes this power game of the sort of modern era, we get a little bit lost with it. So this is fantastic to watch these guys do it. It's a little bit slower, but boy, is it skillful.
Can't beat the old drive, wrap, release. Carls?
Absolutely.
I know. A lot of girls sitting at home might be listening to this. They play for the Sharks. They know exactly what I'm talking about when we talk about the old drive, wrap, release.
Worked very well for you, Dino, all those great Cronulla sides that you had, mate.
Yeah, there's a few of them back here. As we talked earlier about playing seniors, there's a few of the girls back here. I watched them play this morning against, they had a good win against the Hurricanes.
Awesome.
But one of the tricks to the senior divisions is getting through the weekend with the least amount of injuries. And here we go, an opportunity here. They've given the ball early. He dives for the line. The defence came across. Cirillo.
Let it go.
They've called touch. So great defence there from the Tigers.
Wow, what a last gasp effort to make that touch. He looked like he was going to score for all money, didn't he, Dino? And then this desperation touch. Watch him in midair. Ooh.
Close. The referees are right on top of it, so we'll go with them.
100%.
And now the Tigers, here they come. Long ball out to the wing. They drive towards their box, looking to get the fresh troops on. They sweep on now. The ball in the hands of the 2, who we know is not Ben Jones, but there he is. Good step on the inside. Just need to get the ball down a lot cleaner than that. And there's Stewart again. He dumps it back on the inside, but that wasn't a bad set from their line to where they handed back the possession.
No, absolutely. These last few sets, the Tigers have really tightened up in that midfield battle, and they're making life hard for Central Coast, which is exactly what they need to do, because as we said, when they're in good field position, it's very hard to stop this Central Coast team.
Okay, so it's Beebe with the ball. He gives it to Penny, and I thought it was forward, and they tried to convince the referee otherwise, but the referee was quite correct on that occasion. The pass was forward.
Yep, just take it, son. Go. Back yourself.
But very polite, asking the referee, can I take it?
I'd have been halfway down the other end of the field by now, Dean, if that was me. But anyway.
So Stewart with the ball. He'll drive into the Dolphins' red zone. He'll look to go from half this time, I think. No, they've slowed the play down. He's controlling the play out there with his teammates. Got the ball. He gets it down. Again, they're too much downtime on the ball when they dump. Bringing the defence up. They dump it on Penny. He holds it up pretty well with the touch. They go with the long looping pass. And good defence out there. Coming across is the 19, and that was Antonio.
Yeah, he's just call that one forward, I think, Dino. But Yeah. Oh, no, throwing the ball away?
Yeah, I think that's what the penalty was for.
No worries. The touch was made, but throwing the ball away. But that was the right idea, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it was good to see them sort of wait for their shot and then recognise that the spacings of the Central Coast, defence were a little bit off, and the long ball was on. So they're reading the play fine. It's just the execution. So they just need to keep persisting because sooner or later they're going to get that breakthrough touchdown.
Yep, and that's right. And Di Maria comes on the field, releases long to Tipple, drops it back inside to Di Maria. He gives it off there to Grant. Grant in between three defenders, so that's not too bad a play. He's got the ball again, and it's Duff working with him. Duff out of half this time. Goes off his right, goes straight through the middle. They chase. Stewart, I thought, made the touch, and so did the referee. So there'll be a penalty to the Tigers out on their 7. But no enterprising play there from the Dolphins.
Yeah, fantastic play from the Central Coast Dolphins, but equally good defence from the Balmain Tigers. And it's good to see the Tigers sticking in this grind and sort of really working hard. And I think if they can get themselves a try at the other end here, Dean, you don't know what might happen. There's still 12 and a half minutes to go. So.
Well, momentum is a big thing in the game of touch football. They didn't need that.
The mock.
Yep.
I'd like to blame you, Dino, but
I didn't say anything, Carl. That was all you. Anyway, we've got 12 of 15 to play. It's the Central Coast leading Balmain 4-1. Central Coast with the ball just on the Balmain 10, and there is Grant directing traffic. They bring Beebe on the field now. He gives it off to Tipple. Di Maria out there with Penny as well, so they've got their scoring guns out there. Di Maria with the ball. He gets it down in front of Beebe. Gives it back to Di Maria. He throws the long pass. This time the 2. This time it's Sorello who scores in the corner, and the referees won't take that away from him.
No, it won't be denied on this occasion, Dean, and that was a really well put together play there. As you said, the big guns from Central Coast combining nicely there to take their team out to a 5-1 lead.
So Sorello gets his first for the afternoon. He went close earlier, but the referee said the touch was made. And so the Central Coast Dolphins 5 lead the Balmain Tigers 1. 11:20 to play. The Tigers really need to be able to score next as they drive down the field. That's in the hands of Judson. Judson out here to the left. They're going to go that long ball. Oh, it was a good hole if someone was running into it. That was the issue. It was a good flat pass, Carls, and the hole was there, but just they ran the wrong lines.
Yeah. Just unlucky there, and the wing will seem pretty wide open as well, Dean. So there's plenty of opportunities if Balmain can just be a little bit more judicious with the execution of their plays.
Yes, and it's interesting, like as we get through the older divisions, that some of them still think they can throw that long ball to the wing, and but not realising some of the arm strength may have been depleted over the years. And here's an opportunity. Good flick through the hands from Allen. He gives it to Sorello, and he's in for his second. But what about the pass from Allen?
Oh, fantastic, Allen. Take a bow. That is a brilliant flick pass. Behind the back was a little bit behind him. He got himself into a great position, and he flicked it on. So, man after my own heart, Dean. Love the flick pass, and here he goes. Little one out the back. Quick hands. Bang. How nice is that?
Great skills. Often you see they try that, Carls, and it'll go forward. They don't control it, but that was really well controlled.
Yeah. And it's a fantastic pass to throw when you're in that exact situation. Getting a hard press at you, you don't have to turn and sort of face to throw the ball. You just have to get it behind your back and make sure that you're backing yourself, and you did that really nicely.
Here come the Tigers, but attacking the line. They've given the penalty away, so forward pass off the ruck.
It's been a very impressive display so far from the Central Coast Dolphins, and I think they'll be a hard side to beat in this division, Dean, simply because their structure's really good. Like, they're all very disciplined. They get down the park really nicely, and their back-end flow is the one that's hard to sort of, get a bit of a handle on because, they just come onto the field full of running.
And here they go, and there's Penny at half. He takes off again. He looks to come to the left, but now goes back to the right. He goes back to the right again, gives it to Beebe. Beebe looks long. I thought he was going to go long. Maybe I should have said Russell looks long rather than Beebe. But good defence there from the Tigers.
Yeah, no, it was really well done in the end because they've been under the pump these last few sets, and when you get a try put on you like the one before with the flick pass, you can start to look like it's a long way home. But Balmain have been super impressive in the way that they've dug in for each other, and they just keep running and they keep turning up, Dino, and that's fantastic.
So here come the Tigers again, down into the red zone. He's got a little hole there to get through. He scored in the corner. I'm not sure that's 59, so Mr. Walker has scored, but that was really good play there, Carls.
Yeah, that's a fantastic piece of play from Balmain, and that's a try for persistence, Dino. Like, as I said, they didn't give up. Their rucking in the midfield has been noticeably better in the second half of this game, and they've done really, really well there. And yeah, good to see them get a try for all their hard work.
Yeah, it keeps it interesting. 6-2 now in favour of the Central Coast Dolphins. It'd be nice to see the Tigers score the next one and just put a bit of nerves into the Dolphins.
Absolutely.
The Dolphins with the ball now, and it's in the hands of Duff. He gets it back from half. Gets down again. They run Di Maria through on a little Rooster play, but he steps left and he steps right and just strolls over and puts the ball down with a fair bit of authority, it's fair to say, Carly.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy about that one. He's one of the most passionate touch players I think I've had anything to do with. Dino was lucky enough to work with Jason Martin in the 30s State of Origin team back in 2018, and that's when Vinny made his debut, and he was one of the most enthusiastic people to wear the Blues jersey, and great to see him out here continuing on, that sort of passion for the game for the Central Coast Dolphins.
And here we go, the Tigers now. They're into the red zone. There's Stewart directing traffic. He comes out of half, but he just didn't have the runners that time, so he pulls it back. He has the ball again. Just looking to spread his attackers around him, bring the defence forward. It's in his hands again. A little bit better this time out of half. Well, they went to throw the long ball, but really the defence was already covered up, so they went the short ball. It goes to ground, and nothing comes of that attacking raid.
Yeah, it's been really impressive defence too from the Central Coast Dolphins. We haven't said a lot about their line defence, but their spacings and the way they've controlled, the Balmain Tigers down on the scoreline's been quite impressive as well for Central Coast, which makes me think they're going to go fairly deep into this competition, even though it's only day one.
Yeah, and there's Penny with the ball now. He gets the big fella around Tibble in good hands. Allen again. He's got some skills, the big fella. And Cirillo's in for his third. But I tell you what, I'm impressed with the 22. Dan Allen. Really good skills with his hands, Carly.
Yeah, he's a genuine ball player, isn't he, Dino? Goes to the line with the ball in both hands, and he's good catch and pass release. Got silky skills, and our winger, he's got a hat trick. How good's that for him? He looked like he was having an ordinary day, being a little bit unlucky with a few tries early, but he's got three in pretty quick succession here. So good day at the office for him. Yeah,
he's just come off from the subs. He said to the boys, "Hey, I've got my three in the bank. You go and do some work." So here we go now. Once again, the Tigers on the attack. They'll be looking to do something out of here. That's Benny Jones that time for mine in the 7 and not the 2. Stewart back out. He throws it around the back ball. Here's a chance on the inside. They're going to score. Yes. And they've got it down. I'm going to say yes, sir. And our lady referee out there, she agrees with me. And Steve Sung, he gets a touchdown. So the Tigers, they're not giving up.
I'd like to say that was a set play, but it was a fantastic piece of work there. Not giving up on the play, and really nice direct line to score that try to finish it off. So that's a fantastic reply there from the Balmain Tigers.
Yep. So Stevie Sung gets his name in the score sheet. 8-3 in front of the Dolphins. 5 to play. And we'd like to see the Tigers try and get 2 more, Carls. That'd set the cat amongst the pigeons.
Certainly would.
The big cat.
The big cat.
The
exactly.
Tigers.
That's the one we want.
Tibble, no look pass out there to Duff. Duff gives the ball away out onto the winger, and in this case it's I think that's Tom Antonio again. So he gets another touchdown.
Yeah.
And
that's a quality try there. If we look at it on replay, a nice little bounce, a little girl play to the link, and that has like the coach's name all over it. Pumper, one of his favourite little plays there, static plays close to the line, and you can see the influence that he's had on this group of guys, and I'm sure he's played a lot of footy with as well. So I bet you they're overjoyed to have him down there in their coaching box.
Yeah, you could have gone to any field at the State Cup anywhere between 2000 and 2005 and watched the Pumper, and he'd be running that play left, right and centre. Big out there. So Stevie Song, he's hit straight back. A great long ball, and Stevie's in for his second.
Oh, great work. We're starting to see, a few tries now. And this has been probably indicative of the whole day, Dean, because getting into those last few minutes, everyone's sort of, looking to either shut up shop and try and conserve a little bit of energy or just try and, get through to that finish line. So, we see the game open up a little bit towards the end, and it's good for the Tigers to take some encouragement and heart from this one and sort of, go on to the next round in the Central Coast. They'd be still wanting to finish off strongly here because a couple of late tries would probably put a bit of a dent into the way that they reflect upon this performance.
Yeah, and here they go. Allen at half gives it to Beebe. Beebe off to Tipple. Oh, sorry, that's Grant. That's not Tipple, it's Grant. They're coming around there. Oh, just dropped the ball there. He had Vincent Di Maria coming around.
Yeah, Di Maria was looking again for that sweeper play that he's lived off in this game, and it's definitely something that other teams need to look out for because he's quite lethal on that sweep and that dive at the line.
Anyway, the Tigers with the ball. They're into the attacking zone now. Into the red zone, as we like to term it. Out of half here. Long ball again from the 8. Oh, that's a try.
Fortuitous.
That is a try. He's thrown the ball. It's rebounded. And they've scored, Carls.
Yeah, it came off Vinny DeMiro's hands there. And, the luck's of fortune. And that's a reward for persistence again from the Balmain Tigers. And, they'll be feeling pretty good about that one. So, 9-5.
Yep, 2.5 to play. The score's 9-5. There's 4 in it. Are you tipping the Tigers come back here, Carls, or are you staying on the Dolphins?
No, we'll stick with the Dolphins, but I reckon the Tigers might get one before we finish. How's that?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they both might. There's 2 minutes to play. I reckon we've got another 2 touchdowns in this game. So Duff with the ball. He gives it off there to Tipple. Tipple at half, back to Duff. Tipple again with the ball. Di Maria at half. Out he comes. He goes long out to looking for the link hole. But there was a Balmain hand there. But what the referee's ruling here?
No, ball down. Here we go, Balmain. Come on, Tigers.
Thought it came off a Tiger's hand, but the referees are a lot closer than we are. And so the Tigers driving down the field. 1:40 to play. 9-5 in front of the Dolphins. Here they come now, the Tigers. They're into the red zone.
Keep punching. Don't pull it up.
A dummy back on the inside there from our man there, Cole Parsons.
Got the touch count wrong.
Yep.
Unfortunately, still time for the Tigers, though. For the Dolphins.
The Tigers will have another possession. There's 1:20 to play, so they'll get one more possession.
Our dream's still alive, Dino.
Yep, we want the Tigers to get another one. Here they come now. Allen, he's been impressive, the big fella. He gives it back to Cirillo. Allen at half, gives it off to Grant. Grant drops it back inside to Beebe. Beebe again working with Grant. He's through the middle. Beebe. Oh, that was a diving touch. Was it made? But the touch was made, but the penalty given.
Let the boys play, sir. Come on, we wanted to try for both of them, but that's all right. It's all good.
Yeah, it was pretty close to the right decision.
I just want to bring the crowds back, Dean.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Well, the next thing they might bring the crowds back, we've got Parramatta men's in the championship and Hornsby.
Yeah,
that will be entertaining.
Absolutely, that'll be an absolutely classic game.
Referees have had a good referee said the ball, and the Balmain, no arguments from the Tigers. So we've got 18 seconds to play. I'm not sure the Tigers are they're gonna have to throw it around.
And that's a well-earned try there from the number 1, Nick Grant. He's been tireless for the Central Coast. He's been the unsung hero for this group. He's done a lot of work through that midfield, and nice to see him get his name on the score sheet.
Well, Tigers, they're not going to. They're through here. Oh, right on the hooter. There was an opportunity there. We had Judson trying to get through, but a diving touch. In the end, it's the Central Coast 10, Balmain 5. And that was a pretty entertaining game, Carls.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's great to see the standard of men's 30s touch in New South Wales, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that division plays out as long as the rest of them over the next few days, Dino.
And we'll be back here shortly with a blockbuster, Hornsby versus Parramatta in the men's championship.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends, go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team. And they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well. And the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it. How professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a State Cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callan Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team and maybe one day going to a State Cup. It would be pretty cool, something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's been produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed, I think. When we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Feen, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good, so a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice, and so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the...
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium, the State Cup for 2023 for New South Wales touch football. James Preston and Mitch Walkerton in the booth with you here for this one. Should be an absolutely cracking contest here. Men's Open Division, Parramatta taking on Hornsby, two of the heavyweights in this division, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely, James. This will be a really, really good game. Can't wait.
Time on here, Parramatta with first use of the ball. Straight away, Kai Simbolan going for the direct route. Marley out there with the ponytail as well, the man bun as they like to call them these days. Simbolan, Kai that is now, rolling it back for Marley. Marshall King also there as an option, stepping up into the passing lane. Had to happen too. Knocked it down, otherwise there was real pressure building.
Yeah, absolutely. That was going to be a try.
So now, worked away here through Wynyard. I'll keep tracking to that left-hand side of the field. Simbolan out there. Back to the 7-metre mark he comes. Wynyard here once more in the 5. Touch made from Rosario. Now Marshall King with that fancy footwork, trying to upend the defenders there, but they stood stern.
Yeah, they did. Referee said he was onside, made the touch, and look at them rucking down the field.
And good meters here from Rosero. So they head towards this left-hand side. We last saw Hornsby taking on England, of course. A tight contest there. Also a very tight finish in their earlier match, running out 9-8 victors. So they've been in a few tight tussles so far as Kieran Toner hops off on that right foot, picks up a bit of extra room here. Kai Simbola makes the touch now. They head very long here for Palau. Palau with nowhere to go. Comes up with some fancy footwork. John Travolta, eat your heart out.
Absolutely. He's a very good finisher, Palau.
Very good dancer as well. He moves and shakes.
Yep, absolutely. Look out Sunday night.
So Kai Simbolan now tracking across the field, heading towards the sideline. Marley Simbolan up towards halfway, and now they cross that threshold. It's Osborne who plays it. So they head back towards the middle here, popping a nice little pass as Finn Watkins. Quick play the ball too. Osborne now on the last. Were they ever back to 7? That was a very tight run thing, and a little bit of aggression off the back of it too.
Yeah. Oh, he's given away a penalty. He says, give me my ball back, and he's given away a penalty.
I think he's a bit unlucky there, Weeb.
Yeah, I think so too. He was entitled to get the ball. Anywho.
So Parramatta have another set to work with here. They'll start it from around about 8 metres away. Once more on the attack here with Watkins. Watkins ushered away, heads back toward the middle. Now looking for an opportunity here for Chatton. Chatton out of acting half, and then they step off the left, go bang, down to ground quickly. They've made the touch, though.
Oh. Yeah, the link was in bad shape when he made the touch. Must have been saved by the middle there. But that's the second penalty too, James.
They've got to be careful, of course. 3 results in someone being sat down. Chatton once more. Watkins off the right foot and the dummy. Chatton still waiting there. Watkins eventually finds the pass to him. Osborne plays it. Chatton once more. Watkins off the left foot. Geez, good footwork too from Finn Watkins. Nearly beat them.
Nearly. They're being very patient here.
Watkins again looking for an opening. Chatton once more. Wynyard's still an option as well. They'll pick it up and scoop here. Nice little effort from Luke Osborne, trying to link up, doing exactly that. And coming up with a try here for Liam Simbolan.
Yeah, really good try there.
So 1-0. You can see on the replay here, Osborne doing a great job drawing in 2 of them and then simply turning it back on the inside, back against the grain. Liam Simbolan with miles of space, securing the try. And 1-0 to Parramatta, nice and early. So about 4 minutes of play have transpired. Hornsby have done this all day, though. They tend to start reasonably slowly and then come home with a wet sail. And Rosero still dodging, ducking, weaving. Marshall King quite literally diving to ground to try and get him. Rosero again threatening. Such a dangerous little player is Rosero. So Hennessy under pressure now, receives it back here on the last again. A great pass that time. Just a little behind now. Osborne could be in a bit of trouble here. We certainly saw Weed done for a pretty similar situation, so I'm actually a little bit surprised that one wasn't picked up.
Yeah, so am I actually.
Now Simbolan charging forward, and they'll play it just shy of the halfway line, up and over it. Now Hennessy makes the touch, and he's also putting in a little bit of extra filling there. So there's a bit of spice about this one in the opening exchanges.
Yeah, it's great.
Marley Simbola now skipping forward, stopping on that 7-metre mark, retracing his steps just a little bit. Now for Liam Simbolan, plays it quickly. Here's Wynyard once more, popping out the flick pass, looking for Marley Simbolan. Just a little misguided. Hennessy, how smooth was that? The one-handed pickup. Now out to Hassan. Hassan off the right foot. Picks up good metres here too.
Great running. Great running.
Now Kennedy, and then for Palau. Palau also finding big inroads here. Links up with Roberts. Roberts sends it wider still. Little bounce in the step, and then eventually caught in defence. Show and go here. Sophia. And Safiva looking for Roberts. Roberts got all the way through. Twist, turned, put it to ground. And he has a little word as well with Parramatta there. There's definitely some feeling between these two sides.
James, there is a lot of feeling between these two sides. A nice middle link dump there and a really, really good hole there from Roberts.
Lovely ball too from Kieran Toner. And just the twist as he received the pass.
Yeah.
That made all the difference. So 1 try apiece. Around about 6 minutes gone here. Parramatta scoring first. A nice hit back there from Hornsby. Very close to a touch pass. Play on is the call as Watkins is now captured from the defence. Bouncing around like a little jackrabbit there, Watkins. Simbolan floats it over the top. Osborne with the tip on. Well watched in defence. Back to the 7 they go. Watkins once more. Simbolan twists, turns it away. Marshall King thought he was off for the prize, but the touch pass is called.
No, that's a really good touch. Needed to be made, because if you didn't, it was 2-on-1.
So now Hornsby working up towards halfway. Good metres here too. Toner plays it. Palau, quick wraparound. Oh, wanted Kennedy, who was storming onto the pitch. Just didn't arrive quite in time as Weed now steps off the left. Last play here. Parramatta have done a reasonable job of stopping any further encroachment. And overall, that's quite a good defensive set.
Yeah, it was a really good defensive set. To turn the ball over, just short of halfway. Let's see if Parra can get to the box, get some fresh subs and put something on.
So Marshall King heads that way, and they've worked it pretty nicely so far in the opening few touches. Back towards the middle they come now. Hickey is out there, of course, New South Wales touch employee these days, Will Hickey. By all accounts, doing quite well. Simbolan just unable to reel that one in. Just a harsh change of angle.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too hard on the switch. It was on, though, to come back for the 3-on-2.
One thing we have seen so far is all the 3 Simbolan boys tend to be on at the same time, which is unusual. Normally there's a little bit of a split for them.
Yeah, just like the old days in the backyard.
They bring it right here to the main stage at Paul Macquarie. What a ball that is from Dylan Hennessy. Popped over the top from Kennedy. They're going to call it back. No try here for Kieran Toner.
The ease which Hennessy just bombs that pass. So good to watch.
I still maintain he's the only player that can do it at that level. And there's a lot of very good exponents of that flat, hard pass, but then there's one extra tier and it's occupied by one man and one man only. That's Dylan Hennessy.
Yeah, he's definitely top of the mountain.
So now they work it through the run here of Kai Simbolan. Simbolan again stopping, propping, jinking, jiving, looking for an opening here. He's caught 7 metres away. Last one now. Simbolan gets to ground quickly. Good touch. Hassan it is that makes it.
A really good touch.
Well, that was very important from Hassan. Otherwise, we were looking at a nice little go-ahead there for Parramatta. Flat pass there. And now Kennedy chimes into the action too. He's got 2 for the price of 1 and a dislocation potentially. That doesn't look good, no.
It doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, he's clutching at that hand. I think they'll give him all the time in the world to get off there. There was concern straight away from the officials.
Yeah.
So Luke Mansour will get some running repairs here. Hopefully he'll be okay to continue at some point in this tournament. Might not be this match. As now Nichols plays it just shy of the halfway line. Hennessy chiming into the play. Now Safiva, Hennessy. Oh, what a ball that is again out the back. Oh, Rosero had to release, surely. Palau was on his own down the sideline.
Yeah, he was. He releases that, I think Palau scores in the corner. So that's a blown opportunity there.
Well, again, we're seeing terrific form here from Dylan Hennessy. Not that he's ever out of form, so to speak, but he looks sharp in this particular match. Now Watkins sets sail for the line. How about the speed there from Watkins? And then stopping on a dime. That is brilliant from Caden Wynyard and Finn Watkins. They combine superbly there.
Oh, that's a fantastic try. Finn just, he was running at Dylan. And Dylan's no slouch. And he ran, got George to bite in. Great pass. Steps off the right. Puts the ball down. That's a really good try.
And don't underestimate the skill there from Wynyard as well to stop as suddenly as he did it, especially against a man like Hennessy who's got some of the best footwork in the world.
Absolutely.
He was left clutching at thin air. So now Kennedy comes forward. Parramatta into the lead 2-1, and there is a real coach killer. I'm sure that hurts deep inside Mitch Walkerton.
No, that does. Coach Terry Cooper would not be happy with that easy turnover.
And easy meters here too for Parramatta. They're strolling upfield as Hickey now plays it. Kai Simbolan now for Marley. They keep cycling the footy. Back to Hickey here. Marley, Simbolan. Dummies once. Kai is there in support. Continues to crab across field. Osborne tried to pick it up. And yes, I think there was a stray boot in the play of the ball. Called as such. 2-1, 11 minutes gone. Parramatta with the chance to put on some more pressure here. Some more pain for Hornsby. Kai Simbolan gets away from the first attempt there of Toner. Turned away in the end, though. Osborne out to Marley Simbola. Now Kai Simbola threatens to go long. Pops the little pass here for the waiting arms of Osborne. Beautifully disguised. They were all looking out wide. He went short instead. Clinical stuff from Simbola.
Yeah, that's a ripper. Big double pump. Looks like he's going long. I thought he was going long. And, yeah, look at that.
Well, to the credit of the man marking up against him, he actually didn't get fazed by that. It was the outside link who was ultimately sold that dummy. But in the end, a 2-on-1, there was nothing he could do about it. So Hornsby now with a little bit of work here. 18 and a half to go, so still plenty of time to play. We know Hornsby can put on some big scores and pretty quickly. Hennessy goes wide here. Palau well marked as the dancing feet come out again. Weeb does well to take that as he was falling. And there's no advantage here. Hickey called offside. So 18 to go, 12 gone. 3-1 Parramatta. A full set here for Hornsby. 8 metres away. Hennessy receives it once more from the dump. Lovely pass across the face. Rosero holds his width and then links up with his winger. Try time here for Hornsby. 3-2, they hit back.
Yep, that's a Dill Hennessy masterclass. Just a great ball. And the veteran of the team, Heath Cooper, walks across the line to put it down.
He certainly has been on the money so far today. Plenty of tries for Heath Cooper across multiple matches we've seen here on our main stadium field at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. 3-2, 17 and a half to go in this one. Real nice contest developing here as Kai Simbolan loops around Finn Watkins. We certainly know he can motor. Watkins again threatening to unleash the speed. Here he goes once more. Finn Watkins. He's like the Duracell bunny. Or it's the Energizer bunny, isn't it? I've mixed up my battery brands.
Yeah.
Might as well throw in the Ever-Ready Lizard while I'm at it, just to make up new things. Here's Simbolan once again.
Good defence.
Looking for that cut-out pass. Marshall King was the man who ended up throwing it. Osborne was there in support. Good dummy here from Roberts, and now picks up an extra 10 or 15. Rosero, Nichols, Kennedy picking up and continuing to march forward. Had an opportunity to run directly into the back there of Osborne, who was well and truly offside. Instead, decided to find some extra support. Toner will now play it about 8 metres away. Not a great ball, but very well handled in the end to pick that up. It was Hiku. Last play now. Toner looking to go over the top. Osborne picks it up out of the sky and then plays it nice and quickly. Here comes the counter now for Parramatta. Marshall King playing it very rapidly. They keep operating down that narrow passage. Osborne flicks it up. Here's Simbolan. Now for Liam Simbolan. Hickey steps off the left foot a couple of times. Picks up good metres here too, Will Hickey. Now Liam Simbolan on the charge. Playing inside the 10. Hickey, great pickup. Good ball from Hickey. Marley Simbolan goes in. And Will Hickey leaves his mark on this game.
Yeah, that's really, really good direct running there from Parramatta. Maury Kennedy at link is really unhappy with himself, but it was just the pass was just too good and beat him. So don't be too hard on yourself, Morris. It was just a better pass.
Terrific ball from Hickey. So 4-2 now to Parramatta. We're approaching that halfway point in the match. Of course, no half time here. Two sides changing when a try is scored. 30 minutes straight, so fatigue definitely becomes even more of a factor as we get into those closing stages. Rosero plays it quickly, receives it back here from Hennessy. Hennessy under pressure. Well watched there from Liam Simbolan. Turned away. Hennessy now waits for it. Once more, an opportunity. Floats it out the back this time. Good ball. It's building here for Hornsby. The outstretching dive. It's try time. I don't think they'll take that off him.
No, they can't take that one off him. Another Dylan Hennessy pass. Out the back. Hits the deep link. Nice catch and release. And it's they're back down by 1.
And Safiva, who's called for that. It's a good call too. Hennessy had options either side, but he was very, very vocal about receiving that pass there. So 4-3, Parramatta still in front, but that margin narrowed a little bit. 14:20 on the clock. Marshall King turns it back on the inside here for Kai Simbolan. Crabbing across field. Watkins also there in support. Oh, and he's really muddled up that play the ball. I think he's lucky, actually, to escape with that.
Yeah, he was. You had 3 defenders from Hornsby all sort of pressing forward. If that would have continued, it would have been very, very dangerous.
Simbola now waits at acting half. That time they're not going to get away with it. So first one, shame on me. Second, shame on you.
Yeah, a lot of finger pointing and you did this and I did that. But that was the... Oh, here we go. Look at that run.
Yeah, strong from Toner. Now, I think that should go the way of Hornsby there. Yeah, there was a little bit of extra pressure from Osborne on that occasion.
A little bit overzealous with his touch.
It's a bit of a Greg Inglis fend, actually. Here it is again on the replay. Toner comes all the way through and bang, Osborne. Get that stuck into you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man's been eating steak this week and it's all been raw. Hennessy caught about 8 metres away before deciding to link up with Rosero here. I'll take the touch now. Kennedy once more. Hennessy onto Rosero. Hennessy stepping off the right foot goes, bang, opens it up as well for Rosero. That's gone well and truly forward. He can produce a nice little flick pass, Rosero, but that one's gone well forward. They'll still have possession here, though, Hornsby.
Yeah, I think Osborne out here at the link pressed up to while he was offside. So he better be careful doing that against Hennessy because he'll turn the ball back inside him.
So 12:40 on the clock. Hornsby trail by 1, but ball in hand here in good field position. Maury Kennedy picking it up again. Kennedy trying to get away. Even the head went for a little side wobble there to try and escape the touch. Kennedy bouncing off the foot. Has brother John there.
That.
Sets it up nicely. The Kennedy boys combine. Forget JFK. It's John and Maury Kennedy.
Yeah, no, that's a beauty. Dummy switch, late switch, slams the ball down. Really, really good try from the boys. Game on, 4-all.
Lovely work there. Just a little hop in the skip just to put them on their heels for that split second.
Yep.
They took full advantage. So, as you mentioned there, Mitchell Walkerton were locked up. 12 to go, 4 tries apiece. And now this is Chatton with it. Throws it back to Marley Simbolan. Once more, slowing things down. Chatton, nearly got around there. The effort, a little left foot step. He went bang. Liam Simbolan now. Still alive with it. Plays it quickly. Wynyard, Simbolan having a crack at them. They got him to ground pretty quickly there. Thought he might have even copped a stray knee for a moment. Yeah, he's got up a little bit dusty. Last play now here for Parramatta. Wynyard. A little bit of dancing here. Swerving, shifting. But ultimately pinged by the defence. That's good defence too from Hornsby.
Really patient defence. Didn't chase in. Didn't get isolated.
So Rosero now scoops it up. Palau nearly collected him upon entering the field. Hennessy again with that smooth one-handed pickup. Just goes about his work so easily. Hennessy now picks it up. I thought they were lucky to get away with that play the ball. It did bobble. Play on was the call, and it nearly worked out for them here, Hornsby. So 11 minutes to go. It's all locked up as we approach this final third. A grandstand finish on the way.
Yeah, it does look that way. I think Para needs to try to get back into the game with some more positive running. This will help. The last sort of 5 minutes, it does feel like Hornsby have had the better running.
That's much better. They pick up easy meterage here. Big meters, in fact, from Pulu. Pulu pops the pass now. Once more for Simbolan. Simbolan with Hickey on his outside instead. Turns it back to the middle for Pulu.
Hornsby better be careful. They keep on dropping. They'll get penalised.
Hassan, however, is staying up and putting on the pressure. Good thing for Hornsby, he did. Long cut-out pass here, looking for Osborne. Just a little too far out in front of him, though.
Yeah, couldn't find the target. Didn't find the target.
Well, they're growing as this match unfolds here, Hornsby, and that has been a recurring theme of this tournament so far. Each and every game, they've started a little bit slowly, but just keep building as the match unfolds.
Yeah, it's what they do.
So Kennedy now with Weeb joining the action, and he crabs all the way across field here before turning it back on the inside. Good hands, too, from Kennedy. He plays it nice and quickly. Now John Kennedy steps up to collect that one. Hennessy with a quick play of the ball. Maury Kennedy now off the right foot. The Kennedy boys combining again. Back on the inside. Nichols. Hennessy. Popped the pass again. It was nearly brilliant basketball-style stuff. They will get another set, though. It was touched in flight.
Oh, how good was that?
Well, here it is on the replay. It looks terrific. Nichols and Hennessy just trying to link up. And I'll tell you what, that was still alive there despite being touched. Had he got a hand to it as it was falling, that would have been try time.
That was a very good touch out there from Osborne at the link.
So 4 tries apiece inside the final third. There's 9 to go at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. 2 of the heavyweights in the men's open division. Out it comes again here into this league position. Oh, superhuman effort. Superman, eat your heart out. There's no Clark Kent about that. Try time for Hornsby.
Oh, look at the dive too. It was an out ball. It was 3-on-3. It was Simon Lang, I believe, who were up and over. And look at that.
That is
special. And he knew he scored
it
too. That's a beauty.
Well, we call him the Hangy Lungy, and he got serious hang time there.
Absolutely. Well done.
Simon Lang. Well, that is quality. So Hornsby hit the front for the first time. He was something quite exemplary. Parramatta now will play this right on that 7-metre mark. Marshall King trying to isolate a few defenders there.
Oh, he's saying that the attacker held on to the defender.
Well, that is an interesting one there, because I thought for all money that was going to be called through.
So did I, because it did look like the defender was in not the best position to make the touch. So, anywho, here's Hornsby. They just use the ball so nicely to get down the field, don't they?
They continue it here with Palau as well. Good metres from him. Now Kieran Toner. And a lot of these players are interchangeable in terms of their position. We've already seen Toner occupy every single slot on the field so far.
Yeah, no, they do. George Palau, is listed as a winger, but he'll get in there and, do 2 or 3 drives.
They've earned another penalty here, so a full set to play with now. Hennessy and Rosero. And I must say, Rosero has really developed his game over the past 12 months. We've seen a lot of him in link positions and playing a lot of mixed, but not too much in the men's open division, but he has absolutely crushed it today.
Yeah, he's been excellent in defence too. Oh, there's the commentator's curse if I've ever seen it, James.
I'll leave. I think that's my worst one. I've just given him the world's biggest rap.
Massive rap and
Rosero,
play the ball.
Come on, son. What are you doing? Nonetheless, we'll stick here with Parramatta as they hop up over halfway now. So Wynyard with good metres here. Finn Watkins out there again. He's the speed man. Oh, little bobble.
Yeah.
In fact, it was more than little. It was noticeable to the referee. Picks up on it. 5-4. Hornsby still in front. Perhaps a little bit of scoreboard pressure now threatening Parramatta.
Yeah, potentially. 6 minutes to go. It's an eternity. Both teams will get the ball 5 or 6 times. But if they don't run and complete their sets, Hornsby will be very, very hard to beat.
So they floated across field now. Safiva. And now Toner joining in on the action. Nichols plays it. Hennessy, the one-handed scoop. Here he comes
Late
again.
Switch.
Danger. They'll throw it over the top. Palau finishing in the corner. It's absolute clockwork there from Hornsby. Precision. Touch football.
Oh, that is such a good try. Hennessy picks up, gets engaged with his man, gets him to chase, switches, and then look at that pass. Oh, that's a really good try. Really good try there, James.
Nothing they could do about that.
No, they need to respond, though. Really
Margin
need to respond.
Now out to 2. This is the biggest lead Hornsby have had all match. Parramatta, of course, remember, led 3-1.
Yep.
So it's been a real run of tries here in favour of Hornsby. Marshall King now off the right foot and then collapsing so quickly. Well, we've come to associate fancy footwork with the Marshall name, and Marshall King continues that here. He got to ground so quickly. This is going to look terrific on the replay.
Yeah, ML set up, bang off the left, jink off the right, slams the ball down. 5 to go, 6-5.
Jordan Marshall King, and the ripping effort there. So 6-5, just under 5 minutes, all to play for here. Rosero comes forward. Hennessy hovering around the middle once more. Kennedy receives it now. Hennessy just slowing things up. Wasn't happy with the delivery there and how the defensive line was set. Rosero threatening to link up still. Geez, he's a hard man to get hands on. Rosero once more pops it towards the middle. Maury Kennedy looking for Hennessy. Hennessy bang off the right foot, threatens to go again. Kennedy with a dummy, floating it over the top. It's now turned into beach volleyball, and that one's gone all the way into the other end of the court.
Yeah, no, that's a board baton, so penalty, Para really need to try and run a bit harder.
Well, they've looked good when they've gone direct.
Yeah, they have.
This one a little bit sideways at the moment. Simbolan will try and straighten the ship. In fact, he'll do the exact opposite and then steers directly towards the grandstand. Marshall King following suit. They're all crabbing across field at the moment. This is better, though, from Wynyard, who gets the nice drop down as Simbolan tries to go one-on-one with Rosero, who's just far too agile.
Yep.
And makes it look easy.
Yeah, he made a really good touch. He made the touch from about 12 metres out, rolled back on side. Dummy half court.
So now Maury Kennedy for Hennessy once more up over halfway. Shows it a couple of times. Marley Simbolan got interested. Now Simon Lang gets involved. Toner with a nice full head of steam. Hennessy again picks it up with the one hand. Toner, good ball. Great touch though made from Wynyard. I think he had him covered anyway.
Yeah, I think he did too. He's might have a problem here.
He hasn't moved at the moment. I think it's Simon Lang, is it?
Yeah, I think it could be.
He's a little bit sore and sorry at the moment. He's heading out the back now, so that is Simon Lang. Named in the 14, but wearing 13.
Oh, no. That is a coach killer.
With less than 3 minutes to go, still down by 1. You've at least got to be completing your sets and turning that ball over in enemy territory as a bare minimum.
Yeah, I think if Jordan Horrow had his time over again, he wouldn't have made that pass.
What it does mean is great field position now for Hornsby and a chance to really put the nail in the coffin. Yeah, Toner over here for Hennessy, who floats the pass now for Safiva. Safiva linking up again here with Toner. Let's have a little look at Simon Lang. He's not 100% in the background either. As Hennessy now scoops it up from the play the ball. Out for Kennedy. Kennedy drops it down nice and quick. Hennessy now receiving it once again off that right foot, trying to run away for them. It was a good touch, I think, from Watkins out there. Going to have to be very speedy to get around him. I don't think there's a faster man on the field, actually.
Oh, look at that.
They continue to float it on. That's going to be play on. That is absolutely brilliant. Well, he wouldn't look out of place being in the Beach Volleyball World Cup. That is just spot on from the Hornsby Lions.
No, this will look great on replay. He's looking the wrong way. A one-handed over the head. Early release. Oh, look at that. And Heath Cooper walks over for another one.
Well, he was very happy too. John Kennedy immediately turned back towards the middle and said, guys, did you see that? So 7-5 now for Hornsby. A minute and a half on the clock. If they get a try here, Parramatta, they might just have a hope of snagging a draw. The win is beyond them, though. Marshall King floats it back to the middle. Osborne under pressure.
No.
Marshall King panics, throws a real hospital ball, bounces off the chest straight into Rosario's arms, and that'll do it here in terms of a contest.
Yeah, it looks like it. Hornsby are in no rush at all.
So Rosero, easy meters now. John Kennedy, who provided that great tip on play. Hassan. And now, once more, comes here for Maury Kennedy. Roberts, wrapping around. Maury Kennedy for Palau. Gets a nice quick drop down. Kennedy picks it up. Dummies a couple of times. What a ball that is, but they're going to say touch pass, I think.
Yeah, I think it was a late pass. I think it was a good pass there from Simbolan. A good touch, I should say, from Simbolan.
So 30 seconds on the clock. The margin 2. Parramatta now just playing for a little bit of pride and finesse as they finish up here. They caught 5 shy of the halfway line. Hickey back into the action. No touch made as of yet. Hickey, an awkward customer to deal with. Still going forward. Now Watkins. Does he want to threaten with the pace again? No, instead he provides for Simbolan. I think that's a penalty they could have done without, actually. They probably would have preferred to just keep playing.
Oh, hang on.
Watkins taps it quickly and sets it up nicely. Hickey is on the board. It's very cheeky from Finn Watkins.
Yeah.
And as the siren goes, Parramatta get the consolation try. 7-6 at full time. A very entertaining match, Mitch Walkerton.
Oh, it was a really, really good game. I think you'll see both teams on Sunday, James.
Yeah, 2 of the real heavyweights, and we're seeing exactly why, of course. Parramatta, I believe, may have actually even taken it out last year at the State Cup, if my memory serves me correct. It was a cracking game in that final.
Yeah, no, I think they got beaten by Doilo last year in the grand final.
Might have been. It was close, though,
yeah, very,
but definitely
very
in the grand final they were there. So we know if Hornsby are getting the lollies here against them, they'll certainly be thereabouts too. And Hornsby, from what I've gathered, I don't think they've lost one as of yet. They had a late come from behind victory their first match, defeated England as well, and now another narrow victory here against Parramatta. They like to give their fans a few nerves and a little bit of nail biting, but they've done it once again here. 7-6 at full time. That'll do it for this match. And coming up next, we move to an absolute cracking fixture here. It should be great viewing. Penrith take on the Central Coast in our men's Open A division.
The state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games, so I know that they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callum Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team, and maybe one day going to a state cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
Yes, beautiful Port Macquarie. Such a lovely location to host the 2023 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup. All the action live and free here across New South Wales Touch Football Facebook Bar TV as well. Men's Open Division here. Penrith Panthers taking on the Central Coast Dolphins. Once more, Central Coast, you'd have to say, probably the favourites coming into this one, but Penrith, certainly no slouches. It's such a tight field in this Men's Open Division. Mitch Walkerton, welcome back to the booth once more. This should be a cracker.
Yeah, thanks, James. This will be a great game. A really, really good, entertaining game.
So last checks here, of course, 30-minute matches, no half-time break, and the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. There's the siren. We're underway. First use of the ball here with the Central Coast Dolphins. Moffat getting involved here. Didn't see a great deal of time in his last match on the main stadium, but they've got him out here nice and early, up against a pretty formidable outfit here in the form of Penrith. Lennon wrapping around. Nice quick play the ball here from Luke Kane. Lennon driving forward with that great pace he does possess, and Moffat runs out of real estate.
Yeah, he did run out of real estate there. Nice scoop there from Chris Lennon to get in goal, but also really good defence there from the Panthers.
So Jones steps up to make the touch. All that pass, a difficult one to take. Did well under pressure there, Ruetti. Now Up into enemy territory they go. Toby floating a pass across, and now to rise here for Leaney. Once more an option here. I think that was touched in flight from the Dolphins. They're going to say incidental, are they?
I would have thought that would be 6 to go.
And I would definitely agree with you. There's a little bit of a conversation happening here. And I think finally they relent. So that will be another set here for Penrith. That's the right call, though.
Yeah, that was the right call.
So here comes Leaney. Just crabbing across field a little bit. Leaney diving from distance.
He dived from a very long way out.
Tough too when you consider how warm it's been. That is some very dry grass down there. It's not like it's early in the morning. You can slip across the dew. I'd expect a few little grass burns off the back of that one. Maybe a few burnt worms as well in the process.
Yeah.
Moylan. Popping out of acting half. They try and cut them up right through the middle. Good touch made, though, from Hemi Nebel. So back to the 7-metre mark they go. Leaney providing here for Toby. And now Moylan. Moylan picks it up once more, having a little crack at them. Good pass and a good touch too. So asking a few questions here, Penrith, but the Dolphins' defence absolutely terrific so far. They turn them away again.
That's a really good touch too from Luke Kane.
We have seen this so far from the Dolphins. They defeated the Magpies a little earlier on, and their defence was just excellent, especially from the get-go. It was toward the back end of the match they started to fade a little bit, which I think is something we can probably say the Dolphins have shown over the past few state cups.
Yeah, no, they have. Making sure they're consistent for that full 30 minutes. That's what the Doylesons, that's gone forward. That's what the Doylesons and the Hornsbys, the successful teams, they play the full 30 minutes. And that's really what the Coast boys have to do.
Let's not forget as well, it's still a very young side, a side of a lot of promise, and perhaps this could be the year as all these players continue developing. The Moffat boys have been in there, of course, for a few years now at this level. Really starting to impress too. Here is one of them with Josh Moffat. Now they'll try and take them on again, getting to ground nice and quick. And I think you're right there, Mitch Walkerton. Yes, try time confirmed. First one of the match. They're on the board here, the Central Coast Dolphins, 1-0 after around 3.5 minutes of play.
Yeah, that's the splitter play. Penrith actually, came up with the play, but Hemi Nebel comes off, steps off his left, great put down. Yeah, and that's a try. Really good try.
Yeah, Toby wasn't happy about it, but I think there was more a case of unhappy with the situation as opposed to the call. And now Horatio Edwards up forward. There's certainly a name we've come to hear at higher levels as well. Edwards still an option through the middle. That was touched in flight from the Dolphins, but I think they recovered in time. Just got the touch right on the line there. So this will be the final play now for the Panthers. They'll roll it back on the 7. The big hop and the skip comes out from Edwards. Can't squeeze through them. That's the changeover. So they drive forward once more here, the Central Coast Dolphins, up towards the subs box. Looking for a smooth transition. They are able to keep the momentum here. That's a nice bit of play from them. It's now German. Rolls it down. Good speed shown here from Lennon all the way through. Chris Lennon, the most popular Lennon since John.
If I could only think of more Lennons. That's a very good touch, though, for him to chase Chris Lennon down.
So forward they drive once more here. Peacock getting involved now for Penrith and hopping in and acting half. Last play now. That set's gone along in rapid fashion. Ruedi has nowhere to go. I think he actually lost count.
I think he must have missed a tackle.
Of the taps.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So, anyway, the refs are only human.
So forward they drive. Geez, that one probably lucky to get away with there, the Dolphins. That was an awkward play of the ball.
Bobble.
Luke Kane now up over halfway. So they keep rolling forward. One thing they are terrific at, the Dolphins, is their drives getting into enemy territory. Let's see if they can now put the cherry on top of the cake here. Great footwork on this occasion. Once more from Nebel. He's already scored once. Threat to do so again there.
Yeah, but very good defence. Very good defence there from Penrith.
They're hanging tight at the moment. All the running early on here with the Dolphins, though. They've dominated field position. But now here come Penrith, working their way upfield. Angles Cork. Out there now at that left link position. They'll keep operating through the middle here. Looking for Angles Cork. There he is, trying to provide the pass. Now, it was touched in flight, but a very good decision to make the touch.
Josh Vortes on the wing had to get a hand onto that one, and he did. Saved a certain try.
It's a good play there from Fortes. Is now Leaney slowing things down, looking for an opportunity here with Toby. Toby just to that left-hand side of the field.
They want to get the ball live so Toby can dive.
Here he is now. Toby was looking to launch a raid here, but they've called the penalty. They won't mind that, Penrith. They can reset things. 6 minutes gone here. 1-0 in favour of the Central Coast Dolphins. Toby slowing it down. Now hops in at acting half. Toby once more fires a nice little ball here for Leaney. Leaning towards the try line, but he's left the ball behind. And there's a bit of back chat too. I think he's been sent here, has he? Or is it just simply marched? There was a little extra point there for a moment. I was concerned that he might be getting marched.
I had no idea what was going on, James. I'm sorry. It was a penalty, and then it must have been a little bit of back chat. There's a bit of sizzle in that touch as well, and a bit of words exchanged.
Well, it threatened to boil over with the Hornsby and Parramatta match. And now this one also starting to get a little bit of fire involved too from these two sides. As Riley Burke once more gets involved. Decent pass there, just a little bit behind. The idea was right, execution just a little lacking. Still the last here for the Dolphins. Now that has surely gone forward and well and truly over the sideline too.
Unless we're playing NFL, 3 metres forward. Had to be a penalty.
Well, here Tom Brady is looking for another new challenge. Maybe touch football is the calling.
Yeah, well, come on, Tom.
We're waiting.
The great thing about our sport, you can be over 40, you can be over 50, you can be over 60 and still play.
We've seen the great Jason Stanton living up to exactly that. Shades of that long-range attempted intercept last year. Didn't quite have the legs, of course.
Yeah, that's always on the New South Wales Touch socials.
As it should be. Mighty comeback from the mighty Jason Stanton. Doing a great job as well, hopping up in the booth throughout the day so far. As Kane comes forward here for the Central Coast Dolphins. Nebel once more. Looking dangerous, this time with German. German gets it again. Bounces, straightens up. German here once more, trying to just scoot on the outside of the defence there, but well read from the link there for Penrith.
Yeah, great defensive read there from Moylan. And look at that, turns the ball back inside, takes us a few extra metres. Oh, that's the commentator's curse, if I've ever seen it, James.
Well, look, I had an even worse one last match for Rosero, but that one is a Mitch Walkerton specialty. Luke Kane now firing it across here for Richardson. We haven't seen too much of Richardson so far, but he's out there now as Kane comes forward. Kane waiting at acting half. Patient build-up here from the Central Coast Dolphins. Kane once more receives it. Quick release.
He couldn't get it
beautifully
away.
read, though, from the defenders. They might still score here through Fortes. He gets across. No touch at all. 2-0 for the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah, that's a really well set up try. They came against the grain. They played phase. They were patient. Sweeper release. Kane passes. Heaney Nebel still makes the touch and a great pass out here to Fortes in the corner.
Yeah, you mentioned the patience there. They certainly didn't panic.
No.
I think a lesser side would have panicked, realising there was an opportunity gone begging, but it was still there for them. They just had to see that they could seize it the very next play. As Leaney gets involved here and provides a little pass here for Angles Cork, and now back through the middle. They have another crack at them, this time Jake Toby.
He's so dangerous. When he dives, he's very, very good diver in the game.
Leaney once more, this time caught from Rainer Badior. The Dolphins quite literally flawless at this point in defence. They haven't allowed any gaps here for Penrith. So they're 10 shy of the halfway line, and now they get easy metres on the follow-up too. Good run there from Casey Shelley. And then a nice amount of pace on the follow-up too. They'll float it wide here. Ollie Jones with the dummy, then puts on the afterburners and the finish with the forward roll. Now they're claiming there's a touch, but the tongue comes out from Ollie Jones. It's cheeky, all right.
It's a try. Look at this, and he gave the big high five to himself. He knew he got the ball down. The forward somersault. I think the choice of hair colour is questionable, James.
Well, look, you've got to back it up when you go for an audacious haircut like that. And I'll tell you what, Ollie Jones, he's earned the bleach blonde tips.
Yep. Good on you, Ollie.
He's the Eminem of wingers in touch football.
Yeah, he is.
So
that's very good defensive read.
3 tries to nil now. Great read there from, I think it might have been Raina Badior. So they float it wide here for Chloe. Chloe with nowhere to go. And they're just frustrating them at the moment, the Dolphins. So Moffat now with easy metres upfield. Luke Moffat also involved. They'll get another penalty here. And this is what happens when you start to build that momentum. Everything starts to go against you.
Absolutely. You get frustrated. You know, when they were rucking there, one of the Penrith boys pulled off one of the guys' hats, gave away a penalty. They just need to focus on their own job and not get so frustrated. Worry about what they can do to fix this 3-0 scoreline.
So Moffat with Lennon wrapping around. Lennon at pace, turning it back on the inside for Moffat. Good footwork too, but a great diving touch there from Ethan Klein. Now turn him away once again. Moffat, the stutter step. Moffat still an option through the middle. Great ball.
Look at that.
That's a wonderful pass there. Lennon setting it up on a platter there for Moffat. He ordered room service. He dines out. Try time. What a feast.
Oh, that is a feast. That is a really, really clever little try. Moffat dumps the ball, open side quickie, fakes to go out, comes in. Great try. Oh, that's a bad play, the ball.
Punished immediately here, the Penrith Panthers. I just love that little walk away too from Josh Moffat. It's like when you get a strike in bowling and you walk back.
The head wobble.
To everyone waiting for it. I know what I just did. You wish you could do that.
We all know that.
So here comes Lennon now. Strong touch there too from Moylan. I think he's potentially lucky not to be penalised for that. And there might have been a foot in there. Yeah, I think the first one was benefit of the doubt. Second one, they're not going to get away with it.
No, they're not. Now they're standing there remonstrating with the referees. That's not going to help their cause either.
Now slow things down here whilst they get an extra man back on the field. Moffat back into the frame. So here they come once more with Lennon. Lennon floats it for Niebel. It arrives now for Josh Moffat once more. Having picked up the last try, he supplies it once more here for Lennon. That's the danger combination, Lennon and Moffat. Should I say Moffat and Lennon. Moffat now. Lennon once more, bouncing off the left foot. Links up with Josh Moffat. Steps sharply. Tries to get away from the defence, but they came up to meet him. Niebel now, currently acting and deputising in that middle position. Moffat, however, is well and truly a middle, and they nearly set up something pretty special there for Ollie Jones, who's switched sides too in the process. Real versatility about the winger. Often we see a winger will typically spend most of their time on the one side of the field and be a real specialist in that department.
Yeah, but I think the Coast are running with 3 wingers. That should have been a penalty through the ruck from Josh Moffat, and the referee's seen it. The Coast run with 3 wingers, so yeah, I think they're actually rotating. So they are working box and also the other team's box.
So up they step now. Good little run coming in. Once more, Toby is out there. He'll be the man they look to. Here is Leaney, stopping on the run. Around about 7 metres away, backtracks to a good 10 or so. Quick play the ball, Toby on the inside, and that pass has gone well astray.
Oh, they've got a penalty for that.
Well, offside is the call, but
you'd struggle to
the
see
less
a
said
worse
about
pass.
that pass, I think the better.
Yeah, that won't make the highlight reels.
Maybe it will. Maybe it'll make the low light reels.
Yeah, potentially.
Get a good little work around social media there. It's Leaney now with the dummy. Now, operate again. This time there's nothing wrong with that pass there from Angles Cork, who opts in at acting half once more. That's Flynn Angles Cork, of course, the 2 Angles Cork boys in this side. Cooper in the 95. Flynn picks it up this time. Leaney, great hands there from Penrith. Terrific hands from Liam Robinson.
Fantastic hands. If it was a better pass, he scores too.
Toby with the dummy. Once more being frustrated here, the Penrith side. They'll go long on this occasion. No stress for Vortes, who was watching it anyway.
Yeah, he was watching like a hawk. Really good defence there from Vortes.
So we've arrived at that halfway point in this match. Still, Penrith unable to trouble the scoreboard. 4 tries to nil in favour of the Dolphins. They really do now need to be next to score. I know there's only halfway through it, but more confidence and momentum the Dolphins build. They're just going to be impossible to run down. Now German gets it up over halfway, and now Lennon takes off. In fact, it's Luke Kane. Kane gets through the middle of them. Kane getting away, looking for some kind of support here. Can he link up? Pops the pass straight into the waiting arms of Moylan. Penrith are off now. He hasn't got the legs to get away from them. It's still alive here, though. Ollie Jones as the last man in defence. It's out in front. They can't quite pick it up. Now, was there a touch there? I thought he might have gone over the top of him. It could have been play on. The touch is called. Chaos here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium.
James, we all need to take a breath.
Moylan doesn't want to take one, though. He's still going. They bring it back out to Moylan, but that was crazy stuff. It's still alive here for them. Horatio Edwards drops it down quickly. Now we can take a breath. There's the extra set.
Oh, what about that? Taking an intercept in his own in-goal, and I thought he was actually going to run the length of the field.
Well, Moylan decided better against it, said, I'm not one of the speedsters. I'll find someone who is, and they nearly scored off the back of it.
That is a great touch.
Well, Edwards thought for all money he'd gone clean through.
Yeah,
no arguments, though, so he must have felt the touch.
Yeah, great touch.
Ethan Klein, who I believe might be Ashley Klein's son here,
yes,
actually. We've seen Ashley in the grandstand.
Yeah, I've seen him around the grounds too.
So hello to the Klein family if you are watching along. Ashley's still doing a lot of great work with the NRL. So they rolled this ball about 8 metres shy of that little try line. Beautiful pass there. I thought there might have been fingertips there from Richardson. If there was, it's an even more impressive catch. But, geez, didn't he hit that like a bullet, that gap?
Tremendous unders line. And, yeah, they're back in the game. It's 4-1. Yeah, he was just a fraction late and, yeah, did very well to hang on to it.
Well, it is that man, Ethan Klein, scoring. So we've just given him a rap, and straight away he responds in like kind. That's the opposite of a commentator's curse. It's a commentator's gift.
Yeah, we need more of that.
So 4-1 here for the Central Coast Dolphins, still in charge, 12.5 to go. Lennon out there. He's got ball in hand, and awkward play the ball, more than awkward. Mitch Walker showing no chill.
No, he never looked comfortable when he had the ball.
It's a flat pass here right at the advantage line, and they pick up good metres off the back of it too. Now they look to have awoken from their slumber here, the Panthers. So good metres for Toby, who miscounts the touch. Or was it the referee that miscounted there?
I'm
Toby
not sure.
was sure he had one more.
I think it might have been a miscount, but what have we got here?
I think it might simply be a roll ball back for the Dolphins potentially.
I think he pushed him on the... he's been force-subbed. A little bit too overzealous, let's say, with his touches, which is probably just frustration, but certainly doesn't help the team when they're down 4-1.
Well, Ethan Klein back out there now as a result of that forced substitution. Kane rolls it back here. Now German. Kane, once again, scheming away. Very dangerous customer, Luke Kane. Heavy touch there, not forceful contact though. I like that call from the officials. Let's not forget, touch football. It is still a contact sport.
Yeah, it is. Teams always want to win the ruck.
And there is a genuine battle for it too. Kane again forced off his footing there. This time I think they are going to be pinged for a forceful touch though,
think so
Penrith.
Too.
And there is the penalty blown. Just a little chat there as well from the referee.
That's 2 penalties.
So they've got to be careful here, Penrith, and they might even work exactly for that here, the Central Coast Dolphins. Kane has a crack himself, trying to get over the top there of Klein, who's come off second best in the process. It's not 100% there.
No, he doesn't look good at all.
Good to see he is at least running to the sideline, though.
Yeah.
A little bit of a hobble still, but hopefully he's all right. He might have even copped a little nick on the ear potentially there.
Yeah, he's holding his head.
There's a few things going on for him there. Also stretching out the right calf now, as the Dolphins still have possession here, around about 10 metres away from the line. Clouds coming over the top of Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Shelley rolls it back here for Jones. Kane slowing things down. Nebel plays it quickly. Kane now on the nice little scoop, loses his footing, throws it up into the air.
Late pass.
And you're right, Mitch Walkerton. Late pass called 4-1. So they remain alive, and in this contest here, Penrith, they haven't had much of a running of it, but 4-1 is not insurmountable.
No, it's not. And that was not the greatest of 2 sets of attack there from the coast.
Stepping up very quickly there, but ruled offside was Byron Buckley. So as a result, Penrith pick up some good meterage here. They keep driving forward. Good run on this occasion from Ashby. Once more, hitting the line hard. Moylan there in support. They'll cut out, looking for the link, stepping up into the passing channel, knocking it down. Penrith won't mind that too much, though.
Yep, no. Casey Shelley got one hand to it, couldn't get the second hand to it. Very big set of 6.
So Chloe sends it to the middle. Still options on this left-hand side. A long-range dive. Were they back on side?
I don't think they were, but referees typically then err on the side of caution and hand out the penalty instead of saying play through try. So I think that's probably the right call.
That is, however, the first penalty after that knockdown in flight as well from Shelley. So we'll have to keep a little watch on that. Good touch from the inside there from Lennon. Back to that 7-metre mark they come now. Horatio Edwards. An option on the left hip. I'll go to the right instead. Ashby trying to get around the outside of them. And no touch made there. So not even trying to put up an argument there was Chris Lennon. That's another try that's kind of come from nowhere.
Yeah, that did come from nowhere. I think if Coach John Dalton wouldn't be all that happy, it seems like they've just dropped off the intensity a little bit. That's just a pass and hands for a try. That is, yeah, that's not the... and they've dropped the ball off the ruck.
Well, this is what the Central Coast Dolphins have been guilty of. They're obviously a very high-quality side, but it's drifting in and out of games at times, especially as we start to get into the back end. And with 8 minutes left, starting to see a little bit of fatigue doing exactly that here.
Like, they've been the best team easily, but it's still only 4-2. I would say Penrith has the better momentum at the moment. Another try here, and then they're becoming very nervous.
Well, Toby trying to connect now. That. Has that gone forward off Jones? Yes, I think that is the call. So played at and then going forward. I'll get another chance here. 7.5 on the clock. A try here would make things very interesting.
Absolutely.
And it wasn't that long ago. We didn't have a game at all.
No, it was 4-0.
So Leaney now through the middle. Moylan waiting and acting half. Back to Leaney. Moylan under all sorts of pressure. Josh Moffat read it well.
Yeah, really good read.
Now Moylan. Short pass here for Leaney once more. Moylan opens up the play this time round. Now, did that just nick the hip there? Yes, it did. Vortez was caught.
I think he was actually caught offside where he went early to try and strike the outball. So that's 2 penalties. Referee's asking the boys to bring it to the middle of the field.
So just under 7 to go. And if they get a man sat down here and then score immediately, then it's really game on. Leaney will play it now. Of course, I'm purely talking hypotheticals, but who doesn't love that?
Absolutely.
Moylan now picks it up from the base of the play. The ball. Decent pass around the outside. It was building nicely. Just a little too far in front of the man coming through.
I thought if he releases the ball early, I think they score. It was 3-on-2, wasn't it?
Yeah, they definitely had a couple of opportunities there, either for Link or a little tip-on play, then wider still.
Oh, no, they haven't completed again.
And that ball's come flying away, and there's a bit of a disagreement here too with a couple of the players. Just for a moment, though, they think better of it. Probably lucky not to be marched after that ball was kicked away too.
Yeah, it should have been.
So tap and back underway here. Horatio Edwards, and now Ethan Klein. Klein in at acting half. Edwards there. Off the back of the play, the ball. Another quick one here. Klein cut out on this occasion. Edwards wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do.
No, that was not the best executed move. And I'm sure Coach Scott Buckley won't be happy with that at all. Oh, that's another bad play of the ball.
Geez, that's the third one in a row they've given away. Well, I think this might be a professional foul. He might be going.
I do too. That was the referee.
Well, Buckley's claiming that was completely accidental. I don't think so. The way that he exited directly through the play the ball.
Just happened to be there.
That was a questionable one. I think we have some honest touch players, but that's an occasion that I think it was perhaps a little less than honest.
Yeah, a little bit of gamesmanship there, absolutely.
Edwards, an option out wide. Nearly caught them napping too.
Well read from Josh Moffat.
Now Klein shifts it back to that left-hand side. Angles Cork is there. Quick play the ball. Klein. Edwards once more. Oh, had to hit short instead. They might still get away with it here, Penrith. No, the touch comes in. I think if he plays the link, they go in untouched.
I do too.
So the dummy comes out. Edwards now comes up with a shocker. There must be so much frustration from both coaching staffs at the moment.
Pulling their hair out. Let's see if Central Coast can actually complete a set.
Well, something's happened here in the back play too. Man's hit the deck, and there was a groan from the crowd here in the grandstand as well. It's contact with the head. We'll see if we can have a closer look at this one. It's Klein who's copped it here. It's not the first time that he's been in the wars either, and inside the last 5 minutes. Here's Horatio Edwards on screen for you. Yeah, not 100% sure what's happened there with Klein, who's still questioning the referee.
He has got the penalty. So, once again, Central Coast haven't completed their set. That'd be the 4th in a row. There is 3 minutes 50 on the clock. What have Penrith got up their sleeves here?
Jaden Ashby. And now out for Ruetti. Ashby floats long. That's gone well and truly forward. Ollie Jones was marking up nicely anyway. That one just a little bit too overzealous.
Yeah, no, it probably wasn't the play either on the third tackle.
So here it is again. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay, so not sure if you've seen that on your screen, but Niebel lashing out with the hand. I don't know if it was a closed fist, but there's definitely contact with the head. It's a striking motion, so I think Niebel's very lucky he hasn't been sat down.
Certainly appears that way.
Klein may have got the penalty. Perhaps they didn't get a proper look at it. Of course, we have the benefit of a great production team here from Bar TV who are able to pull up such footage for us, but might be a few issues there for Hemi Niebel if there's any further match reports coming out. So they'll play this into enemy territory. And now a nice run here from Leaney, picking up good metres. Toby with a great one-handed scoop. Now, was he back on side there, Luke Moffat? It was very close. Referee says he did just enough. So 2.5 to go. The margin's still 2, and Moffat coming up with some real gamesmanship there. Not called in favour of Moffat, as Josh then sends it a little wider still. Raina Badior plays it. It's good aggressive defence here from Penrith, though. They haven't gone too far in this set. That now gets them moving in the right direction, though. This is much better. Hemi Niebel popping it back to the middle. A bit of a brash play there from Lennon. Gives the changeover. 2 to go. Try here, and we still have that grandstand finish.
Yeah, we do. I think John Dalton would be really disappointed with regards to the last 10 minutes that they've put in. The errors, the poor discipline. They've really got to try and close this game out.
So Klein back out there after that little fracas with the likes of
great
Niebel, and there he
switch.
is again. Klein then back on the angle. He's just entered the fray, and he collects a second try. Beautifully set up. I think that might have been Horatio Edwards.
Yeah, he picked up and scooped, took Byron Buckley, and then late switched for Klein. 4-3, minute and a half to go. Central Coast are going to be in no hurry to tap this off, but Penrith will get another set.
Geez, that was well done from Edwards. He managed to draw in 2 players at once, and then Klein with a great little late angle change too.
Yeah, fantastic.
He's been very impressive here, Klein. Second try in this match. 4-3, just over a minute to play. They have to see off the threat here from the Dolphins, and then they'll get a full set to potentially have a crack at them and get something out of this match.
Yeah, there's tackle 5.
And I'll tell you what, that rabbit hole, and yes, if you're wondering at home, it is quite literally a rabbit hole. That's what's formed that patch of dirt on the field.
Yeah, right.
Stray rabbit over the past couple of days. That's why it looks perfect otherwise. But yeah, we've had more than a few people have a few issues falling into that patch. But 40 seconds to go now here for Penrith. They have to throw caution to the wind. Jones steps up and makes a good touch. And look at this inside pressure here from the Dolphins, allowing no room to move for Penrith. It's great defence. They've totally suffocated them. Now they're trying to get something going. Last play here. They've got to throw everything at them, including the kitchen sink. Has it been touched in flight? Yes, it has. 20 seconds here for Penrith. They've got all the time in the world in terms of touches. They just have to use the clock smartly. Toby sends it wide. In fact, Moylan it is. Back towards the middle. Now it's Toby. Leaney's there as well. 5 seconds on the clock. There's the penalty. That was deliberate from the Dolphins. One final play. Here's Moylan. They need to thread the needle. They just can't find an opening. But they somehow turned that into a contest it had no right to be.
Yeah, no, it shows that they are a good side, that they didn't give in when they were down 4-0 and fought their way back to 3-4. So, a really entertaining game, James.
Yeah, quality match here, but the Dolphins once more running out narrow victors. It's been a strong first day of the tournament for them. Full time here, though, at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. It is the Central Coast Dolphins victorious. 4-3. And up next, another cracking fixture for you. We move to the Mixed Opens B Division. Bankstown taking on Appin in around about 5 minutes' time.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. Turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Feen, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies, and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure. But let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down and had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, I love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish I had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends. We go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji.
Welcome back here to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The lights have taken effect. It's a little bit darker across the skies. This is the Mixed Open B Division. The Bankstown Jets taking on the Appin Warriors. First time we've seen the B Division on our main field. Great moment for a lot of these players here. Appin to get first use of the ball. And we're off and running now. So straight away, August Towler getting involved there. Here he is once more with ball in hand. Towler Once more, throwing it out the back, lovely pass. They've set it up nicely already. Beautiful ball, and the Appin Warriors strike first here. No, they're going to call it back. And it's a late call too, and you can hear the groans from the stadium as well. The fans already into this one and not happy about the situation at all. So now the Bankstown Jets with first use of the ball and a lucky escape. Now, continue driving forward about 5 metres shy of the halfway line as we say a very good afternoon to Luke Heckendorf joining me in the studio now.
Thanks for the invitation. I was about to head out, hit the car and head back and to grab some dinner, but no, I'm up in the box now, and it's a good game to be up here for. Bankstown and Appin in the mixed division.
There's no such thing as a bad game when it comes to New South Wales State Cup time. We love every single moment of the action here. So Appin with an easy turnover though. Of course, if you're just joining us, 30-minute matches, the two sides changing ends when a try is scored and no half-time itself. So now Bankstown really putting the foot down, trying to pick up those extra metres. Appin stepping up to close down proceedings. Nice scything run here, picking up a good 15 or so on this occasion for the Bankstown Jets. A good run there from Jared Crawford. They head back toward the middle, this time with Myrie. And Myrie is going to be pinged here, and the turnover comes. I think that might even be 4-7 on the field. 7
on the field. So the referee, I think he might have got a call from the sideline referee who's now in the middle. It's John Clark. So the referee's keeping an eye on the substitutions, and they sometimes get it wrong. Everything happens so quickly, and they've picked that one up with 7 on the field.
Great to have the insights as well here of a current referee in the form of Luke Heckendorf, who's been doing a little bit of work today out and about. Have you been on the main field so far?
I've been out the back fields. I don't know. I think I've dropped like a stone in the referee ranks, but we're happy to run around here, and it's been very, very warm for the referees. They've been running around. You see the players as a long ball out to the wing. They might go in here.
And a decent little pop pass back to the middle. I don't think they got there in time in terms of getting the ball down. The cover defence was good, so this is going to remain at Neil Hall.
But a lot of the players, you'll see the players, they'll have a drive for 1 or 2 sets and jump into the sub box, have a sip of water and have a bit of a rest. The referees just keep rolling the legs over the entire game. So it's one of those things you just got to keep going and hope the legs hold out for the entire game.
Let's hope the lungs do as well whilst you're in the booth with us. So up towards halfway they come now. The Bankstown Jets looking to put on the afterburners here. A little hop and the skip from Morin. Morin out there once again, all under pressure, just took it in time. Last one now here for the Jets. Looking to link up. They'll try and put on a little bit of pace here, then floating a pass back to the middle. Ooh. Intercepted, and a bit of a collision here too. And I'll tell you what, the crowd is well and truly into this match. I think this is the most hyped they've been all day.
Well, if you actually look at that situation, there's an intercept, it's 0 touch. So blowing a penalty actually isn't going to give them any extra advantage, apart from maybe 3 metres, because the defence would need to come back to 10 metres. So the referee's playing it there, keeping the whistle in their pocket, which I don't mind.
Yeah, good discretion. The more that whistle stays away, typically the better the action is. As it's floated out here for the run of Gabble. Gabble now heads to the sideline after that little effort. And then up through the middle. They'll come once again here through Crawford. Another little charge here. As the Warriors step out to meet them. Morin once more. Sends it wide and then retreats, having passed it. There is an option once again. Crawford. Caught there about 10 metres shy of the try line. Just slowing things down here for a moment, the Bankstown Jets. Once more, Morin finding a pass. They came late, and the pass just a little behind, but that was the right idea, moving through the middle.
They had the idea right. The execution just couldn't get the ball to hand. Bankstown will be looking at that situation thinking, we could have scored there, but unfortunately, or fortunately for Appin, they didn't, and they'll be on the attack and try and get it up the other end of the field.
So Musgrave getting involved with this run here up towards and now over halfway. Good metres made there from Musgrave. Nearly overrunning the pass there. Eventually it's sent out for the waiting arms here. We unfortunately don't have the number 12, so we'll stick with the action on this occasion now.
I
think that might have been a little bit offside and still going through. They'll push all the way through towards the try line. Support arriving in the form of McAvoy King. And that one will be cleared. Try time here for the Appin Warriors. They score first.
I don't mind that advantage as they're playing through. The player's offside, decides to put the hand up, a little bit of a touch. If you have a look at the replays that come through, he's offside, still going. Referee's obviously called them offside. played through, the ball goes out to the wing, and they score. So some really good advantage play. Referee Rob Mackay in the middle. He's flown all the way over from Perth for this event, so we've got a little bit of a Western flavour in the middle there. But, good to see some referees coming in and supporting and coming in for the really good event.
Absolutely. It's the pinnacle of touch in the state. New South Wales State Cup here. Hope you're enjoying all the action across New South Wales Touch Football Facebook and also Bar TV. Doing a great job bringing all the coverage to you. Little opportunity now for Lampkin. Lampkin releases and then they float long. What a pass. That is Gabble right on the spot. It hasn't taken long. They hit back. The Jets all square with the Warriors. 1 try apiece.
Interesting, as you have 1 try scored, it's almost like it opens the floodgates. The teams go, okay, we're going to play footy now, and they've gone into score. As you see, the replay, long ball, there's not much you can really do with the defensive side. If they score in the wing, often it's just let them score and let's go back and hit back.
Yeah, terrific pass there from Richard Durya. And now we are locked up. 1 try apiece, around about 6.5 minutes gone here. Getting darker by the minute too at Port Macquarie. Those clouds have really taken effect. Now an opportunity for Bates to make a few metres here. She then hops in at acting half. Tuala once more. Crabbing across field. That pass just going behind them for a moment. Reeled in eventually from Muscat. Still alive here for the Appin Warriors. And they've got their second.
Good little set-up play in the middle by Tuala. Ball out to the wing. There's not much you could really do there. You could almost see it unfolding. And I think Bankstown sort of saw it happening. Didn't know what to do. So let's have a look at the replay. Tuala flicked it out. Little juggle. Ball in. And just flicked out to the wing. Through the link. Really well done. The links held onto the ball, dragged the winger in, then flicked it out. Try time in the corner.
Yeah, good play there from Truhella. And the try scored from Max Moroney. So 2-1. And you're right, Luke Heckendorf. We had a little bit of a stalemate to begin things, but once the scoring has started, can't seem to stop at the moment.
It's almost
the
like
Bankstown Jets.
Everyone's relaxed a little bit and they've decided, yep, we're going to play some touch footy, score a couple of tries, and we're in 2-1 Appin over Bankstown, and I think we'll see a few more tries with 22.5 minutes almost to go.
Long time in touch football. Wouldn't be surprised if we end up with double digits here, the way things are going. So they keep marching upfield. Good meters here too from Appin. Currently in the ascendancy. They chime in to this back line and that momentum continues here. Good play from the Warriors. Once more, Tran playing it nice and quickly. An option back through the middle for just a moment. Victor Musgrave couldn't quite link up with him. Nearly exploited, I'm not going to say a lazy marker, but a marker who was struggling to get back on side.
Yeah, it just felt like they just didn't quite unfold. The players didn't quite stretch across the line to open and utilise the hole in the middle, but that's touch football, and Bankstown will try and hit back and bring the scores level.
Off they go again here. Looking to link up with Wilson, who's out there now in the 7. And Moran once more now receives the pass. It's already looked dangerous so far. Moran, he'll play it again. Wilson floating it out now for Lampkin. Lampkin, not much to do there other than shift a little pass on to Gabble. He's already scored once, but there was no chance she was going to squeeze down that short side. As Moran comes up, puts on the pressure, there's the changeover.
And Bankstown will be happy with that. A little bit of pressure, changeover, and they'll look to hit back here.
So Jake Lill into the action and Jared Crawford also joining proceedings now. They've got the big guns on deck. Moran waiting at acting half. Now picks it up, has a little crack at them, has to release early here. Just put himself under too much pressure. Of course, if you're new to touch football, you can't be caught out of acting half. Moran went right to the line, but without any real plan thereafter.
Yeah, it just felt like a little bit of a shimmy, tried to make something happen, but probably should have just taken the easy option, flicked it off, and they would have had 3 or 4 more touches.
So 9.5 minutes gone here. The Appin Warriors 2-1 over Bankstown, and they're threatening once again here. They put the foot down. Oh, Tuala's away. Tuala burns them on the outside. He clicked into another gear, showed a clean pair of heels. That's beautiful from August Tuala, who says, forget August, I'm starting off December in style.
Yeah, you can see on the replay, as we go through, just all sort of happened in a little bit of slow motion. Little step, looked to pass it out, and just saw a little bit of extra space on the wing. Ran through, ran it down, and scored the try. So, first try, 1st of December.
Yeah, well, Lampkin, I think she was lulled into a false sense of security because, as you were saying, just sort of cruising along and then all of a sudden exploded. Lampkin was left in the absolute dust there as the Warriors play at that one, knock it down. They'll get another set to work with here, the Bankstown Jets.
It's almost like with that last try that they felt that the sideline might have been a little bit closer because it just felt like there was almost too much room out there for Tuala to run through.
So played it again here, but offside is the call, so that will actually count as a penalty. They've got to be careful here. 3 in a row will result in someone being sat down. And now Myrie will touch this one. Send it on here to Durya. Durya's caught. Myrie now slowing things down again. Durya receives it back from Myrie. Nearly got through them for a moment there. That ball goes to ground. I think he might have actually been contacted in a rather sensitive spot for a moment.
Yeah, I think he decided he'd get back up and try and run it off. And he's been penalised for his troubles as well.
Quite literally, insult and injury combined.
So right, he's tough.
3-1 here still to the Appin Warriors.
I think he's had a few choice words to say there to the referee, and he's been sent to substitute and sit down and just have a little think about all the pain and things that have happened in the last sort of 30 seconds.
It's a horrible 20 seconds for him, isn't it? Hit right in the goalies, penalised and then marched.
And we've seen someone else have a spray at the ref as well. So the referees are taking control, force subbing, and if you're not sure about touch football, you haven't watched too much touch football, a force sub, it's almost like a little bit of a cool down session. Go and cool off in the sub box, and then you can come back on in a minute or two once you've cooled off and had a little think about what you might have said to the referee.
So now it comes out a little bit wider still here for Wilson. Wilson holding things up for just a moment. Now Kidiona rolls it back. Wilson picking it up, and once more joining the fray now is Lil. Lil directing traffic. Scoops it up from acting half. Wilson at pace, nearly squeezed through the middle. Good read in the end, though, from the Appin link. So they'll change this one over on that 7-metre line, but Bankstown building a little bit more into this game now. It's been a difficult start for them, but they're just starting to ask a few more questions of the Appin Warriors defensive line. Good metres here, though, from Appin. Up towards halfway. They've got to release the pass eventually. They do so now. That's going to be a tough one to take. They were all standing flat-footed, and as a result, easy pickings for the defence, and they forced the error.
Yeah, the pass just a little bit too far in front. The players just caught off guard. Oh, I think they might have been standing out in there, but the referees have called play on, so we'll continue on. But, Bankstown will really look to try and hit back.
So Moran back out there now. So is Durya. Now that one is going to go in favour of the Bankstown Jets, with around about 13 minutes of play having transpired so far. Durya taps it, slowly heads up towards that 7-metre mark. Now they look to explode off the back of it. Durya can't get away from them. Good touch made in the end there. Stepping up was Aaron Wilson. Turned him away. Still plenty of touches in this set, though. As Durya plays it right on that 7-metre mark. Moran, good ball. They got to ground pretty quickly. I think they might have beat them all getting to ground. No, they've just got there in time. Good cover defence there from the Appin Warriors.
Referee on the spot to make the call. Touch made. As we come into last.
Moran still an option there. Got to ground quickly, but that one was far less convincing. So Appin, good scramble so far in this match.
Yeah, Appin just doing what they need to do. They're not looking super clinical when they've got the ball in hand, but they are still holding Bankstown out time and time again on the line. So we'll see what they can do when they get up the other end, but it'd be good to see them put 1 or 2 more tries on if they really want to establish this lead.
So Moran floating it here for Crawford. Crawford trying to engage that penalty, not forthcoming on this occasion. Crawford continues cycling the pass here. Up they step to shut down Myrie. Myrie again. Slow approach. Moran now picks it up and tries to escalate things just a little bit. Nothing doing on that left-hand side. They'll come back to the middle under pressure here. Good read. Coming in the form of Gus Gibbons, who stepped up into the line. And that pass, well, for a moment there, I thought they were thinking it's intercept time. In the end, not a bad play just to let it hit the deck.
Yeah, if you're not sure if you're going to catch it, you're probably better off letting it hit the deck just to make sure you don't give away another set of 6. But the rule now, if you do catch an intercept, the next touch is 0. So it is actually encouraging you to take that catch, get that 0 touch, and play on. But they let that go to ground. Smart, because now they've got the ball.
So worked away now through Musgrave, who sends it back to the middle. A couple of dummies also popping up now on the run there from Jordan Bates. Fresh faces onto the pitch. Extra meterage here in the run from Wallington. Short pass here from Musgrave, and now they take off again. Wallington is out there, Musgrave as well. And those two combined, Musgrave sets it up, Wallington finishes, and Appen have their 4th.
It's really good play from Musgrave to really scoop up from dummy half and run through the line, look around and find Musgrave as we look on the replay. Straight through the middle, 15 trying to put the arms out to try and block the ball, but the ball's dished straight back into the hands, and they've scored, and they've established the lead now. So it's 4 tries to 1, Appen over Bankstown, and this is going to be quite a tough task for Bankstown to try and take this back, because now they're 3 tries ahead. It's going to be tough for Bankstown to try and build that confidence to score a couple of tries and really try and take it to Appen.
And past the halfway point as well. 13 and a half to go. 30-minute matches, of course. No half-time break. Two sides simply changing ends when a try is scored. 4 of those coming the way of Appen. Just the 1 so far for Bankstown. Last play now. They'll get the penalty. They stepped up way too early there. No complaints either. As Wilson taps this one. Bankstown get ready to launch another way. Well, Wilson thought he was heading for the sideline straight away. He's trying to do so again.
He wants to get over there. Look, he must be a little bit stonkered, I'd say, because he's trying to get off to get his other players onto the field. But he's looked twice, and third time he was lucky to get off.
Third time is the charm as Derriere enters the action. Now they might just be able to work a little something down a short side. Geez, there was nothing doing there, but it still nearly produced a result. So inside the final 13 minutes now, still a couple of plays up their sleeve. They work it here for McInerney. McInerney sends it further to the middle. Derriere then turns it away, and that's a really poor turnover here from Bankstown.
So no touch is the call. So they've basically played the ball without being touched, and in touch football, that is a penalty. If you place the ball on the ground before you're touched or you don't get touched, it's a penalty, turnover. It's a really poor one to give away.
So Musgrave, and now the dummy comes out. Wallington with ball in hand. Now pushed through from Muscat. That ball has been touched in flight. They'll get another one here, the Appen Warriors. So they're just continuing to build that pressure. And Bankstown really on the back foot at the moment.
Interesting call with that one. The ball's actually hit the hands and then gone forward. So it's one where you have to make that decision as a referee. Was the ball initially forward? Was it backwards? It's a tough one with those ones. But they've turned it over, and Bankstown will now have the ball coming off their own line.
So the Jets now through Derriere. Good pressure here from Tuala. Now, that looked very close to being forward, if not completely forward, but they've gone away with that one there, the Bankstown Jets. Pressure coming in from Musgrave. And now moving forward is Bree Lampcombe up towards the halfway line. Crawford sends it to the middle. Wilson straightening things up. A little bit of a slow approach so far in this set. Not a good play of the ball either. No strike dump to work with. Crawford will simply try and kill it as far away from the Appen Warriors box as possible. But again, just a bit of a disjointed end to that set.
Yeah, it is. It just feels like Bankstown just haven't got their mojo in this game. They've scored one try, but they haven't gone on with it, and they haven't really found a rhythm or a groove in this game. So hopefully we'll see them in the last 10 minutes. If they can get 1 or 2 tries, peg 1 or 2 back, it'll give them a bit of confidence, and we might see them try and level the scores. But they've really got to try and hold Appen out as they go on the attack. He's trying to put a grubber in.
Yeah, that was indeed an attempt to grub a kick. Of course, no kicking allowed in touch football. So that was never going to be the case there. And he's actually trying to argue the point, which is quite funny to me.
I think he's saying chasers were onside. What's the issue?
Sometimes we do blur the lines between touch football and rugby league here in the booth, but certainly not a case on this occasion as Crawford sends that one away. Moran is out there. So too Lil. Moran once more. Now trying to take off with a rapid change of pace as we approach the final third of this match. 10 minutes to go here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Kitiona Last one now here for the Bankstown Jets. Lovely long floating pass. Can they get the finish as well? They certainly can. Tayshawn is in.
Excellent play from the Bankstown side. Ball thrown out really well. It almost looked like it was the ball was just taking that a little bit too long to get over there, but the winger has done an excellent job to get that ball down. As we look at the replay, great long ball all the way over the top. Big harbour bridge ballers, or rainbow as we call them, and dives in the corner. Excellent play from the Bankstown.
Yeah, Jake Lill supplying that pass, and Tayshawn with a nice finish. So 4-2. They're not out of it yet here, Bankstown. Despite all the running and momentum with Appen, it's probably a lot closer than they would have been expecting based on the weight of possession.
Well, I only said it about 2 minutes ago. If the Jets can get one in and give them the confidence, hopefully they can go on with it. But Appen will look to try and put a dent in that confidence and try and hit back as they work it all the way over to the wing. Let's have a look and see what the referees say.
Oh, I think they're going to say that's fine. True Heller setting up another try here. It's true heaven for the Appen Warriors. They're fifth, 5-2 now, with time beginning to run out here. Just under 9 minutes remaining.
So Bankstown hit back just before, and now Appen steps around, jinx, draws that winger in and scores. So some really good play. It's almost a bit of a coach killer for the Jets, though. They just managed to peg one back, and then they concede in the set directly after, which is really, really tough. Yeah, the coach will be pulling their hair out.
Well, we see it happen a lot with most sports. We always talk about the most important time to be completely focused is when you've just scored a try, a goal, whatever it might be. That is quite literally when you're at your most vulnerable. It's a false sense of security almost.
Yeah, they really need to get, a lot of people call it in touch now, get that stop. So stop them from scoring in that next set. They've failed to do that, but we'll see what they can do here.
Oh, the flick pass comes out. First one we've seen. It was a beauty too. Right on the money. And had they taken it, it would have been over for the try. Appen had overrun the potential block. Yeah, as it stands, it's still 5-2 here.
Flick pass, I think Jess McKerney just wasn't quite ready for that flick pass on the inside. So something that could have come to fruition, hasn't, and Bankstown giving away a penalty and giving Appen a little bit more territorial advantage.
So True Heller heads upfield and then heads across to that sideline. Tuala's back out there. Here he is with the ball in hand. Good dummy. Tuala splits them through the middle and puts the foot down as well. The nice little goose step came out. Denon Kemp would be loving that. They throw it back towards the middle now once more. Opportunities here for the Appen Warriors. Wilson and Tuala. Tuala sums it up beautifully. Gets it right on the money. And Max Moroney has a second. And now the Appen Warriors are in cruise control. 6-2.
And Appen have gone back-to-back with their tries. If we look at the replay, strike dump in the middle of the field. Steps up. Nice long laser ball over to the wing. Brilliantly taken. Keeps the heels in the field of play and puts it down. So Appen 6, Bankstown 2. 6.5 minutes to go. There is still time, but you would say they need to score right now.
And I don't think they can afford another try at all from the Appen Warriors. They've got to cap them here at that 6-try mark, and that is not going to help the situation. Crawford leaving it behind. So Appen can just tighten the screws that little bit more here.
You'd have to say if Appen's able to get over the line here, that'll be the final nail in the coffin for this game. Although Bankstown, if they can get the stop, anything can still happen. There's 6 minutes, which is a long, long time in touch football.
So Muscat, in fact Musgrave that is, plays it now. Opportunity there, in fact it was Muscat, so it's Muscat and Musgrave out there. They'll play on though for now. Great take as well from the Appen Warriors, getting to ground. And they're having a field day on that side of the pitch. They just keep stripping them for numbers, and it's a 7th try now.
Brilliantly taken on the wing. As we have a look through the replay, running straight up the middle of the field, drawing the defenders in. There's no one out there on the wing. Takes it, puts the ball down, gets down low as well. So takes it straight down. Appen now 7, Bankstown 2, 5.5 to go. What are your chances for Bankstown to make a comeback?
If I'm a betting man, I'm keeping that money right in the pocket. I think this one looks pretty well in cruise control here for Appen, but the Bankstown Jets might have something to say about that. Good field position here. Another opportunity with Wilson through the middle of the field, and poor Brie Lampkin has had a real hard time out on that edge. They've targeted her all match as Moran grabs across field, looking to link up wider still. Nothing doing there. They steer them away. They've just got all the answers at the moment, the Appin Warriors.
It feels like Appin's got the answers, but it also feels like Bankstown just not creating too many different plays. There's just not too much happening, and Appin are able to read it, defend it, and then get back on the attack and get the ball back up Bankstown's end of the field.
So Aaron Wilson plays it. Now Gibbons getting involved. True Heller, quick play the ball. Gibbons, good one-handed pickup. Here he goes now on the attack. Looking to link up wider still. He won't need anyone, will he? Oh, the flick pass comes out at the depth. Well, that would have been a spectacular team try, but it was a great piece of cover defence there from the Bankstown Jets. I'm just trying to see who that might have been. She's done a terrific job to prevent a try. It was Jessica McInerney who stopped a certain try from being scored there.
It almost looked like he was about to put the ball down from dummy half as well. I think he realised, better flick the ball back in. Couldn't find his own team, and the ball was intercepted.
Gibbons once more trying to set a path there down the sideline for Alison Musgrave. It's been the Musgrave show so far in this one.
And Appin getting a penalty. Bankstown called offside by the referee, Rob Mackay, in the middle there. So Appin will get another set of 6 on the line, and as this time just ticks away, those 4 tries that Bankstown need to level this up just are looking a little bit further and further away as those seconds tick down.
Now that was touched there from the Bankstown Jets, so another full set to play with here for the Appin Warriors. 7-2 they lead, 3:20 on the clock here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Musgrave now floats it out here for Wilson. Tran picking it up, having a scoop, heading to this right-hand side. Musgrave playing it only a few metres away from the line. Tran trying to offer something here for Musgrave again, who floats it deep. Oh, great take.
Well taken.
Tran now gets in there nice and quickly at acting half. Musgrave across the field. Good ball over the top. And they get it down and squeeze it inside the sideline. Great try here for the Appin Warriors. No, they're going to say the pass is forward.
Oh, I'm not too sure about that pass. I think it may have travelled forward, but for me, the ball's out of the hands backwards. So let's have a quick look at the replay. As he comes across, the ball's come out of the hands. Look, there's no doubt that ball has travelled forward, but in my opinion, the ball has been passed backwards out of the hands, and the inertia, which has been taken from the player, great word, I know, the inertia from the player running forward has made that ball travel forward. So if the ball's backwards initially and travels forward, just like if it catches a big gust of wind, it is okay. But the referees have seen it differently, and it's a lot easier to call it up here in the box. As you know, James, you've been watching our games all day, so they'll play on. But it's probably a godsend for the Bankstown Jets, I'd say, with that call.
Well, it's one of those passes, too, where he's already twisted his body sideways, so it makes it look a little more pronounced than it perhaps would have been in terms of that 50-50 call, whether it is forward out of the hands or not. So with about a minute 50 on the clock here, Appin Warriors, they're going to cruise to victory. It's just by a matter of how much now, as Aaron Wilson has a little crack at them down a short side, flicks a pass up. There's another try out wide for the Warriors. They've put them to the sword, and the Jets need some refuelling.
Nothing wrong with that pass for this try. As we look at the replay, coming in, dumps on the 7, quickie move, draws that winger in. Try time in the corner. The corners have been scored in pretty much all of our tries for this game, and some excellent play.
Well, I'm quite sure that might be try number 4 there for Alison Musgrave. She's had a field day out on that left-hand edge. So 8-2 now as we approach the final minute, and the Bankstown Jets, unfortunately, another error here. So Appin will get one more use of the ball, you'd imagine. Bankstown might get a couple of plays at the end of this set. Don't forget, still more action coming your way as well. Directly after this match, it's Tamworth taking on Young. Another mixed Open B division match. So they pop that pass there right at the death and then pick up some good meters here through True Heller. Now for Tuala. Tuala plays it down. True Heller here on the last. Tuala, great ball back from True Heller. Tries to squeeze between a couple of defenders. Does better than trying. He will, in fact, get the TRY. It's the 9th here for the Appin Warriors.
As we have a look at the replay in a moment, the try scored in the middle of the field. You'll see the Bankstown players all putting their hands up saying they've made the touch. As we look at the replay, quickie move, steps, jinx, ball back in, and the ball is clearly placed down on the ground first. The players will quite often not argue, but plead their case with the referees. If we hear the siren in the background, because they're standing 1 or 2 metres off the line, they'll put their hands up to say, well, I made the touch out here, how could it be a try? But often you'll say, champion, you've taken 2 or 3 steps after making that touch, so too bad. But full time, Appin 9, Bankstown 2. I think Bankstown will be a little bit disappointed with the scoreline because they were really in it for most of the game. But unfortunately for Bankstown and fortunately for Appin, 9-2, good victory. And you can see Bankstown having a few choice words to the referees down on the sideline. But you lose 9-2. Can't really blame the referees on that one.
No, it's a quality and comprehensive victory here from the Appin Warriors. As you mentioned, full time here, 9-2. That'll do it for this particular match. But up next, Tamworth taking on Young. Don't you go too far here for the New South Wales Touch Football State Cup for 2023.
Fantastic supporter of the Touch Football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the Touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about Touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. Turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Feen, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies, and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure. But let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down and had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden. Obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Welcome to all our viewers at home for this mixed open clash that's coming up. We've got Tamworth versus Young. It's a 2 versus 3 matchup. We're expecting a very good game. Jason Stenton here, joined by Deacon Cameron. Deacon, what's your thoughts on this one, mate?
Yeah, mate, should be a good game. We've got both teams obviously trying to push towards the championships into Sunday, and both teams have played some games today, and Tamworth with undefeated so far, and Young just losing this morning, so it'll be an interesting game. Let's see what the teams can unravel for us.
Yeah, in this mixed division, both of the pools, I think there's 9 teams in this pool. So both teams have had to play 3 games today already. So I wonder how much of the fitness will come into this 4th one. And then, as you mentioned, they're looking to finish top 2 to go through to the championship semi-final on Sunday. So Maitland are leading this pool. So this game, Tamworth versus Young, 2 versus 3, has extra significance, Deacon.
Yeah, mate, it's a very important game, especially towards the back end of the Friday and early into the Saturday, where teams are fighting for finals position. as Young tap off with the ball. And that's with another 22 code. Passing it back. Recycled there. In at half there. Young try to get it. Oh, he's away there, and it's possibly a try. Referee's called touch there. Be touch third as Young look to play the ball on the 7.
Yeah, they're similar colours here. Young's running right to left there in the teal. Is that the right colour there? Teal?
Yeah.
And then Tamworth in the blue on the left of your screen.
The yellow numbers definitely aren't helping us up here in commentary as Tamworth, with quick error there, just probably had to hold it a little bit there. And Young have been rewarded with another set on the line. Let's see what they can do here as they play the ball with Nichols.
There may be a little bit of nerves there, Deacon, on the stadium game for these two mixed teams. A little bit of nerves there from Tamworth to start it off.
Nice inside ball then. Number 6 there for Young.
Yeah, nice try by Young there. It was a nice little, like a quick release play where they do the dump, they get it straight from the ground, and then rather than throwing it long, they've actually reversed it back to the player. So nice little play there for Young to get this game started 1-0.
Yeah, and for all our viewers watching at home, all our games over this weekend are 30-minute touchdown turnarounds, hence why we've just seen Young and Tamworth switch directions. As Berry with the ball plays it in at half there with Knox. Knox gets it again. Oh, nearly falls over his own feet. In a half there. Quick release, and it's good defence there from Young on the line.
Yeah, really good save there. I think that was Molly Hogan out wide. She read that really well, Deacon.
Yeah, really good read. It's Berry recycle it. Knocks in at half. Berry gets the ball. Goes one way. Dummies! Scott Berry levels it up for Tamworth. We've got 1-1 here. Absolutely good try there. Jason.
Oh, Scott Berry, that was just so sharp. It almost looked like he was going to the right side. A great step off the right, and then he just showed a clean pair of heels to lock this one up. We've got a game here now, 1-1. Great hit back from Tamworth. And they're going to swap around again, so they're going to keep challenging this with this who's on the left, who's on the right. That's Young on the right side. As Deacon mentioned, they'll 30-minute turnaround is what we call it, where they'll swap after every try. And like I said, 1-1, and both these teams fighting for that second spot on the ladder, which could set them up for semi-final on Sunday.
As Young dives, and it's possibly touch 4. Referee on the spot there. It'll be Young to roll it here. They're going to look to try get a strike dump on the 7. Plays it in at half, goes one way, steps right, inside ball. Possibly 6 again, yes. Happy with that call then. Referee's on the spot. He's definitely made a play at that.
Yeah, that was that same play that they scored from before. The quick dump, the pass, and then the return ball. Here we go. We're going to do it again here. But this time goes long. And a great save there by Tamworth. Really mixing it up. Let's see what they set up here. What would you run now, having run those 2 quick releases? They can go something a bit wider or a bit more direct?
Yeah, they've probably just got to get a little bit more wider. I think the wingers are coming in a little bit too far, but we'll see what Young can do here. It's Lucas with the ball. He'll look to play it on the 7 quick. Goes back to the right side. Lucas passes it. Referees, what are they going to call here?
I'm not sure if a touch was made there, Deacon. Oh, Lucas very sharp there. Again, he ran the quick release play. This time, instead of coming back, he went the same way. And a great finish out there out wide. I think it was Charlie Crocker. And she finished that really well. Great set of hands. And she actually scored outside the male play there. So it's good to see the females run around the men, showing them if they give space.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see. Cox taps the ball in and plays it. Cox recycles the ball, and he's got it in again. It's Young knocks in at half. Hippie recycles the ball. Back onto Knox. Plays it there. A little bit of a push there. Referees are going to call play on there.
I think that's Millgate there with Knox really trying to set things up there in the middle.
Yeah, Knox takes it from half. Steps one way, dances, recycles it back. They're still not done with it. Referee calls 6 touch there. What are your thoughts on that set there, Jason?
Yeah, I think it was probably a little bit of static. They worked. They looked quite good early when they had those quick dumps, but then they pulled them wide with lateral plays. So that one, I think they'll probably learn from that, and I'll expect a little bit more expansive from Tamworth on their next visit.
Yes, Young look to get some fresh legs on here, and we've got an injury here, but referees are going to call play on. He's beaten him. He's been hit with a sniper, and referees are going to call touch 6, and it's a little bit slow to get up there, Young, but Tamworth are definitely not going to waste any time here and getting it to their box, and that's Knox, and he'll play it in at half, and it's a good run there from Milligat. Recycle it, and it's Tamworth look to get some new players on here.
You're not too sure how Young didn't score then, Deacon. That looked like a try for all money, and I think it was Mitch Cox coming across in cover. Here's a bit of space.
Here we go. It's Knox. Knox is away. Diving for the try. It's Knox. He's got speed for wheels, young Knox. And Tamworth hit back.
Well, they showed him a bit of space, Knox, and Knox said, thank you very much. Clean set of heels. Pinned his ears back for the corner. And they weren't going to run him down, were they, Deacon, once they gave him that space?
No, mate. He had heaps of space then. Put on the foot, and Tamworth scored again.
Yeah, it was clean. And it was that player you spoke about earlier, Deacon, there, Scott Berry, with real eyes-up footy, ball in two hands, turning it inside to Knox and giving Tamworth another try.
Yeah, they're definitely a good partnership. And as we look at the team list here, there's a fair amount of Knox playing on here, so probably some good touch families in it. Tamworth then is unfortunately as Young spill an error. They probably didn't want that one because Tamworth's defence was a little bit compressed there, and we'll look to see what Tamworth can do driving out.
Yeah, sometimes those runaway tries are a bit unsettling for the team because, you know, you see these games generally getting a rhythm of going to and fro, up and down, and sometimes those runaway tries can really unsettle. So Young will be looking to hit back here and really try and get back into this match because Tamworth have really stepped up there this last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and as we just see an error from Tamworth for a voluntary roll ball. So for the viewers at home that are a little bit new to our sport, so the players can't play the ball without being touched. The touch can be either made from the defender or the attacking player. As Young get touched here, and what do you reckon they'll look to do here, Jace?
Yeah, well, Young, they'll be looking to steady and try and get one in here. They've been very effective with that quick play in their return, as well as going the same way. So let's see what they go. There's the quick play. Here's the return.
There it is.
And they've done it again.
There's a book on touch. Jason Stanton has just read it right in front of us here. Really good play then from Young, and we're going to see try for try in this match here. It's good to see, and both teams are obviously fighting for that finals position as we start to lead in towards Saturday and Sunday. And we'll see what Tamworth can do here.
Yeah, I think that was Jack Nichols there with a really good finish, and I think it's been 2 or 3 tries from Young with that quick dump and then the return back, and you know that's put him out to 3-1 now. So Tamworth, who looked to be back in the game and starting to steady it, Young's kicked out again. So let's see whether Tamworth can respond.
So they play the ball, and it's possible, yeah. Ruck infringement there, so the Young player couldn't get out of there in time, and we've seen a foot play, so referee blowing the penalty, and definitely a favourite one for Tamworth as they'll look to go, and he's passed it on to the winger, and they're trying to use all the space here. In at half there is Bauer. As Cloak tries to get them out. Strike dump in Hippie in at half. Cloak dances around. Inside ball. It's play on here. It's intercepted. He's away. He's looking for support, and it's going to be touch 0 there, Jason.
Oh, great run there. Great. Looking for support. It turned into a good old-fashioned foot race. Tamworth was scrambling. Young was flying. I think they all need a rest now. Great intercept, great run, and a really good defence and scrambling there from Tamworth.
Lucas recycles the ball, and he's going to dive, and referees are going to call play on, yep. So Tamworth not making it back the full 7 metres. Referee calling play on, and we see a try.
Yeah, a very strong try there from Young. Again, it was the quick release, but instead of coming back on the return, he went the same way, and a really good finish there from Young. And I think that Tamworth haven't been able to handle those quick release plays that Young have been doing, and I think that's why, you know, they've been able to push out. I think it's a 4-1, I think it is, and it's just on the back of that same play. Tamworth haven't been able to correct it.
Yeah, definitely, but it'll be interesting to see what Knox can do here as he's come on. Oh, referees are going to call this one forward. Yeah, agree with that. Definitely floated forward from out here, and good call from the referees. They've been pretty good at the start of the game here. They're letting the game flow. They're talking to the players, and they're giving penalties when they're needed, as we're going to see another one here. Referees calling for a player offside, so Tamworth not making it back the 7 metres. Referee just instructing them to tap it. What are Young going to look to do here, Jace?
I think they're looking to drive down the middle, and until Tamworth can handle it, I'd just keep running those quick plays. Little like that quick play the ball, passing ball from the ground, quick release or quickie sometimes they'll call it. I would keep running that until Tamworth can defend it.
Yep.
Because, it's already been working for the first 10-15 minutes of this game already.
Ooh, questionable. Referees are still, they're going to call play on there. So Nichols gets the ball, he's going to throw a pass, and referees are going to call 6 touch, and Tamworth will definitely be looking to box here and get some new players on.
Yeah, I think so. There's quite a lot there for the referees to look at, Deacon. How does it work? Like, they've got to get them going forward, then they've got to get them to mark the line, get them back to the line. It seems like a lot going on. Do they get any help from the outside refs?
Yeah, so how it will work is each referee will take 2 players each, and will continue to work them up, and then to continue to work them back as well, just so we're making sure we're getting consistently between all 3. And referees obviously do a lot of training and coaching on where the best possible position to be is in them scenarios.
Okay, so the main ref would be looking at the 2 middle players of the team, and then each of the side refs are the 2 players closest to them.
Yeah, have the wing and link on their appropriate sides.
There you go, Deacon, with all the expert knowledge. That'll give you something to watch when we get to the line, see how the 3 referees work together to get the right outcome for the game.
As Lucas plays the ball, and that's Anderson in at half. Quickie steps one way. Referees are going to call.
I think they've called it away, so that's a try if it's away.
Referees have called play through, no touch, and Young score again. It's definitely some key players for this Young side, definitely leading them around the middle of the park.
Yeah, Tamworth haven't been able to make that correction in defence, and generally what you'll do in mix, when you get the 2 guys in the middle setting up that way, you've got to get some help from the outside. You can't just keep letting them go through that way. So Tamworth haven't been able to make the correction, and Young, very clever play, Deacon. They continue to run the same play, and why would you change it if it's working?
It's not broke, mate. Don't fix it, and referees are going to pull them up here for being in the ruck. Correct call there from the referees. It slowed Tamworth's attack down, and the referees is going to bring them up a little bit and just telling them that it's on the mark. Young will be looking to defend here as they tap the ball with Cloak. Passes it back. Definitely using some width here. And a half. Cloak gets the ball again. Dummies one way. Dummies again. Ooh, number 15's claiming a touch there. The crowd definitely aren't happy with it, but referee's gone with the touch there. Cloak throws one way. Throws it back again. And look to get a strike dump here. Passing it one way. That's Bauer. Steps one way. Ooh, touch made. Yeah, Young's defence. Tamworth, they're not really testing them here.
Yeah, really good on his feet there. I think it was Bauer, showing very good footwork there left and right. Now he's got the dump down.
Ooh, ball down. Well, to see what Young can do is they'll look to get some new subs on, but their defence there was really good, Jason.
Yeah, it was solid there. I should tell the viewers at home, because I was getting a bit confused myself. I think, how many players have we got knocks in this Tamworth side? Is there 2, 3?
We've got 4 at the moment.
It just seems to be knocks to knocks to knocks. So for those at home, it isn't the same player. we've got looks like a family affair there.
Yeah, and definitely a family affair of good touch players here. As we've definitely seen some talent, and for our viewers at home that was watching the Junior State Cup earlier in the year, Knox was definitely a key player for the Tamworth under-16s Titans as well. As Young looked to play the ball there, pass it one way, throws it. Good defence there from Tamworth, and Young are just going to look to set up something here.
Yeah, in the middle again. Even though Young are doing largely these middle plays with the men, it's really impressive to see the female players holding width.
Croker's through.
I think they'll be coming back for the penalty on that one. Yeah, so what happens is, Deacon, is that the female players are generally wide in the mix, and rather than them coming in sort of clutter in the middle, by them staying wide, they're pulling the Tamworth defence wide as well, and it's enabling the guys to do their thing. So really good shout out to the female players in Young. They're very clever, and they're really keeping width.
It's a very different game mix, isn't it, Jace?
Yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit more tactical, because when the female player comes in and does the dump or scoops, it really really changes the dynamic. So you can do some quite clever things in mixed.
Looked it in. He's going to throw it. The winger's left open.
Yeah.
So number 28 there.
Sharp try. And that's a perfect example of what we're talking about. So earlier Young were going through the middle because their players were holding width. And now on this occasion, Tamworth said, well, we better come in and help. Then the winger there's held width, got the long ball. I'm not sure who that was. That Muggleton's a little bit hard to catch the numbers out there.
I think it was the 28.
Might have been Piercy, was it?
Jamelia Piercy.
Yeah, really good width she held there and great finish.
The referees are going to penalise Young for not making it back the full 7. So let's see what Tamworth can do here. So tap the ball with Milligat. Passes it back and he's going to dance around and possibly not square, but referees have called play on. So Milligat with the ball, passes it back to Livermore. Livermore in at half, back to McGilligan. Looks to go the wraparound. Dances one way, tries to hurdle his way over, but Young's defence is really good here. Tamworth aren't really testing him here. Let's see what we can do here. So I'll look to draw the defenders out. And that's Livermore. Plays it just over the 7. Goes right. Tried there. Referees have called play through. That's Hippie there for Tamworth. And they're definitely not out of this one so far. And it's probably the play they've been looking for. It's really good initiative in the middle there.
Yeah.
With Livermore, and see what Young can do.
Yeah, it was a great finish there. I think you said it was it Hippie, was it? Wow, that was the way, like a lot of players at Link, they wouldn't have scored that one, but Hippie caught it quite high and brought it down so quickly. It was an exceptional finish. And Tamworth have showed in patches some really quality footy. I think it's just been largely, they haven't been able to hold out the middles from Young in their defence. And apart from that, it's looked fairly even. But on the scoreboard, Young are out. I think it's by 4 tries, 6-2, and it's largely just from that quick release play or the quickie play in the middle.
Yeah, as Lucas is going to look to draw the fence, plays it just behind the 7, goes back to Lucas, dummy, spins around, but Tamworth defence too good on the line there.
Yeah, solid defence there from Tamworth. So just to reiterate what we're talking about earlier, is that the top 2 teams from this pool will go through to the semi-final. That's in the championship division. Then teams 3 and 4, I'm pretty sure, goes through to might be the plate, I think it's called. So this is almost like a quarter final where Maitland's leading this pool and are likely to go through rank 1. So the winner of this game, it's almost like I said, it's almost like a quarter, and they'd be looking at a semi. So at the moment, it looks to be Young. But Tamworth maybe not quite finished yet, Deacon.
Yeah, no, there's definitely we've still got 12 minutes left, and let's see what Tamworth can do. It's Knox. Back to Livermore. Knox throws it one way. It's going to be 6 more, and this is definitely what Tamworth are after. They haven't had a set down on the 7 in a while, and they've definitely got their key players on with Knox, and let's see what he can do here. So I look to get it back to Knox. Knox plays it. Quickie back to Knox. Steps one way. Throws it long, and unluckily the winger there just didn't hold her distance, and the ball was a little bit too high, but definitely the right idea from Tamworth.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame there. I think they probably need to be a little bit more patient because, again, as you've mentioned, Tamworth have got some really good like attack and on-the-line plays when they settle and run them, but they've been a little bit off balance at times, and I think if they can get even possession, they can really trouble Young, but we haven't seen that yet because Young's been dominating this midfield.
Yeah, it's a really good defensive set from Tamworth there, and they held them inside the half, Young, and coaches would definitely be happy with that one from Tamworth, and look to drive the ball, and we've just had the ball end up down in the try line, so there'll be a short delay as we go and get that, but Tamworth aren't going to hesitate with putting some fresh legs on as we've got the dead ball now at the moment. Yeah,
and the run's been pretty good. We're talking about the players in this mixed division having to play 4 games today. How many games would the referees have, Deacon?
The referees will do around the same, so they'll do 4 to 5. And then it's probably the same tomorrow, and then hopefully they'll ease into things in the finals with only 3 games.
Yeah, it is quite challenging. I think it might have gone up. Was it high 20s or 30 today here in Port Macquarie?
Yeah, it got up to the high 30s, mate. So players are definitely exhausted by the end of it, and the 2 teams out here will be definitely favourable of the cooler conditions. As Young to drive the ball down to the left side of the field, and in the ruck there, referees are going to call play on there, and it's really good defence. Or his referees may have caught him off. Yep, they're going to call play through here. It's Young play the ball. It's recycled back to the number 15, which is Nichols. Nichols back, throws it again, and the winger's left open.
Yeah, the young wingers have held their width really well. I think on that occasion might have been Inwood. And they've really caused trouble for Tamworth by holding width, really pulling the defensive line wider. And another try to Young. I think that takes him out to 7-2. I think it could be a nice long ball. Deegan, I just wanted to touch on quickly. You were talking in that last set that there was a couple times that you said the referee said play through. What does that actually mean? For those watching at home, what is a play through?
Yeah, so if the players are offside, the referees can call play through, and that player cannot touch them. If they do, they can keep running, and it's just an advantage. If they don't think there's an advantage, the referees will come back and blow a penalty. So a bit of discretionary there and a bit of inside knowledge for our viewers in at home.
Oh, that's nice. And, so on that occasion they gave the advantage and that resulted in a try. So, good refereeing on that last set.
Yep. As Berry passes it back with Milligat and ball down there, and probably not what Tamworth were after, and Young will just look to settle it towards the box here and playing it in, probably in the ruck there, but referees are going to call play on. They're just going to keep working with Tamworth here. It's Young. Oh, we've stopped for something.
Might have been a forward pass at the ruck there. I think Deacon's going back for it.
Yeah. Oh, no, they've been done for 7 on. So for our viewers at home, is our game of touch has 6 people in it. The teams cannot substitute unless that player is off, hence why they've been done there. As Tamworth look to drive the ball in at half there. It's the number 8, which is Knox. Back to Hippie. Hippie dancing around, plays it. I'll be Cloak in at half there, and Tamworth will just look to settle it here.
Hippie's had a very strong game, Deacon.
It's Cloak.
For Tamworth.
Yep. Pass it to Knox, and Knox diving over. Referees have called play on, and Knox scores a try there for the Tamworth Titans, and geez, he's been electrifying today each time he touches the ball.
Knox has been given Young. I think they'll be having nightmares about the number 9 for Tamworth. Knox. Every time he gets the ball, he looks dangerous. And on that occasion, he showed speed, a great dive. And again, we spoke about Hippie. We've been wrapping her a little bit. She held width, hit the hole, and held her link wide, which enabled Knox to finish. So I think that's her 3rd try there.
I'm going to see a 6 to go call with just over 7 minutes left to go in this mixed open clash. Play the ball. 13 there is Croker, and cycled back again, and it's Lucas. Half there is Anderson. Passes it away, and all referees are going to call touch here. They'll play the ball just on the 7 there. That's Anderson with the ball at the moment. Anderson passes it back, gets in at half. Quickie throws it right and steps in, and referees are going to call ball down, and probably could have went either way there, but referee right on the spot there, happy to call ball down, and a try for the Young Blue Tongues.
Yeah, another try to Young, and often that happens where the try is scored, or you're talking about ball down at the same time, or just before someone's touched. Really close calls for the referees, and on that occasion, that 50-50 went Young's way for another try. And after their earlier loss today to Maitland, Deacon, this will be a really good result there for, I think it's Benjamin Cooper there coaching Young. So he'll be really happy with this performance.
Yeah, 100%, mate, as Cox looks to draw the defence out, and it's past to Bauer. And at half there is Smith. And wraps around, and he looks to throw the flick pass, but referees are going to call offside. So Tamworth will definitely be favourable of this set of 6 that they'll get, and passes it, and it's going to be an intercept. Touch 0 there. Jason, probably not what they were after there.
Yeah, there's been a few sets where Tamworth probably would like to have had him again, and maybe a little bit more patient. I think it was Pearcey out there at length. She's had an incredible game, both in attack and defence for Young. So they'll be hoping she can carry that form through to Sunday.
Yeah, most definitely. It's Nichols with the ball. Plays it in, looks to get it back, steps one way. It's good defence then for the number 14 for Tamworth. And another name we've heard today, it's another Knox.
Yeah, there's 4 Knoxes now we've worked out, and that was a really good save there. So the other thing too for our viewers, we've got some cracking games coming up after this as well, so we hope you can stay with us. We've got Doyleson, last year's champions, the great club from up the coast. Doyleson taking on Manly, who had some great results earlier today, knocking off West. So we've got some good games.
Berry dances through, and they're going to call a touch, and referees are going to signal a hold to play, and probably landed a little bit funny, but he's definitely just saved a try there.
And I think on the Tamworth side of the ledger, they've still got plenty of footy left in them tomorrow. They're going to have I think it's 3 or 4 games tomorrow as well. So I think if they can make some slight improvements in their driving up and down the field, maybe a little bit more patient in attack, because they've definitely shown some really good skill and speed down here on the line.
As Berry dummies it, throws it, the winger's left open. Referees are going to call play on. Don't have a number over in the corner. But a really good try from the Tamworth Titans, Jason. Yeah, they've showed it again, haven't they? So when they have the ball and they're patient, Tamworth have got some really good stuff on the line, and they showed it again on that occasion. I think it might have been Knox at dummy half, releasing the ball out wide, and then the link just showed a great pair of heels, drawing the pass. The winger held with a great finish, and Tamworth time and time again have shown when you give them the ball on the line, they're very hard to handle. Yes, definitely a very dangerous attacking team on the try line, and play the ball there, and it's Quickie there, and it throws it right and cycles it back to the inside, which is Lucas, and Lucas passes it to Lucas. Lucas steps again, and it's a real referees are going to call play on. Cloak definitely isn't happy with that. Tyrone Cloak, he definitely thought he got the touch there, and 50-50 call, but referees were right on the spot there to make it. Yeah, I think Young were probably a little bit lucky to get that through when you look at the replay. It was a pretty good touch there. I think it was from Cloak, but touch and go. Yeah. Young got the call, and there's probably been a few 50-50s gone their way, but overall they've been very dominant. Deacon, I think, they're up by 4 or 5 now. They've been quite dominant today. Livermore passes it, and referees are going to get them for a voluntary roll ball again. So it's the second time they've been done for that, Tamworth. Probably just in a little bit too much of a rush to play the ball, but as Young to get it over their half and through the hands with the one there, and it's Anderson back to the inside, and it's Anderson again. Anderson gets the ball. It's a bit of a hard touch. Referees are going to call play on. Yeah, good save there in the end there. So what's your thoughts as we wind down in this game, last couple of minutes there? Young quite dominant. What do you think, Deacon? Young have obviously improved a fair bit from earlier today when they lost to Maitland. Where do you think this sets them up for the weekend? Yeah, this will be a definite confidence booster going in towards the finals, and it's a very open competition. It's hard to say what the other pools have been doing, and we've got mixed results in there, but it's definitely going to be an interesting final series as Cloak dances around with it, looks to throw it, and referees are going to call touch 6 as we just have over a minute left here. As Young look to get their subs on. Anderson in at half, and it's recycled back to Anderson. Plays it just over the 10, and Cloak's going to shoot up, and he's going to claim a touch, but referees are going to call play on there. Tamworth's defence is a little bit compressed here, but we're going to see one more chance for Tamworth. What would you like to see them do here, Jace? I think they've just got to get a little bit of confidence leading in tomorrow. It'd be good if they can maybe run a little bit of width, might be good. Maybe see them run a sweeper or something a little bit different might be nice to see, but... again, with this young team, I've been impressed with the female players, the fact that they've been able to drive really strong defence and then hold their width on the line with their play. So they've been very clever, and, big contributions from the female players today. Yeah, it's definitely been an open game, and both teams not afraid to chuck it around. It's been a defensive game as well. Be interesting to see how we go into the finals, as Young will look to slow down the clock here. definitely in no rush to play the ball. As we said, the last couple of seconds in the match here.
Yeah, really good class shown from both teams. It's been a really good game, this one. Nice and open. Plenty of tries. Young are going to be the victors here today. That's going to set them up for a possible... They still have to play well tomorrow, but that's going to set them up for a possible semi-final coming into Sunday. And we've got the next game on the bill here is the champions Dawson up against Manly, and that's going to be exciting, Deacon.
Yeah, a really good game that we've seen. We should see a cracker in the next one with Carly Banks' Dawson Dragons. Look to be the hot contenders to go back-to-back, but just a shout-out to our partners here today. And Steeden is a proud football supplier of New South Wales Touch and the New South Wales State Cup. To stock up on all touch footballs or to create your own custom footballs, please contact your local sales rep or please head to steeden.com.au. That's it from us today. Enjoy the rest of your tournament, and if you're hanging around, the next game should be a cracker. So stay tuned, and we'll be back to you live from Port Macquarie Regional Stadium with our men's open game next.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callum Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team, and maybe one day going to a state cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more.
And good evening and welcome back to the Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The penultimate game of day one of the 2023 State Cup. We have the Doyleson Dragons in the black, running from right to left, taking on the Manly Seagulls. And I'm joined in commentary here by Jason Stanton. Jason, it's been an interesting day here up in Port Macquarie.
Yeah, there's been a few upsets. We've also seen some of the experienced teams rise to the top. This is a really interesting one, bit of a David versus Goliath clash here. We've got Doyleson, the current state champions, really been the team to beat, setting the standard the last few years. But Manly knocked off West this morning, so this will be a good challenge for Manly because they went down in their second game to Penrith, Nathan. So was that a one-off? Was it a lucky result for Manly, or are they going to be, going to cause some upsets and see if they can get through to Sunday?
No, I had the luxury of watching that game. It went end to end, and the Manly boys, just a couple of things went either way, and Penrith showed their experience. Ben Moylan was outstanding for the Panthers, and I think he showed that a little bit earlier today against Central Coast, even though they went down. But the men's open's definitely heating up. There's no question of that here at Port Macquarie. And as you mentioned, the defending champions, Dawson through Jake Fitzpatrick, will tap off and they'll go forward. And that's Eagleton with the ball and Rottimer sweeping around. This Dawson team full of absolute stars. As they look for the sweep play, and Fitzpatrick, he goes, he dummies, he steps, he gives back to Rottimer. There's space on the right-hand side. Eagleton fires it back. They go the sweep again. There's Thompson, and Fitzpatrick holds it. He fires a long pass over. Triponi, and they're in the corner. Jenkins. Oh, a bit of magic from Doyle with the bat on from Eagleton. And they'll play from in front in this one.
Yeah, Manly maybe a little bit shell-shocked. Dawson out of the blocks. They came flying down the field. The lateral speed there from Dawson was really strong, and then that tap on, really hard to defend that as a winger when the link does that. Really difficult. Great try.
Yeah, Tripoli there. Not much he could do as Manly go on the attack, and Masters steps back and throws it out the back to Nicholas, and Nicholas will go for the line, but he's covered by Rottimer comfortably. And they'll continue the attack here through Masters. Long pass out. That's a great ball, but Harry Cash. Money with the diving touch, and Manly not afraid to throw it at Doyle.
Yeah, that was really good play there from Manly. And these are those little things that we talk about in the game with the Dawson. They do the 1%ers like that in the corner, could have very close, got the try. Then in the other corner, very close, saved the try.
As the Langbridge brothers move forward, Daniel and Alex been a part of Dawson crew for a long time. Some good hands there from Kelly as they come to the box, and Alex shooting up on the line. They've also been a part. Oh, that's a coach-killing pass. He thought the players were there. The Langbridge brothers are part of the Maitland Pickers, who have been very successful up in the Newcastle League and also won the President's Cup 3 years in a row, I believe, as well. So a bit of a stranglehold. The talented family, and they go all right at touch football too as the Dragons come on the attack. Riley Jones, he plays it for Thompson, gets it back. Thompson back, the big dive. And I think it's Masters in there. It's Max Masters who makes the touch, and Jones, they go the sweep play and they pull out, and some good defence. They go again. Thompson picks it up. He fires a pass over the top, and Triponi couldn't get the one before. He's got that one, and Manly hold on.
Yeah, Manly showing they can handle the speed of play of Dawson. It's just, I think maybe some of the smarts of Dawson might be getting Manly a little bit off balance, but they can handle themselves. Manly, really good start to this game from them as well.
As Aiden Master gives away to Kelly, and big Tommy Dafter's got that left hamstring strapped as they go forward, and there's Fong, picks it up. He goes in and away, and it's a very good touch by Riley Jones. And 1-0 to Dawson. End-to-end stuff. There's big Tommy Daftery coming around that side. Neil, just help the boys out while they try and sub and look to get the ball back. There's Fitzpatrick working in the middle with Eagleton, and Eagleton at half goes through Fitzpatrick. He gives the ball away. They'll bring it out to Dafter. Back to Fitzpatrick. Not afraid to move the ball. Langbridge picks up. They've got the passive set up out the back, and execution lets them down, Dawson, but definitely a good setup there.
Yeah, Manly had a good read on it as well there. So Manly showing a fair bit of class. They're not overawed by these teams. I think that's why they got the win against West. I think they went down by maybe 1 or 2 against Penrith. So they're definitely they're here to play. They're not making up the numbers, Nathan.
Definitely not making up the numbers as the Nicholas boys, Charlie and Sam, go forward and fired out the back. Oh, it's hit him in the melon. A bit of a shoulder charge there from Alex. He might have thought he was at Maitland Stadium there. He's dropped the right shoulder, and play continues through Fitzpatrick as Dafter comes around that far side. And there's the rucking pattern being shown here that Dafter comes in and helps out while they send three off the field. So Dawson showing their cards off early for all the men's open coaches sitting at home there. They've got out their notepads. They're writing down. Yeah,
well, Carly Banks has been. She's invented so much of the way the modern game's played. So I think when Dawson play, I think almost every coach is there with the pad out, seeing what they're doing.
As You're not wrong. One of the great minds, the State of Origin coach, the men's opens for the next series in 2025. So that'll be interesting to see. And Calabria's got a ball down there, a bit sloppy in the ruck from the Manly boys. But as you said, they're definitely not making up the numbers here, the Seagulls. They're going end to end with the Doylo boys here. There's Daniel Langbridge up to halfway. And Masters makes a touch. This is quick, getting physical here, Manly. They're trying to push off as they bring the latch play on and their speed. Jones can't get it away. Thompson not happy with that, but Jones picks it up. He fires it long. Traponian, the winger's not there.
Yeah, it was quite interesting there. I'm not sure how obvious it was for the viewers at home, but as Dawson subbed on towards the bottom of the screen, rather than straight on up and dump, he's sort of thrown it off their hip. Some teams call that like a fly. They sort of threw it off their hip and caught Manly off guard. And I think when Dawson do that, they look way stronger than if they're just sort of doing the normal dumps. That extra pass, they look so dangerous.
Well, they come the flick pass back, and Zach Simons is caught with the ball. And Manly definitely hanging this one 1-0. As I said, they're not. They've showed today with their results, Manly, that they've got some resolve, and no doubt the coaching staff of Matt Scranage and Calabria says ball down. Matt Scranage and Christian Frost, some experience between those two. We'll keep the boys settled.
Yeah, a bit of a coaching battle too, those. That's a bit of a side story. Matt Scranage versus Carly Banks, both very clever coaches. And they'd be coming into this game with a whole bunch of, different strategies. Plan A, plan
there's
B.
one of them down the side. Fong, there's a claim of a touch from Fitzpatrick. Calabria says we're all clear. Cheesley says all clear. And Bleasdale awards a try. And just like that.
We were just talking about trick plays. That is actually one. So a great work there by Manly. It is actually a trick play because when they substitute and come on, you generally sweep to the middle of the field. And then the defence shifts across thinking, oh, here we go. It's a normal drive down the middle. Manly returned it back to the sideline. Very unexpected. Caught Dawson off guard and a trick play for a try. Almost on cue, Nathan.
Yeah, he called it. Jason Stant, one of the great minds up here in the commentary box. No doubt as Langbridge, they run the splitter play, which is being seen by anyone. Langbridge can't knock the ball on. I feel they're hard done by Manly. I thought they defended well. They got him inside the 7. Referee Cheesley awards the penalty, and I think unless it's for pulling out, which maybe or pulling to the line, maybe
I'm
a
not
bit
sure.
harsh.
Yeah, it might have been on the previous touch. Here comes a sweep around the back. Manly being able to spoil it. I don't think Carly be too worried about this. Dawson need this sort of hit out.
The big dive, and Fong's there again. He not only scores them, he saves them as well. As it was a good bit of defence there, and the dumps made. I think it's Alex.
It's a bit hard with the numbers
Wilton
again.
actually. Sorry, yeah, Wilton is there. Fired out the back. The classic Doylo passive play, and I think that's Clay Studden who gets over the line. As you said, the numbers are a little bit hard to see, but Dawson with their go-to play, the passive out the back, take the lead, 2-1.
Yeah, too sharp. They're really experts at that play. So what we're talking about with the passive is rather than that link, the one player in from the winger, rather than that link nice and flat charging onto the hole, the link actually stays back, almost like a fullback, like in rugby league, and gets it out the back door, and Dawson execute it perfectly, and again on that occasion.
Now, as Nicholas, Sam and Charlie go forward, and they win the penalty. Referee Bleasdale says penalty. Lincoln Little up to make the touch. And Charlie will get the quickie, he'll dive, and I think it's Jones makes a touch. Little might have been offside, but some good defence, and they hold on that passage of play with Dawson's side, and they'll go again. They'll try it again, and it was Jesse Jenkins looking. They're looking for the inside ball, and I thought Little was offside, but they don't award the penalty, and it's just going to be the Nicholas show at the moment. No, it's not. There's Scranage. Fires a pass, and Simons is touched, and I feel like Manly, they're wasting opportunity with 2 or 3 touches, not offering a lot.
Yeah, they probably wish they had that set again, but it was really good to see Dawson. They weren't too fazed by it. They stayed in the channel, let the play unfold in front of them. And I mentioned that they probably not. They sort of need this game. They're probably not too worried about having a tight one here because it's their first real tough challenge for the weekend.
As Thompson picks it up, as he does, trademark, and Scranage makes the touch. And as you said, they had the bye first up. this morning, Dawson, and gone into a couple of wins, and so they dusted Singapore.
I think they had Renegade, which they won by 5 or 6. So Carly Banks, the coach for Dawson, would be, I think they need this to finish day one, a bit of a challenge to set them up, and then they'll probably look to build on that tomorrow. Generally, these champion teams, they're the champions coming into it. They want to be challenged.
As Fitzpatrick goes on there working with Eagleton, and some iconic footage last year of young Will Eagleton scoring a try. Interception! Here we go. The foot race is on. Jenkins is coming. He's looking for support. The tank is empty, is it? No, he gets there. Try time, Manly. Tua Masters. Oh, you'll love to watch that back. The tank was on empty, and he found the second and third gear once again.
I was watching the Fast and the Furious. He didn't know he had the nitro button, and he's pulled up about 20 short. Then he thought, "Oh, wait up! I got the red button." If you check the replay, you'll see he pinned his ears back. He was flying, and then he thought, "Oh, that'll do me." Then he thought, "No, wait up! I got the nitro." Kicked again, got the try 2-2.
15 to go. He'd given it up. He said, "That's enough." As they run the splitter play, Langbridge out to Wilton, fires a pass, and they can't play on from that, says referee Cheesley. But entertaining stuff even for your Friday night tuning in. Doesn't matter where you are. We've got it all here from Port Macquarie. Don't you worry. Manly and Dawson, 2-2.
A little bit of luck there for Manly, but you've got to make your own luck. They did really well. Now they've got to try and hold out Dawson here.
Oh, it's good knockdown there by Simons and Langbridge. The connection there on the sweep play. It was Alex looking for Daniel, and probably looking for the intercept there again. They've got the knockdown, big Simons. He's got the long arms. They come the sweep play, the long sweeping play and the dive. And they'll send him back. Zach Sun. And they'll continue the attack. Sun gives the ball away to Wilton, and Wilton will stand and dance. He'll dummy. And he'll go down eventually for Langbridge. They've called no touch. Wilton steps, and Cheesley says penalty, so he's pulled out outside. Or retreating, he's called referee Cheesley. So Calabria will come on the field. That's 2 in a row, so one more. They'll look for a free sub, which for those of you tuning in at home, that'll be a player from Manly will be on the sideline. But will they need it? Sun on the big sweep again. It's a very good touch coming across from Josh Turner for the Manly side.
Yeah, so the third penalty results in a 6-on-5. Is that right, Nathan? Someone steps off?
Yes, but they may not need it. Sun goes, dives. He's got there. Sun, ball down. Referee Calabria. I was going to say Johnny on the spot, but he was Tony on the spot. And he awards it.
Yeah, that was just relentless from Dorso. The 6 again, the penalty. The 6 again, the penalty. Just sheer weight of possession. And the team like that has class like that, you just can't give them 4 or 5 sets in a row. So Manly well and truly in it, but Dawson with their nose in front with that one.
And those views are, and they're going to give him the ball back. That's fortunate for Manly. Nicholas, of the Charlie variety on this occasion. And Masters, he's filled that petrol tank up. He's ready to go again. Masters, he's got some footwork. He's got a bit of size about him too, Masters, and he's got some fancy footwork. And there's Aiden, I think it is, with the ball fired. Intercept, Rodimer. Maybe 5 years ago for Jared, he would have got that.
I don't think they would have caught him. He was all the Manly players had charged on to hit the hole. I don't think anyone was going to turn around and chase. So good save there by Dawson.
We got the brothers on here. Pick the connection. You got the Nicholas brothers there in the middle. Going middle, and the big dive, and Calabria says touch, and then you've got both links, Aiden and Tui Masters. So they're on the attack, the Manly connection, the family club. They go through Aiden. No, Charlie picks it up, and he gets into the in goal, and he almost ended up in the bowling club across the road. He kept going.
Yeah, I don't think a touch was made there as well. He just ran out of room. It was very sharp there from Manly, straight through, opened up. Probably a little bit of a warning sign there for the Dorlo team.
Some strong contact there, and too strong, says referee Calabria, as Nicholas is penalised. And they'll go forward here, Dorlo. That's something you probably can't afford to do against Dawson, with being such a good team that they are, is give away those penalties and just give them some easy yardage out of their own end. Yeah, setting up here on, this will be touch 3. I think giving the likes of Eagleton and Thompson Thompson picks it up and he looks and he goes out the back. That was forward over the top to Tommy Daftar. And I hope they're going to say penalty in the middle. I would have thought Dawson got enough advantage there. So but they come back for a penalty. When Dylan gets the opportunity to pass like that, I think that's advantage, isn't it, Jason?
I don't know. He's really fast, Dylan Thompson. The way he opened up the Manly middles, had them both chasing him. He's outstanding player.
And they'll go on the attack again. You've got Fitzpatrick out there with Thompson. Jake, a very good rugby league player in his own right. And I'll go with... That's Eagleton around. He goes he slams it down almost in the same spot as last year's grand final. Eagleton, the Rooster play, which I'll let you explain in a second, wraps around Thompson and slams the ball down. Dawson 4, Manly 2.
Yeah, I can't speak highly enough for how clever that was because they've been running some quick release plays. They've been running some second phase or some dump plays. And on that occasion, they ran the good old-fashioned run around. Sometimes call it a bump and run or a rooster. A nice early ball from Thompson, and it was just different. Manly wasn't expecting it, too smart, and a try puts him out by 2. Bit of breathing space now for the Dragons.
Yeah, with just under 14 minutes left on the clock, the Eagles, they won't go away, we know that, but the Dawson side full of running here at the moment. There's Lincoln Little, he hasn't been on in attack yet. It's taken him 16 minutes for Carley to unlock him, and here he goes to half. Little gives the ball at the ground to Studden. He's been quiet. He picked up the try earlier on the passive where he walked over, but outside of that, hasn't seen much game time. Clay Studden, and they're going to kill it out here on the wing through Jesse Jenkins, the New South Wales origin winger.
Yeah, the lights are starting to kick in now. Really good conditions, and it's good to see both teams controlling the ball and providing a very entertaining game here.
Definitely is great conditions. Been a very warm day up here in Port Macquarie. For those of you tuning in to Cindy, we hope you're keeping dry. And even down south in the Gong, those that tuned in to watch the Devils a bit earlier today in the mixed open, and I think the men's seniors got a game here on the stadium as well, so I hope you're keeping dry down there as they go to sweep play. There's Turner with the ball. He switches Fong inside. Lincoln Little class in defence there. Masters goes the dump, puts his head down. Fong, he's got some options. Goes long, the bat on the inside.
Yeah, really strong read there. Really strong read there. Was that Jenkins? Was it out wide?
It was Jesse Jenkins. It certainly was.
Yeah, he had the link covered. Then when the ball went high, he read it, peeled off the link, took the winger as well. And it's gold to have a winger to be able to take 1 or 2 players like that every time. Very valuable.
As the Dragons will go to their box, and here come the reinforcements on the field. And I think that's Sun there, or no touch was claimed, but Thompson, when he picks the ball up and runs, he's so dangerous. Eagleton gets through, and Fitzpatrick ends up with the ball, and Josh Turner's gone down. And that doesn't look good, holding his ankle. Well, it might be cramp, which is, to be fair, probably not a surprise given the heat today, Jace.
No, it's a long day. Always a challenge for the players to recover. The thing, just on Dylan Thompson, the thing I like about his scoop, it's obvious the speed, because you can see that on your screens there, but as he's scooping, he's got the ball in 2 hands and his eyes are up, and I think that always makes it difficult for the defence. Is he going to pass? Is he going to run? And so that's a good skill for all our younger viewers at home to be able to do your sprints with the ball in 2 hands, eyes up. It's really hard for the defence to contain if you're able to do that.
Well, as you said, especially in that midfield, like the dump there came at the 10-metre line, as you can see on the screen there. That's where the dump was. He just picked it up and he had plenty of options, and that's where it becomes dangerous because he's got such a good passing game as well. As the ball's picked up and the big double pump, and they've got some space. Simons knocked down. Harry Cash knocks it down, saves the try. Sam Watkins here, a little ball of energy coming on the field, working in the middle with Max Masters. And you've got Max steps it up. Is that Turner? No, it's not. I think it's Nate Scranage in the jersey 2. As Watkins gives it to Scranage. Scranage dummies. I think he wants it back. No, he doesn't. Masters takes it, and some great defence here by Dula. They're pressing up, getting well outside the 7. Oh, Watkins. That's what we call a coach killer right there. And Matt Scranage, hands on the heads. He knew it. There's an opportunity missed. Big Dafter down that far side. 4-2. They really need to get one on the board here shortly, Jace.
Yeah, really strong defence there from Dawson. Now they've got the run coming into the line. There's that fly play again. Dawson had a couple of wins today, but you know what's more impressive than that, Nathan, is that when Manly had the number, 3 players were running across in defence to try and help save it on the inside, and that's a really good sign. At the end of Friday, you'd expect players a little bit hands on hips. We're up by a couple, but this Dawson side's hungry. 3 players running across in defence to help the winger, really strong.
Just one of those 1%ers that, as you mentioned before, Coach Banks would be loving, absolutely loving, as referee Calabria gives a penalty, and he wants it on the blade of grass just over there. That's it. Yep, put it on that one. Exactly there. Happy there, Tony. We're right to go. We're all good to keep playing as they go across the State Cup logo in the middle of the field. She'll look absolutely pristine in the morning, and Nicholas will take the ball and they'll get down. Here's an opportunity for Manly. We said they wouldn't go away. Masters will go to the sweep. Nicholas off the ground. Masters stands him up. Wilton steps back. There's Tua. Gives the ball away. Pops it up. Let the play go. No, they've brought it back for a penalty. That entertaining stuff here from Manly.
Yeah, Manly are footing it with it. Like I think the thing as well, when you're following this men's open division, is that it's the top 4 from each pool. It's a two-pool tournament for the men's. And then you go through the quarterfinals on the Sunday, so you don't necessarily have to win each game. And Manly have showed enough today that they have a good day tomorrow. They can still be there on Sunday.
Without a doubt, particularly with the results going both ways. There's Little, he's dangerous. Gives it back to Rodimer. There's space out there. It was Wilton, was it? No, it was Sun. Couldn't get the ball back on the inside. There's Masters. He gives it out to this wing. And there's Rodimer, the experienced campaigner. He's showing, he's leading the team. Jared Rodimer. His son gets off the line as well, and so does Little. And they're looking for a stop. They're getting a good stop. That was play on. Good call, referee Cheesley. And that's good. They needed that earlier. Fong picks it up. He looks to stand. Gives the ball away. Oh, dummy from Scranage. I think Porter Sheen was... His eyes lit up there. I think the bloke on the inside stopped chasing from Dawson. That's good pressure from Simons.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if it's Scranage or Frost has picked up on it, but definitely that sort of style from Manly is. I think they look a lot stronger when they do that, Nathan. So hopefully they can bring that into tomorrow.
Champagne touch football. Champagne. That was absolute magic. The Dawson drive into Champagne. The ball out the back from Thompson. The 2-on-1. And it's so hard to stop that. Eagleton had to duck to miss the pass. That was precision, Stanton.
That was silky smooth. Where's my gold buzzer? Can I get 2 or 3 replays of that, please? Bar TV. That was absolutely beautiful. Old heads like me, we love seeing that stuff. You probably get you don't get to see that stuff often. Maybe one every 2 or 3 years you see a beautiful silky try like that from the Dawson
Dragons.
Dragons.
The big dive. The touch is made. Masters couldn't get there. That was phenomenal play. That would almost be impossible to stop from any team. It doesn't matter who's defending.
Yeah, just to unpack it a little bit, we've got a breakaway here maybe. Yeah, just to sort of explain why it's so special is that Dawson we're flying down the field with a drive. The Manly players are running full pace just to try and get back on side. Then we've got Dylan Thompson, probably the fastest bloke on the field, scooping. So you've really got to sort of come in and help. And then on the run, full pace, cut out to a player out the back, silky to the winger. That's about as perfect as it gets. I don't know how many hours you would put into that to be able to run it that well. So great work, Dawson.
Manly just in this set of the attack, they're just probably on the other side of the middle of the field. And Masters goes to the right, and they'll probably look for a strike dump for him. But on that play, that's a lovely pass. And Triponi will score. Cash can't stop that. That's a try. It's a great ball for Masters. But I was just about to say in that set there, the setup for that set, they ended up pretty much with 5 players on this side of the field. And it's surprising with that one, with sort of how soft that try was, given the setup from Manly. It was, I would say, not the greatest of setups from the Manly boys, given the spacings. But they end up with Masters throwing an absolute blinder of a pill, and Triponi scores in the corner to make it 5-3, and where there's life, there's hope, Jason.
Yeah, sometimes it's better. You're talking about, sometimes we call that clustering, like where the players, the way they bunch around in the attack, and sometimes it's better to have, to pull width, be really wide and hit holes, and sometimes it's better to pull them in tight and show them something different. So Manly definitely opened up Dawson by doing something unexpected. So again, I'm sure Doyle will have a look at that on the replay and see how they would handle that if that were thrown at them tomorrow or Sunday.
Greenwich comes to the box, and Masters might be a bit of sweat on the ball there. He's looked to use it. He put his hands out in front, and it's just gone straight through like a cake of soap.
Yeah, a little bit slippery there. See, Manly only won. I know they're two down here, but they were in it against Penrith, had the win against West. I think Manly going to take a lot out of today, and I think if just a few little things here and there for tomorrow, a little bit of luck goes their way, and I think they can definitely be there Sunday.
As they go to the drive in, and Langbridge picks it up, and he dummies, and he's touched. Watkins.
So if we go according to, I know it doesn't work this way, but if you go according to rankings, you got we've got Manly, Renegades, and probably West fighting for the fourth spot. If you went on rankings, doesn't always work out that way, but that's why we're talking a little bit about Manly stepping up against these great teams like Dawson. And, obviously on the other side of the pool, we've got Parramatta, we've got Bankstown, we've got Newcastle. There's a lot of talent in this Premier League. And Manly definitely today have had a really good day.
Oh, that's a try, I think. Watkins, he's got there. Watkins not there. Oh, they've given the touch. Thought Sun had got there with the big dive. Sorry, in fact, it's Riley Jones. I thought he got there as Langbridge gives the ball right on, fires it straight out of a cannon. Jenkins picks it up. It's a foot race. And it's a great touch on that far side of the field. I think it's, not sure who the player was there that made the touch. It was a great touch.
It's a bit hard with visibility. So, winding down these last 3 minutes, how do you rate Dawson and all this? How do you think this sets them up for the weekend? It's probably their first challenge for today.
Well, as you know, the team sort of build. They come trying to go the sneaky play down this side again. Manly, seeing if that can work. They pull the rabbit out of a hat, so to speak, as they go in and turn or pick it up, and he steps in, straightens up. There's no touch. Fong hits the hole. Dawson have been very good. I think they've had their moments. Manly, to be fair, and to their credit, I was chatting to Matt Scranny's their coach earlier. I think they're not, as you mentioned, they're not just the also-rans anymore. They're competing hard, and they're really developing that culture there where they compete on everything. And they've given a good showing here, and 5-3 is probably a fair reflection of the game. I think Dawson have showed some class. Their defence has probably been a little bit crisper, and they go the front door option there from Thompson. So I think Dawson, they'll be happy sitting undefeated at the end of day one. I think any team will. But as we know, a State Cup, if you're getting wins and you're not playing that well, and that's not to say either of these sides are not playing that well. As I said, Dawson have had some classy touches, but, the way you end up on Sunday is a big reflection of how you build into the tournament as well. It's not necessarily easy, and you've played a lot of State Cups, you've won a lot of State Cups, Jace. It's not always easy to beat 100 miles an hour for the whole tournament, is it? You've got to sort of store your energy when you can and be able to build and take on the challenges when they come. And Manly have definitely been that for Doyle tonight.
Yeah, it's been a good, State Cups are all about, getting in a bit of a rhythm and building. And I think as far as, you can only do, what's in front, you can only beat who's in front of you. Dawson's had a really good day one. This is a good performance. I think it's definitely a building block. I wouldn't say it's the world's best performance, but it's really strong. It's going to set them up for tomorrow. It's the game they needed. And some of those plays like that we saw, they're near unstoppable. So this will be a really good, I wouldn't say confidence. They don't need confidence, but it'd be really good to see those plays executed so well in the tournament to sort of start it off.
Definitely, as the penalty goes through to Doyle. Here's the clock winds down. We're under a minute to go. And we've got next up, we've got the Pool B match between West and the Northern Beaches. And this is not going to help him here. Dawson Clay Studden clutching at a shoulder. He's okay. He walks it back. Bit of killing of the clock, you dare say. Yes. 30 seconds left, and Play the ball and he'll dance around stud and they go. The Rooster play that worked for Doyle earlier, and Langbridge will play the ball, and Wilton a little bit late to half. He's working with brother Alex now, and they'll get the strike dump. Alex has got a pill on him, and he goes out the back, and it's a good touch on the wing from Portasheen.
They probably had the short ball option there, but they won't be too worried as the last few seconds tick over. Really good result from Dawson, and Manly still well positioned for tomorrow.
You can hear the siren in the background, and that's the end of day one for both Dawson and Manly, and we'll take a short break and we'll be back with Western Suburbs taking on the Northern Beaches in just a few moments.
That concludes the penultimate round of matches. Next round will get underway as scheduled to round out day one.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's been produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed, I think. When we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spend like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy ground, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s. They're pretty good, so a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice, and so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games, so I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So,
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden, obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callum Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy.
And we're back here at the Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Joining commentary with Jason Stanton for this last game of the day. Northern Beaches in the navy blue, running right to left, taking on the West Magpies in the white. And here we are, Jace, the last game of day one.
Yeah, very excited to be here with you, Nathan, for this last game. And would I be forgiven, or am I in trouble for saying that the loser of this is out? Am I allowed to lead off with that comment?
It depends whether people think it's... Well, they've gone the false start there. Usain Bolt got done for that, the red card behind the boxes. Have you gone the early crow as well? That we'll wait and see. Northern Beaches on the attack first up. You've got Tomoko Berryman. He's working in there, and they go the split. Oh, that's sharp, and Blackwood makes a touch. That was a very fast start here.
Both these teams are coming in 0-2, so that's why I think if you lose all three on Friday, I think it's...
As the old magazine, keep in touch. You bring the second pair of jeans, you reckon, Jason, for the loser here?
Yeah, well, you can't win a State Cup on Friday, but you can definitely lose it. So I think, barring Saturday heroics, the loser of this one's going to be out. So this is going to be a really cracking match. Both teams being desperate to stay in the competition.
Is that Knuckler pushing forward? That's Doyle over the top to Matalitso Masashi, and he passes it back to Tohiaraki, and Sanderson says late pass, and it's been warm all day. There's a slight zephyr blowing here right to left. It's very nice outside. A bit humid here in the boxes. They bring it to the western side here, the Northern Beaches Renegades, as McKenna stands there, and that's Ibbotson going forward through with McMillan, and Ibbotson picks it up. Former Manly junior, and Ibbotson tosses it under to McKenna again, and the Magpies hold on so far, and that's a good first couple of sets for either side, Jason.
Yeah, both teams are steadied into it without doing anything overly exciting. This is a bit of a new look West team I mentioned earlier today for those that are watching. We haven't got Junior Catalano, who joins the squad tomorrow. We haven't got Steve Tashi. We haven't got Justin Costello. It's a bit of a new look team. But earlier today, Liam Doyle looked particularly sharp, the number 99 for West. So it's a bit of a new look team. They struggled early today, but they'll be looking to get their campaign back on track if they can finish over the top of Renegades here.
Well, they lost Justin Costello only a week or so ago through injury, and there's the man replacing Manos Lagos. And referee Skelly says penalty, and Big James Blackwood will get the opportunity here with their first attacking chance for the Magpies, and Blackwood would work with Doyle. He gets it back. Blackwood, he dives. McMillan makes the touch. Referee Skelly in great position. And Blackwood with the ball again. Will look to get to the 7 with Doyle. They're going to do some dancing. Doyle picks it up. He gives it back. They go the quarterback play. Doyle dive. Try. Doyle. West 1. Northern Beaches 0. And the quarterback play executed well from the Magpies.
Yeah, nice play there. They call it the quarterback. That's when you get the quick release from the ground or the quickie. And then rather than try and dive yourself, you pass it straight back to the dummy half that gave it to you. It's a tricky play. And I think West will get a lot of confidence from that because in the first game today, they were down 4-0, I think. The second game down 3-0. So to get the first try, I think that's going to give them a lot of confidence. Interested to see where they go to from here.
It's Tyler Love. No, it's not. It's Nathan Wong, in fact. With the ball, he goes down, and there's Toki Matarau, and they go wide. Long pass over the top. The basketball comes. There's Berryman. Gives it away to Wong. Wong gives it back and goes to Toki Matari, And referee Sanderson says late pass.
No. Yeah, I think some of our viewers, if you've been following some of the games on Bar TV, you might recognise Tylen Berryman from the 18s team, the Renegades that won the
Junior State Cup.
Yeah, I think Junior State Cup. So I think there's a few names in there that have actually come through.
And the Magpies there with a good driving set, but sort of a wasted opportunity there with a misguided pass. And the Renegades with a chance to go forward, and they're full of running, it seems, early, the boys from the Beaches.
Yeah, the Renegades had a bit of an up and down first day, and similar to West, they sort of see this as a bit of a stepping stone to get their campaign on track for the weekend. And they've been good in patches, I think, without being great. So I think it's Coach Harry Berryman down there. He'll be looking for a more consistent performance from him here tonight.
As the Magpies through Barakat get up over the 10 and opportunity to attack here. They go forward and the ball's passed away. There's Blackwood. He'll be in everything, Blackwood. And there's Bitar. But Blackwood picks it up. He's the go-to man and Anderson makes a touch. End-to-end stuff here so far with the Magpies leading 1-0.
Yeah, almost contrasting styles here as well, Nathan. Something that the viewers can look out for is that the Renegades look most comfortable trying to get down the other end of the field than actually stopping and running their moves, or sometimes we call it static play. Whereas West looks strongest when they're attacking on the back of the drive, like rolling into the line. So it's a bit of a contrast. So we'll see how that plays out.
As Doyle gets the dummy half, he's working there with Lagos. And there's JP Catalano, John Paul. He gives it off the ground to Doyle. Doyle threatens to step and he goes again. I think it's Ibbotson there, makes a touch. Some good defence from the boys of the Beaches as Catalano picks it up and throws it to the ground. And the Beaches.
Yeah, that was a good example there, Nathan, where West doing those static plays on the line didn't look, I guess, as sharp as maybe we saw earlier today when they were charging into the line late in the game. So I think that's a correction I think Coach Barakat will make now. Hopefully he's over there in the box getting the boys to get a little bit more direct and get up and down the field.
It's Tyler Love runs forward and direct, and they're going to be in the corner, are they, the Beaches? No, the referees find a penalty for a forward pass, but that was sharp. That was Tyler Love, the man I mentioned earlier, who's had a stint at a couple of clubs, Tyler Love, and there he is in the 13 jersey for the Renegades, and that was sharp with Tyler Berryman.
Yeah, they're quite difficult to handle with their line attack. So I think the challenge for Coach Berryman is to get him through this midfield and getting more ball on the line. And this is where West look quite strong when they're sort of pushing through. So it's an interesting, different styles here. It's quite a good matchup to see the different styles and see how it plays out.
As they come to this box, and there's Goss with the touch. As they charge forward, Thompson gives the ball away, and that'll be Charlie Boyle there. He gives it off to Anderson, and Anderson, he gives it out the back. Was it touched by Tohia Ricky? And now what do we got here? 7 on the field. Kim Skelly's running like he's heading to the referee's 10. He said 7 on. There it is. You can see that clear as day.
Yeah, so they're substituting generally like 2, 3 or 4 players at the same time when they're driving. That's how a lot of teams tend to play at the moment. And it's, the referees are really watching that. 4 players running on, 4 players coming off at the same time. And on that occasion, Renegades didn't time it quite right and had 7 on at the same time.
As Masashi Madalitso, one of the experienced campaigners. As you said, there's not a lot of experience in the middle of the field, but there's a couple of absolute veterans as Doyle goes through, and there's Bitar, and they go wide. And speaking of one of them, James Shute scores on the far side of the field. As West extend their lead, and that confidence seems to be growing, Jason.
Yeah, really, really classy play there. See, West are really strong out wide. You spoke about Masashi. You got Robert Nackler, you got James Shoots, you got a lot of class out wide. So when West in the middle of the field can match the opposition, they don't need to necessarily dominate, just match them. Then the class out wide really, really makes this West team a really hard team to beat.
Well, as you said, they're playing a man short as well for today, so which hurts its class in Junior Catalano, who's on the sideline at the moment, but he's back tomorrow and they'll welcome him back. But as you said, this makes this game even more important, doesn't it, going into tomorrow?
Yeah, it does so. And like I said, anything can happen tomorrow, but I'll just say, all things being equal according to rankings, you really want to get a win in this one.
As Blackwood picks it up and gets to the 7 and makes it on the last, they turn the ball over, which is a good place to be as Love gets the ball up near halfway, and they'll come forward. There's McMillan. He dummies and really classy, changing the ball in each hand there from Chad McMillan as he looks to find a substitute as there's Ahepenny. And no, the ball's picked up by Berryman. Gives it in. It's a try. It's a try to the Renegades. And just like that, West thought they had some breathing space. And in fact, the Renegades said, we're not done yet. Plenty of time on the clock. And it's
very sharp there, Tylen Berryman. I haven't seen him do a lot of that, Nathan, over the course of his young career. He's normally the player that's playing with the ball off the ground, like a quick release, those sorts of plays. And to see him scoop and, pin his ears back like that, a little bit unexpected. Caught West off guard. 2-1, the Renegades are back in it.
Max Davies gets the desserts. He scores a try on the stadium, and Blackwood will go dancing here with Catalano, and they'll go to Doyle as well. He dummies over the top, and the quick release to Knuckler. Knuckler dives. There's a close touch. I think there's a touch. Jason, what do you think whilst we have the meeting?
Yeah, I think it was a touch from Robbie. I'm not sure what they were looking at.
It's a quick meeting, though. I'm really happy with that. Sometimes they sit there and they have an agenda. They get out the notepad and they start writing minutes. But that one, referee Kustek and referee Sanderson said, we've got this. This is what we're doing. Play on. Off we go. So Renegades on the attack. Fires the ball over. Boyle, throws it on. Have they got there? They're saying that pass is okay. They're saying that pass is okay. Just like that, Jason Stanton.
I wouldn't mind
it's
seeing
the
I wouldn't mind seeing replay. It was a classy play. I think first look at it looked forward from my angle. I think you can probably check out the replay and let me know whether I got it right or not. It looked live. It looked forward, but you've got to take the opportunities when they come, and those 50-50 calls. And Renegades, it's almost like they gained a leg when they got that first try. Now it's 2-2. Game on.
Yeah, I'll probably be sitting on the side of the fence that says that was forward, but at the end of the day, it's fish and chip paper now, isn't it, Jason? And we'll continue on there. A bit of confusion through Doyle and Bitter. And they'll throw it back under to Bummelhelm, and he gets it off the ground. He steps back, the big dive. Did he get there? Referee Skelly all over it. Says touch. Last tackle. Touch even. Adam Bummelhelm gives it back, and Doyle tries to double step and can't beat Anderson. And the Renegades, as I said, just like that, it's 2-2.
I wouldn't mind West to maybe see if they can utilise, like you mentioned, Adam Bimelum on that occasion, but I wouldn't mind them maybe getting JP Catalano a little bit more ball. He's one of the up-and-comers in our game that's really sharp and hasn't really been able to... Tylen Berryman again.
Here he goes. Can they get off? He's looking for the same player. Kustek says ball down. And it's experience. You can't buy that in Coles. Can't buy it in Woolies. Nathan Wong gets a try.
Tylen Berryman, he said he heard me say I don't normally see him scoop. He's